Chapter 1021. In truth, the Supreme Overlord had hesitated in his initial assessment. The Universal Alliance did not initially receive the Overlord's full support. The Overlord's initial true investment target was the Magius Reconstruction Project. For example, the two dreadnoughts for Magius were decided by the Supreme Overlord against much opposition. Magnus is very close to the Overlord. Investing in them can cut off Tachyon Technology's influence on the southern sector and gain enormous influence over pirates throughout the entire star system. This was Baikal's statement at the meeting. Faced with a torrent of opposition and criticism from various families, including but not limited to questions like this is aiding the enemy. And how will we reclaim our benefits? Baikal's response was, Magnus is so close, is it difficult to reclaim it? We are merely entrusting our assets to Khanda. With this promise, Magius received massive amounts of military and civilian aid. But in the end, Magius undoubtedly disappointed Baikal. Aside from the Third AI War, Magius hadn't demonstrated his full potential. Instead, it was Li Bin, whose support came only sporadically, who consistently brought unexpected joy to the Overlord. Back in his mansion, Baikal stroked his platinum ring with his thumb, his disappointment in Magius growing ever stronger. If only we had invested in the Universal Union earlier, none of this would have happened. If Lee Brown had married my grandson, unifying the star system after the war would have been a piece of cake. The source of the Horizon star system, Nova City. The damage assessment report for the Interstellar Fortress has been completed. Damage level, moderately damaged. 9 circular shield drones were completely destroyed, their wreckage floating around the space station. Many fragments were even pulled by gravity, and fell into Nova City, shattering against the planetary shields. Each of these 9 circular shield drones required 900 crates of alloy and 100 crates of rare metals to forge. Without its nanoforge, the Interstellar Empire had objectively lost the ability to rebuild. After all, every power wants its space station as safe as possible. The circular shield drones, a fortress device that, when concealed in peacetime, doesn't disrupt commercial air routes, but activates in wartime to protect the space station, combining flexibility, heavy armor, and shielding capabilities, came at a price. Furthermore, one firepower module's armor was completely destroyed, 2 spaceports were bombed, and the entire module's connection to the space station was on the verge of collapse. Whether for revenge or to cooperate with Li Bin's grand strategy, the Interstellar Empire paid a heavy price. Juno had returned to the Operations Command Center. After the battle, his expertise in logistics and politics allowed him to take charge. The command center was empty of soldiers, leaving only a dozen or so high-ranking bureaucrats from the new Star City. Their previous joy was now replaced by profound melancholy. The statistics officer, his lips dry, reported, Governor Juno, the space station alone has suffered 37,000 dead and over 8,000 wounded. And that doesn't even include the frontline troops. Unlike on Earth, when a module explodes on the space station, death is the majority. Those who survive are incredibly lucky. If we include the frontline, the total casualties approach 100,000. How do we report this? Juno's mind flashed back to Li Bin and ISA's repeated emphasis on data accuracy and their abhorrence of underreporting during the war. He hesitated only for a moment before firmly stating, report the truth. Victory is victory. That's undeniable. First, compile the general data. If the detailed data isn't complete, that's fine. We need to give the Imperial Palace an explanation. An hour later, the bureaucrats in the command center knelt down in unison. The sky battle system displayed intricate patterns in gold, projecting a magnificent golden gate, signifying the establishment of contact with the Imperial Council. As the gate opened, the Imperial Council, comprised of the Emperor and top Imperial officials, came into view. Ruli, standing high above, her pre-battle solemn face now vividly alive. Beside her sat a slightly chubby, black-haired child, trying to maintain a straight face, his bright eyes blinking mischievously. Upon seeing Juno, Ruli first expressed her concern. Governor Juno, it's hard to imagine that the once-dream lover of countless Imperial noblewomen is now so well-fed. The heavy responsibilities must have put a lot of pressure on you, but you must take care of your health. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am deeply grateful for Your Majesty's grace, and have no choice but to serve you to the death. A little extra weight is nothing. Well, I suppose you all don't know yet, but news of the great victory at New Star City has already spread to every human colony. Cyberspace's trending topics are all about your heroic deeds. The entire Empire is overjoyed by your achievements. After you have settled in New Star City, we will need your assistance in returning to Byzantium. Whether it's the triumphant return ceremony, or the people's desire to see their heroes, your participation is essential. The vengeance of the imperial gods, the vengeance of the old capital, all depend on you. Ruli sighed. Juno immediately lowered his head and said loudly, I am humbled. After saying this, Ruli fell silent. The deacon of the Imperial Council stepped forward. As the de facto administrator of the empire and the representative of imperial power, he first congratulated Governor Juno, then joked to lighten the mood. We knew about the great victory all along, but we waited for your report to avoid putting pressure on you. You weren't just thinking about how to cover it up, were you? Haha, Juno laughed sheepishly. The governor's expression stiffened when Juno didn't give a direct answer. No, you really thought about this? Is this something we should do? Why conceal such a great victory? It wasn't until they saw the rough damage report that everyone understood the reason. The Interstellar Empire lost 2 Barris-class armed merchant ships, 1 Caesar-class battleship, 3 Overlord-class battlecruisers, 1 Caesar-class moderately damaged, and 4 Overlord-class ships with at least moderate damage. 9 Imperial military cruisers sank, 13 were damaged, moderately damaged or worse, and a space station was moderately damaged. As for the requisition cruisers, there was no need to count them. Destroyers and frigates couldn't be tallied yet because the damage was too great. These smaller ships were basically equivalent to sinking if they were heavily damaged, because according to the standard accounting of giant corporations, the cost of refurbishing an old ship exceeds 2/3 of building a new one, making scrapping it more cost-effective. Even if old ships are refurbished, aging, maintenance, and the cost of repeated repairs must be considered. This standard was roughly the same even in Li Bin's previous life when evaluating factory facilities and parts. Only individual operators would cling to old ships. In the past, these ships would either be dismantled for shipbuilding or rolled into ship graveyards, hastily repaired and used for patching during major battles. But now, how to deal with them is uncertain. Military Commander Titus's face darkened, and he nearly fainted. A total of 6 ships sunk and 5 damaged. This equates to over half of the Empire's capital ships being lost or injured. Without nanoforges, what will happen next? Just what kind of enemy is this? Worth the Empire paying such a high price? How much money has been lost? Including requisition subsidies and compensation, 5 million star coins wouldn't be enough. There's probably a shortfall of tens of millions. Chapter 1022. Fortunately, sensing the unfavorable situation, Ruli preemptively asked before Titus could speak, what are the results? We only know of a great victory, but how many were killed? At this, Juno's face lit up with a smile. Your Majesty, in this campaign, the invading fleet's capital ships were completely annihilated, totaling 26 capital ships and 81 cruisers, with 5 cruisers escaping. Universal Union CEO Li Bin has promised to require the West Wind system to fully commence construction, using some of the completely damaged wreckage as components to prioritize the repair of the Hela BRV series belonging to the Empire. It is expected that 3 Skies-class BRVs will enter the Empire's fleet within a year. So fast? Titus questioned. Yes, because the final victory was achieved during the pursuit. The enemy ships, after a long chase, had insufficient radiation energy. After being surrounded and destroyed, their bridge control systems were destroyed, and they sank. The hulls were intact, and only needed modification to be restored. These ships are guaranteed by CEO Li Bin to serve as the hulls for the Empire's modified ships. Even Titus, knowing the alliance and political ties between the Universal Union and the Empire, couldn't help but wonder if Li Bin was really that kind. Ignoring Ruli's subtly upturned lips, he pressed, what about the Universal Union? How much did the Universal Union lose? Juno swallowed sheepishly. The specific casualties haven't been disclosed, but based on our observations, the Universal Union lost 4 Zhongzi-class transport ships, 1 Conqueror-class battlecruiser, 1 Odyssey-class battlecruiser, and 1 Bowhead-class, a total of 7 capital ships. They also lost 14 cruisers, all military capital ships, including 3 Dawn Goddess-class, which are extremely valuable. Even their captains were minor shareholders in the Universal Union. TSK? Titus was both shocked and astonished. Indeed, while 4 Zhongzi-class transport ships couldn't compare in value to capital ships, the loss was still considerable. In terms of sheer numbers, the Universal Alliance's capital ship losses were the greatest. If the proportion of reserve personnel from both the Empire and the Universal Alliance was considered, then the Universal Alliance suffered the most devastating losses. So Li Bin just gave up his best-conditioned ships to the Empire? Is Li Bin a saint? Commander-in-Chief Titus, Ruli said, slightly displeased. Since the alliance began, the Universal Alliance has always been sincere to the Empire. The Empire's grand plans are inextricably linked to the Universal Alliances. She looked at Titus meaningfully. I know you're resentful about the Empire's grand plans, but facts have proven that mutual trust is essential, both in terms of high-level relations and practical considerations. Titus immediately knelt and bowed. What is the Grand Imperial Plan? Naturally, it's the unification of the Interstellar Empire and the Universal Union, to be completed under the children of Lee Brown and Diocletian Basayev. As pointed out by the reader, Russian surnames are adjusted according to gender. The woman is called Basayeva, and the man should be called Basayev. For the military commanders, this is undoubtedly unbearable. Imperial soldiers fight bloody battles for the Empire, only to find their rear is set up for unification. And by the other side? It's tantamount to treason. However, the recent series of costly support from the Universal Union, and the multiple victories brought about by Lee Brown's deployment of the fleet on the Western Front, have led to differing opinions within the once united Imperial Army after this great victory. After this great triumph, some within the army even say, Lee Brown is a good man. It seems like we benefit more from unifying with the Universal Union. He couldn't help but be vigilant. But the others in the Imperial Council didn't care about that. Their respective departments had long since established connections with the Universal Union. The Empire could only function normally thanks to the Universal Union. These people, under the leadership of the gods and the Emperor, had long since become the Unionists. The Sacred Leap Star's distant orbit. Damn it, tow it quickly. If we don't tow it, this ship will be captured by planetary gravity. Li Bin shouted from the star corridor of the Tiangong. That was a Hella Ruler-class ship, a heavy cruiser among heavy cruisers. Even if the bridge was destroyed, it wouldn't need to be towed to the West Wind system. With the technology license from the Brighton Alliance, Li Bin could himself convert the Tiangong and the battlefield mothership-class ships into manned vessels on the spot. The heavy cruiser, which could have been acquired in just over a month, is now at risk of sinking. How could Li Bin not be anxious? What? You say something worth a few 100,000 star coins? Is it worth the rush? Right now, you can't even buy a ship in the star system with star coins. The current situation is that even if you have 500,000 star coins in your pocket and a cruiser license, you might not be able to buy a second-hand cruiser. The available ships have already been snapped up by giant corporations, and the remaining scraps have been purchased by large groups. Times have changed. Warships have become incredibly expensive. The days of buying a Cathedral-class ship for 3 million cash plus a guarantee from a powerful entity are gone. Even Enterprise-class merchant ships, inherently armed, have become highly sought after. Colossus-class merchant ships are being bought at high prices and converted into warships themselves. In the interstellar age, ships are not only military force, but also trade and home. The Tiangong space station launched several exploration cables, which, with the help of the maintenance platform, connected to the spacecraft's keel. Together with 2 bull tugboats, they were able to salvage the Hella Dominator-class ship. Li Bin wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to have saved hundreds of thousands of star coins. Reclining in her chair, legs propped up on the command platform, Isa couldn't help but scoff. You're so heartbroken now, but why weren't you heartbroken when you were sending capital ships to the Interstellar Empire? How can that be the same? Li Bin replied without turning his head. Of the 26 capital ships, the Great Eagle-class and Castella-class manned ships will undoubtedly belong to the Universal Union. 2 Radiation-class and 1 Binary Vision-class will be paid as compensation to the Brighton Alliance, allowing them to begin repairs. 1 Brilliant-class will go to the Universal Union, and 1 to Kal-Jeff Technologies. As for the remaining 12 Skies-class ships, 4 will be deducted and dismantled to use as components to compensate for the other 8 ships, otherwise, repairs are impossible. 5 of those 8 will go to the Interstellar Empire, 1 Binary Vision class will belong to the Interstellar Empire, and the remaining ones will be auctioned off publicly, left for other large corporations to recoup funds and cultivate relationships. Don't say I'm not taking a cut. Sharing the profits is a political necessity. Otherwise, with so many repairs requiring relic components, no one will help us without sacrificing some. What about the Retribution class? ISA was most concerned about these ships capable of space jumps. There's no solution for now, Li Bin shrugged. I plan to give 1 to Tachyon Technology and sell the other to Apex Design Group, letting them reverse engineer the space jump tactical system. Once they develop the repair technology, they can fix it. The remaining 2 will naturally be ours. As for cruisers, Universal Union only needs 4 Hella Dominator class and 4 Hella Defender class to fill Lan Yuan and Tang Zhuofan's fleets. We don't need the rest. Wow, so generous, Isha said sarcastically. Mr. Li Bin is such a good person. Li Bin couldn't stand it, and turned to pin Isha down. Okay, actually, the Hella BRV series has limited strength compared to unmanned ships. Rather than taking up those slots, the Whitestone series and Bowhead Whale class are more convenient, and can also train a crew's familiarity with the company's ships. The Zongzi class and Bowhead Whale class will be replenished soon. Isha turned Li Bin's face with her index finger, her expression shifty. You can say whatever you want, but why are you pinning me down? Are you trying to bully me? Hard to say. Chapter 1023. While Li Bin and ISA were whispering sweet nothings to each other, Vulcan's engineering department was engaged in a tense and exciting salvage operation. It wasn't until August 5th, star calendar 219, after 3 days of hard work, that the capital ships and cruisers were finally towed away. As for the destroyers and frigates, the Universal Union didn't care. Li Bin, who owned the Whitestone series, didn't care about these and simply left them to Keljev, the Interstellar Empire, and the bounty hunters. As soon as Vulcan entered the Universal Union's headquarters, he saw the captain squatting or standing in the office hall, their eyes burning with desire as if they were hungry wolves seeing sheep. Fearing he'd be interrogated while pinned to the ground, Vulcan quickly shut down his terminal, eliminating any possibility of it being stolen, before slowly saying, the Universal Alliance received 8 capital ships and 8 cruisers. Tang Zhuofan, arms crossed, cigarette dangling from his mouth, sporting dragon horns and a dragon tail, handsome and eccentric, but with a worse temper, even more explosive than Mikhail, bared his teeth. So few. Out of 26 ships, the company should at least get half, right? I haven't finished yet. Vulcan coughed. The Interstellar Empire's space station is severely damaged, with casualties. At most, there's room for compensation, and additional losses to be made by external parties, which is why the captain only asked for this much. The remainder will be covered by technicians and engineers from both the Interstellar Empire and Keljev Technology Company. Furthermore, the ownership of 3 Skies-class ships and several cruisers and smaller vessels will be auctioned off. The auction mandates payment in star credits, workers, alloys, and metal refineries. No way. Jeffrey couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and waved his hands wildly. Who's so stupid as to use refineries as collateral? Seeing everyone's "Are you kidding me?" expressions, Vulcan opened a bottle of wine, shoved it into his mouth, and drank it straight down. Retrieval and salvage were strenuous physical labor, and drinking was undoubtedly the quickest way to feel refreshed after such intense exertion. He tore off half a bottle, then burped, grinning from ear to ear. That's why they say the captain is the captain. Everyone thought he had no connections, but the captain always finds a way. Vulcan held up 3 fingers. Free planets, large corporations, and pirates all have them. I know you're all anxious, but don't rush. Vulcan waved his hand reassuringly at everyone. What's the fundamental reason for the skyrocketing ship prices in this interstellar war? Is it the demand for war? No. He mimicked Li Bin's tone. It's self-preservation. Giant corporations need to protect themselves, large conglomerates need to protect themselves, and free planets especially need to protect themselves. That's why these forces are willing to pay high prices for capital ships. Especially free planets and large corporations. The former's entire power is concentrated on one planet. How can they rely on just a few cruisers? Can they withstand the hunt of an out-of-control AI? The Dunlancia and Chiffon star systems, one after another, star systems turned to scorched earth, long ago instilling fear in the governors and conglomerates of the free planets. Without the protection of armed forces, countless refineries and future profits are nothing but illusory gains, unrealizable. As for large corporations, it's even more so. Their assets are scattered across various planets. In war, they might be requisitioned by these giants, not to mention some heavy assets cannot be transferred. Once invaded, they struggle not only to protect their assets, but even escorting trade fleets will be difficult. And the big pirates possess many stolen factory components. Currently, in the star system, only giant corporations offer the highest prices for war. Some pirates even sell directly to these giants. Those with ambition flock to work for these giants. Where will they find surplus labor? Vulcan clapped his hands, waking everyone up. In summary, a Skis-class BRV, first sold to a megacorporation in exchange for a capital battleship armed merchant ship, then for several civilian cruisers, all secondhand, can be modified and resold to these 3 companies. There are tons of refineries to be had. Tang Zhuofan, stroking his chin, finally managed to utter awesome. Having come from a clan raider background, he never seen anything like it. It was ruthless. A profit cycle, each link interconnected, all while maintaining a facade of what are you looking at. Being willing to sell a ship is already a favor from the master. Don't complain about the price. If you do, go see if anyone else will sell to you. They make people sell them lucrative refineries and expect gratitude. Is this the composure of a true megacorporation? Why didn't the Fong clan have such a grand spectacle back then? Actually, Tang Zhuofan misunderstood one thing. This kind of operation required the tacit approval of other megacorporations. The Fong clan was a purely warlord organization back then. With a terrible diplomatic environment, no one was willing to give it a chance to grow and expand. But what about the global alliance? Its connections go without saying, and its trade and profit-sharing schemes are thriving. Most importantly, Li Bin truly gets involved in everything. Everyone feels that although Li Bin takes a lot of credit, he also does a lot of work. The deaths are all on the global alliance's side, so why not just sit back and watch? Furthermore, the global alliance's dual nano-forging furnace is precisely what it lacks: basic industry. If they get their hands on it, wouldn't that be perfect for expanding production capacity and filling the gap in civilian supplies caused by our transition to a war economy? Finally, maintaining public support for the war effort still requires Li Bin's help. Looking at it this way, how can it be said to be strengthening the Universal Union? It's clearly rent-seeking based on production capacity. Exchanging ships for factories solves the dilemma. By the way, speaking of which, where's Commander Lan Yuan? Vulcan glanced at the group, who were impressed by the captain's argument, and suddenly realized Lan Yuan wasn't there. He regretted that his act hadn't been perfect. Drunken Dreamlight smile chimed in. Oh, her. She left. Left already? Vulcan was taken aback. Yes, they said there was important business at headquarters that required her to return, but we don't know the specifics. However, neither the Xingtian nor the Dream Eater left, and Dong Lixiang also left with her on the ship. What's the situation with old Dong? Vulcan asked. Zui Ming scratched his head, pondering, and said, I heard he managed to salvage an undercooked centipede from the wreckage, pulled out its unfertilized ovaries, and was sending it back immediately for cultivation. You know, we're not very educated, we don't know much about biology, Zui Ming said, shrugging with the group of burly men. But they say these ovaries can save at least 300,000 star coins in research costs, and 6 months of research time, so they're rushing it. By the way, there's a new award ceremony tomorrow. This time, a guy named Lin Yufeng performed exceptionally well in a decoy mission, and he's going to command a Whitestone cruiser fleet. Does anyone know him? No, not from the factory district. Not from the Lloyd settlement in New Magius either. Hey, it's called Magius Space Station now. Oh, you know where I'm talking about. Vulcan, hearing this, couldn't help but show a relieved expression. It seems this is someone from the newly established Xinjiang city. The company finally has new blood in its upper management. This should further motivate future hires. Hyperspace, bridge of the Obsidian Beta-class cruiser. Lan Yuan looked apologetically at Xingchen Phil. I'm sorry, darling, I made you miss the awarding ceremony. However, we received a letter from the Overlord saying that the Relief Association's Ark of Salvation is approaching the eastern part of the star system, and may reach the easternmost point of its orbit around the star system around next year. Overlord Agent's intelligence indicates that the Association is highly likely to launch a raid on the Eden system. I have to go and oversee the Wrath of God class. I never sailed this ship before, and the fleet needs your help. What kind of gift do you want as an apology? I give you anything I can. Xingchen Phil bit his lip, his face flushed, and muttered through gritted teeth, being gentler next time is the best apology. Chapter 1024. New Star City Space Station, Combat Module. Compared to its original heavy and sturdy appearance, the module now features numerous additional trusses and traction equipment for carrying heavy machinery, giving it a more rugged and powerful look reminiscent of primitive industry. Yes, compared to some wirelessly transmitted energy and magnetically attached shielded drones, these stylish features offer a greater sense of security. The Universal Union's first official medal award ceremony was not held on Universal Union territory, and the attitude of the Interstellar Empire behind it is intriguing. Regardless, Li Bin's decision to hold the medal award ceremony at the damaged combat module was indeed intentional. The entire ceremony was prohibited from being broadcast live. The guests were all from the Universal Union and the Interstellar Empire. Only a small area was reserved for large corporations with operations on the New Star City Space Station, as well as some outstanding gold-marked hunters. For example, Bai Sha. The Universal Union is really tough, Bai Sha said, a cigarette dangling from his mask, his eyes filled with envy. The ceremony took place on a damaged combat module at a damaged spaceport. The once neat but not necessarily clean spaceport now resembled a frozen, churning sea. Metal melted by torpedoes, steel roses overturned and blooming in the explosions, exposed wiring, crooked and haphazardly placed support frames, and dim, makeshift drone lights, mixed with the tattered imperial yellow and the black of flames, created a brutal scene. Outside the spaceport, where ancient stars should have stood, was now crowded with the wreckage of spaceships. From the smallest Hella Hound class to the largest Skyscreen class and Brilliant class battleships, the massive fleet, arrayed beneath the starry sky, showcased the might of the Universal Alliance. No flowers, no applause, no cheers, and certainly no political maneuvering were needed. The victory, spearheaded by 26 battleships, spoke volumes. It spoke louder than anything else. Just looking at it made Baisha tremble with excitement. He stared blankly as the crowd applauded in the exposed spaceport, the noise barely registering in his ears, because Li Bin hadn't yet activated the communication channels. This scene unfolded as Li Bin appeared, clad in his faded, patched captain's uniform, stepping quietly and steadily onto the podium. In the silence, a silent power was revealed. Each step trod on the uneven floor, ravaged by battle explosions, until Li Bin reached the highest point of the raised metal floor, as if he had carved out a silent, towering mountain. Mountains of metal seemed to vie to support it. Sounds fell silent without permission, and even the stars trembled before such a magnificent victory. This wreckage once possessed the power to incinerate planets and annihilate galaxies. Now, it was merely a spoils casually displayed by the man. Osborne gazed greedily, his thoughts racing through his nerves, roaring within his implants, issuing commands for the drone to capture every angle, every frame of the man without blind spots. That's it, that's how it has to be. The Starfield is witnessing a legend, I feel it. This time, this place, is the perfect opportunity. I, Osborne, will use this documentary to destroy the entire Starfield studio and become the first voice of holographic fiction in the history of the Great Collapse. Hey hey hey. His shadow stretched long in the dim light, swaying against the twisted, blooming steel roses of the cabin wall. Li Bin silently watched everyone, each participant in the ceremony intimidated by those eyes. Baisha's breathing became even softer. He felt an invisible pressure from the gaze, his mind going blank for a few seconds. Later, he realized he was intimidated by the man's reputation on the stage. The founder of the newest megacorporation after the Great Collapse, the son-in-law of the Overlord, the nemesis of the Relief Association, the leader of the Human Alliance's great victory, the commander-in-chief of the campaign to annihilate 26 capital ships, the leader of the multifaceted trade in the Eastern Starfield, the actual controller of the Interstellar Empire, the Brighton Alliance, and the Universal United Military Alliance. Each title was a living legend in the Starfield. And now, this living legend stood before everyone, and in that instant, everyone realized once again how young this face was. 29, the enormous number 29, scarlet and flamboyant, was reflected on the twisted spaceport wall behind its owner. A man in a worn-out captain's uniform, with a stubble, snapped his fingers, activating the communication channel. The crisp sound lingered for a few seconds before echoing through everyone's helmets. Damn, the atmosphere, the scene, the action. It felt as if Li Bin had given permission for the sound to flow. Baisha's helmet was filled with smoke, the fumes stinging unbearably. I'm 29 years old. There's an old saying on old Earth, at 30, one should be established. It means that by 30, you should have your own career. This career doesn't have to be huge, but it must be something you dedicate your life to. It refers to the fact that at this age, one should recognize their own desires and aspirations and put them into practice. Li Bin's first words, however, were completely unrelated to the atmosphere and the theme of the ceremony. He tugged at his ill-fitting, cheap captain's uniform, riddled with useless folds designed solely to display his status. This uniform is one I bought at the Elf Space Station when I was 16, in Star Calendar 206. It was a self-service tailoring kiosk. Back then, I deliberately bought a size large so I could wear it longer, but it's still too big now. Some in the audience smiled knowingly. These were Jeffrey, and some of Li Bin's earliest followers, but their laughter was restrained within their helmets, not shared with outsiders. Everyone knows my story. Back then, my dream was to be a junk collector, finding treasures, and then a merchant for life. But as my career grew, my desires swelled, just like this uniform. Li Bin pulled at his collar. Even now, I can't fill this uniform, and I can't fill my dreams. Jeffrey whistled softly, a wistful look in his eyes. He described his first encounter with the captain countless times with exaggerated language, using every conceivable phrase to depict that dazzling, awesome, and extraordinary meeting in the eyes of his audience. He used phrases like a perfect meeting, having Jeffrey is like a fish having water, and how precious it is. But he wasn't so foolish as to end up fooling himself. He clearly remembered that it was a group of down-on-their-luck men, none of them having a single penny in their pockets. All their star coins, Even if you divided them up and chopped them into pieces, wouldn't be enough to pay off their debts. These old captains standing with him were all incredibly inexperienced back then. The hands that used to handle chemical tank valves were now turning on fuel tanks. The hands that used to push crane booms were now pushing control levers. A group of guys who lived entirely by surfing cyberspace, even their nutritional supplements had to be eaten on holidays, were now the envy of the world. Truly, fate is ironic. Chapter 1025. Li Bin patted his clothes, deliberately letting the dust rise from his unwashed garments. His eyes were hazy in the dust. I often think, how big is big enough of a dream? Maybe I should just stay like this. This is pretty good too, enough to get by. Li Bin described his early ideals. A medium-sized trading company, a manor on an Earth-like planet, where he, his younger siblings, wife, and children would live a shameless life. When his younger siblings grew up, he would watch with tears in his eyes, as some young man or woman stole them away. A few years later, the process would repeat itself, watching his children steal someone else's girl or boy. Unfortunately, I met Isabella Brown. Li Bin pointed to the audience. Isabella stood with her hands behind her back, her straight spine meeting Li Bin's probing without bending over. This woman is no ordinary woman. She's a descendant of a powerful noble family. My original plans were forced to change because I fell in love with her. Isha smiled, recalling their first meeting, a down-on-his-luck military officer who had faked his death, and a debt-ridden boss from Canada. In a tavern reeking of sourness, sweat, vomit, alcohol, and tobacco, they started with silly, cheesy pickup lines, awkwardly testing each other's boundaries. How did these two end up where they are today? Isha looked back, and couldn't help but shake her head. If she had heard Li Bin describe the future a decade or so in declarative sentences, she probably would have been overwhelmed by the gravity of the joke, and then stabbed this guy, who was making fun of her to death. Li Bin said she changed his ideals, but hadn't he changed himself too? Originally, she only wanted to revive her family, but in the end, she ended up on the battlefield of the burning starfield with Li Bin. Their past mortal enemies had become nothing more than roadside fodder, easily kicked to the ground. Li Bin sighed. The hatred of my family forced me to be more radical and risk-taking. After surpassing my previous ideals, I was shocked to discover that a large group of people had gathered behind me. They believed in me, they admired me. I believed in them, I relied on them. My burden grew heavier and heavier, but I enjoyed it nonetheless. Until one day, my dear bosun reminded me that the company was already big enough that a decision had to be made. Was I content to be a large enterprise, vulnerable to being destroyed at any moment, or should I risk going further, overcoming insurmountable obstacles, and becoming a behemoth? I stared at the company list, speechless for a long time. Lies. Old One-Eyed licked his teeth, his smile sinister. What bullshit about becoming a behemoth? What bullshit about making a decision? What we talked about back then was 10 times wilder. No, 100 times wilder. Although the starting point was the same, the methods were completely different. Seeing the captain so skillfully deliver his speech, a mix of truth and fiction, using his own experiences to stir the emotions of the participants, Old One-Eye's smile grew increasingly satisfied. He knew perfectly well why Li Bin was making such a grand spectacle, yet so humble, reminiscing about past hardships and retracing history. This was undoubtedly to use a victory that could shake the entire star system to forge a shared cultural imprint for Universal Union, establishing its corporate image in the world. To elevate it from a secluded paradise to a dawn of humanity. His malicious intent and despicable scheme were truly, exactly what I wanted. That's how it should be. For those who achieve great things, what does a little dirty work matter, as long as the goal is noble? Old One-Eye cried out inwardly. He absolutely loved this scene of everyone being moved to tears. Below the stage, Bai Shao listened, completely captivated. The founder of the giant corporation recounted his journey. It was so beautiful, something no amount of star coins could buy. To hear this lesson, my dragon-level adventure was truly worthwhile. It was worth dying for. On stage, Li Bin continued, I felt I should do something for these lovely people who believed in me. After much thought, there was only one answer. If the giant corporation doesn't come to us, then we go to the giant corporation. Li Bin raised his right hand. At the time, this was nothing short of a pipe dream. We dared not tell anyone about this ideal, because they would mercilessly mock us, calling us daydreamers. We pioneered the way through mountains and forests. We forged ahead through wind and rain. Later, when we said we wanted to save humanity and resist the runaway AI, some even ridiculed us as futile attempts. Governor Juno, wiping tears through her mask, said, CO Li Bin's cultural understanding is truly remarkable. The long, parallel passages steadily built up emotion, deepening the hearts of the attendees under the allure of the described suffering, like a spring compressed to its limit. Li Bin's right hand rose higher and higher with the words, until he clenched his fist. But now, outside the airport, the Azure Dragon, the Xingtian, the Zhulong, one after another, spaceships painted with the Union paint scheme turned on their searchlights, illuminating the wreckage. Now, daydreamers, wake up! The dream has come true. The Universal Union we have built is a behemoth. More importantly, it is a vital force for saving humanity. Every promise we made could be fulfilled, and must be fulfilled. With these 26 out-of-control AI flagships, we commemorate our comrades, who sacrificed themselves in the process of realizing our daydream, and celebrate the success of the Universal Union. I hereby declare the inaugural Universal Union Medal Conferment Ceremony open. Boom! Thunderous applause erupted. The communication channels had somehow connected everyone's helmets, so each person's ears were filled with a resounding, intense slapping. The sound of the slaps traveled through flesh and bone to the communicators, where they transformed into electrical signals that leaped and overlapped, creating a tidal wave of applause. Fleet Commander Lan Yuan was officially conferred the rank of Marshal of the Universal Union Navy, commanding the Lan Yuan Squadron. He was absent. Wu Qingyu accepted the conferment on his behalf. Fleet Commander Tang Zhuofan was officially conferred the rank of Marshal of the Universal Union Navy, commanding the Fang Clan Fleet. The handsome Tang Zhuofan, bearing the aura of a dragon, knelt before Li Bin, receiving the Marshal's command scepter with both hands. Li Bin personally promised, "There is a desert, barren planet in the Zishaman star system. The Universal Federation will build a domed city there for the Fa-Tooth clan to recuperate and thrive." Saradu, commander of the commercial fleet, was officially awarded the rank of Universal Federation Marshal, and will command the Universal Federation Commercial Fleet as Logistics Marshal. Jeffrey, commander of the Area Fleet, was officially awarded the rank of Universal Federation Navy Admiral, and will command the Sea Beast Fleet. Drunken Dream Smile, commander of the carrier-based aircraft, was officially awarded the rank of Universal Federation Navy Rear Admiral. Under the guidance of the military department, he established the Universal Federation Pilot Training School and served as its honorary principal, because he still had to participate in the war, responsible for compiling pilot training materials. Cruiser Captain Lin Yufeng was officially awarded the rank of Commodore in the Universal Union Navy. He was appointed to establish the Whitestone Practical Training Course at the Universal Union Naval Academy, responsible for coordinating experienced captains and officers of all ranks within the company to compile operation and training manuals for the Whitestone series ships. After the manuals were completed, he was put in charge of a pure Whitestone cruiser fleet as a special task force. Lin Yufeng's promotion was exceptional, as the Universal Union has very few people with rich experience and command talent. For example, Zhu Jin also possessed command experience, but his promotion would have to wait until the next batch. Because he was specifically chosen by Li Bin as the commander for the Bowhead Whale and Universal Union-class fleets, and this fleet was not yet ready, his marshal rank would be awarded only after the corresponding fleet was established. After the Navy came the Army. Fleet Elder One-Eyed was awarded the rank of Marshal in the Universal Union Army, commanding the Universal Union Army, which included the Marine Corps, the Behemoth Force, and the Knights. Lord Li Chongzhen, now in his twilight years, was granted the rank of General of the All-Union Army, commanding the cavalry forces, and stationed at the rear. Far away on Eden Star, Li Chongzhen received the cheers of the masses in the arena of Sunset Fortress. At first, he was happy, but he quickly realized something and asked his wife, "Wait a minute. Doesn't what my brother said mean I can't go to the front lines again?" After receiving an affirmative answer, he howled in the cockpit, "No! This isn't fair." Chapter 1026. Eden Star Riverbank. This is the territory of the Bismarck family, soon to be promoted to Viscount, and become part of the second batch of Viscounts. It covers 44,000 square kilometers. Again, Eden Star is a planet, extremely sparsely populated. The court territory stretches along both banks of a large river called the River of Grace. Because of this river, the Bismarck family is one of the few families extremely skilled in surface and underwater night warfare. Under the leadership of Patriarch Finn Bismarck, the family is composed of more than 20 Tonfa Star immigrant families, all pledging allegiance to the Bismarck family. Each family possesses 1 or 2 knights, forming a loose but flexible combat system. Today, in the main city of Riverbank, the domed city of Sands of Grace, a jet-black train arrives through the heavy alloy gates. This train belongs to the Universal Military Federation. Its blackness is merely to absorb light and heat. The temperature control system under its armor prevents the entire train from releasing heat, thus making it invisible to space optical and thermal imaging scans. Ordinary people preferred to call it the funeral train. During wartime, this train was far more likely to be used to transport funeral processions than to carry out missions for high-ranking military officials. After all, the former required a personal report, while the latter could simply send a message for urgent matters. It was only used for ceremonial awarding of medals, honors, and reprimands. Behind the gates, on the military platform, the pipes on the knight's body were broken, white steam billowed from the interface, and the family crest flag with a red background and black vertical stripes fluttered in the wind. Young Chief Angela, wearing a military cap, nervously clenched her hands behind her back. The train emerged from a cloud of scorching white steam and slowly pulled into the platform. This high-temperature steam was the disinfection system of the dome-shaped city, converting waste heat from urban insulation, humidity control, and power transmission into thermal radiation through a radiant energy system similar to that used in spaceships, and then boiling water. High-temperature saturated steam was used for disinfection in the tunnel where the train entered the station. No one would be foolish enough to use chemical disinfection in a hostile biosphere like Eden, with its highly adaptable organisms. Would you want to witness the birth of a super-resistant bacterium or organism? Conversely, alternating low and high temperatures in the tunnel, through rapid cycles, easily achieve the disinfection goal. Simply put, the organisms wouldn't have time to adapt. Of course, if such a creature were to actually exist, simultaneously resistant to both high and low temperatures, and capable of harming humans, Dong Lixiang would be overjoyed. Because such a creature is 1,000 times rarer than a super-resistant organism, the thought of using it to create a biological weapon is thrilling. The train door opened, and Li Shu, wearing a long dress and impeccably dressed, emerged first, her flat shoes gliding through the steam. The governor's presence wasn't what made Angela most nervous. What truly alarmed her was the woman behind her, a head taller than Li Shu, clad in a skirt armor, with sharp eyes. The CEO's daughter, the future company heir, Lee Brown. This was Lee Brown's first visit to the riverbank. Any mishap would mean Angela's father would skin her alive, and her entire family would bear the wrath of the company's navy. Being razed to the ground might be a blessing in disguise, being punished as a wet component, retaining only a remnant of autonomy to serve as a servitude on the Candle Dragon until death, would be the real torture. Angela immediately knelt in a half-kneeling salute, but unexpectedly, Lee Brown grabbed her arm. This young woman, barely an adult, possessed surprising strength, and her tone carried a rationality somewhat similar to Li Bin's. Our purpose is to inquire about the matter. Are the family members of Captain Chen Lubing of the Wenyao here? Yes, Angela replied immediately. I sent someone to inform them. No need. The family of a hero who died for their father has no reason to send anyone. Lead the way. Lee Brown raised his chin. Li Shu watched with her hands on her hips, saying nothing. She was happy to see Lee Brown in charge. Although the 8-year-old Lee Brown's methods were still quite clumsy, every move pre-planned, the earlier he was exposed to these things, the more advantageous it would be for her in the future. The admirable thing about interstellar humans is that they mature faster, and so is their tragedy. Compared to a long life, a carefree childhood is like morning dew, fleeting in an instant. The childhoods of children from wealthy families are even more so. Lee Brown's two younger brothers, Li Ziyu and Li Zhouhui, can still choose their own paths in life. Currently, the two little ones are happily hunting and playing with their uncle at Sunset Fortress, but this is actually because Lee Brown is shouldering the family responsibilities on their behalf. However, in Li Shu's view, this is the trouble of wealth. She didn't have a childhood back then. For poor families, it's the same throughout history. Their lives revolve around work and survival. If she could escape the days of eating rotten nutritional paste mixed with moss, and frying oil-stealing fish as an adult, she wouldn't mind not having a childhood. When she and her brother were young, they couldn't wait to grow up, so they could go work in a factory. The hovercar silently sped along the military corridor. Lee Brown, wearing a terminal, repeatedly reviewed the New Star City battle records. These were top-secret documents sent back by ISA. As someone groomed as the heir, she had to master the art of naval warfare command. Sister, why was Tang Zhuofan, who came later, awarded the rank of marshal, while Uncle Jeffrey only received the rank of general? A noticeably soft voice sounded from the side, drawing Lee Brown's attention from the documents and causing him to turn his head. Emile Brown, originally named Emile Eisen, was a half-sister, a fusion of genes from both the Eisen and Brown families. Emile had slanted, triangular eyes and flame-colored hair, the result of her Eisen family bloodline. Yet, her eyes and demeanor appeared so soft and vulnerable, evoking pity. Seeing his sister's question, Lee Brown couldn't bring himself to be angry. Emile was the only person in the company who had been brainwashed by the neuromodulation reagent team. All her memories of the Eisen family had been erased, making her the family's fourth child and only test tube baby, even though she was older than Li Ziyu and Li Zhouhui. Furthermore, she was the only child who didn't receive the family's traditional education. Her life on Eden was carefree. She didn't need tedious family upbringing or training. Everything was nurtured according to her interests, and Li Shu intentionally or unintentionally raised her to be an innocent and naive girl. Therefore, Emily truly understood nothing. She only knew that Uncle Jeffrey was closer to her and her father's right-hand man. Given her simple mind, it was normal for her to be oblivious to the intricacies behind the awarding of the rank. Lee Brown closed the terminal, stroking his sister's hair. Emily nestled her head in Lee Brown's arms, as docile as a kitten. Lee Brown remarked that his sister was more obedient than his brother. Even the feel of her was different. He explained, Tang Zhuofan was awarded the rank of marshal not only for his achievements, but also for the Fang clan he represents. Tang Zhuofan and his fleet are filled with a large number of remnants of the Fang clan suffering from genetic diseases. These individuals have demonstrated outstanding performance in boarding operations and harbor immense hatred for the out-of-control AI. Furthermore, due to past discriminatory treatment, they are indifferent to humans. Awarding Tang Zhuofan the rank of marshal is to accommodate their feelings. Besides, although the Fang clan remnants are ugly and bizarre in appearance, there are always some exceptionally talented and intelligent nobles among them, who are of great help to the Universal Alliance's diplomatic efforts. Moreover, there are quite a few Fang clan nobles scattered throughout the star system. Treating them well will also benefit our subsequent intelligence operations. In short, this is all a scheme. Do you understand? Lee Brown asked, looking into Emily's eyes. Emily nodded, seemingly understanding, then weakly said in a tone of utter regret, "But I feel that Daddy and Uncle Jeffrey have such a good relationship. Isn't it wrong to treat him like this?" Lee Brown pursed his lips, reached out his large hand, and forcefully snatched her personal terminal amidst Emily's gasp, directly calling the AI core to crack the password and begin browsing. When she saw those strange, simple titles like passionate, mischievous, and spoiled, she squinted, scrutinizing them, noticing even clearer mosquito-like characters under the titles. What about Supreme Overlord X Sun Ihao? What about Supreme Overlord X Lion of Scenaria? What about Forced Love, Rags Abio? Lee Brown slapped his night gloves against his face, leaning against the back seat of the hover car in despair. No! This isn't right. My sister can't be a fanfic enthusiast. Chapter 1027. Riverbank, Dragon's Head protrudes. This is a river bend, a low hill lying there, forcing the river to change course. The hilltop is flat, upon which stands a massive manor, gleaming under the artificial light of its dome. The hovercar stopped at the entrance of the nameless manor. A well-dressed humanoid butler, recognizing the Baron's crest and military insignia, bowed with formulaic enthusiasm before contacting the manor's owner. Angela, seeing Lee Brown's dark expression as he was surrounded by his companions, asked softly, "Young master, is there anything you need?" "Nothing," Lee Brown replied stiffly. She couldn't very well say she was annoyed by her sister's shipping, could she? And of all things to ship, why these things? Sun Ihao, the Supreme Overlord, the Lion of Scenaria. You've broken the law, you know? You violated the laws of the Overlords, Susan Technology, and the Sinar Power. And this was just what she spotted at a glance. Who knows what other powerful items Amelia had in her inventory? These things are unavailable even on the open electronic marketplaces of cyberspace. Giant corporations periodically raid them. If you make up jokes about these big shots, they won't care if it's not on their turf. But if you make jokes about every single one of them, then even a god couldn't save you. Angela misunderstood, thinking that Lee Brown thought the manor was too flashy, so she explained, "The riverbank isn't like Xinjiang City, it's more remote here. Once the fiefdom is stable, although labor is expensive, renting automated machinery is very cheap. After all, even after the fiefdom purchases equipment, it still needs to keep the engineers active. The garden pools are all made with foam ceramic metal bases, they're easily made, so the cost is actually very low. The wood on the houses is also hand-painted, fully meeting company standards. This manor was purchased as a ready-made design. The whole thing only cost a little over 800 star coins. Captain Chen Luobing can afford it. I didn't. Never mind, you're right." Lee Brown changed his mind halfway through his sentence, took a deep breath, and quickly adjusted his expression. Indeed, this expression wasn't appropriate for someone coming to inquire about condolences. It was his own fault. People arrived at the manor quickly. Chen Luobing's wife and daughter were all dressed in black. His deceased wife walked unsteadily, clearly having been mentally prepared. But they were still taken aback when they saw the people standing outside the open gate. I apologize that the AI butler is ignorant of the rules. Hiring a real butler on Eden Star is too expensive. The deceased wife bowed to Angela first. Thank you for coming, Ms. Angela. Oh, it's Governor Li Xuan and... Young master. Lee Brown stepped forward, raising both hands to hold an alloy box. On the box was a folded Universal Union flag and a Medal of Honor. I am deeply sorry, Ms. Gabu Runke, your husband Chen Luobing has been killed in action. Gabu Runke was also from the factory district. She used to be Chen Luobing's neighbor, and the two were childhood sweethearts. Chen Luobing married her before boarding the ship. Both of them came from the birthing factory and were orphans. The wedding was simple: 2 roasted mice from the same nest, a single eternal flower made of alloy, and all the formalities were completed after paying the fees and registering. She chose her surname after starting work. When she joined the factory, the foreman gave her a wrench. Her task was to operate dozens of valves. If a valve fell and couldn't be repaired immediately, she had to manually open or close it with the wrench before leaving get off work. She used to consider the job represented by the wrench as her whole life, but after Chen Luobing left, she considered her husband and family as her whole life. Now, a corner of her life had crumbled forever. Despite being somewhat prepared, when she finally heard the news of her husband's death, Jiabu's eyes were still glazed and swollen. Li Bueling read Chen Luobing's resume, praising him as a good employee, a good crew member, and a good captain. But these words merely brushed past Jiabu's ears, and then dissipated. Her mind was filled only with the image of her husband, from that first, shy figure she met at the door, to his sweat-drenched labor in the factory, to him in his sailor's uniform, carrying dried flowers bought from some planet, walking through the cheering crowd to her side. Chen Luobing's status rose higher and higher, but the time he spent at home dwindled. 2 children, each about 1.4 or 1.5 meters tall, stood beside their mother, tears streaming down their faces, yet stubbornly refusing to cry in front of everyone. Instead, they supported their mother on either side. After Lee Brown finished recounting their father's life, the older boy wiped away his tears and snot, ignoring his snot-covered face, and choked out, "Did father leave any last words?" Lee Brown opened the box. One half contained a thumb-sized urn of ashes, the other half a data tablet. The data tablet contains Captain Chen Luobing's last words. Every crew member records their last words before battle. The data tablet is plugged into a terminal, allowing them to see their loved ones' faces and voices. Furthermore, the Universal Alliance provides each person with an additional data tablet, allowing crew members to record glimpses of their lives for designated individuals to view later. While many consider this unnecessary, for those who receive the data tablet, it represents the latest trace of their loved ones/family/closest friends in this world. Upon seeing the urn, Jiabu finally broke down, collapsing to his knees. The boy respectfully accepted the suitcase and asked again, "Was my father brave in his final moments?" Lee Brown replied sorrowfully, "Very brave." Captain Chen Luobing led the suicide attack on the Wenyao at a crucial moment, using the cruiser to delay the enemy battlecruiser's attack and inspiring the other 2 carriers, successfully saving 2 capital ships and a large number of other vessels. He made an outstanding contribution to securing victory. Emily knelt down and stroked the boy's head, looking tenderly at the child who was trying to appear strong, but she couldn't help but shed tears herself. Lee Brown continued, standing, "A holographic monument will be erected on the river bank for Chen Luobing and his fallen soldiers to commemorate their bravery. Furthermore, Xinjiang City will hold a memorial service in 5 days. The technical officers and rank-and-file crew members who evacuated the Wenyao on Captain Chen Luobing's orders in the escape pods will also attend remotely. They have many things to say to you, madam." The boy asked softly, "Father, didn't he evacuate?" Lee Brown slowly shook his head. The Wenyao was crippled at the last moment, and many crew members were unable to fulfill their duties, so they were forcibly evacuated. Captain Chen Luobing organized and participated in. "He boarded," he said, claiming to be the captain and obliged to set an example. "It's because your father was a hero that he gave up the opportunity." Emily opened her arms and embraced the limp Gabu, saying, "Your husband's sacrifice wasn't just for the company, but for the salvation of humanity." "Yes," Lee Brown glanced at his sympathetic sister and said to Gabu, "He was a hero of the star system, and even more so, a hero of humanity. Please accept my condolences." After an hour's stay, Lee Brown and his men left, while Angela's representatives entered the manor to explain the company's compensation plan to Mrs. Gabu, which included star currency compensation, policy incentives, and education for her children, among other things. If you wish to remarry, or have someone marry into your family, the company supports that. However, Captain Chen Luobing's children must receive a good education. The company will arrange for them to attend the Loyal Succession Academy. If you have no other plans, you can also relocate to Xinjiang City with your children, and we will arrange for you to live in Captain Chen Luobing's former apartment. These words drifted away on the wind. Li Brown, hands in her trench coat pockets, walked down the mountain. In the distance, the winding river flowed and alien plants grew. People came and went. She gazed at the scenery. How many high-ranking officers' families on the riverbank need to be notified? Angela pursed her lips. Leave those to us. Since we're here, let me meet the pillar of my father's career. Yes. Chapter 1028. The Governor's Mansion of Xinjiang City. Alyosha stretched his spine, disengaging the neural link, and leaned back on the sofa bed. To improve work efficiency, he underwent further surgery. Now, he can utilize the spaceship's neural link technology to deeply connect with the colony's AI core, handling affairs with greater efficiency. He only exits this mode for offline interaction on exceptionally important matters. For example, diplomacy, or secret reports from senior civil servants. Alyosha calls this method political mode, and once activated, he often remains offline for several days. Before him stood the representative of Iron Forge, the deputy minister of industry trained by Vulcan. During Vulcan's absence with Li Bin, he was effectively the head of the company's industrial department. Alyosha gave this deputy minister ample respect, but he understood that this man had risen to his position purely through merit. The people the CEO truly trusts are mostly those who work closely with him. These people may lack ability, but their loyalty is unquestionable. Only during their absence can this deputy minister enjoy a little freedom. Of course, he was an exception. Thinking of this, Alyosha's smile widened. He had proven his loyalty by sacrificing himself at Hyena Mines, and had secured his position through his abilities. Compared to the man before him, Alyosha's inability to leave with the ship was simply because headquarters couldn't do without him. Minister Alyosha. Alyosha is the Minister of Administration. The new report is ready. The deputy minister handed over the report on a plastic sheet. These reports were transported directly from Iron Forge, and required physical signatures and seals to have legal effect. Alyosha read slowly, repeatedly checking the data using the AI and logistics cores. Only after confirming everything was correct did he happily sign it. It wasn't easy. The company has finally reached this point. The losses at the front were huge. Although we gained the Sunset and Hellas main battleships, repairs will take a long time, and the resulting power gap will be difficult to fill. Now, things are much better. The plastic document contained a newly released warship summary report. 6 Zonzi-class and 6 Bowhead Whale-class warships are ready. 4 of the Bowhead Whale-class warships were acquired through licensing fees paid by the Overlord, the Interstellar Empire, and the Brighton Alliance. The Overlord provided 3, the Interstellar Empire and the Brighton Alliance jointly paid for 1, and the 2 alliances will pay for another by the end of the year. In addition, the Interstellar Empire will commission 2 Bowhead Whale-class warships this year, and the Brighton Alliance will commission several. The Empire is building its space station and lacks nano-forging furnaces, resulting in low production capacity. It needs the Universal Union to export key components. Even though Bowhead Whale-class production is relatively simple, the limited production capacity is a given. The Brighton Alliance, on the other hand, relied entirely on its shipyards in the Westwind system to massively recycle ship components, even having surplus to sell some to the Interstellar Empire for the purpose of purchasing food and consumer goods at low prices. As for the Overlords fought a major battle with the Afterglow in the southern sector, losing 4 offensive-class ships, but failing to capture the Evil Melody Dreadnought. In terms of gains, they only acquired 2 Binary Vision-class ships. However, the southern sector was held, ensuring the safety of their shipping routes. Alyosha looked at the documents with great satisfaction. Currently, the shipyards still have 4 Bowhead Whale-class ships under construction. In addition, the reserves of upgrade components are also very promising. The goods obtained from opening the Stargate using the Janus device are still continuously supplying the company. As the war intensified, Universal Union finally had the opportunity to unleash its full potential. With all 3 forging furnaces operating at full capacity, the company's basic processing plants couldn't even keep up with the production capacity of the nano-forging furnaces. I heard that new factory components and entire plants will be relocated here. The deputy minister asked excitedly, clenching his fists. Yes, Alyosha offered a cigarette to the deputy minister. Thanks to the CEO's great victory on the front lines, Universal Union has not only secured its position as a giant corporation, silencing those who predicted its downfall, but also gained widespread recognition. You don't know, when we were recognized as a giant corporation, quite a few people said we were just all talk and no action. They said all sorts of things, but the loudest voices were saying that Universal Union hadn't fought a decisive battle, hadn't proven we could hold onto our wealth. Alyosha chuckled dismissively. And now? Not only has Universal Union proven itself worthy of the title, but some busybodies are even saying that the Hela series from the Afterglow and Hell Legion are worth 3 ships. Excluding the Interstellar Empire and Kelja Technology Company, Universal Union's core fleet can take on 30 capital ships, making us a second-rate giant corporation. Ha ha ha. The deputy minister laughed heartily, his expression sincere. No one wants their organization to fail. As the saying goes, the better the environment, the higher you climb. The more successful the global alliance becomes, the higher the ceiling seems to rise, and the more motivated they are to climb. Even if they can't reach the top, maintaining their current position will still bring them prestige and make them look good. The deputy minister added, not only that, but more and more people are eyeing the Zonzi class. Previously, some people said the Zonzi class was trying to impersonate a main armed merchant ship, claiming it only had one-time combat capability. Alyosha lit a cigarette. This battle was practically the best promotional video for the All-Star Alliance ships. The cost and performance of the Bowhead Whale class, the sustained firepower projection potential of the Zonzi class backed by a space station, and the applicability of the White Stone series, if I had to describe it in one word, it would be absolutely brilliant. The vice minister's eyes gleamed. Many forces have contacted the company's trade department, hoping to purchase the Zonzi class ships. Alyosha chuckled, I guess they're all large corporations. Exactly. Alyosha shook his head, giant corporations don't have this need for now, but large corporations urgently need combat power. Although the Zonzi class only has one wave of firepower on the sea lanes, it can launch multiple waves of attacks against ships smaller than capital ships. Moreover, it has carrier modules and destroyer launch modules. Once switched in advance, it's enough to handle most situations. Before, they mocked it simply because the interstellar ship market price was low and the cost-effectiveness wasn't good. Now that the cost-effectiveness has improved, they're naturally pursuing it fervently. Furthermore, if they look at the post-war period, they find that purchasing the Zonzi class is the most correct choice. Once the war ends, the Zonzi class can even save on modification costs and immediately serve as cargo ships for trade. Unfortunately, we're not stupid either. We need to produce more Zonzi class ships ourselves. As Alyosha spoke, a thought flashed through his mind, and a drawer automatically popped out from the mountain of filing cabinets behind him, a mechanical arm hanging from the top retrieving documents and placing them on the table. He pushed the document to the deputy minister, speaking earnestly. According to the CEO's instructions, he hopes that after the war, the Universal Union will possess 100 Zonzi-class ships, 50 Bowhead Whale-class ships, and components sufficient for the upgrade and modification of 20 Universal Union-class ships. Hiss! The deputy minister gasped. He swallowed hard, glanced at the document, and only breathed a sigh of relief after discovering that the figure included the number of these ships in the fleets of the Interstellar Empire and the Brighton Alliance. He didn't think the Universal Union could achieve this figure within 2 or 3 years. It was simply too outrageous. The deputy minister, cigarette dangling from his lips, pondered, this means the company's number of docks will have to double, otherwise, we won't be able to maintain the current ship repair needs while achieving this level of production capacity. Additionally, equipment production needs to be expanded by 7% to machinery. Of course, this is only a capacity adjustment for about 8 months. Hey! Don't report this to me, I'm short on time. Alyosha impatiently stubbed out his cigarette. How about this? You write the report, I approve it, and we need to be quick. Once all the factories are in place, Universal Union ships will be able to keep increasing. Chapter 1029. Nova City. This place is less a former capital of the Interstellar Empire, a fortified planet, and more accurately described as jointly managed by the Universal Union and Nova City. With the Emperor absent, Governor Juno away collecting imperial rewards, Li Bin is practically the undisputed ruler here. Anyone else would likely have coveted this place, but Li Bin only had one thought, ugh! I'm so tired. Li Bin scratched his head, looking utterly exhausted, like a typical overworked office worker. Nova City only has 2 beta cores, one controlling the planetary shield on the surface, and the other at the space station. This is to prevent the alpha core from being modified and used for evil if breached. But the cost is inefficient management. Even with remote support from the Empire's gods, it's not as comfortable as having an alpha core station locally. Putting everything else aside, Just the antivirus capabilities for the 8 Demon cores, for Alpha cores, 10 Beta cores, and 19 Gamma cores salvaged in this battle are beyond the space station's AI cores capabilities. Celia strolled through the anime-style Shinjuku shopping district constructed from Lee Bin's memories, eating cyber potato chips, dressed as Yoin Shiro from the Hatsune Miku family, her red eyes flashing as she moved through the strangely crammed Shinjuku with Akihabara, Sensoji Temple, Fuyuki Bridge, and other similar locations. She munched on her chips, saying, "I can certainly kill viruses, but these cores, whether poisoned or tortured, can't be dealt with simply by washing them." She then gestured with a severing motion, adding, "Big brother, you know me. I'm ruthless and have no mercy. When I strike, they're all dead, dead." Lee Bin was speechless. "Your knowledge is all mixed up, buddy." So, he had no choice but to ask Hao Hui to come out of retirement. When Lee Bin saw Hao Hui again, he almost didn't recognize him. Hao Hui was unshaven, his hair thinning, his eyes bloodshot, and his eye bags looked like they were covered in gray eyeshadow. Despite his well-proportioned physique, Lee Bin could see a hint of emaciated frailty in him. "Damn, have you been getting glued up every day since we broke up, or haven't slept a wink? You look so disheveled," Lee Bin asked in surprise, leading Hao Hui into his office. Hao Hui didn't dare sit on the sofa. "Just give me a hard chair. I'm afraid I fall asleep if I sit too comfortably and mess things up. Don't give me the injections. My body can't take it right now." "What's wrong?" Lee Bin asked someone to bring a chair, his brow furrowed. "Saint Ludwig talks to me in my dreams every day about the future of the star system, about reconstruction, about expansion, about eliminating the Ironheart extinction and the nanovirus swarm, about how the future has completely changed, how the prophecies have become distorted. I'm filled with anxiety every time I open my eyes, and I overwork my brain when I close them." Hao Hui's tone was ethereal, giving Lee Bin a sense of otherworldly grace, as if he were about to ascend to immortality. In his previous life, seeing someone with an ethereal aura usually meant that person was nearing death. Lee Bin kowtowed. "So tense? Should I lead troops to join forces with Gu Zhongyu to wipe out the nanovirus swarm?" "It's too late," Hao Hui murmured. Lee Bin was stunned. "No, how is it too late? The Cactus Galaxy is perfectly fine. Old Gu did a great job, repelling the nanoplague riots several times against the Hell Legion." "I wasn't talking about the nanoplague in the Cactus Galaxy." Hao Hui slowly shook his head. "Saint Lud just confided in me a while ago, saying that the nanoplague had been continuously crossing from the physical universe and spreading to other galaxies in the form of nanoclusters even when it was out of control. Humans haven't used this inefficient mode of transportation for tens of thousands of years, so we were unprepared and had no way to defend against it." Lee Bin felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, establishing a complete military defense system for a star system is a pipe dream. Take the solar system as an example. Its diameter is 2 light-years. How can you build a defense? A defensive belt around the solar system? Even if you painstakingly build one around the edge of the solar system along the ecliptic, what about other angles? Space isn't a flat plane. How much production capacity would that require? And this is just for one star system. Who knows where the nanocluster spreading the nanovirus will target? They can hop between nearby star systems like islands. Not to mention, even if the entire Perseus region were defended according to this standard, if you pulled out the reanimation jutsu of the human realm, the Human Realm Council would spit in your face and suggest you see a doctor. With so many resources, I just build a fleet, infect the nanoclusters when they arrive, and kill them. Don't treat the nanovirus swarm as a major enemy. That's your Perseid way of playing. You should treat it like a cold virus. Use your fleet, like white blood cells, to kill it when it comes. To lose to a nanovirus regime even with a fleet is like someone who has cold medicine, but still gets killed by the cold itself. Their body is so fragile it's unsustainable. We usually call such people ICU patients. That's probably what the leader of man would say, right? Good Life blinked. Based on the timeline, the earliest batch should arrive in the next few years. That's the truth behind the nanovirus swarm uprising. The uprising in the Cactus Galaxy is just an attempt at internal and external cooperation. Good Life continued. Because of the randomness of this kind of accident, Saint Lud doesn't know the exact landing point either. He can only continuously deduce the simulation engine and simulate the results. Lee Bin took a deep breath and tentatively asked, "Then how about I release Saint Ludwig now, and let her save the day?" If Saint Ludwig reappears, the opening of the Stargate will inevitably be known, and the Universal Alliance is already unable to bear the consequences. Hao Hui looked at Lee Bin seriously. Furthermore, the simulation engine's assessment also shows that humanity, united and cooperating with the coexistence faction, is fully capable of resolving the situation. From both a public and private perspective, I don't think this is a good plan. Can't we ask the human coexistence faction to contribute their forces? Are you kidding me? Do you think suppressing the Ironheart Annihilator is a simple matter? Almost the entire coexistence faction had to be deployed to suppress it. That's true. The saying goes, if you have twice the strength, fight; if you have 5, attack; if you have 10, surround. The human coexistence faction was able to surround the Ironheart Annihilator only because they fully utilized the hyperspace storm terrain. Based on the actual military strength of both sides, a siege is simply not feasible. Halho explained, the truth is, the coexistence faction has been keeping their large fleets pressed near the 2-star systems of the Ironheart Extinctionists, which possess motherships, constantly forcing the Ironheart Extinctionists to amass a large force for a stalemate. Otherwise, how could the coexistence faction, with a force ratio barely exceeding 2-to-1, possibly hold the enemy in check? Humans are truly pathetic. Halho exclaimed. Don't forget you're human too, Li Bin coldly reminded him. Halho weakly clapped his hands. I'm pathetic too. Okay, buddy, you're invincible. Chapter 1030. Li Bin was exasperated. When would be the best time to release Saint Lud? Give me a definite answer. I need to prepare early, otherwise, with Saint Lud dropping information bombs every now and then, I really can't handle it. When you're preparing to reclaim the starfield, Saint Lud will appear, declaring electronic warfare overwhelming the entire starfield. All secret communications will crumble before Saint Lud's power, serving as leverage to complement our military advantage. Okay, buddy, I have a favor to ask. I want to purify the demon core and the Ironheart Annihilator. Can Saint Lud help with that? You should have said so earlier. Halho exclaimed, clearly a bit dazed from lack of rest. That's not difficult. The demon core is beyond saving. It can only be completely cleansed. Just follow the giant corporation's cleansing process. Just remember to disconnect from the internet. As for the Ironheart Annihilator core, send it to Prism Freeport. Miss N has the purification program. While the A core was being purified, Halho stayed with Li Bin. He had already applied to the Pope to resign from his post and temporarily follow Li Bin. Li Bin had asked, aren't you the one in the Luddite Church who's best able to communicate with Saint Lud? Isn't it inappropriate for the Pope to release you? Halho replied, your stargates open frequently. Each time it opens, Saint Lud's influence on the physical universe increases. During this time, others who could only hear snippets of Saint Lud's words can hear even more. The Pope has already promoted it as a blessing from Saint Lud. Anyway, the Pope isn't religious. As long as there's something to say to fool his subordinates, why bother with anything else? Successive popes have known the true meaning of the Luddite Church's so-called Saint Lud. Judging from the spectrum of attitudes towards AI, the Luddite Church was originally nothing more than a group of brainwashing experts driven to the brink of madness by the Great Collapse, using the Luddite sect as a front to drastically block technology and relics, an extreme conservative faction. Of course, above this is the Left Path cult, which truly believes in AI. In contrast, the former Tachyon technology was an extreme liberal AI faction. After the combined invasion of the Afterglow and Hell Legion was defeated by Li Bin, Nova City enjoyed a brief period of peace. Because the Hell Legion's fleet suffered a major breach, Inoue Yoshiko of Demon Aerospace enthusiastically launched a counteroffensive, dispatching the Demon Aerospace fleet into hyperspace to begin blocking the Hell Legion's eastward infiltration. In her report to headquarters, Inoue Yoshiko excitedly stated that this was the first time, since the start of the war, that the region had been completely blocked from the out-of-control AI's infiltration into the east. If the out-of-control AI is willing to take huge risks and continuously traverse the hyperspace storm, that's a different story. Otherwise, once these scum appear near the hyperspace reflections and shipping lanes of the Taylor and Eastlaw systems, our patrols will immediately detect them and call in the fleet to attack. Along with the report came confirmed reports of the sinking of 3 Hela High Platform class and 1 Hela Ruler class ships. These were undoubtedly infiltration probes by the Hell Legion. Due to Inoue Yoshiko's tight defenses, the Hell Legion quickly abandoned its infiltration activities towards the east. During this period, demonic aeronautics received unexpected reinforcements. The Sinar Expeditionary Fleet arrived in the Eastlaw system and completed its resupply point relocation. Perhaps it was the goodwill accumulated from being nearly wiped out by the out-of-control AI and then unexpectedly saved by demonic aeronautics. Or perhaps it was the great victory achieved by the new Persis Alliance, which was only an alliance to outsiders, led by Li Bin, that spurred Lionheart. In any case, after reorganization and replenishment, the fleet dispatched by the Sindar Expeditionary Fleet was renamed the Lionheart Expeditionary Fleet and finally deployed to the front lines. Inoue Yoshiko welcomed this and assigned some patrol and support missions in the defense zone to the Lionheart Expeditionary Fleet, allowing both sides' ships and crews to get adequate rest through cooperation. Upon learning this news, Isa, ever the Overlord, reverted to her usual disdain for Sindar's power, half sarcastically and half guessingly remarking, "Rumors are flying everywhere. I think that no matter how much the Lion King wants to show off, he can't shake his petty nature." Li Bin, who was on the underground train of the New Star City planet, inspecting local production capacity and appearing to boost morale, picked up a pen from his upturned lips and asked, "What do you say?" "They just think the Hell Legion was attacked and will definitely go back to lick their wounds, making it a safe opportunity to show off." Accurate. Li Bin felt this explanation was closer to the truth. That's why they say the one who understands you best is your enemy. He instantly grasped the psychology of someone who was senile but not yet completely shrewd, still retaining a stubborn old man's pride. Li Bin and Isa were joking about Sindar's power when there was a knock on the carriage door. After Li Bin responded, Qian Tao, without waiting for the veteran to act, pulled open the door and rushed in. His eyes were somewhat panicked, and his forehead was covered in sweat. If they were on a spaceship, a string of water droplets would surely float around him. "Latest intelligence, Captain, the Draco Corporation is going bankrupt." "Huh?" Li Bin and Isa were both stunned, their faces showing expressions that said, "Do you even want to hear what nonsense you're spouting?" The Draco Corporation was a giant corporation, a third-rate giant corporation, possessing at least 15 AI cores, including at least 3 alpha cores, and a damaged nanoforge. Although it had been punished, it was still a large power with over a dozen capital ships and tens of millions of people. Calling it third-rate is a comparison with other giant corporations. Even if a celestial army couldn't defeat the Monkey King, could it really not beat a village idiot? You'd be more likely to say the Draco Group is dead than that it's going bankrupt. "What are you doing with Qian Tao?" Isha grabbed Li Bin's hand, frowning and scolding him first. "Has this news been verified?" Li Bin immediately understood. He knew Isha was speaking up for him. Qian Tao had been with Li Bin for so many years. He was one of the few who lacked fleet command talent, but excelled at support, which was why Li Bin hadn't let him command a ship independently. Logically, Qian Tao wouldn't make such an obvious mistake, but the news was too shocking, leaving him no choice but to be suspicious. But while Li Bin had his suspicions, speaking them aloud and making a mistake would be a slap in the face. Therefore, Isha's intervention was the best course of action. Qian Tao wiped his sweat-drenched face. The news was personally confirmed by Cheng Beiyang from the intelligence department. Didn't he infiltrate the Draco Group before? One of his lovers is the youngest daughter of the 13th Draco progenitor. That youngest daughter told him herself that the Draco Group is on the verge of bankruptcy, and very few people know this news. Damn! Duan Chunchun is awesome. Li Bin and Isa slammed their fists on the table, grabbed the terminal, and started looking. Li Bin quickly skimmed through the document, tossed it to Lan Yuan, and closed his eyes to try and recall. By now, he didn't even bother faking his special ability anymore. Isa and the company's shareholders were all oblivious. No wonder, while his photographic memory was indeed impressive, it was still child's play compared to the fleet of the Universal Alliance and Li Bin's connections. One had his eyes closed, the other open. Li Bin, with his eyes closed, frowned more and more as he recalled, while Isa, with her eyes open, stared wide-eyed. Chapter 1031. The information in the document was fragmented, a transcript of a speech-to-text recording said by Cheng Beiyang, transcribed without any processing to prevent distortion. In addition, there was a large amount of market data collected by intelligence agencies and intelligence obtained by diplomatic departments, corroborating each other. After a dozen minutes, the two determined the ins and outs of the matter. In short, the Draco Group's fleet strength had declined after the previous punitive attack led by the demonic aviation. The out-of-control AI organization launched a simultaneous offensive, taking advantage of Draco's desperation and weakness, and secretly infiltrated the Draco Group with the Skies-class battleship Wildcat, a ship previously renowned on the northern front, controlled by a demonic core corrupted from the Imperial God Vulcan. Perhaps because the Wildcat was corrupted from the Imperial Gods, it resorted to methods outside of warfare. She led her team into the Prester John system, the black hole galaxy where the Draco Corporation was located, using orbital bombardment to breach the space station and establish a landing site. Following this, a large number of Draco's slave labor marines landed, dismantling the Draco's blood banks across the country, freeing the humans imprisoned there as blood packs, and leaving behind a large number of heavily armed prisoners. Then, relying on these prisoners, and uniting with local human servants enslaved by vampires, she launched a freedom war, completely igniting the war between humans and vampires in the region. Meanwhile, the space fleet calmly withdrew. In short, this offensive was completely unexpected, the Draco Corporation was utterly unprepared, and the successful landing triggered massive chaos. Although the Draco Corporation immediately declared martial law and imposed a tight information blockade, claiming only that they had repelled the out-of-control AI fleet and defended human freedom, describing the chaos as merely a ground-based guerrilla force of slave laborers, they suppressed the rebellion using near-superhuman combat abilities granted by genetic mutations and maintained information overlay through the AI core. This left Li Bin and other megacorporations unclear about the true extent of the situation. However, the information revealed by the progenitor's youngest daughter reveals that this is far from a minor rebellion, it is clearly a full-blown internal conflict. Slaves, subjected to triple exploitation, mental, physical, and regular blood donations, have collectively revolted, using slums, sewers, and abandoned slave tunnels to scavenge for humans and launch various acts of sabotage. Commanded by Legion special agents, this war, fueled by public anger, escalated out of control within a month or two. Some might ask, Demon Aeronautics also enslaves humans in its breeding factories, so why is the Draco Corporation's rebellion so severe? The answer is obvious. Because the slaves of the demonic Ariels are essentially the same as purebloods, and their so-called upward mobility is actually quite high, enough to allow many outstanding slaves to gain honorary status and join the exploitative class. Moreover, purebloods forbid slaves from participating in glorious battles. In fact, these purebloods will actively protect their slaves. Furthermore, purebloods don't drink blood. From the perspective of those enslaved by the Draco group, the actions of these vampires are no different from cannibalism. The Legion agents possess the espionage technology of the Nightwatch, and the hacking capabilities of the former Thrasher's intelligence department. The clash of these two forces is like dry tinder igniting a raging fire. Lacking slave labor, factories largely shut down, with slaves even turning against their kin and cooperating with rebels to seize factories and produce supplies for them before they could be reclaimed. According to the youngest daughter, the Draco Corporation was comprised of millions of vampires ruling over tens of millions of humans born in its breeding factories. As humans gradually gained stable access to heavy weapons and power armor, the formidable combat power gained through genetic modification was gradually neutralized due to the vast disparity in numbers. Furthermore, with the destruction of the brainwashing facilities, many humans who escaped Draco and recovered from the drugs gradually came to their senses. Only the Universal Union possessed the neuromodulation reagent kit. The Draco Corporation, established primarily by vampires, harbored significant hidden dangers from its inception due to the unique physiological needs of its artificial race, and the natural hierarchy of contempt arising from its superior abilities. The arrival of the Hell Legion was merely a trigger, and Draco was indeed on the verge of bankruptcy. The Draco Corporation was a force artificially created through genetic modification, resulting in a division between vampires and slaves. This natural parasitic relationship was the reason the Hell Legion chose to attack. ISA slammed down the documents, angrily saying, "So, when we're locked in a fierce battle, that's precisely when the Hell Legion stronghold is at its weakest. If the Human Alliance could move in, this would be a golden opportunity to destroy the Hell Legion." Li Bin rubbed his temples. The Hell Legion's organizational structure dictates that agents never return, making it a black hole in their intelligence network. Missing the opportunity is quite normal. Because of their characteristics, out-of-control AIs are bound to be more united than humans. It's normal that they act faster. Li Bin remotely invoked Celia's name, contacting the AI core of Eden Star to rapidly analyze intelligence. In the current Nova City, Li Bin's power was almost limitless. He could freely access the Interstellar Empire's network, allowing Celia to roam freely within it. 2 hours later, Li Bin wearily disconnected, resting his head on ISA's arm, and whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, the out-of-control AI originally planned a three-pronged invasion. A northern attack to eliminate Nova City, a large-scale feint attack in the southeast to divert the hegemon's attention, and a southwestern attack to plunge the Draco group into internal strife. Once Nova City falls, we move north to deal with the weak Kelja Technology Company. Simultaneously, while Nova City's fall draws everyone's attention to the west, we take advantage of the chaos in the southwest to destroy the Draco group, while simultaneously seizing resources from 2 star systems. Look at the star map." After Li Bin finished speaking, Qian Tao quickly activated the carriage terminal and displayed the core star region star map. If humanity doesn't act immediately, communication between Risk Mining and the core star sector will be severed due to the fall of the Draco group. The next target of the out-of-control AI will likely be risk mining. These guys always target those who are weak for some reason. Now that we won the Battle of Nova City, the out-of-control AI will undoubtedly increase its investment in the Southwest. Isha also worried. Our influence in the southwest of the star system is limited. Can we persuade the Lud Church to intervene? They can, but what reason can the Lud Church give to rescue a group of genetically modified beings, whose entire existence has been condemned as a monstrous product of malevolent technology? Li Bin countered. Isha was speechless. The extreme conservatives of the past chose to don the cloak of religion, enjoying its conveniences, but later generations will be confined by this cloak, unable to fully utilize their abilities. So what your little sweetheart is saying to Chung Beiyang now is essentially a way of venting her melancholy. Yes, but we can use that as leverage. Li Bin, overworked, nodded slightly. Isa stroked Li Bin's head, pondering, what could the Draco group possibly want? A fleet? That's too big a target. Holy crap. Isa's hand tightened involuntarily, trembling as she gripped Li Bin's hair. Amid Li Bin's cries of ouch. 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 Isa cursed Nanoforge. Duan Junchun. Keep your act together. For a moment, Isa even called out the nickname Li Bin had given her. Chapter 1032. Goni Torter jogged through the streets of the city of the Dark Prism. To provide a habitat for vampires, the Draco Corporation cities were either built in the mountains or used massive sunshades to block sunlight. Although the star system had no stars, that's how it was described in the factional planetary texts. It's simply an extreme aversion to light. Furthermore, the Draco Corporation star system had abnormally high light levels and intense solar radiation, so even when humans seized control of the city, they dared not arbitrarily change the pylon materials, allowing the sunlight to pour down unchecked. And because the Draco Corporation owned two planets, one an ice volcanic planet, the other a barren planet without an atmosphere, destroying the pylons was a taboo for both sides. What everyone wanted was domination, not self-destruction. Although the war showed signs of spiraling out of control, the 13 clans would not directly use their licensing authority to destroy their ancestral territories until the situation was completely irreversible. The city Goni Torter was traversing was one of the many cities ruled by the Torter clan, one of the 13 clans. The city had a small population, only a few thousand vampires and hundreds of thousands of slaves, each of whom had once been a blood slave of the Torter family. Darling, where are we going? There's fighting everywhere in the city now. You have to be careful. Cornelius gazed longingly at Chung Beiyang, who was holding his hand and running quickly through the ruins, blood, and gunpowder-stained city, finding it incredibly romantic. The Torter family was renowned for their unwavering pursuit of beauty. They possessed the richest emotions and artistic taste, and thus, this city had once housed so many works by renowned masters. Many of these works were penned by masters of speetronics. During the collapse of the Starlight Society and the change of ownership of speetronics, the Toreador clan spent a fortune acquiring numerous rare and out-of-print technological artifacts. Although Li Bin's relationship with the Draco Group was superficial, the Global Union's Foreign Trade Department maintained a good friendship with the Toreador clan of the Draco Group. Otherwise, who would buy all those antiques unearthed from the massive ruins, and the flashy but impractical sculptures and artworks obtained from the looting of the Starlight Society and Speetronics? It was precisely through this connection that Chung Beiyang was able to successfully infiltrate the organization. Hearing Cornelius's words, Chung Beiyang didn't turn around, but instead observed his surroundings, squeezing out a barely audible voice through clenched teeth. Just follow me. This voice, even if heard by a human right next to him, would be impossible to hear, but Cornelius nodded deeply, her long hair flying wildly in the overloaded city ventilation system. Her exquisitely crafted genetic expression made her deep affection whirlwind, attracting every man. Contrary to her beautiful but fragile appearance, Cornelia Tordu is completely unaffected by the bloodshed of the battlefield. Because she is a vampire conditioned using biological relics from the human realm, and a direct descendant of the clan's progenitor, she is stronger than most vampires. Faster, stronger, and even possessing self-healing abilities, night vision, infrared sensing, and heightened hearing and sense of smell. Moreover, the battlefield blood she drinks, which is nauseating to ordinary people, is nothing more than scattered plates of food with different flavors to her. Would you feel nauseous seeing fresh lobster, abalone, steamed buns, rice noodles, soy milk, and fried dough sticks scattered on the ground? No, you just mutter what a waste, while your appetite surges. And speaking of art, who says perfection is art? Cornelius's education allowed her to appreciate the complex beauty of imperfection, the romantic beauty of ruins, the rugged beauty, and the fragility of life, all found on the battlefield. It reminded her of a cocktail of blood. 3 parts A blood, 1.5 parts B blood, 6 parts O blood, and half a part Rha negative AB blood mixed with anticoagulant poison and alcohol. Plus, traversing the flames of war with her lover, walking the ambiguous line between life and death, even she, the observer, became a creator and connoisseur of beauty. Ah, I can't take it. Cornelia squeezed her legs together, covering her mouth with her left hand to hide her protruding fangs. They say the highest passion always spills over into appetite. Embracing her lover, she wanted to chew him up. Cornelius trembled, her hair standing on end with excitement. She thought of their first encounter. A rainy night, an overpass, the Nibelungen casino. A down-on-his-luck merchant gambled his entire fortune on a thongless, blood-sucking kiss. Bold, thrilling, a betrayal of order, unforgettable. The man won, but became her blood slave, while she herself stepped step by step into the trap of love, transforming from master and servant into lovers. Even this man had told her from the beginning that he had come to conquer her, to bring her into his family. She, Cornelia Torrido, was the youngest daughter of the Torrido clan's progenitor. A noble pure-blood vampire. How arrogant Chung Bei-yong was. How rebellious, and how exciting was the future he envisioned. Although she knew she would never agree to Chung Bei-yong's proposal, watching him desperately attempt to overturn the world was quite intriguing. Lost in thought, Chung Bei-yong led her into an intact building. She snapped back to reality, noticing the wary, prosthetic-armed veteran's complex yet respectful gaze, and the recently prominent logo. The Universal Union Office. The entire building had undergone emergency armed renovations. Located on the city's second ring road, the Universal Union Office stood adjacent to the offices of giant corporations like Overlord and Speed Tech. During the Draco Civil War, these smaller offices united, taking control of the surrounding neighborhoods and expelling all Draco and Rebel forces. Whether they were vampire Draco members or rebels guided by Legion agents, they were all objects of suspicion. Within Draco Corporation territory, even the Sindar Powers office could cooperate with the Overlord's office, because the two factions were essentially enemies. Goni Tordor sat in her clean office, a glass of chilled blood bank plasma in her hand. She looked around, critically examining the decor. Unlike the Draco Corporation's overall preference for a dark, gray-tone Gothic style, Universal Union's interior design favored gold, purple, and white. The design philosophy adhered to a pragmatic approach. As long as it doesn't look ugly, it's acceptable. While it contained some clever touches, to Cornelius Tordu, it was something she could see through at a glance. Utterly unremarkable. She thought, my love, what are you doing here? Are you trying to sell me to Universal Union for profit? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Perhaps the pain of betrayal was the tragic beauty of love's despair, a feeling she had never experienced before. Her thoughts tormented her between anguish and excitement at the artistic presentation. She wasn't worried about her situation at all. As the daughter of the progenitor, she possessed immense power, enough to destroy even heavy tanks. If she wanted, she could easily escape through the artificial sunlight and electric grid. This was the power of the human realm's deep genetic modification relics. However, if she left now, the art wouldn't be perfect. As she pondered, the door opened, and Chung Bei-yong strolled in calmly. Goni Torrido looked at her lover, her twisted, morbid emotions freezing along with her exquisitely beautiful face. Why are you wearing Universe Union's clothes? Chung Bei-yong brushed imaginary dust from his chest. What, don't you suspect I'm going to sell you? She saw through him. Chapter 1033. But Cornelia Tordu disregarded all that. She stood up, her eyes glowing red, fangs bared, her aura surging, growing stronger, stronger, stronger. Stop talking nonsense. You know I'm asking why your uniform has such a high rank. This is Universal Union, not some trash company. I'm not worth that much. Chung Bei-yong's back was sweating. He was certain that the pheromones of fear mixed with the sweat squeezing from his pores had been detected by her. He still feigned composure, as he strolled over to Cornelius, tracing the near-perfect jawline of Cornelius Tordu with his index finger. Standing on tiptoe, he teased the beauty, half a head taller than him, in her ear, because I lied to you. I shouldn't say what I'm about to say, but I love you so much, darling, I must confess. As Chung Bei-yong activated the signal jammer, his voice, accompanied by a warm rush of breath from his nose, reached Cornelius Torrido's ear as her pupils constricted. My true identity is the Deputy Director of the Global Joint Intelligence Department, not an agent, not a spy, just the Deputy Director. I originally came for love, pursuing you during my vacation, but fate is fickle. The harsh environment of the Draco Corporation forced me to take action. This is my identification code, this is my proof of assets, this is my... It has been said since ancient times that the highest form of flirting is sincerity. Chung Beiyang naturally knew that no matter how eloquent or flowery his words, he couldn't completely convince someone with doubts. But who can blame her when Goni Torter is no ordinary person? As a noble genetically modified vampire, and the daughter of the progenitor, the purity of her bloodline, and the power of her abilities are enough for her to grasp Chung Beiyang's truest emotions at this moment through the pheromones secreted by his sebaceous glands. Most animals possess this ability. Lions, tigers, wolves, dogs, and even ancient dinosaurs would mark their territory with urine and leave their scent by rubbing against tree trunks and rocks. Other animals would then use these scents to determine the physical condition, emotional state, and even whether the animal was in heat, thus deciding whether to initiate courtship. When a male dog goes out in spring, sniffing at telephone poles and flower beds, and then spitting out saliva is a sign of excitement after smelling the female dog it longs for. But even among humans, only the scent of pheromones can be detected. Although humans have gradually lost these abilities during evolution, and have lost most of their ability to recognize these scents, vampires are genetically modified humans who have regained and significantly enhanced this ability through genetic modification. Therefore, Cornelius Tordu easily combined Chung Beiyang's micro-expressions, movements, scent, and the degree of tremor in his voice to conclude that Chung Beiyang was almost entirely telling the truth. She tilted her head in disbelief, her expression serious, but her heart was in turmoil. The world has truly turned upside down. The relationship between the progenitor's youngest daughter and the blood slave has transformed her into one of the hundreds of progenitors' offspring from the 13 clans, placing her within the absolute upper echelons of the Universal Alliance. In that instant, she felt the reins suddenly around her neck. Art reached its peak at this moment, and the love drama underwent a stunning reversal. This sudden loss of control over the plot. This unpredictable cruelty of fate. This stark contrast in identities. That damn man, he's so sweet. She was lost in the drama she was playing, her eyes glazed over. Meanwhile, Chung Beiyang, who had already used the Universal Alliance's intelligence capabilities to understand her psychology, seized the opportunity to pounce on her and pin her down on the sofa. At this moment, the shift in psychological and artistic perspectives finds material support in the real world. Within and without, mind and matter unite, powerful and forceful. Agent A, clutching a plastic document, could melt the entire document into liquid within a second or two with a mere squeeze, a subtle chemical reaction that would render even the most skilled restorer helpless. Wearing his power armor, he bit his lip. Ever since Cornelius Torter entered, everyone in the Universal Union had donned power armor. Not for self-defense, but to prevent this high-ranking vampire from hearing their voices. Do you think the Deputy Minister can handle this? This is a big job. Hard to say. Agent B was skeptical. They had been waiting for hours. The occasional artillery fire from outside the safe zone, blocked by layers of buildings, sounded desolate and distant when it reached them. It was as if death and war were kept out, creating a world of its own. The door opened silently, and the scent of passion sneaked out, captured by the power suit helmet's analyzer, which began to analyze the odor components. Enough, I don't want to see this. Agent A frowned, filtering out the components. Only after confirming there was no blood, organs, or other dangerous substances did he breathe a sigh of relief and call out to the Marines. Then, the bombs in several nearby rooms were deactivated. Amidst rustling and playful laughter, Chung Beiyang emerged, looking tired but satisfied, leading Cornelia Torredu by the hand. To Agents A and B's near-dropping astonishment, the previously composed, elegant, and dangerous Cornelia Torredu now displayed the demeanor of a little girl, leaning against the shorter Chung Beiyang, acting coy and timid. This is Cornelius Torter, Chung Beiyang introduced to the two agents. My beloved, after my tireless persuasion, has decided to abandon the darkness and embrace the light, leaving behind the bleak future of Draco and joining the benevolent Universal Alliance. That was indeed quite tireless. Glancing at the vast list of names that had been censored, the agents were utterly speechless. Chung Beiyang opened the document in front of the agents and handed it to Cornelia Tordu, twisting her hair with his fingers. This is the company's plan. Take a look. I personally train you next. Company support will arrive in 10 days, and we begin operations. Then, I help present the nano-forging furnace to the CO. How will you reward me? Chung Beiyang gently bit Cornelia's nose, smiling indulgently. Whatever you want. How about I bring your sisters, and we mix you a blood wine? Leave the task of persuading them to me. I guarantee you be satisfied. That's it? The two were whispering sweet nothings to each other. The agents couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing Cornelia Tordu sign the document without even looking at it, the agents took the document and immediately fled this powerful field of romantic attraction. Disgusting. In the New Star City, the honorary Army Marshal of the Universal Union, the Chief Sergeant Elder, silently clutched the classified report. No! He scanned the documents repeatedly with his prosthetic eye. Is Chung Bayong's ditch made of gold or silver? He actually managed to sell a nano-forging furnace. This is love. Mikhail raised an eyebrow. His tiger shark was badly damaged and under repair. He was now the captain of the Bowhead Whale class, leading a large number of Marines to be deployed immediately. I love you, you motherfucker. The old one-eyed man grinned, looking at the other man. Commander Tang, what do you think? Tang Juefan looked somewhat excited. I don't care. As long as I can kill those stupid vampires from Draco, I do anything. The vampires of the Draco group have always regarded the Fong clan as trash. Under the guidance of the theory of blood supremacy, the two sides are sworn enemies. Since the Draco group can no longer help in retaliating against the Hell Legion, and might even become nourishment for the Hell Legion, Tang Juefan didn't mind taking a chance. In fact, if Li Bin hadn't been holding him back, Tang Juefan would have preferred to directly bombard Draco with orbital bombardment, turning it into ashes. However, the ugly-looking members of the Fong clan are indeed among the few who can hold their own against powerful vampires without relying on weapons, so they must be mobilized. Chapter 1034. On October 2nd, Star Calendar 219, the All-Union Special Task Force, possessing inside intelligence, silently entered from a remote jump point in the Prester John system. Through prior arrangements, the Torter clan had replaced the patrols at the jump point with their own people several days in advance. With the help of the Torter progenitor, Old One-Eyed endured the unfriendly, critical gazes, and after 8 days of trekking through nebulous matter, arrived at God's Valley Star on October 10th, Star Calendar 219, disguised as a Torter clan smuggling fleet. The Draco group only controlled the Prester John system, containing its headquarters on Han Vijay Star, and its military and industrial center on God's Valley Star. For the Draco group, located in a peripheral star sector, one step south would lead to the Lost Star sector. They were not powerful enough to send raiding fleets to obtain food, high-quality blood slaves, and to target the Fong clan, protecting forces outside the system. Yes, blood slaves are also graded. Undoubtedly, newborns from breeding factories all taste pretty much the same, like pre-cooked food. However, the blood of the middle class and wealthy from various factions, nurtured through various forms of care, lifestyle, and consumption, develops a richer flavor. The Draco people call it flavor. Tang Juefan scratched his head, looking at the information shared by the Torter clan. I don't understand. If that's the case, why not cultivate these, flavors? The reason is simple, the old one-eyed man said, puffing on his cigar. It's much cheaper to steal people with flavor than to cultivate them. Blood lipids, blood sugar, acidity, salinity, and people who eat different foods over a long period of time, through natural sedimentation, will have different flavors. A person has less than 6 liters of blood in their entire body. If you capture them, and confine them in a cultivation chamber, the flavor of their blood will gradually diminish due to lack of enjoyment. Draco will categorize it according to the degree of decay. But even until the flavor completely disappears, only 20 liters of flavorful blood can be extracted. But the star coins needed to cultivate these 20 liters of quality flavorful blood might be worth tens of thousands. Wow! Tang Juefan explained in amazement. Even he, in the projection, was bewildered. Meanwhile, the grotesque figures around him curiously asked, what does the blood of the Fong clan taste like? It was like a pig asking how much a pound of meat costs, a kind of clear-eyed stupidity. Before the old one-eyed man could answer, he was met with a vicious elbow strike to the heart by Tang Juefan, sending him flying. Tang Juefan, without turning his head, berated the boy writhing and howling on the bulkhead. Stop pretending. You have 3 hearts. Then the chimera, seemingly possessing characteristics of both a sheep and a lion, and a human, calmly stood up and sullenly returned to its seat. As the two chatted, the fleet, tattooed with the Torter clan standard markings, docked at the port of the God's Favor Valley Space Station. Several patrols encountered a Bowhead Whale class and an offensive class, disguised, leading a fleet clearly not products of Draco technology, and all wanted to approach and question them. However, each was sternly driven away by the eldest son of the Torter clan, personally led by him. The old one-eyed man watched this pale-faced, almost androgynous, white-haired eldest son, using complex and sarcastic language to insult the other clan patrols. He vaguely sensed that the class differences within the Draco group were even greater than those within the demonic naval systems. The direct descendants of the progenitors are the most powerful below the 13 progenitors. There's no logic to it, just pure bloodline suppression. It's somewhat similar to the dominance that the template humans have over their bloodlines. Could this be a misguided branch of human template technology? Old One-Eye frowned. The theft plan was simple. All humans in the Universal Union would don power armor, disguising themselves as mercenaries. The Fong clan, due to their diverse and unusual appearances, lack matching power armor. Besides, even if they did, they would be easily identifiable. They were all stationed on the space station, awaiting orders to deploy immediately. Old One-Eye, leading his elite troops, followed behind the eldest son of the Tortor clan. May I ask your name? Sodom Tortor, the eldest son replied proudly. Old One-Eye. Sodom glanced sideways, scanning the area to make sure the passageway he was on belonged exclusively to the Tortor clan, and no one could penetrate the bulkheads and power armor to eavesdrop. He then spoke softly. So it's the Chief Master Officer of the Universal Alliance. My apologies. The Draco Corporation's space station was unusually simple in its decor. More accurately, all public areas under Draco control felt extremely oppressive, grayish-white, suffocating, clean and sterile, yet every step made the floorboards creak, and there was absolutely no reflection. Perhaps they felt that places frequented by blood slaves didn't deserve such comforts. Illuminated only by the dim red light from LED strips, there weren't even observation windows. Old One-Eye even had to switch to night vision mode. I see your power armor isn't activated, Old One-Eye said casually. Sodom grew even more arrogant. All vampires possess extraordinary physical abilities, especially those chosen as soldiers. Our self-powered armor is faster and stronger than electric power. Electric motors can't compare to carbon-based ones? No wonder you're afraid of even fire. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a preparation room. Sodom led everyone inside to disinfect their power armor. Only then did the two men raise their voices slightly. I say, how did you manage to fool the other 12 clans? What scared? Sodom laughed, his fangs protruding uncontrollably as he curled his lips, making his overly handsome face appear somewhat terrifying. This is a matter of great importance. We can't be careless. Sodom grinned. The Draco group suffered heavy losses in the punitive war and the fight against the rampaging AI invasion. I explained to them that the Tortor clan has many rare and priceless works of art in the Dome City. If the mob destroys them, or if the rampaging AI bombs them again, the progenitor will go mad. So the Tortor clan has spent a fortune leasing a battle-hardened fleet and marines from the Universal Union to suppress the mob and defend against the rampaging AI. It makes perfect sense, doesn't it? We purchase so many luxury goods from the Universal Union. Other clans see us as having good relations. Even other clans have started contacting friends. Unfortunately, the Draco group doesn't have many friends. Even the FSF military corporation isn't willing to help. The Old One-Eyed Man smiled silently, thinking that under any other circumstances, the other clans wouldn't have let him off so easily. But now, beset by internal and external troubles, they can't afford to worry about that. Hearing that it could quell the unrest, they readily opened their doors. Sodom sighed. If Sun-Ihao were still CEO, he should be able to call in reinforcements from Tachyon Technologies. After all, our establishment was secretly facilitated by Tachyon Technologies. The disinfection process ended, and the conveyor belt transferred everyone into the space elevator, where hundreds of people rapidly descended in the massive cargo elevator. Old One-Eyed pondered Sodom's words, thinking to himself that the legends were true, and Draco really was one of the original Tachyon Technologies henchmen. He pondered, but Sun-Ihao didn't summon you for the Third AI War, and you didn't volunteer to participate. Of course, it's true that the Draco Group and Speetronics have a relationship, but that was Sun-Ihao's previous CEO. Ever since Sun-Ihao took power, her attention has been focused on the Overlord. The Draco Group isn't stupid. Why would they follow Sun-Ihao to clash with the powerful Overlord and the Church of Lud? Besides, we're not the Astral Society, we have autonomy. Sodom paused, then added, in the past. We hope the Universal Union will keep its word. All the veterans looked up at Sodom, as if he had let out a loud, foul fart. The Old One-Eyed Man's lips twitched slightly. The Universal Union can be untrustworthy, but the captain always keeps his word. This order was personally signed by the captain. Chapter 1035. The Draco Corporation's trains, without windows, traversed the barren, atmosphereless surface of the planet like silent, grayish-white coffins. This train headed for the heavy industries on God's Valley. Yes, the Draco Corporation lacked an orbital industrial system, their productivity was only third-rate. Old One-Eyed smoked with his eyes closed, recalling the mission to seize the Nanoforge. Only one clan, the Tordor, cooperated in this attempt to seize the Nanoforge. The captain dared to do it for two reasons. First, the allure of the Nanoforge was too great. Second, the Tordor clan, as the most artistic and aesthetically inclined of the 13 clans, produced the most artists in the Draco Corporation, guiding aesthetics while also producing the second largest number of scientists and engineers. Therefore, nearly 60% of the entire heavy industries were from the Brute clan, known as the Scholar clan, and 30% were from the Tordor clan. The remaining scientists and engineers from the other clans divided the remaining 10%. The Brute clan is not a threat. Like their progenitor, they are a loose group of anti-authoritarians, never able to muster a single opinion leader, because their progenitor, too, preferred debate to control, and was often refuted by his offspring, then secretly studied methods of rebuttal. They're a disorganized, otaku bunch. Therefore, once the Tordor clan's progenitor agreed to exchange the Nanoforge for the entire Tordor clan's relocation, abandonment of the Draco Corporation, establishment of independent power in other star systems, submission to the Universal Union for survival, and the support of the Universal Union, even if some within the clan disagreed, they could not defy the progenitor's will. The progenitor's approval was a guarantee of safety and secrecy. The heavy factory would definitely be taken. The Old One-Eyed Man recalled the captain's instructions. Draco is probably of great significance to the Hell Legion, not just for the nanoforges and production capacity, but more importantly, for the vampires. These guys are incredibly strong, and if they were turned into slave warriors, they could quickly inflict a huge blow on other factions, whether by exploiting bloodlines. Whether it's mass-producing lower-level vampires, or guerrilla warfare, both can cause immense damage to planets and space stations. Old One-Eye, you need to act quickly. Once you get the Nanoforge, immediately transfer it to the Interstellar Empire, and hand it over to Ruli. This thing can't be kept secret. Once the theft is complete, leaks are inevitable. Our ship has been seen, and besides, the production capacity of the 4-nanometer forge can't be concealed. It's better to hand it over directly to the Interstellar Empire, further promoting cooperation between the two sides and silencing other forces. Once news of your successful operation reaches me, I immediately convene a coalition meeting and send a signal to all forces, aiming for another battle at Draco Group against the arriving, out-of-control AI fleet. We absolutely cannot let the vampire progenitor fall into the hands of the Hell Legion. His thoughts raced, and he meticulously deciphered each command. When Old One-Eye opened his eyes again, the train had come to a stop. "Chief Sergeant, we arrived," his subordinate announced. "Then let's do it." Old One-Eye finished speaking and stood up. The carriage door opened automatically, revealing that the veterans' power armor chests were uniformly adorned with the Tordor clan insignia next to the Golden Eagle emblem, a distinction used to differentiate between friend and foe, and also to distinguish the Tordor clan from the Universal Alliance. At the heavily guarded factory gate stood Gani masked. She smiled charmingly at Old One-Eye, then turned and waved. The heavy gate swung open with a tremor. The voice of the most skilled gangrel guard blared through the local public address system. "Hey! Tordor clan! What are you doing? How did mercenaries get here?" "Ah!" Before he could finish, he was suddenly attacked by Tordor assassins, who were already prepared. High-powered radiation lamps, combined with alloy rapiers coated with radioactive material, were faster than gunshots in the hands of vampires. The light shone on his face, the rapier pierced his throat and spine, then a second, then a third. His throat, limbs, and heart were pierced and pinned to the wall, while the high-powered radiation lamps shone on his smashed helmet. Even if he was still alive, he was not far from death. The Tordor clan had deployed almost all of its elite forces, determined to win this battle. The heavy factory immediately erupted into chaos. The gangrel guards called for reinforcements, only to find that the entire factory had been cut off from power, and that a large signal jammer, assembled by Tordor engineers using factory equipment hours in advance, had blocked all signals. As for wired communications, they were also swiftly and decisively destroyed. The Tordor and gangrel clans were locked in fierce combat, while Gorny led Old One-Eye and the veterans down the fastest route, slaughtering any small groups of non-Tordor they encountered along the way. Old One-Eye, with a twist of his waist and hips, narrowly dodged the alloy axes wielded by gangrel guards. His chainsaw sword sliced through an enemy's mask, and immediately a veteran carrying a huge searchlight stepped forward, shining the light on the enemy. Simultaneously, 3 or 4 veterans, using their powerful prosthetic arms and chainsaw swords, used armor-piercing hand cannons to tear through the enemy's power armor. Old One-Eye frowned, surveying the battlefield where hundreds of elite troops were being held back by a mere dozen or so vampires, muttering under his breath, "This is really troublesome." In the midst of the battle, he suddenly noticed a hidden gaze. Instinctively, he retreated to be on guard, and looking up, he saw a man wearing the Brute clan crest, hanging upside down from the ceiling of the passageway, giving him a thumbs up, indicating he had no interest in the battlefield. The man assumed this was a clan feud. Old One-Eye's heart pounded, and suddenly a plan formed in his mind. He immediately ordered the veterans guarding the train to open the carriages ahead of time, revealing a dozen or so hidden data panels. Old One-Eye said to the man, "There are blueprints in the carriages." The man's eyes lit up, but he remained motionless until Old One-Eye's next words completely excited him. "It's Odyssey class, part of the Doom class blueprints. Find some people to take care of the guards here, and I give them to you. You decide how to divide them." "Proof," the man said. "Go see for yourself. The stuff is all outside. If you're too late, I blow it all up, and you won't get a single tuft of gold." Old One-Eye had barely finished speaking when the man vanished without a trace. 10 minutes later, when Old One-Eye and his men finally made it into the middle level, having lost more than 3 men, but replenished their ranks with 15 Tortor assassins, the resistance to their advance suddenly eased. From the 4th basement level onwards, the once clean and oppressive factory was now a scene of carnage, littered with signs of fighting. The factory was completely shut down, and the corpses of gangrel guards were visible every few steps. Old One-Eye even saw a gangrel guard sliced to pieces by a shredder, only his head, still clamped in the machine, coughing up blood and foam. His powerful vitality had kept him from dying immediately, but he couldn't possibly survive. He'd never seen anything regenerate from just a head. Brooks going all out. "Everyone, hold on tight." Old One-Eye led his team in a rapid sprint, reaching the 7th basement level in just 10 minutes. Before a multi-layered, sealed door, he saw the Brugh clan member again, covered in blood, surrounded by several strong yet refined Brugh vampires, all frowning at him. "You're pure humans. Your goal is to seize the Nanoforge. Why would the Toreador clan cooperate with you pure humans?" Old One-Eye cursed inwardly. These guys must have checked their subordinates' helmets to confirm their identities before coming to stop them. They mistook him for vampires from the start. "Stop talking nonsense. You've been targeted by a runaway AI. They want to capture you for modification. The Toreador clan doesn't want to be brainwashed, so they decided to strategically transfer assets for the greater good of humanity. The other clans are idiots, parasites unwilling to relinquish their hold, so they join forces with us to steal it." In this critical moment, Old One-Eye's thoughts raced, and he paraphrased Li Bin's instructions. It must be said that, through constant exposure, Old One-Eye had also picked up some of Li Bin's eloquence. "Hey! I only say this once. Join us now, and we all leave together afterwards. You're all scientists. Whether it's the Universal Alliance or other forces, we negotiate the terms. Pure human regimes have blood banks. What blood type can't we get? If you stand in our way, not only will you offend us, but when the Hell Legion comes knocking, you won't be able to escape." The Toreador assassins chimed in, the betrayal already underway, and those with other ideas could only follow suit. Seeing the hesitation on their faces, Old One-Eye knew that the Brute clan, as a scholarly family, had made the same judgment based on the situation. Most likely, the clan is disorganized, lacking a strong figure to unify opinions and plans, Old One-Eye thought to himself. He boldly took a few steps towards the other party, spreading his hands. "The key! Hurry up!" The Brute clan scientist slowly produced the key, opened his hand, and Old One-Eye snatched it from his grasp. "Here you go!" It was smooth, he felt no resistance whatsoever, and his heart immediately calmed down. Having fought vampires for so long, the fact that he could so easily seize the key from the other party meant that the other party had already made a decision. Key unlocking, blood gene testing. The series of procedures was completed quickly under Old One-Eye's pressure, and the Brute scientists' half-hearted resistance. As the gate opened, a scarlet nano-forging furnace was revealed, shut down under emergency conditions at the heavy factory. It was so easy. Old One-Eye, who had already prepared for total annihilation, was overjoyed. He quickly calmed down. This ease was a result of the captain's prior arrangements, but Old One-Eye knew the real problems would begin once the nano-forge was airborne and Tang Zhuofan instigated a riot to steal it. How to successfully escape Draco's pursuit, and how to diplomatically resolve other factions' covetousness of the forge. These were far more difficult than simply seizing it. However, Old One-Eye wasn't worried. The captain would find a way to solve these problems. Just trust him. Move quickly, prepare to move in. Chapter 1036. A massive forge, mounted on the train, sped along like a dung beetle pushing a ball of dung across the dim, unobstructed starry sky. The fire at the heavy factory stained half the sky crimson, tinged with blood and thick smoke. Old One-Eyed glanced back at the densely packed, surrendered vampire standing atop the carriage, opened his armor, and activated the program. The fact that the Draco Group was funded by Speedtronics was a secret to ordinary people, but for Li Bin, who had a close relationship with Chu Xiangrui, the CEO of Second Speedtronics, it was nothing more than idle gossip. The Universal Union, which had plundered Wolf's Spirit Star, possessed numerous backdoors in Speedtronics' network. These backdoors had little effect on the reorganized Second Speedtronics, but were highly effective against Draco, which had built its fortune on Speedtronics, not to mention the collusion of an insider, wasn't there? Old One-Eyed entered a special channel, overcame numerous obstacles, and contacted Tang Zhuofan. Closing the net, Tang Zhuofan licked his teeth, his hands coated in fuel made from his own blood, tracing it across his eyelids, leaving two thick scarlet eyeshadows, like some ancient hunting ritual. He stretched his neck. His specially modified power armor, already fitted, was large enough to accommodate his spiky body and allowed him to launch his arm spikes through muscle contractions. Beside him were his ugly, crude, vicious-looking comrades, their faces etched with cruel smiles. "Let's make a scene," Tang Zhuofan commanded, fastening his helmet. The Bardrobard, disguised as a standard offensive-class vessel, activated its tactical system, the Orion device. An antimatter bomb was launched from the rear of the ship, exploding at the edge of the spaceport. The blast instantly destroyed the spaceport's turrets, warehouses, and control tower, along with several Draco Group escort ships. The Bardrobard, having withstood the explosion with its stern shield, accelerated in place, and crashed headlong into the spaceport. Like a blunt trident piercing the giant space conch. Cargo hatches and crew bay doors burst open, and bizarre humanoid creatures leaped out. They arrogantly boarded tanks, armored vehicles, and even heavy machinery, advancing towards the space station's control room through the large hole carved out by the heat pulse cannons, flowing with semi-solidified molten metal. Not only the Bardrobard, but also Mikhail's Tiger Shark, and a host of Whitestone-class ships, docked in the spaceport, were positioned inside the space station's shields, leaving the station with no way to avoid the onslaught of fire. In an instant, missiles, artillery, and lasers littered the entire area. Liquid Baby. A Fang Clan sailor with spider legs jumped off the ship mid-flight, his spider spears embedded in the bulkhead. Wielding flamethrowers in both hands, he laughed as he spewed fire at a cracked section of the deck, burning the self-proclaimed noble and superior vampires to death. Meanwhile, the ruthless figures with enormous bodies, resembling bears, tigers, bulls, and elephants, donned armor made of alloy plates combined with plastic, foam, and ceramic metal, wielding twin swords and giant axes, charging into the vampire horde for a thrilling battle. Tang Zhuofan, as the fleet commander, naturally couldn't be reckless, but he also took up his weapon and stood at the hatch of the Bardrobard, unleashing a barrage of fire on the vampires, who charged fearlessly, muttering incoherently, oblivious to the breached harbor and the escape of air. Watching these vampires, who were also genetically modified creations, but more refined than ordinary people, turn into mincemeat under his hammer and axe, watching these self-proclaimed superior beings being riddled with holes by laser guns and armor-piercing bullets, a sense of exhilaration surged from his kidneys and spine, coursing through his nerves to his brain. "Where's the fleet? Where's our fleet?" Space Station Commander Phiam Gungal strode into the Central Command Center, roaring in fury. The lower-ranking Gungal members in the command center all wore expressions of anguish, but Phiam's own pain was the most profound. His body had been controlled by the primordial being, who slumbered on the planet's surface, using the space station's mental signal amplifier. Strange thoughts and centuries of memories surged through his mind, almost tearing his will apart. Each clan's primordial name was its clan name. The Gungal primordial was enraged, but upon hearing a lower-ranking vampire reply, the Toreador primordial took the fleet away, saying that an unknown shadow was detected in hyperspace, possibly a malfunctioning AI. His expression immediately contorted into a grotesque grimace. "Aya! Toreador!" The Gungal primordial roared. "So it was you who betrayed us?" Boom! A series of valleys on the planet God's favor shook violently. A shadowy mass emerged from the valley, heading towards the newly activated space elevator. Old One-Eye immediately noticed the unusual shadow, his brow furrowing. The heavy factory was located not far from the space elevator base to facilitate the rapid transport of spaceship components and convenient assembly in space. He and his men waited at the space elevator for a full half hour before Tang Zhuofan's men, armed with heavy tanks and drilling machines, occupied the space station's elevator base. Old One-Eye had prepared for a battle with ground artillery inside the elevator. He believed that even the mighty Tortor clan couldn't cripple the ground defenses for long. But what arrived wasn't a large-scale artillery barrage, but a super-powerful individual weapon. "That's Gongro, the progenitor of the Gongro progenitors," Cornelia said, pointing to the approaching shadow, her eyes wide with terror and her voice trembling. The other vampires, who had surrendered, shared similar expressions. Although they weren't from the same clan and couldn't decide their fates instantly, the pressure of the progenitor's name was still too profound. Old One-Eye pushed Gani aside. "Don't panic. Tell me how this guy managed to fly against planetary gravity in a place without an atmosphere." "It's nanomaterials." The Tortor clan scientist beside him spoke rapidly, his voice trembling with tears. The Gungrock progenitor modified himself, replacing his blood with special bionanomaterials, which he called blood magic. He can directly turn humans into lower-level vampires by bestowing blood upon them, remotely control his offspring's bodies, and even fly using blood magic. "Damn it, how many monsters are still in the human realm?" Old One-Eye cursed, opening the communicator. "Commander Tang, a monster has appeared on the ground and I can't handle it. I give you the coordinates." "Idiot! Idiot!" Gangrok was the ugliest of the 13 progenitors. Through extensive biochemical modifications, he sacrificed his appearance for immense combat power. His skin was now festering, blood tearing through it and gushing out, evaporating into a crimson mass that, based on the implant in his brain, assembled into a light, airborne vessel. His previously obese and bloated body was rapidly wasting away. He wasn't actually fat. His previous bulky form was merely a means to accumulate his spellcasting materials. Gangro's festering skin hung down to his jawline as he accelerated, revealing veins and muscle. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage and resentment. As the clan's most skilled warrior progenitor, Gongro was undoubtedly a staunch advocate of war, and therefore deeply abhorred betrayal. Especially after learning that Tortor, who had spent a fortune leasing the Allied fleet and using her personal wealth to enrich the Draco Corporation, was a traitor, he felt not only betrayed but also humiliated by the trampling of his trust. "I will devour you alive with blood magic. I will devour every one of your offspring," he screamed wildly, venting his fury, as he rapidly approached the massive space elevator. His extensive combat experience, coupled with the practical skills he acquired from his numerous offspring through blood magic, allowed him to instantly analyze 9 methods to kill the traitors within. These included, but were not limited to, using alloy wires to block the elevator, or using high-speed impacts to ram through the elevator and cause decompression. 9 methods in total. He grinned, then suddenly felt a slight itch on his face. This shouldn't be happening. The blood magic constructed spacecraft exposed him to black hole radiation for a short time. This mild itching from radiation shouldn't be occurring. He slightly opened the spacecraft, risking a glance outside, his exposed facial muscles instantly tensing. Because these space vampires were photophobic, Gangrel's defenses were excellent, so he hadn't noticed the light descending from the sky. The light was the orange-red of a sunset, reminding him of the afterglow of a sunset over the sea he's seen in projections. But this was 1,000 times more dangerous than afterglow. A heat pulse cannon. Chapter 1037. The Prester John System, Between God's Favor and Han Vijay. Chung Beiyong, a cigarette dangling from his lips, watched the final battle with an air of detachment. Even the proud vampires are ugly when they're killed, their intestines and blood splattered everywhere, Chung Beiyong thought indifferently. At this moment, he was aboard the command ship of a large military fleet stationed on God's Favor. This fleet had been personally led away by the ancestor of the Tortor clan. After flying to their current coordinates, the Tortor clan members, who had been hiding in space containers, emerged and engaged the fleet's officers in a fierce battle. These people had been personally escorted onto the ships by the officers after the Tortor clan issued an emergency resupply order while the old one-eyed man was at the heavy factory, forcing all ships to undergo emergency resupply. These officers were completely unprepared for the Tortor assassins, who suddenly appeared and attacked them. The Tortor assassins, even dressed in crew uniforms, had spent several tens of minutes taking their positions in advance in different compartments of the ships. With orders signed by their clan's progenitor, they disguised themselves as reserve crew members, boarding sailors, and apart from their unfamiliar faces, the procedures were flawless. The Draco Group's hierarchical bloodline system meant they were unlikely to react in advance to a top-down betrayal. Perhaps some compartments discovered the plot beforehand, but because the commander-in-chief was Tortor, he could simply cut off the corresponding compartment's communication permissions. Chung Beiyong didn't care about the details of the mutiny, or whether there were any flaws. He was an agent, not a soldier. As long as the final outcome was good, that was enough. Just then, a tiny flame was brought to his lips. Chung Beiyang instinctively put his mouth to it, lit a cigarette, and muttered thank you. Only then did he notice that a vampire was standing beside him. He stood a towering 2.5 meters tall, yet was extremely thin, appearing to weigh only 100 pounds. His cheeks were sunken, but not frighteningly so, rather, they possessed a fragile beauty. Torito, the progenitor of the Torito clan. His hands, exposed to the light from the lighter, had developed slight pimples, which quickly healed. Control of the fleet has changed hands. Torito's voice was androgynous. The gaunt man leaned calmly against the blood-stained bulkhead, elegantly accepting the lighter. This fleet has 9 capital ships, more than the fleet stationed on Hanbridge. I already informed the other clans. They won't act rashly. The only technological threat, Brook, remains secluded and is nothing to fear. Chung Beiyang, biting his cigarette, said, "There's something I always wanted to ask." "I only say what I can," Torito said calmly. Even if people were gathered in advance, there must have been members of the Torador clan remaining on both God's Favor Star and Han Vijay Star, otherwise it would have alerted the other clans. Many parts of the operation to seize the Nanoforge were your suggestions, even the fleet's deployment, which you didn't inform us about. So radical. What about those who stayed behind? There must be sacrifices in everything. From the moment we became vampires, we lost the right to interact normally with ordinary people. The Torador clans escaped from the Draco quagmire. Their chance to survive amidst the spying of the out-of-control AI inevitably required sacrifices. Torador's expression was calm, as if she were saying, "I can't finish this bowl of rice, so throw the rest away." Ruthless enough, gutsy. Chung Beiyang sighed and gave a thumbs up. "Then I want to ask, even if you wanted to leave, you could have easily done so. Why did you choose us?" "For beauty." Tordu reached into Chung Beiyang's pocket and pulled out a cigarette. Despite the blisters on his hands, he lit it, enduring the burning sensation on his face. Immediately, a servant presented him with a full-length mirror, making him scrutinize his smoking posture. Through the swirling smoke, Tordu continued calmly, "Vampires are inherently contradictory beings, human-like yet not human, possessing human hearts and minds, yet feeding on humans. This contradiction is precisely the beauty of vampires. Every vampire embarks on the path of art from birth. We should be solitary, attention-seeking art creators, not a group of bloodthirsty, gregarious bats." He began to refer to himself as a vampire. "The current Draco is too ugly. Artificially dividing into clans, these fools think themselves superior, casting aside art and aesthetics. Some clans are even obsessed with killing. Killing is also an art. How can it be done so repulsively? Damn, a morbid artist." Chung Beiyang began to sweat. He figured this guy probably wanted to destroy the Draco Corporation all along. It was likely part of his artistic vision. "Don't be afraid, you have artistic value." Torador didn't even look at Chung Beiyang, directly smelling the fear on him, the love between humans and vampires. "Twisted and against human ethics, truly beautiful," he said softly. "Unfortunately, other clans will never recognize this beauty, only relentlessly pursuing extermination to maintain their so-called bloodline purity. I'd be watching you all, seeing how far your art can go." "How far? How far has the plan progressed?" The elevator doors opened, and the old one-eyed man rushed out, asking anxiously. A Minotaur-like sailor from the Fang clan, sporting a bull's head, stared blankly at the horns. "Huh?" The kobold Gelder beside him, panting, replied, "We didn't take control of the central control room. The commander ordered us to retreat." "Isn't that a disaster?" Old One-Eye was dumbfounded. "No," Gelder shook his head blankly. "Commander Dragon said the Torador clan's fleet, already occupied, is blocking the approaching fleet between God's Favor and Han Vijay. This was accomplished by the Torador progenitor, and wasn't part of the plan. Commander Dragon said that since reinforcements are blocked, there's no need to attack the central control room anymore. We already cut off the space station's power grid, paralyzing it. Everyone's ready now, just waiting for the forge to be in hand before leaving." Old One-Eye swore that if these people weren't carrying the aberration virus, he would have ripped off his helmet, slapped his head hard, and spat out questions to express his bewilderment. "What is all this nonsense? Dude, how come you, a vampire, are killing your own people with such gusto? Chief Sergeant, let's get going. The lateral jump is ready," Gerger yelled, shaking the Labrador's face. "Oh!" Old One-Eyed, as if waking from a dream, followed along. Heavy tanks led the way, heavy machinery transported the cargo, and along the tunnels dug by artillery and subsequent demolition, with the help of the Torador clan, 2 hours later, the nanoforge was crammed into the cargo hold of the Platinum-class destroyer. She had already entered hyperspace via lateral jump. Inside, the White Stone cruiser fleet, commanded by Lin Yufeng, was already prepared to receive her. This fleet immediately headed for the nearest hyperspace storm, leaving the war and internal strife behind. Meanwhile, at the God-favored star space station, the Bardor, which had been shoved into the station, slowly retreated and was withdrawn. Tang Zhuofan finished counting the number of people and nodded to the navigator. The navigator immediately shouted into the channel, "Time to run." "Repeat, time to run." The fleet began its second horizontal jump. Upon receiving the message, Zheng Beiyang looked at Torito in front of him. "The forge is in hand. What about you?" "The power grid system of the Divine Favor Star Space Station has been cut off. Rebooting it will take several hours of repairs. I can ask Commander Tang Zhuofan to provide support at the hyperspace jump point." Torito calmly nodded. "Let's do it that way. When you see Cornelius, tell her she's free now." He then turned and left, leaving Zheng Beiyang with his back turned. Only then, Zheng Beiyang, filled with doubt, took off his cigarette, which had long since burned out, and muttered to himself, "This guy, could he be completely obsessed with his art of betrayal?" A dozen minutes later, at the Nova City Space Station. Upon receiving the message, Li Bin excitedly disconnected the communication, loosened his collar, and smiled at his wife. Prepare for the grand meeting. Chapter 1038. The Human Alliance was rife with undercurrents. When the various giant corporations received the conference agenda from the Universal Union, they were initially completely baffled, assuming it was about discussing the name of the Alliance organization. But after seeing the specifics, they were stunned. What was going on? Li Bin, supposedly the most united force, had actually targeted the Draco Group? No, even if the Draco Group was a bit inhuman and their actions a bit despicable, in this situation, they shouldn't have gone so far as to crash into a space station, right? Your own offensive directly damaged it. When they noticed that the Universal Union had seized the damaged nanoforge and was using the Tortor clan for a massive retreat, they nearly went mad. Li Bin, you have wolfish ambitions. What are you trying to do? Become the second Hell Legion? Everyone's already being generous by pretending not to see your two nanoforges out of consideration for your diligence for humanity. So you're betraying your own allies too? Of all the factions, the Draco representatives, from Risk Mining's Miue Longtail and Safe Mining, were the most vocal in their insults. The meeting had barely begun when the Draco representative launched into a tirade. However, their main focus was on the fact that after the Draco Group's fall, Risk Mining would be physically isolated, making it impossible to contact the core star sector. This is a betrayal of the Human Alliance. A reasonable explanation is needed. Miue Longtail was furious, his face contorted with rage. The Draco Group was now severely weakened. If it were breached by the out-of-control AI, the AI could use the Dunlancha system and the Draco Group's former territory as bases to continuously blockade its routes to the core star sector. Are you trying to kill me? Yes. Li Bin must hand over the nanoforge. Safe Mining CEO also shouted, unusually agreeing with Miue. Originally agitated, Miue slumped down in frustration upon hearing this man speak, distorting the projection. Safe Mining's support for her felt like her wife's boyfriend helping her find a partner through a blind date. It was infuriating. Gu Zhongyu stood behind Miue. The nominal leader of the Left Path sect was still Samarkand I, and Gu Zhongyu had no interest in arguing with his mother-in-law. He didn't appear on the conference screen, but instead, with his hands behind his back, he quietly explained like a strategist. Safe Mining doesn't have a nano-forging furnace, and they're more eager for it than anyone else. If the furnace weren't with Draco Group, no one would even consider it, but now that it's out there, there's no reason to give it back. We can take advantage of Risk Mining's current situation, play the victim, and even if we can't get the furnace, we can at least secure our share of the production capacity. Miue asked worriedly, will it work? Gu Zhongyu then reminded him, let's see if Li Bin can come up with a satisfactory solution. He most likely be campaigning for votes. If given the chance, he'd come to us. Miue was directing Risk Mining. In the conference room, facing Miue and Gu Zhongyu, someone sneered, Gu Zhongyu, don't forget your good daughter has a grudge against Huanyu United. With your voice so loud in Risk Mining now, do you think he'd come? Gu Zhongyu replied calmly, precisely because my daughter has a conflict with Li Bin, not many people will think our vote will go to Li Bin. But Li Bin shares a common enemy with us. Given his nature, to eliminate the out-of-control AI, he will make a rational choice and pull us into his camp. As he spoke, Gu Zhongyu spread his hands, as if to say, you're a soldier, you don't understand, I don't blame you, adding, that's how political campaigning works. You get the key votes from places no one would expect. Risk mining can hold out for a high price. Muyu was intrigued by this suggestion. The conference was convened at the request of the Universal Union, and all participants were heads of massive corporations. There was the supreme overlord of a hegemon, the Pope of the Lud Church, the living saint of the Left Path sect, the Lion King of the Sinar Power. Naturally, these individuals couldn't attend in person, they all participated via projection. However, Li Bin had gone a bit too far this time, and was stripped of his hosting privileges. Suddenly, the question arose about who would host. Logically, it should have been Baikal Xiongfeng who hosted, but the Lion King defiantly disagreed, insisting on hosting himself. Looking at the numerous age spots on the Lion King's face, resembling chickenpox, everyone feared that the old man's stubbornness might escalate, potentially leading to his expulsion from the Universal Union and ruining the seemingly turning around battle. They all tried to dissuade him. Finally, before Li Bin could announce his participation, a round of voting was held to elect a host, delaying the process by a day. In the end, Baikal Xiongfeng was elected. Li Bin, who hadn't slept well while waiting for news about the Nanoforge, was now exhausted from the voting. He slapped his face, groaning in pain. This is absolute democracy. What a waste of time. The Nanoforge is practically on its way to Prism Freeport, and the moderator is only just being chosen. Normally, Li Bin wouldn't say anything. After all, a moderator meant more opportunities to speak and influence others' judgments. But this is wartime. The powerful vampires of the Draco Corporation, along with their industrial products and resource reserves, could fall into the clutches of the out-of-control AI at any moment, turning into a devastating attack on humanity. Can't we act expediently in this emergency? Baikal is doing a great job. What are you, old man who can't keep quiet, arguing about? After a 2-hour break, the conference finally officially commenced. Baidar presided over the conference, which resembled a military meeting, exuding an air of dictatorship and decisiveness. Although the Lion King's expression was disdainful, his smooth adaptation to the conference and his several skillful comments suggested that some people, while verbally objecting, were actually enjoying themselves. Thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, he'd been a warlord his entire life, and this environment was truly his most comfortable. In a different style, old Deng would simply be dozing off. It must be said that Baidar, as a longtime leader of a power, possessed a knack for assigning blame, although he himself didn't understand why Li Bin dared to take the Nanoforge and openly hold a conference. However, since he had stated that he would treat Li Bin as his overlord's son-in-law, he would be very protective of him until there was irrefutable evidence that Li Bin had committed an unforgivable act. Therefore, he first sharply criticized the performance of various forces since the formation of the Human Alliance, categorizing them into different levels, and during this time, he subtly criticized the Sinar Power. Then, shifting the focus, he criticized the selfishness of the Draco Group and the foolish split of the Security Mining Group at the last minute. He then praised the righteous indignation of demonic aeronautics, the Interstellar Empire's repeated defeats and relentless struggle, and the unwavering commitment of the Universal Union. Finally, he boasted a bit, concluding all the preliminaries of the conference. The white-haired black man, his hair meticulously combed, looked at Li Bin with a meaningful gaze before handing over the speaking rights. Li Bin's projected microphone went live. He stood up. The round table was filled with leaders of various factions, some familiar, some unfamiliar, but all carrying a hint of wariness in their eyes. Even the speaker of the Brighton Alliance was present. Only the Empress of the Interstellar Empire's eyes were full of support. Ruli strongly hoped that the Universal Union would acquire the Forge, as this would undoubtedly increase the Interstellar Empire's share of production capacity. ISA, Li Bin's secretary, found this somewhat amusing. Julie, ISA thought to herself, when you find out what we're planning, you probably jump on the table and want to beat up everyone who voted against us. Chapter 1039. Facing the gazes of those representing almost 90% of humanity's military power in the starfield, Magnus wasn't even qualified to sit inside. He was among those squatting on the threshold listening. But better off than the others, who weren't even qualified to listen, Li Bin didn't waste any words. He played a video, hosted by Chung Beiyang, collected by agents infiltrating God's Favor Valley and Han VJ Star with the help of the Torter clan. It was all filmed directly, resulting in the loss of over 50 agents. The projection was chaotic, lacking any structure or editing, simply presenting the events in a straightforward manner. It showed the depths of camps comprised of former blood slaves, and now Draco freedom fighters, typically in abandoned military buildings and drained wells in the city's sewers. Some footage showed several agents, their heads mechanically modified and bearing subtle symbols of their Hell Legion identities, training freedom fighters. In some cases, agents supervised doctors, as they meticulously followed special projections designed to prevent spying, performing surgeries on Draco vampires, whose faces were contorted in agony. These vampires cursed, howled, and begged for mercy, but the doctors remained unmoved, coldly using laser scalpels to slice open their scalps. The laser scalpels were ineffective against the vampire's tough skin. Then, they removed the skull and inserted various contraptions into the brain. There were electrodes, data cables, implants, and even 4 needles. "I recognize this person," the representative of Prism Freeport's 13 factories whispered, raising his hand and pointing to a filthy, open-air operating room in a sewer well, drawing everyone's attention. He shrank back and looked at the Supreme Overlord. After Baikal nodded, he hurriedly said, "This person is the unlicensed Dr. Female, who was stripped of her medical license. She used to be a man and was passionate about performing sex reassignment surgery, pursuing the goal of transforming people into the same sex as natural humans through surgery. But it must be said that her surgical skills are superb. Because during his time as the family doctor, he illegally performed sex reassignment surgeries on several sons of the Mark family, a financial family within the Perseus Alliance. His medical license was revoked across the entire star system, and he was placed on a wanted list. Later, he had sex reassignment surgery on himself and underwent plastic surgery, evading the Perseus Alliance's relentless pursuit while it still existed." "But what is she doing?" The representative looked somewhat confused. Li Bin didn't answer, only continuing to play the projection. The surgery process only lasted a few minutes before quickly jumping to the testing phase. Legion agents stood outside the well, coldly watching several free agents, who had volunteered for the test being torn apart by vampires, whose brains had been modified. Test failed. Experiment 77 fought for 3 rounds. The self-regenerating brain tissue and skull damaged the implant. Them retest. Them raised an eyebrow in disgust. "I'm here to collect vampire genitalia for natural sex reassignment surgery tests. Don't order me around like that." "Hiss." The faction leaders gasped. The Lion King, who had been drowsy, had somehow opened his eyes, now bright and wide, like a lion on the hunt. The aged Lion King exchanged a glance with the Supreme Overlord, and unusually, neither of them held a grudge. Meanwhile, Chu Xiangrui, clutching his cup, gulped incessantly, sweat beading on his forehead. Even though everyone was in the temperature-controlled conference room, the atmosphere shifted between the frozen wilderness of a frozen planet and the molten lava pool of a lava planet. "No way." Empress really covered her mouth, her mind reeling. Those who could lead a giant corporation were no fools. Even the most oblivious person would have realized what was happening after seeing number 77, deemed a failure, slaughter several experienced and well-coordinated freedom fighters with mere cold weapons. The Hell Legion plans to strengthen its army. They are no longer satisfied with just slave sailors. This aligns with the plan Li Bin learned from St. Lud regarding the runaway AI's complete madness. Then came a series of failed experimental tests. After a full hour of projection, the screen ended, and Li Bin tapped the table, pulling everyone back to reality before they could fully process the information. Ignoring the Draco Group representative's grim expression, Li Bin spoke loudly. "It's obvious that the Hell Legion's release of a large number of slaves within the Draco Group is for ulterior motives. The Draco vampires, genetically engineered using relics from the human realm, possess immense strength and destructive power. With the aid of power armor and anti-vehicle weapons, they can unleash tremendous force. According to sources within Draco, approximately 500 vampires could devastate a large domed city within days. And now, millions of Draco vampires are being targeted by the Hell Legion. How many cities are at risk of being destroyed by highly mobile, infiltrated, brainwashed vampires?" Li Bin's tone was exaggerated. Draco, the representative, stubbornly insisted, "Stop exaggerating. When it comes to combat strength, the Fong clan's elephant men and tiger men are also very powerful. Why weren't they turned into brainwashed warriors? This is alarmist." The representative looked around, horrified to find that no one was supporting him. Everyone was staring at him with complicated expressions. Seeing this, Li Bin said with satisfaction, "The reason is naturally simple. The Fong clan's genes are chaotic, and brainwashing drugs that target genes cannot be effective on most people at once. Training brainwashed warriors is too costly. But the vampires are the opposite. Their genes are stable, and while their strengths and weaknesses are obvious, they can be compensated for by power armor. Moreover, in terms of numbers, the vampires have the upper hand." Draco's representative was about to speak when the Lion King, unusually, spoke up. "All right, shut your mouth. Let the boy speak properly." At this moment, the Lion of Sindaria's eyes cleared, regaining the rationality of a wise warlord. Baigal also tilted his head, silently warning Draco's representative. With his support, Li Bin unleashed a torrent of intelligence investigation data, each piece of irrefutable evidence leaving Draco's representative speechless. The entire Draco group is considered a prize by the Hell Legion. I have countless pieces of evidence. The out-of-control AI plans to transform all vampires into brainwashed warriors. If their plan succeeds, these brainwashed warriors will infiltrate human colonies through various means. Then, we will face a dire situation where colonies are on the verge of collapse. Vampires are secretly sabotaging, and they are using the lie of gaining immense power to lure the common people into serving them, dragging everyone down. Bagel's face darkened upon hearing this. What the Overlord prides itself on is its massive industrial base supported by numerous factories, and its highly skilled reserve force. If the brainwashed vampires were allowed to enter Seven Cave Star, wreak havoc on Serpent Spirit Star, and even influence politics, coupled with the military pressure from the out-of-control AI, the cost would be far more unacceptable than fighting another AI war. Furthermore, considering that the Hell Legion already possesses 3 nanoforges, and numerous ships are being launched daily, the Hellish ship production rate is faster than our battleship construction, to prevent agents already deployed to the Draco group from seizing the nanoforges. I have no choice but to relocate them first. Easy to say. Fong Chen Suzuki, CEO of Safe Mining and former representative of Redwater Industry, scoffed, "You could have negotiated openly and fairly." Chapter 1040. Li Bin smiled. Negotiation? Endless negotiations and discussions, letting the Legion agents know that humanity has uncovered their plan, giving them a chance to seize the forge ahead of schedule? Or letting them launch a prepared attack, massacring the Draco group? You? Fong Chen Suzuki slammed his hand on the table, but before he could speak, Li Bin retorted, "An organization that takes an entire day to choose a host actually dares to dream of getting a giant corporation to hand over the nanoforge. Give it a rest." Li Bin's words silenced everyone. Even Baikal looked a little embarrassed. Draco's representative said sinisterly, "You mean, you stole our nanoforge, and you're still acting honorably?" "Of course." Li Bin, hands on his hips, said proudly, "I know some people think I took the nanoforge to keep it for myself. I can only say that's judging others by one's own standards." Li Bin then dropped a bombshell. Lin Yufeng, commander of the Universal Joint Task Force, has already taken the nanoforge to the Byzantine system. This nanoforge is to be delivered to the Interstellar Empire, which has been fighting against the out-of-control AI from the very beginning. The Interstellar Empire will receive this great gift in about a week. Baigal gasped. The Lion King sat on his throne with gleaming eyes, really stood up in shock. Gu Zhongyu held Muyu's shoulder, secretly revealing a hand in the meeting, while Muyu smiled happily, thinking that everything was just as Gu Zhongyu had predicted. The most furious were the representatives of the Draco group and Fong Chen Suzuki of Safe Mining. Not only did they lose their nanoforge, but they also lost a clan and 9 capital ships. They are also facing a fierce attack from the Hell Legion. Nowadays, if you are not directly involved, you probably wouldn't even be qualified to attend. You can only wait for news at the door like Hyena Mining. As for Safe Mining, it's simply because it and Risk Mining are from the same family, and are considered one and the same. Fong Chen Suzuki originally wanted to use his geographical location, fighting spirit, and concessions to take over the forge. Now, he's being told that a force far superior to Safe Mining wants to take it away. It's like having your stomach ripped out. Clapping sounds. The Brighton Alliance's chairman clapped loudly, looking at Li Bin with delight. "CEO Li Bin, some people say you're unorthodox. I had my doubts, and always hoped you had a reason. Now it seems you not only have a reason, but you're practically bearing humiliation for the greater good of humanity." He stood up. "I knew I hadn't misjudged you. I fully agreed to donate the nanoforge to the Interstellar Empire. This is a decision made for the sake of all humanity. I propose we begin a closed-door vote now. The Brighton Alliance will vote for the Universal Union. The Interstellar Empire will also vote for the Universal Union," Rudely immediately added. Baikal glanced around, then struck the gavel used for maintaining order. "Let's take a 30-minute break. Everyone, take a close look at the information, then vote." His tone seemed neutral, but in reality, his bias was overwhelming. Li Bin nodded respectfully to Draco's representative, smiling smugly despite the latter's gritted teeth. "The host, the beneficiary, the initiator, and the voters are all my people. What can you do against me?" Li Bin went to the restroom during the break. Isa, leaning against the door, her mind a jumble, twisted her hair. This conference was too rushed. We didn't even coordinate with other factions. Now the new Perseus Alliance has cast all their votes for us. What about the others? Li Bin released the water with a carefree sigh, saying leisurely, "Wife, you're getting carried away." "What?" Isha frowned. Amidst the gentle murmur of flowing water, Li Bin calmly spoke, "Who among those sitting at this meeting isn't here for profit? How many are truly acting for the greater good of humanity? Since they're sitting here for profit, trying to persuade them to vote for me, I naturally stuff their mouths full of benefits, so they can't refuse." Isha felt a pang of heartache. How much will this cost? The company's production capacity is already stretched thin with building the capital ships. Who said we're cutting our own flesh? I think Draco is quite fat, isn't it? To Isha's shock, Li Bin trembled as he sheathed his gun. Rather than handing Draco over to the Hell Legion, I rather slaughter it and divide the meat. Everyone's stuffed, and no one will vote against it. That way, the Draco group will become everyone's prey. To defend their interests, every household will send out troops. These fleets can be used to fight the out-of-control AI fleet at the Draco group again. Since slogans can't unite everyone, then let's use profit to bind everyone. Risk Mining Headquarters, Risk Galaxy Combat Command Center. Foggy Moon Longtail excitedly twirled her fingers. Li Bin means to relocate the Torter clan here, along with their main fleet? Yes, but in exchange, we must share the debris ship assembly technology with the Universal Union, and support a group of senior engineers. Muyu hesitated. In addition, we must ensure the blockade of the nanovirus swarm in the Cactus Galaxy. Li Bin wasn't doing this for nothing. He was offering significant concessions to Risk Mining. Shipwreck Reconstruction Technology, a product of long-term technological accumulation in the Risk Mining industry, allows for the rapid reconstruction of wrecked ships like the Cockroach King class on the battlefield. Li Bin once used this technology to rebuild a Tussle Bull-class cargo ship after the war for only a few hundred star coins. But most importantly, this technology is capable of piecing together a usable warship from seemingly scattered wreckage fragments. This is what Li Bin truly desires. Miss Moon looked at the person behind the CEO. What do you think? Gu Zhongyu placed his hands on the table. I think it's excellent. Reasons? Muyu's gaze was intense. Gu Zhongyu frankly stated, Safety Mining also took a group of senior engineers with them. This technology is no longer exclusively ours. Given Safety Mining's resources, they won't last long during wartime. They sell it sooner or later, and its value will be greatly reduced once the technology leaks out. This kind of thing. Gu Zhongyu scoffed, of course. The sooner you buy, the sooner you enjoy it. Alright. In the Lion Palace, the scribe read aloud Li Bin's terms. The Lion King pressed his temple with his index finger, squinting. Having just taken the potion, his mind was now sharp. This brain-boosting drug could stimulate the brain and suppress the sluggishness of old age, but the human body developed a high tolerance, so the Lion King rarely took it. Millions of immigrants, low-level civil servants, Li Bin even seized a third of the heavy industry factories and fuel facilities, and even hinted that he could persuade the pirate emperor to send pirates to harass the Lime Mine. The Lion King leaned against his throne, muttering to himself. The clerk remained silent, not paying attention to his surroundings, until the Lion King spoke. Do you know what this means? The clerk feigned hesitation, then replied after a few minutes. He saw that our integration of the hyena mining industry wasn't progressing well, so he mixed in non-hyena mining populations from other areas. And he prepared employment assets for these people in advance. With these immigrants, plus our own, it will only take 2 or 3 years for the Sin our powerful dual nano forging furnaces production capacity to take root through immigrant settlement and employment policies to support the division of the local population. Even. Speak. Yes. The clerk bowed. Even exploiting immigrant conflicts, secretly favoring the immigrants, inciting hatred between Draco immigrants and local residents, then having us step in to manage the situation, deal with the troublemakers, appease the people, gain public favor, and ultimately control the situation. As long as the conflict isn't instigated by Sin our immigrants, ordinary people will only see our righteous punishment and won't notice that we're fueling the flames. The Lion King sighed deeply. If only my child could be like Li Bin. 7K star. In the Zhigao Command Center, the Overlord stroked his beard with his thumb, his smile gradually turning sinister. Using Draco Group's 2 space stations as the Overlord's southern operational base? Good bastard, you practically ripped Draco off. And you even made us guard the gates for Risk Mining, while I actually profited. The Interstellar Empire and the Universal Union are practically one entity. It doesn't matter who gets the nanoforges. You're getting a free ride, leaving a good impression, kid cunning. The meeting resumed. The Draco Group representative sat with a flushed face. He had already spoken with the 12 progenitors. Everyone had contributed generously, from mercenaries to alloys, all in star coins, even dismantling and sending away the fleet taken by the Torter clan, ceding some forge capacity, on the condition that the Universal Union return the forges and guarantee Draco Group's future safety. Although the cost was enormous, it guaranteed the group's safety. He stared at Li Bin, who had become unusually low-key after taking his seat, his fangs grimacing, as if he wanted to drink his blood. The Supreme Overlord glanced around, confirming everyone was ready, then struck the gavel. Amidst the echoing sound of the expensive antique wooden gavel, he proclaimed loudly, "Let the voting begin." Chapter 1041. The representative sent by Draco was the progenitor of the Malkawi clan. Influenced by their progenitor Malkawi's mental illness, they were known for their madness and wisdom. Before his transformation, Malkawi was a brilliant mental patient. After becoming a vampire, he managed to control his condition to a limited extent. For a few days each month, he would become a deranged madman, while at other times, he was as shrewd as a wise and ambitious monarch. It was precisely because of this problem throughout the entire clan that Malkawi failed to suppress the other 12 clans and integrate the Draco Corporation. This vampire progenitor sat in the command center known as the Black Coffin, surrounded by the other clan progenitors not shown in the projection. The projection's light was extremely dim. Ordinary humans couldn't even see it clearly, only perceiving a surging darkness. But Malkawi's powerful vision allowed him to clearly see the expressions and movements of all the leaders of these giant corporations. The light emitted by the projector might be just ordinary light to ordinary people, but to vampires, it was like countless tiny needles scratching their skin, not necessarily drawing blood, but certainly very painful. In the dimly lit, enormous black coffin, Malkawi's eyes darted around, not missing a single micro-movement or expression. Although he didn't believe these exposed traces represented the true thoughts of these shrewd politicians and warlords, especially considering the possibility of deliberate technological concealment. The Draco Corporation was already at its last gasp, leaving him no choice but to be cautious. "Come on, Li Bin, you bastard." Malkawi crossed his hands under the table, his thumbs chasing each other, proving that beneath his calm exterior lay a turbulent mind. The round table, originally seating 13 chairs, now only has 12. Each chair is arranged according to its position, except for one chair, which sits atop an opaque life support tank riddled with pipes. An electronic voice, strikingly similar to Gundal's, emanates from it. Morkawi, using the corporation's industrial capacity, nanoforging capacity, even noble vampire warriors, scientists, and engineers to exchange for votes. Are you still insane? It is none other than Gundal. Having faced the heat pulse cannon, he has long since lost his physical body. What remains is merely his lingering blood magic. In essence, Gundal is dead, leaving behind only a mass of carbon-based nanomaterials containing fragments of his memories. Even so, because this nanomaterial can still control other descendants who have received Gundal's blood, he too has earned the right to sit at the table, though no one cares. The Draco Group's diplomatic situation has been consistently poor. Without making concessions, we won't be able to secure any allies, let alone reclaim the nanoforge, said Malkawi, crossing his thumbs. Voting wasn't anonymous, everyone involved was a massive corporation, and their words carried weight. No one was afraid of the consequences. Voting wasn't done by raising hands, results were entered directly, and the votes were tallied. The process was brief, only a few minutes. Malkawi glanced left and right, unable to see others' results, only tallying the reinforcements he had secured. While he did so, he continued to explain his reasoning. Currently, there are 16 entities in the star system eligible to vote: Overlord, Second Speed Oscillator, Universal Union, Lud Church, Lud Left Path, Demon Avionics, Interstellar Empire, Brighton Alliance, FSF Military Company, Keljev Technology Company, Apex Design Group, Navigation Bureau, Sinar Power, Risk Mining, Secure Mining, and the Draco Group. Everyone nodded secretly. The Draco Group didn't have many supporters. First, there were Risk Mining and Safe Mining, two forces that Malkawi had persuaded the other progenitors to divide the forging capacity. Next is Chu Xiangrui, the second sprinter. There's not much to say about that. The Draco Group has always had a good relationship with sprinter technology. Moreover, Wolf Spirit Star, which Chu Xiangrui oversees, was once robbed by the Universal Alliance. A simple concession of some alloys, and a promise of full support in the next 4 wars were enough to convince Chu Xiangrui to agree. Next is Lud Left Path. Although Samarkand I is the nominal leader, Malkawi has persuaded Gu Zhongyu to change Samarkand I's attitude by offering immigrants and military mercenary support, including vampire marines. Don't forget Samarkand I's granddaughter, who has a grudge against Li Bin. Therefore, including Draco, there are 5 clear votes in favor. One of the progenitors spoke. But in this way, Gu Zhongyu is simultaneously in the high-risk mining industry, and the Left Path sect, enjoying preferential treatment twice. In fact, we all know that Gu Zhongyu is currently in charge of the Left Path sect. Samarkand I is merely a living saint in name only. That's not important, Malkawi said, somewhat troubled. Preserving our power is the most important thing. If we cling to our interests, it's tantamount to letting go of our own destruction. The progenitor then fell silent. Seeing that no one was arguing with him anymore, Malkawi continued, I have already lobbied the other forces. I persuaded them by arguing that the Draco Group is the Southern Security Gateway. If it is lost, Apex, FSF, and the Maritime Bureau will become the front line facing the out-of-control AI, and the colonies are threatened with collapse. I also gave them repeated guarantees and assurances before finally convincing them to abstain. Faced with the Sindar power, I presented my contract with the Second Tachyon, agreeing to invite the Lion King to participate in the Fourth AI War, to pin down the Overlord, destroy its military hegemony, and secure a guarantee of abstention. Conversely, I assured the Overlord and the Luddite Church of cutting off the Second Tachyon, supporting their elimination of the Sindar power, in exchange for abstention votes. This two-faced maneuvering is common at the negotiating table. Exploiting the mutual hostility and impossibility of complete transparency between the two sides, one repeatedly deceives others, placing oneself on the table in a gamble. Post-World War II Germany did this. Don't be fooled by its seemingly simple wording, it requires considerable skill, deception, and diplomatic maneuvering. It's like saying nuclear technology is simply a nuclear fission chain reaction, a seemingly simple statement, but incredibly difficult to execute. Morkavi believed that executing this maneuver was already a result of his hard-won victory. In this way, even with only 5 votes, as long as most abstain, we can still win by a narrow margin, he said with undisguised pride. One of the progenitors did some mental calculations. According to this calculation, the only ones the Universal Union could definitively secure the votes for were himself, the Interstellar Empire, which possessed the Forge, and the Brighton Alliance, who prioritized the common good. Even if he used this as leverage to influence Kelja technology through geopolitics, he could only obtain 4 votes. 5-4, the advantage is mine. The black coffin was filled with laughter and cheers, and the premature celebration of pouring blood wine, with a pop of a cork being opened. Until the votes were counted. The Universal Union received 11 votes in favor, the Draco Group received 2 votes in favor, and 3 abstained. More than half the votes were received, a 68% approval rating, an overwhelming advantage. The Universal Union defeated the Brighton Alliance, the Overlord, the Second Tachyon, Kelj Technology, the Interstellar Empire, Risk Mining, the Lud Church, the Lud Left Path, the Sindar Power, the Demonic Avionics, and the Universal Union. Hey, this is a lie, right? Weren't we guaranteed to win? The progenitor who opened the wine stared at the result, his hands and feet stiffening. The fragrant blood wine gushed out, overflowing the glass and spilling onto the floor. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Makawi roared, his face contorted with rage as he looked over. The representatives of the various factions who had previously sworn to abstain were now casting apologetic, smiling glances at him. Those smiles were like invisible sighs, bringing with them immense fear. Makawi vaguely grasped something, and his already pale face instantly turned green. Li Bin absolutely had no intention of sacrificing his own flesh to feed these guys. There was only one reason he could have won so many votes. The Draco Group was finished. Chapter 1042. No one cared what the Draco Group representative, Merkavi, said anymore. The Draco Group's demise was already a foregone conclusion, but he was still kept at the conference. Next, we move on to the third agenda item, jointly proposed by those who voted in favor, a plan for the proper placement of vampires and the protection of Draco's assets. The Overlord struck the gavel, beginning discussions with all the factions on how to divide the Draco Group. Merkavati and the other progenitors were utterly helpless. Choose, and you be ravaged and plundered by the Hell Legion, taken along with you, turned into wet parts to control lower-ranking vampires, losing your sense of self and your wealth. Or should they humiliatingly accept the conditions of the Human Alliance, dismantle the Draco Group, and still allow all the progenitors to live the life of wealthy tycoons? Personally, I think directly wiping out the Draco Group is too extreme, Li Bin proposed at the meeting. The Ima Galaxy civilization is extinct, but there are still many remnants of dome-shaped cities there. I believe the Draco Group could relocate there collectively. Of course, the slaves should be released. As compensation, Our remaining 15 megacorporations can send their most heinous criminals to the Draco Group as blood donation packages. The Ima Galaxy was the place that Samarkand III conquered and sold off to raise military funds. Li Bin had previously traded with Salamanca there, but now only pirates and privateers remain. Of course, Li Bin's suggestion wasn't entirely out of goodwill, it was more of a political consideration. Firstly, they couldn't push Draco too hard. Falling from the galactic mastermind to a billionaire in one fell swoop could easily lead them down a path of ruin. However, granting the Draco Corporation free planetary status and acknowledging its sovereignty over the entire IMA system could give the impression of a decline in fortune, albeit a fall from a giant corporation to a top-tier enterprise. Secondly, it would also allow for the disruption of Legion agents' further infiltration of the region. All immigrants would be relocated and subjected to further screening, effectively nipping the Legion's infiltration in the bud. In short, first, they threatened to demolish the Draco Corporation, making them feel like they've fallen into hell. Then, they say, just kidding, it's just opening a window, allowing them to ascend to heaven. Upon hearing this, the 11 voters in favor considered it briefly before unanimously approving the proposal. Lion King was somewhat disappointed with Li Bin. In his mind, these 11 companies, representing nearly 80% of humanity's military power in the starfield, dared to utter a single word of dissent from Draco and safe mining? Wouldn't they give everyone a pretext to attack Draco, burdened with crimes against humanity, under the guise of disobeying the orders of the Human Alliance? Meanwhile, representatives from the Navigation Bureau, Apex Design Group, and Kelja Technology Company breathed a sigh of relief. These third-rate behemoths inevitably felt a sense of shared vulnerability. The feeling of seeing their fellow third-rate giants being devoured by wolves was still terrifying. Now, a way out had been offered, albeit a difficult one, but there might still be a chance for a comeback in the future. To further appease everyone, Li Bin feigned magnanimity, saying, "How about this? Reconstruction requires money, resources, and energy. Regarding compensation, we each bear a portion proportionally. The Universal Union will promise to build a dome-shaped city for Draco at production prices, and accept compensation production orders from all parties at cost." Ruli understood immediately and responded, "Since the Interstellar Empire has taken the forge, it will assume the responsibility of building a heavy factory for Draco. We will pay the Universal Union in star currency, and the Universal Union will handle the production." She then bowed to Li Bin, who returned the bow with clasped hands. The Supreme Overlord chimed in, "As the Draco Group's Prester John system is the Overlord's military base, we have a responsibility to return a space station. The Overlord will fund the construction of a Class I space station in the IMA system within a year." The Lion King also narrowed his eyes, and said, "The Sindar Power will build a gas extraction station and a mining station in the system." Malkawi's pupils contracted sharply as he looked at the Lion King and the Supreme Overlord, thinking to himself that his defeat was not undeserved. Li Bin had actually persuaded these two. Risk Mining will support a mining fleet as compensation. Kelja Technology will assist in building 2 domed cities for the residents. The Lud Church and the Lud Left Path will provide all food and water during the immigration period and build an interstellar station. Malkawi laughed angrily, shaking his head repeatedly. Even the Lud Church and the Left Path sect are involved? The second speed yawn will provide a smelter and fuel production facilities. Chu Xiangrui's words made Malkawi's smile vanish. He looked at the other man in disbelief, struggling to speak. "You're one of the beneficiaries?" Chu Xiangrui didn't speak, only raised his glass. "I'm sorry, Malkawi," Chu Xiangrui apologized inwardly. Li Bin had already agreed to provide the second speed yawn with over 6 million immigrants, seating 1/3 of Draco's industrial capacity, and over 3,000 engineers. The second speed yawn was currently developing the Cyclone-class heavy cruisers and needed these people. Moreover, this is a crucial strategy for establishing close ties with the Universal Alliance. Compared to Li Bin and the interest groups behind him, you are utterly insignificant. The third agenda item progressed smoothly, a rare occurrence. This was because the distribution of benefits was based on private negotiations before the second vote, even using methods such as allocating population, skilled workers, basic civil and military officials, and sharing destroyers, frigates, and blueprints to appease those who abstained. They might not get to eat the meat, but at least they got some, and everyone got a share. Li Bin's motto was, "We're all brothers stuck in the same trench. No one's come for nothing." Even the Safe Mining Group received several cruisers, making their attendance worthwhile for those who lack security. Seeing the distribution of benefits, the Supreme Overlord Baikal was very pleased and moved on to the fourth agenda item, deploy troops to the Draco Group. Defend humanity. The entire room erupted in uproar. It wasn't that everyone was unwilling, quite the opposite. Compared to the first human alliance meeting, everyone was rubbing their hands in excitement this time. There were two reasons. First, naturally, everyone benefited. This military campaign, to put it nicely, was to protect the fruits of their labor. To put it bluntly, it was to collect their spoils. If your fleet doesn't come, then we all take your share. Second, it's about fighting the runaway AI and seizing the spoils. The victory at Nova City showed everyone that if the fighting is good, capital ships and cruisers are indeed better seized than built. If the first military campaign resulted in heavy losses, then this counter-encirclement operation, relying on the Draco group, against the runaway AI coveting the vampire warriors, was a replica of the Nova City campaign. All factions were determined to win. Chapter 1043. The conference lasted nearly a week before concluding. Li Bin had been eating and drinking in the command center, and was completely exhausted. He was now lying in the lounge, listening to ISA summarize the results with his eyes closed. The ones confirmed to be sending only cruiser fleets to participate in the war are Safe Mining, Risk Mining, Kelja Technology Company, and Apex Design Group. These forces either have small profit margins like Safe Mining, or are temporarily unstable internally like Apex Design Group, or are under great pressure from external wars like Risk Mining. The other forces are all confirmed to send large armies. ISA said, somewhat surprised. The Overlord has been repairing and building new ships in the past 2 years, and has launched 9 more capital ships. Their territory's production capacity is too strong for a Fensa class and 2 Legion class. 3 Bowhead Whale class cruisers, 3 of which are under repair, and the remaining 6 are under construction. Li Bin massaged his eye sockets with a device, sounding weak. The Overlord has now fully shifted to a wartime economy, so it's not surprising. Axon Technology hasn't been idle either. In the past 2 years, they poured all their production capacity and recruited engineers into building Cyclone-class heavy cruisers. After sacrificing capital ship production capacity, they actually managed to build a special operations squadron of 33 Cyclone-class cruisers. Cyclone-class. You know, the cruiser with the gravity grappling hook, right? ISA recalled, frowning involuntarily. This thing is a natural counter to all battle formations. Li Bin calls it Universal Celestial Pull, though he doesn't know what it means. It sounds very powerful. Will they send a Cyclone squadron this time? ISA asked. Li Bin shook his head. They won't send any. They only agreed to send a phase fleet, along with a few standard-class battlecruisers. But you know what? Having phase ships act as scouts in hyperspace is definitely worthwhile. ISA quickly calculated that since the first major defeat of the Allied forces, everyone had focused on development for a period of time. After the economy fully shifted towards military focus, a significant number of spaceships were launched each year. However, the Hell Legion had been decisively defeated by the combined forces of the Universal Alliance and the Interstellar Empire, reversing the balance of power. But ISA soon became worried again. What about us? Will we also send a large army this time? ISA's implication was that the company had just experienced a major battle, and headquarters was rumored to be facing a fierce attack from the Relief Association. Was it reasonable for headquarters to abandon its duties, and instead go south to participate in the war? No, the Overlord, Lion King, and CO Chu Xiangrui all know my situation. I didn't gain anything this time, only a batch of slave immigrants. The lion's share went to others, so we were exempted from this war. Hearing this, ISA breathed a sigh of relief. She continued to report the situation to Li Bin. After a while, an internal communication request came in. ISA glanced at the message handed to Li Bin and walked towards the door. It's a message from Kong Jicho and Duya. I'm going to get the food. Okay, thanks for your hard work, wife. Li Bin waved weakly, opened the communicator, and Duya's exaggerated voice immediately burst in. Hey, are you there? Li Bin. You're really something. You took down the Draco group in no time. Now everyone in Magius is saying you're a giant corporation dismantling expert. Not here, see him in. The exhausted Li Bin immediately perked up at the sound of Duya's irritating voice. He sat up, forcing his eyes open. He was afraid that if he slumped down again, Duya would laugh at his incompetence, and his wife would drain him dry, and who knows what rumors would circulate among the brothers. Kong Jicho, beaming, sat cross-legged in the inner courtyard of the Kong Jicho's Nest space station. He had also divided the space station into inner and outer sections, just like his mother, only without building a palace. However, the artificial hill was fully equipped with vegetation. Li Bin suspected that if the space station hadn't lacked gravity, Kong Jicho might have even built a stream, creating some kind of winding waterway. Kong Jicho sat on the artificial hill, surrounded by various beauties of the Fong clan, including fox spirits and cat women. These were people he had taken from the red light district of Wolf Spirit Star. After the Universal Alliance established the Fong clan settlement, Kong Jicho waved his hand, allowing these people to choose whether to stay or leave. Those who remained here were those who voluntarily stayed to follow him. Dia had complained to Li Bin more than once about Kong Jicho's ostentatious display. Every time he invited an old friend to meet, he would show off his harem. However, the unfortunate thing was that due to the unique genes of the Fong clan nobles, Kong Jicho had difficulty fathering children with these people. This became Duya's only means of retaliation. Every time Kong Jicho showed off, he would grit his teeth and force a smile, mocking Kong Jicho's seed bank for possibly being problematic. That's what a bad friend is like. Li Bin lit a cigarette, spit it out. Dia then kicked Kong Jicho, who finally broke free from the cat girl clinging to him. Hey Bosley, what were you thinking? Relocating the Draco group to the IMA system? Right now, in the eastern part of the star system, besides the second largest power, which company hasn't joined your multi-horn trade alliance? Even these two major powers have close ties with your trade alliance. Oh, your people seized the forge, you personally destroyed their home base, and then you relocated them near the Golden Route. Isn't that giving them an opportunity to get back at you? Li Bin exhaled a smoke ring. Isn't that because we have our invincible pirate prince, Boss Kong? Your lair is so close to the IMA system. I chose this location precisely to rely on you to monitor them. Me? Kong Jicho pointed at himself. Are you sure? I only have one Cathedral-class battleship right now. All my capital ships have been given to my mother. She's going to use them for the Draco War. The Draco group has 8 capital ships and a large number of cruisers. Besides, those vampires are no joke. They boarded my sacrifice, and a few hundred of them, and my dreadnought can shut down. Dia chimed in. Yeah, Mr. Li. How about we go? It's not easy for anyone. Li Bin looked at Duya and asked curiously, Isn't it you? What are you doing on Kong Jicho's turf? Why aren't you enjoying your high-ranking position in Magius? I resigned, Duya said. I'm too high-ranking now, brother. Officials come to me every day, telling me to go to you, to Kong Jicho, asking for money, supplies, and technology. How the hell am I supposed to handle this? Dia pointed to himself. You know me, I'm useless. I told him right away, you should find someone else for this job. Then I resigned last month, took a diplomatic post, and came to Kang's place, under the guise of finding new economic growth points for the extragalactic colonies of the Magia system, to join Kong. When I get tired of this place, I come and join you, brother. Li Bin's face turned serious. Are you serious? Seriously? Dia nodded. Li Bin was instantly moved. To be honest, Magius, facing the pressure of a hegemon, was always lacking in everything. Persuading Duya was inevitable. But Duya, for the sake of friendship, would rather run away than ask him for resources, demonstrating how much Duya valued this friendship. Sometimes it's not that you're afraid of a brother being foolish, it's that you're afraid of a brother playing tricks on you. Duya's willingness to go to such lengths made Li Bin feel that he had truly made a good friend. He decided he'd do Duya a favor, but there was no need to say it here, so he changed the subject. Old Kong, old Duya, you two do me a favor. Just say it, we're brothers. Duya clinked glasses with Kong Jicho. Li Bin said seriously, after the Draco group relocates, they definitely sell ships to raise funds. 8 capital ships are too few for a giant corporation, and too many for a free planet. With Makawi's intelligence, he definitely sees the opportunity of the skyrocketing value of starships to sell ships, and also take the opportunity to reduce the Draco group's conspicuousness in the eyes of giant corporations. He also specifically explained to Duya, this time everyone took a bite out of Draco, agreeing to the aid, also to prevent Draco from secretly building secret docks and factories, and concealing production capacity. This relocation of the Draco group has completely eliminated any possibility of participation in the war, and we won't let them get away with it in the war. Develop independently. In short, Draco can continue to exist, but it absolutely cannot become a behemoth again. Their military power and industrial capacity must be monitored. I entrust this important task to you. Also, if you discover that the Draco group wants to sell ships, immediately step in to negotiate. Kong Jicho stopped chewing on the Eden squid. Can this work? I'm very close to you. You personally can't. But Magius, whom you represent, can. Magius's position is so awkward that Makawi would be happy to help Magius, or anyone who can interfere with behemoth-level forces. Chapter 1044. Draco's immigration plan needed to be executed with utmost urgency. From the end of the conference, the fleets of Apex Design Group, the Navigation Bureau, and the Church of Luddite set sail first, a total of 14 capital ships heading south. This served two purposes. Firstly, to ensure the out-of-control AI fleet couldn't take advantage of Draco's illness to kill him, and secondly, to monitor the immigration process. However, smooth sailing is only a fantasy. Good things often come with difficulties, and setbacks are the true nature of the world. When the Draco Group was forced to announce the Declaration of Emancipation of Blood Slaves and broadcast it live to all freedom fighters on God's Valley and Hanbridge via the Star System's relay communicators, accepting tens of thousands of hardened criminals transferred by Apex, the Navigation Bureau, and the Church of Luddite fleets in the live broadcast, promising that all human forces in the Star System would exchange hardened criminals for all blood slaves and slaves, it initially achieved good results. Especially when missionaries from the Luddite Church and the Left Path sect, protected by several holy warriors, arrived at the front lines of the battle between the freedom fighters and vampires, set up camp, took in refugees and the wounded, and began treating them with medical equipment brought directly from the Draco Corporation. This act, backed by religious and corporate power, and the visible acts of medical care, won the trust of the frontline warriors. The Luddite Church has always looked down on vampires. Surely they wouldn't be bought off by vampires? This was a topic of discussion among the frontline warriors. The Freedom Fighters command system considered things a little more deeply. A single power can indeed be bought off, but now the Draco Corporation has lifted its internet restrictions. By comparing the latest news from the Star System, it's confirmed that Draco will relocate to the IMA system, and all the major corporations will provide assistance. Surely Draco wouldn't sell itself out to eliminate us. Upon seeing the fleets of the Overlord, the Second Speedster, and the Sinar power mobilized, their last doubts vanished. These three were no pushovers. For them to deploy their fleets together, it couldn't be for riot control. The scale and the force suggested only one thing: resistance against the runaway AI. The Freedom Fighters' leadership relaxed. It's settled. This time, freedom is truly ours. The current issue shifted from a joint military operation by the Legion agents to maintaining social order, conducting population checks, protecting production capacity, and supplying Legion agents. This plan didn't require Li Bin to use Cao Cao's strategy of waiting for the Yuan brothers' internal strife to recruit people. All were long-established powers. The AI Corps could calculate the results quickly. The Hell Legion's inhumanity was well known. The Freedom Fighters cooperated with the Legion agents because of the looming threat of the vampires. That's why they reluctantly followed these inhuman beings, unwillingly obeying the agents' plans, sending personnel and equipment, and assisting in human experiments. Now that the Sword of Damocles is gone, internal conflicts have erupted. The first to react were the Luddite followers within the Freedom Fighters organization. Upon seeing the missionaries and confirming contact with the Luddite Church and the Left Path sect, they immediately defected. Next came the factions within the organization who disliked special agents. They had been strongly opposed to the Legion's human experimentation from the beginning. Seeing the Luddite followers undergo examination and board the Luddite Church's ship directly via shuttle, they immediately began negotiations to break away. God's Valley, the Great Fault Zone. God's Valley is a planet with an extremely harsh environment. It lacks an atmosphere, is barren, lacks organic matter and minerals rich enough to be mined, and is extremely cold. Even worse, its geological structure is very fragile and active, requiring extensive geological reinforcement before the construction of each dome-shaped city. Yet, humanity has survived in this environment. The Freedom Fighters organization joins the team, the Bad Boys Alliance. This is a military organization of over 3,000 men, rejecting the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. The Alliance's leader is Angela Lyric, a 35-year-old former geological reinforcement technician. He and his men are struggling through the Great Fault Zone, heading towards the nearest dome-shaped city. The complex nature of the Great Fault Zone, and its periodic network of passages, allows them to safely evade the vampire searches and ambushes, and seize opportunities to attack nearby Draco facilities. However, it also exponentially increases the risks of their long journey. Only 3 days have passed since the transfer began, and over 20 of these valiant young men have already died. But Angela kept boosting morale on the command channel. A Hegemon's diplomatic team is stationed in the city, lads. Once we get there and pass the quarantine, we can join the Hegemon and become glorious Hegemon soldiers. He kept describing the Hegemon landscape he saw from his terminal, even depicting parts of the idyllic global livestream. Warfare, honor, responsibility, beautiful women loving heroes, everything that could arouse male desire, he vividly described to his men. This is where men should go. The Hell Legion is nothing. Those idiots who operate on their own brains have even given up on themselves. He made no attempt to conceal his contempt for those who blindly sought revenge, abandoning their bodies, and even their very being. In his and the Bad Boys Alliance's eyes, these were signs of weakness. The body may weaken, but the spirit must be strong. After a 12-hour trek, the Bad Boys Alliance set up camp in a wide, periodically rift valley. Unfolding plastic panels, filling a lightweight alloy frame, adding insulating foam, and setting up a compressed air station to fill the air, the 3,000 men skillfully completed the camp's construction within 2 hours. As lights flickered from the round, rectangular, and square observation windows, Angela, standing with his hands on his hips on the central observation tower, nodded in satisfaction. He said to his deputy, "Look, we are so united and powerful. The Overlord has no reason to refuse such a force." All the bad boys were pleased with their efficiency and unity. After eating a hot, nourishing meal mixed with moss, the group began to gradually fall asleep, until the alarm roused everyone. The bad boys hastily donned protective suits, donned homemade armor over them, and rushed out of the barracks. At first, they were bewildered, then consumed by immense rage. The compressed gas station had been destroyed, the high concentration of oxygen gushing from the tanks ignited, the flames illuminating half the camp and casting a yellowish glow on the observation tower. On the tower lay 8 corpses. 3 were the tower's watchmen, and 5 were the leaders of the Bad Boys Alliance. In the very center was none other than Ingra Lyric, the Alliance's founder and spiritual leader, and his second in command. Ingra had been stripped of his power armor, one of the Alliance's few dozen powerful suits of armor, now piled on the tower floor. Ingra's body was bloodless, a bluish-green laceration, crisscrossed with massive lacerations. His internal organs hung frozen from his abdomen. Ingra clutched a plastic sheet in his hands. Like the other corpses, several words were scrawled crookedly on the sheet with a blood-stained weapon: rebellion, fate. Chapter 1045. Everyone recognized the source of these wounds, and everyone was gripped by immense helplessness. As cries echoed through the public channel, anger, fueled by frustration and despair, began to burn. "It's those vampire bastards. It's a hoax. Overlords. All the giant corporations in Starfield C, ***, a soldier on duty spoke up. "I saw it. A shadowy figure, well-equipped. Power armor coated with cloaking paint, undetectable by radar. It just swooped down from the sky." Less than a minute after the central watchtower sounded the alarm, the sentries were thrown down. Then the boss's barracks compressor station exploded. The Bad Boys Alliance stirred, curses, resentment, and the fury of betrayal surging. Without a commander, they collectively began collecting camp materials and rapidly advanced towards the nearest city. However, this advance was filled with overwhelming resentment. On a wide platform on a distant cliff, a Legion agent stretched his neck, his spine, half metal, always felt uncomfortable. Beside him stood several high-ranking members of the Freedom Fighters, their heads bearing the marks of modification. They indifferently watched the Dragon of Light and the crowd. Behind them were 3 modified vampires, their bodies festering from the light and radiation. The vampires were sticky and slimy, as if they had just been pulled from some lewd swamp of tentacles. The high-ranking members knelt down, respectfully reporting to the agent, "The Bad Boys Alliance's reversal is complete. Our spies will gradually brainwash everyone during the journey, getting them to join forces with other traitors and launch an attack on all human faction offices." Very good. The agent's tone was indifferent, but the high-ranking members, whose minds had been altered by the drugs and equipment, all showed expressions of flattery. Unlike the Bad Boys Alliance, who would be brainwashed by language, these guys had completely become the Rinpoches of the Hell Legion. They even had hallucinogens in their brains, and for a moment of hallucinogenic release, they would be willing to give anything for the Legion. However, the agent didn't care. He simply kept replaying the combat records of the brainwashed vampires, assessing the combat capabilities of the latest brainwashed vampires. The vampires' memories would inevitably be damaged after brainwashing, and the Legion hoped to acquire a brainwashing method that could be mass-produced with minimal loss of combat skills. Furthermore, the vampires brainwashed using this technology would have to be obedient, fearless, and possess a certain degree of autonomy. Barely acceptable. The agent, satisfied, began backing up the records. "Report to headquarters, the light-blocking oil is very effective. After the brainwashed vampires enter the camp and remove their power armor, they still possess combat capabilities even when exposed to light and fire. Please continue to increase the oil's adhesion. The current oil is too slippery." "Yes, sir." The high-ranking officers nodded joyfully. The hallucinogens release made them tremble. At the God's Favor Valley Star Space Station, Lone Montanetta, responsible for the screening and management of the Overlord's immigrants and overseeing the space station handover inspection, was interrupted by an urgent military intelligence report. Lone frowned and strode into the command center, which was already filled with representatives from various giant corporations. What's going on? Lone was puzzled. His position as the head of the Overlord's initial handover team, despite being a core member of a second-tier family, was undoubtedly due to his relative ISA's influence, but that didn't mean he lacked ability. On the contrary, he devoted himself to this mission with great effort, and he put a lot of thought and effort into the city assigned to him. But now a problem has arisen. If it were a flaw in Luoyin's plan, he could still offer some explanation, but the presence of representatives from the Sindar Power and the Second Speed Force, and judging by their high ranks, meant this incident was serious. Could it be that the out-of-control AI fleet appeared prematurely? He pondered, glancing at the Celestial Battle System. Originally prepared for space naval warfare, the Celestial Battle System was now fully focused on the two planets. Numerous red dots appeared on the planetary surfaces, flashing and spreading red ripples outwards. The larger and more frequent the ripples, the more dangerous the situation. This is a full-scale civil war, Luoyin exclaimed in shock. Didn't they say they had already reconciled with the freedom fighters? It's not that simple. We only reconciled with the human forces. The Second Speed Force representative, surnamed Bree, was the second daughter of the Bree family, the second largest shareholder of the Second Speed Force. She had short, dark blue hair dyed Speed Force blue, and her eyes were also tattooed with blue dye, giving her a somewhat rock and roll look. But her business acumen was undeniable. The current situation is that many of the lower-level freedom fighter organizations that had already reached agreements with us have defected, blaming the Draco Corporation for breaking their promises, and accusing us of being Draco's accomplices. Lone was stunned, thinking he misheard. What? The Lionheart Guard representative calmly replied, their leaders are all dead, their deaths gruesome and highly humiliating. Now these rebellious organizations have begun to coordinate, warning other organizations intending to submit, and even launching joint attacks on cities and the offices of various large corporations. This is severely disrupting our immigration checks and acceptance operations. Before Luoyin could speak, the dozen or so Draco representatives beside him, clad in power armor and avoiding the light from the command center, waved their hands in unison. This absolutely wasn't us. Even the progenitors can influence their offspring. After the 12 progenitors gave their orders, we couldn't possibly disobey them. Besides, the progenitors had already boarded the ship and were preparing to leave. How could they do such a thing? The Lionheart Guard representative shouted impatiently, "What's all the noise about?" He slammed his hand on the table. The situation couldn't be clearer. The Hell Legion's brainwashing of vampires. Their vampire experiments have already yielded some results. These attacks were definitely carried out by the Legion. Luoyin pinched his nose. Can we contact those lower-level organizations? How about we send them the videos of the human experiments immediately? The rock and roll woman from the Breeze family shook her head. It's useless. These people are all from the lower classes. They haven't received much education. Those who stand out to become leaders of the organizations are all outstanding talents. After they die, what remains are emotionally driven thugs. They were influenced by the Legion too quickly after their rebellion. You tell me, on one side are Legion agents you worked with day and night, and on the other are the vampires who once oppressed you. With preconceived notions, who will they believe? Lone slammed his fist on the command platform. The Lionheart Guard representative looked at the rock girl. Can we use the AI core for screening and investigation? No, the AI core isn't omnipotent. With the civil war and terrorist attacks reaching this point, the Draco Group's control over local areas has created significant vacuums, and the situation will continue to worsen as the tug-of-war continues. The cost of construction is incomparable to the cost of destruction. The rock girl sighed. The out-of-control AIs are becoming increasingly sophisticated. Before, they just relentlessly attacked, looted, and slaughtered. Now they started special operations behind enemy lines, brainwashing propaganda, and infiltrating under the banner of freedom. If we don't come, Draco will face a pincer attack from within and without. Lone added quietly. Then it'd be an out-of-control fleet attacking from the outside, with insiders opening doors from the inside. At this rate, even the best defenses won't hold. A collective gasp rippled through the Lionheart Guard and other representatives of the major corporations. Chapter 1046. In the Taylor system, Li Bit arrived with the Xingtian and Lan Yuan's fleet and immediately went to the exploration hub. He had just completed a batch of incorporation ceremonies, bringing over a dozen gold mark hunters under the command of the Universal Union. At this moment, the exploration hub was bustling with activity. A massive, O-shaped, non-combat use dreadnought, using simulated gravity generated by its rotation, had the Universal Union's senior staff's meal locked to the table. Representatives from various giant corporations and legendary adventurers toasted each other. Li Bin was one of the few who, despite being a leader of a giant corporation, remained active and out and about. Everyone wanted to meet this legend above legends. Finally, after finishing his work, Adventure King had time to sit with Li Bin. He sat down beside Li Bin, while Qian Tao stood up and stood beside him, his eyes scanning the room, ready to protect the CO. The western front of the star system is basically stable now, the Adventurer King sighed. In the past 2 years alone, over 4,000 people have joined the Adventurers Guild, and nearly 5,000 have died or gone missing. It's truly remarkable. Various giant corporations are hauling those scrapped, junk corvettes from the shipyards to sell for cash, some even selling meteorite ships. It's truly ruthless. It's common knowledge that scrapped spaceships are like scrapped cars. They're still usable, just no longer safe. In the East, such vehicles are absolutely forbidden on the road, but in sub-Saharan Africa, they're driven without a care. Similarly, the giant corporations' own crews aren't allowed to drive these small, dilapidated, and extremely expensive tractors. In the game, a spaceship's problem is worth 1D. A 5D spaceship is called a space tractor, a crucial component of the scrap ship phenomenon, but adventurers aren't treated like human beings. The Adventurer King couldn't help but complain. This year, those still daring to enter the adventurer arena, either those driven to desperation by debt and forced to gamble everything, or those with some assets, who have paid for training courses from giant corporations and are potential newcomers who have undergone the training. I know banks don't lend money to deadbeat debtors. They want the connections and future repayments of the skilled individuals who forge a path to survival. But these potential newcomers are truly talented, and sending them off in meteorite ships like this makes our hearts bleed. How much is the registration fee an adventurer pays to the association worth? A seasoned veteran dragging a wrecked Sunset frigate is worth hundreds of people, not to mention their subsequent expenses, maintenance, connections, and information costs. The Adventurer King and his group genuinely want as many adventurers as possible. The more outstanding the better. But the current situation is complicated. That's why he turned to Li Bin, hoping that Boss Li could release a batch of the company's obsolete ships, anything but tractors. Li Bin readily agreed. Adventurers were skilled at human reconnaissance, frequently bringing back vital military intelligence and information on infiltration behind enemy lines. For instance, the latest developments regarding the Hell Legion were brought back by a gold mark hunter who risked his life to accumulate the final points needed to join the Universal Alliance. The Hell Legion had already dispatched a large number of transport ships southwards under the escort of the Twilight Fleet, and he had issued an alert to all factions. Seeing Li Bin nod, the Adventurer King was on the verge of tears. He wanted to say something expressing his gratitude, but a shareholder from the association behind him quietly tugged at his sleeve and handed him a terminal. The Adventurer King glanced at it briefly, nearly choking on his drink. Cough cough. Li cough cough. Boss. Taking the terminal that Adventurer King awkwardly handed him, Li Bin pursed his lips and looked at it for a few minutes before slamming it on the table. He seemed absent-minded, just like when he had just requested the Universal Alliance's reward of retired old ships, a somewhat bizarre mix of exasperation and exasperation. Having finally caught his breath, Adventurer King noticed Li Bin's expressionless face and awkwardly asked, Boss Li, about the incident with Draco. Huh? Li Bin was taken aback. Ah! Taking a sip of his drink to cover his embarrassment, Li Bin finally spoke. You mean the Legion agents caused trouble, right? It was expected, nothing serious. Nothing serious? Adventurer King was dumbfounded, thinking, how could this be nothing serious? This involved the interests of over a dozen giant corporations. Li Bin naturally wouldn't explain to him that with over a dozen giant corporations joining forces, how could the Legion agents possibly rebel? That would be a joke. It was just a bit more complicated and troublesome. Dividing up megacorporations is like fishing in a lake. No matter how many fish you release, the final catch will always be fewer. Firstly, natural selection eliminates some, and secondly, there will always be some that slip through the net. Whether it's immigration or production capacity, the same principle applies. To put it bluntly, the tense atmosphere and the impending doom of Luoyin and his men on the front lines is simply due to their lowly status and limited influence. The Supreme Overlord, the Lion King of Sinar, the CEO of Suzy, who cares? Everyone is busy deploying fleets, engaging in diplomatic maneuvering, resolving geopolitical issues, and then heading south for the hunt. That's the most important thing. Ensuring the assets are in hand is paramount. As for a little more or less, well, it's insignificant. Meanwhile, Li Bin was focused on the Interstellar Empire's reaction to receiving the nanoforge. October 28th, Star Calendar 219, Byzantium Thrace System. Lin Yufeng stood weary from his journey at the entrance of the Obsidian Beta-class ship, gazing at the massive robotic arm extending from the space station. To ensure the safe transport of the forge, the Interstellar Empire had custom-made mechanical claws at the ends of the robotic arms used to secure the capital ships. The claws were lined with flexible material to prevent any bumps or tripping. He touched the gleaming Imperial Valor badge on his chest, his expression stiff, suppressing a smile. This was a medal personally awarded by Her Majesty Ruli, demonstrating its importance. With this great achievement, a couple more successes, and he could command a capital ship, right? He felt a surge of joy. Meanwhile, in the spaceport, Ruli watched as the forge was slowly loaded into the orbital train and transported to the orbital industrial facilities, tears welling in her eyes. Only after the train disappeared into the tunnel did Ruli, for the first time ever, hug the one-eyed old man. Holding his hand, she was moved to tears. CEO Li Bin isn't here, otherwise I would have certainly given him a grand welcome. Please convey to Li Bin that the Interstellar Empire will continue to abide by the Alliance contract. The Empire and the Universal Union are as one. The one-eyed old man, clad in power armor, nodded solemnly. I will certainly convey it. Ruli then began to thank each of the prosthetic veterans who had fought in the war, and the other high-ranking Imperial officials also came forward, embracing the one-eyed old man in an orderly fashion, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Space Romans. What's the point of all the showy stuff? They should use this time to send a few girls. The one-eyed old man thought to himself, when suddenly he saw a strange face tightly embracing him. The man, noticing the old one-eyed man's confusion, smiled and explained, I am Severus, the newly appointed military commander of the Empire. The old one-eyed man licked his lips. Where is Titus? He is dead, Severus said, taking a golden box from a servant behind him. The box opened. Inside was a head. Through the glass, the old one-eyed man clearly recognized it as Titus's head. Severus handed the box to the old one-eyed man. Titus was the leader of the Imperial Autocracy faction, secretly plotting against the marriage alliance between the Empire and the Universal Union. After learning that CEO Li Bin would be gifting the nanoforge to our country, he began plotting to assassinate the king. He originally intended to assassinate both His Majesty and the CEO at this ceremony, seizing supreme power in the Empire. Now, he, along with his backup clones, secret societies, and rebel legions, have all been wiped out. Severus patted his chest. I, on the other hand, am a member of the Union faction. It's normal that you haven't heard of me. After all, we were both intentionally marginalized by Titus. Taylor System, Exploration Hub. Qian Tao bowed low before Li Bin and whispered a report. The adventurer king vaguely heard something like, the handover of the nano-forging furnace went smoothly. After Qian Tao stepped back, guessing what it was about, he immediately offered a fawning toast. Congratulations, CEO. May your friendship with the Empire endure forever, as steadfast as a star. As expected, it's nothing, Li Bin said, raising his glass. Amidst the crisp clinking of glasses, a genuine smile clearly played on Li Bin's lips, and his eyes brightened considerably. Chapter 1047. The officer dispatched by the Universal Alliance to the Draco Group was Vahab. This second first officer under Li Bin was fairly competent, lacking the rough and ready air of Jeffrey, but far superior in greetings and farewells. However, he lacked the potential for fleet command. After the establishment of the Universal Alliance, he and Jeffrey both participated in ISA's hellish emergency officer training, resulting in AC+ for steering, AB+ for damage control, and AB for phase field modulation and target analysis. Looks pretty good, right? But in courses like coordinated maneuvering, crew training, officer training and management, and electronic warfare, he got DS. Judging from Vahab's course performance, even with his current extensive combat experience, he's destined to be just a battlecruiser captain. Fleet command is out of the question. He can't handle wolfpack tactics on destroyers and frigates. He also can't handle carrier-based aircraft formation command. He's the type who's good as a fighter, but utterly incompetent as a commander. So Li Bin assigned him a Bowhead Whale-class ship, leading a mixed fleet to scavenge for resources. His main task was to supervise the transfer of engineers and immigrants. But despite being considered somewhat out of touch by Li Bin, Wahab was quite well connected within Draco's faction, using the Universal Alliance's name to befriend every faction. A bunch of troublemakers. Wahab complained to Luoan in the high-ranking officers' mess at the God's Valley Space Station, shoveling at the so-called high-class food, which the Universal Alliance crew called rat poison, with a spoon, scraping the mushy food. He had no appetite whatsoever, only complaining, "If you're going to rebel, then rebel. Why bomb our office with heavy artillery?" Wahab was furious. Looking at him, Luoan's mind was filled with memories of his first meeting with Li Bin. When he first met Li Bin, Wahab was just the captain of a modified Jaime-class gunboat called Little Cat 1, not even qualified to participate in the meeting between the Montanetta family and Li Bin. He was someone who wasn't even qualified to stand on the sidelines. But now Wahab could smear eaten bread with rat poison and complain to him with spittle flying. And yet, in terms of rank, he was still inferior to him. That's fate. Luoan felt wronged, thinking that he should have applied to teach at the Universal Union as a ship instructor, then directly joined ISA and became a member of the Universal Union. Once this thought arose, he couldn't suppress it any longer. Luoan nodded repeatedly, appearing to be listening very attentively, but inwardly he was seriously considering the matter. Lone Montanetta, a core member of the Montanetta second-class military family, has always worked on military missions and within the family's secret front. But doesn't Lone also harbor ambitions to pilot spaceships across the universe, to fight on the front lines, and to become a general? In second-class families, unless they command capital ships, the highest rank they can attain is lieutenant colonel. Family elders line up for their own cruisers, and those who can't get one have to pay bribes and incur favors to beg for a cruiser captain position in other fleets. Even then, many want to get a position, but don't have the connections. Like ISA, Lone graduated from the Naval Academy, ranking in the top 10 of his class, receiving a laser pistol personally gifted by the principal, earning him the nickname Light Gun Squad. But now, his classmates rank lower than him, relying on their family's influence, have all entered cruiser service, and some, with good fortune, even managed to snag cruiser captain positions during officer vacancies after the Third AI War and the First Human Alliance War. Only he remained, toiling tirelessly on the secret front in the trenches. "I didn't study intelligence," Luoan screamed inwardly, his mind twisting and crawling. He had originally thought he would live his life in this predictable way, only able to despicably hope that the elders of his family would die in battle, so that he could rise to power. But once the thought of deviating from the path of the Overlord surfaced, it was like dry tinder meeting a raging fire, like a dusty factory encountering a fool sitting there smoking. It burst into flames in an instant. If someone like Wahab can pilot a Bowhead Will-class aircraft carrier, then surely I, Luoan, can command a fleet. If Lin Yufeng were here, he would surely grasp Luoan's hand tightly and exclaim, "I never imagined that within the Overlord's ranks, there would be someone who thinks the same way as me." The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, but Luoan was not in a hurry. He remained still, deciding to first go back and contact the 14th Regiment, especially Chu Tianhua. He had heard that this guy had been stationed on Eden Star for the past 2 years, never even coming home. Luoan initially thought this person might be on a special mission, but after a moment's thought, he realized Chu Tianhua had probably already been considering leaving. It's not just me. If I wanted to leave, I could contact those frustrated classmates, even upperclassmen and underclassmen. Luoan's eyes lit up. Li Bin, no, his brother-in-law, he's Isha's cousin, was known for his eagerness to recruit talent. If I went myself, those bastards at Huanyu United would only see me as a crony. But if I brought a group of capable and talented people, that would be talent recruitment. Once loyalty fades, intelligence takes over. The more Luoan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. And it wasn't just the ship command department, damage control department, surveying department, navigator department, training department, logistics support department, airport management and control department. Many departments in the academy could recruit people. No, not only that, you can recruit from within the family too. Isn't my brother-in-law the son-in-law of a powerful figure? What's wrong with helping a relative by marriage? Thinking this, Luoan's breathing became heavy. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, but at a certain moment, he calmed down. His long-term work on the secret front had honed his keen senses. He realized that his brother-in-law wouldn't want to see a large influx of unscreened people flooding into the company and taking over senior positions. Therefore, as his cousin, he should vet the people for his brother-in-law and do the screening in advance. I should use the organizational structure of the 14th Regiment to create another secret society within the secret society, go through Chu Tianhua's connections, make some achievements first, and then be honest with my brother-in-law. Luoan's dazed, muttering appearance caught Wahab's attention. Wahab reached out and patted Luoan. "Dude, what are you doing?" Luan immediately snapped back to reality and subtly changed the subject. I just said you were right. These people are all troublemakers. They should be warned. Right, you think so too? Wahab became excited. Dare to talk to a dozen. A giant corporation has intervened. This isn't just some ordinary troublemaker. We have to strike hard. I really want to plow the land with our naval guns. Luan immediately flattered. Great idea. How about we submit an application to the Draco Group right now? Wahab hesitated for a second, then flashed a bright smile. Sure. Wait a minute, this rat poison is giving me a stomachache. I need to take a dump. He rubbed his stomach and got up, jogging towards the toilet in the microgravity of the space station, seemingly impatient. But once he left the mess hall, Wahab's enthusiastic expression vanished. How did Luan get involved with the 14th Regiment? Wahab frowned and thought. He wasn't particularly skilled in warfare, but the fact that Li Bin had sent him to this dangerous place proved he definitely had some talent. He had only vaguely overheard some words earlier and hadn't paid much attention, but Luo's uncharacteristic enthusiasm had caught Wahab's attention. No, I have to talk to the captain. We can't let the Overlord use the people around him to deceive him. Chapter 1048. Li Bin didn't have the energy to deal with the Southern Front for the time being. Firstly, the company couldn't profit much here anymore. While immigration was important, Li Bin had already outsourced the task through significant concessions. Wahab's main job was screening and supervision. The specific operations were outsourced to the Overlord, who then subcontracted them to Magius. This layered outsourcing was essential for the smooth operation of the company. If the subcontractors didn't do the work, were we, the company's full-time employees, supposed to do the dirty work? Even a diligent organization like the Universal Union outsourced its immigration operations to the Colorful Galaxy Company. Secondly, there were important matters in the Eden system. It was an undeniable fact that Li Bin had deployed a large fleet, and it was also an undeniable fact that the Relief Association would attack the Universal Union. According to intelligence shared by the Second Speed Child and the Overlord's agents, this would happen within 6 months, possibly around the same time as the Draco War. So the problem arose. Li Bin's main force was overseas, and couldn't withdraw from the New Star City. How could he appease everyone and prevent them from suspecting him? This crucial task fell to the Interstellar Empire and the Brighton Alliance. Therefore, these past few days, after handling matters with the Adventurers Association in the Taylor system, Li Bin immediately began his diplomatic maneuvering. However, the awkward thing was that perhaps Li Bin's dedication to humanity's cause moved the Brighton speaker, or perhaps his gift of the nano-forge moved Ruli. In any case, both factions were very interested in this matter, greatly embarrassing Li Bin, who had originally only intended to gloss over the situation. He even had to contact his sister. Quick! Good sister, give me a definite answer quickly, otherwise the Interstellar Empire and the Brighton Alliance's armies will be here, and then the Relief Association won't attack us. Li Bin complained in the channel, making Li Shu roll her eyes. This is truly bizarre. She combed her hair and mocked. Never seen anyone whose lair is safe from attack yet act like they gone bankrupt. Brother, have your intelligence regressed after all these years away? How can that be the same? Li Bin wore a wealthy but troubled expression. There's no such thing as 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Before, I'd be constantly being pulled around like a dog by the out-of-control AI. But now, with the wrath of God, everything's different. Li Bin said seriously. Besides, if the Relief Association really doesn't come, it'd be the same as going bankrupt, okay? The Human Association is so great, they know we need an excuse, so they're eager to send us resources, prisoners, even production capacity. Think about it, little sister. A super-immigrant ship from the early days of the human realm before the Great Collapse. How much technology, how many relics are on it? If these two, they're here, and we're going to get a share of the profits. Damn! You're making me hungry. Li Shu rarely swore. What should we do then? My suggestion is to immediately blockade the star system, relocate all industrial transactions along the northern route of the Eden star system to the western Heavenly Gate star system, and move those along the southern route to the Tonfa star system. Create the illusion that the Eden star system is under full martial law, while simultaneously vigorously promoting its armed forces and full-scale military production, repeatedly emphasizing its importance to the outside world. Li Shu frowned. Wouldn't that be tantamount to telling the Relief Association that the Eden star system is not to be trifled with? Exactly. Li Bin grinned mischievously. The more important it is, the more tempting it is. No matter what the Relief Association's intentions are, as long as they feel that taking the Eden star system is equivalent to taking the entire Universal Union, they will inevitably concentrate their efforts on the Eden star system. To reinforce this point, I reached an agreement with the Interstellar Empire and the Brighton Alliance. Once we receive sighting reports from the Adventurers Guild's exploration fleet and adventurers, regardless of the Relief Association's target, both sides will immediately dispatch fleets to the Eden system. Li Bin raised his index finger and thumb, making a gesture that would enrage the thieving nation. Their golden window is very short, so short that they only have one chance, which is enough to influence their judgment. This was the result of Li Bin's studies of naval warfare with ISA and Lan Yuan, as well as summarizing his knowledge of ancient and modern battles from his previous life. The key to the so-called decisive battle doctrine in its early stages is choosing the battlefield. How to lure the enemy into a battlefield pre-designed by our forces is the first hurdle of the decisive battle doctrine. This is the crucial step in turning pre-planned military preparations into reality. Its difficulty is no less than the grand adventure of turning a product into a commodity. By repeatedly emphasizing the importance of strategic points and the narrowness of the attack time, the enemy is forced to enter the battlefield at a predetermined time and place. A perfect example of using this strategy in reverse is the decoy Siegfried line built by Germany. You think this place is impregnable with its heavy artillery? You think I'm going to fight you in a fortress battle? Actually, all the steel has been used to build tanks. Guess who these iron tanks will stab? It's so hard to guess. Li Shu listened carefully to Li Bin's plan, repeatedly patting her chest. Will it work? Isn't it too risky? That's why I asked you for a definite answer. What's the repair progress on the God's Wrath class? I already sent Lan Yuan's small boat back as fast as possible. As soon as the God's Wrath class is ready, I send Isha back too. She's finally had some free time lately. Let her pilot the Hoi, 2 dreadnoughts. She definitely give the Relief Association endless surprises. He. Oh, wait a moment. Let me see. Li Shu said, calling Alyosha. Alyosha quickly sent the compiled data via Manager Shen's link. Li Shu flipped through the document. The repair progress accounts for 7% of the overall progress. So fast? Li Bin was overjoyed. Don't rush, it's all armor-level repairs. We wouldn't dare attempt anything to the internal structure. Li Shu pouted. The technology contained in the God's Wrath class is too advanced. Even the scientists in the secondary hibernation pods only master xenon technology and a large amount of basic technology. Brother Jie, Wang Shiji, said that many of the technologies on this ship are unique to other laboratories in the human realm. People who aren't from related laboratories, or those from the human realm's military technology department, only know the names. The human realm has many ways of controlling various star systems, and technological segmentation and monopoly are among them. For example, the White Rose star system is good at xenon technology, while some star systems are good at space tearing and have developed phase technology, etc. Li Shu clicked her tongue. But the good news is, the Academy moved, right? Now it's still. The Overlord is just an empty shell. The Universal Union has absorbed almost all the senior scientists from the academies, so our basic scientific reserves are quite sufficient. Wang Shiji has recently suspended his research and is leading a team to compile teaching materials for the Academy's scientists, training them using a teaching and training device. They are now conducting research, attending classes, and participating in repairs simultaneously. The repair work on the damaged external armor of the God's Wrath class is no longer a problem. The weapon system uses the ship's P-Space automated factory to produce components for complete replacement. The main cannon should be ready to start in about 4 months. Li Shu said, showing Li Bin the line of red text. Given the extent of damage to the main cannon and the condition of other weapons, it is strongly recommended that the God's Wrath class not engage in close combat with the enemy. It should rely on the space station for protection and conduct long-range main cannon strikes. Otherwise, I will not be responsible for any damage to the ship. Wang Shiji. Then, is there any possibility that this main cannon can destroy that Ark of Salvation? This was Li Bin's biggest concern. If they hit it, then we can just wait for the boarding sailors to salvage the assets. The ship is definitely not going to be salvaged. Holy crap, awesome. Chapter 1049. While Li Bin was still meeting with Li Shu, ISA had already embarked on her return journey. It was indeed too much to ask of the immobile God's Wrath-class ships to undertake all military missions. A dreadnought needed to be deployed in hyperspace to ensure the annihilation of all capital ships outside the Ark of Salvation. Li Bin was determined to take the Relief Association away this time. He didn't expect to spare a single one, but the remaining rabble could live as privateers and mingle in society. Just kidding, I kill you even if you're just mingle in society. I destroy your stronghold and capital ships, then I spend money to buy a kill order from the pirate emperor, letting other pirate kings hunt you down until you never dare call yourselves the Relief Association again. Interstellar Research Center. The Academy Dean, Burgard, with his shaved head, wearing terminal glasses, and looking old, walked slowly through the pristine research center. Today was the Universal Joint Research Center's Internal Technology Achievement Exhibition, where many branches would showcase their latest cutting-edge research results. The Academy's various disciplines have been distributed into different research departments, and even the leadership teams of disciplines such as hyperspace studies, social relations, and history and archaeology are directly appointed from among the Academy's department heads. Of course, before this, Li Bin had the mole, Dong Lixiang, preemptively name and dismiss a group of academic cliques. These dismissed academic cliques naturally included those who were unwilling to accept their fate, those who caused trouble, and those who secretly wanted to sell intelligence. All of them were arrested and dealt with by the sheriffs. While serious criminals might have the chance to be sent to Draco as blood slaves, serving life imprisonment and living a life of idleness, these people didn't even have that opportunity. The Internal Technology Achievement Exhibition was very low-key. Eden Star didn't even bother with any publicity. The presence of prominent figures like Li Brown, of Tomorrow's Child, Governor Li Shu, the King of Knights, nicknamed Li Chongzhen, and the Deputy Minister of Administration, Minister Alyosha, was busy with work, suggests significant importance. Burgard dislikes politics, and the Global Alliance's governance is remarkably humane, avoiding empty formalities. Li Shu and the others merely nodded at her, not disturbing her, allowing Burgard ample time to review the achievements. Most of the achievements are based on incomplete blueprints and information unearthed by historical and archaeological professionals, and are the technological results reconstructed by research centers and scientific departments at various levels. For example, the latest heavy machinery is based on the technology of shipborne weapon graviton beams, and is a product of redevelopment, referencing related incomplete technologies from massive ruins and the Academy's reserves. Once scaled up, this thing will soon replace the super-large gantry crane on the space station overhead, driven by the unlimited energy provided by superdiverter valves, becoming a powerful tool for space stations, shipyards, ship repair yards, and dismantling plants. It's estimated that the Ironforge shipyards will be fully equipped with this type of equipment in about a month, increasing the efficiency of each shipyard by an average of 6 percentage points. Of course, currently all of our engineers are focused on spacecraft production, and we don't have enough skilled workers to open new production lines, so we can only rely on nanoforging furnaces. Burgard mentally calculated that with the continued advancement of the gravity traction facilities, and the reinvention of all improved models, not only the shipyards, but also the orbital industrial facilities would see improved efficiency in alloy processing and decomposition. The final result would likely allow the company to produce 1 or 2 more Bowhead Whale-class ships annually, provided there are enough workers. Enough to satisfy Li Bin's satisfaction with the Academy's capabilities, Burgard calmly thought. Despite her joy, she maintained a nonchalant demeanor until, at the platform of the Biological Research Center, Dong Lixiang knelt before Li Brown, his enthusiastic and flamboyant tone shattering the ambitious dean's composure. So I say, putting aside other star systems, just considering the Perseus star system, our great Universal Union's technology is unmatched. His arrogance was undeniable. Such flattery of superiors was something Burgard despised, especially since this man, despite his seniority and high position, lacked even a shred of the dignity expected of a scientist. Alas, the world is going to the dogs, Burgard thought, moving closer to see what Dong Lixiang was up to. Peering inside, she saw a cluster of semi-transparent, gregarious squid in Dong Lixiang's display. At first glance, the squid seemed no different, but upon closer inspection, Burgard was horrified to discover that the metal devices used as signal-based stations were missing from their bellies. Instead, their translucent bodies contained numerous thread-like structures that entangled the squid's brain. And inside their stomachs were gel-like, reflective substances. This is our latest research achievement, the Xenon squid, Dong Lixiang proudly announced. The powder discarded from the Xenon energy pool was too fine to be reused, making even manufacturing Xenon-plated alloy armor prohibitively expensive. Although Wang Shiji's team attempted to polymerize and reuse this dust, the results were far from ideal, and the costs were enormous. But through environmental cultivation and organ transplantation, I successfully gave these squid a special stomach. Their stomach secretions combined xenon dust, turning it into a gel-like substance. Li Brown readily asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Dong, what is the use of this colloid?" "Good question." As expected of Miss Li Brown, Dong Lixiang replied enthusiastically in a loud voice, "This colloid possesses excellent energy transfer and polymerization properties. We can wait for the colloid inside the squid's stomach to mature, then extract it, charge it, and have the squid swallow it. Using the scarab torpedoes to board, the xenon squid, guided by the gregarious squid, can squeeze into various key locations on the spaceship and self-destruct. Because it's a colloid, it has extremely high plasticity. Combined with the squid's penetrating ability, it can. During the destruction by the behemoths, they will penetrate the engine room, ammunition depot, bridge, and battery packs without triggering alarms, using ventilation fans and circulation pipes for precise demolition. Furthermore, the xenon squid can cooperate with the Knights to conduct complex demolition operations during ground landings. We have commissioned the weapons department to specifically develop xenon squid launchers to work with the Knights. This way, the Knights can provide rough fire coverage, while the final precise demolition will be handled by the xenon squid, whose intelligence is forcibly enhanced by numerous neuroparasites. Li Chungjin applauded loudly. Knights are active in the offices of the Universal Union established at the Draco Group. Facing powerful and violent vampires and bewitched freedom fighters, the Knights perform better than the Marines, with lower casualties. The reason for not using behemoths isn't because they can't afford them, but because counterinsurgency warfare has its limits. Beasts are too brutal. The xenon squid is immune to EMP weapons and electronic warfare interference, which can solve the problem of precision strike failure in the last meter of ground combat and boarding maneuvers when the fleet and task force face out-of-control AI. The AI Core, PPSH, gave it a high rating, confirming its outstanding performance in limited applications. Therefore, after receiving instructions from Li Shu, Li Brown cleared his throat. On behalf of the CEO of Universal Union, I am investing an additional 350,000 star coins in the Biological Research Center for the follow-up development of this biological weapon. Also, please compile a report on the research plan for the Bio Beast, combining it with the actual combat experience in Nova City, and submit a new funding application, not exceeding 800,000 star coins. Dong Lixiang, you did the right thing. You truly deserve to be a veteran outstanding graduate of the Academy. I must immediately negotiate with Dong Lixiang to learn from his advanced experience and secure more support for other departments. Bergard couldn't help but take a step forward, his gaze fixed on the obsequious Dong Lixiang. Chapter 1050. Risk Mining, Overall's Galaxy. Chicken Bro, nicknamed Interstellar Rooster, licked his lips, slowly maneuvering his beloved rooster-shaped vessel closer to the metallic signal captured by the sensors. Chicken Bro was reportedly selected for an idle live streaming team in the West Wind Galaxy in his early years, but with the group live streaming model becoming obsolete and holographic novels defeating everything, he left the team and wandered aimlessly. Risk Mining is arguably the most lenient management force among all the giant corporations. Therefore, Chicken Bro came here more than a decade ago, relying on capital and his past connections to open a borderline-themed tavern. The tavern's waiters were all retired second- or third-tier actors and minor celebrities. Over the years, although he hadn't personally taken on any adventures, he had gained a deep understanding of adventurers and scavengers through the tavern's patrons. After Risk Mining split up, a large number of local jobs became vacant, coupled with internal and external troubles, instantly stirring up restless hearts among many at the bottom of society. Following the example of Universal Union, Risk Mining offered numerous vacant positions as incentives, stimulating people to risk everything to seize them. After careful consideration, Brother Chicken realized this was a golden opportunity. So he mortgaged all his assets, registered a company like Li Bin, and then took all his employees and the company for a second mortgage, leveraging the loan to borrow a large sum of money. He scraped together nearly 1,000 star coins, bought a high-quality Shepherd-class frigate, and embarked on his interstellar journey. Naturally, he also followed Li Bin's example, recruiting several familiar and experienced crew members, navigators, and scavengers to form a management team. Some of these people were there because of connections, while the other half were also eager to emulate Universal Union's founding method, reluctantly joining the ship. To this day, Chicken Bro has been wandering in space for almost 2 years. He hasn't made much money, but his skills in spaceship maintenance and machinery operation have improved considerably. Almost all of Chicken Bro's earnings have gone towards paying off loans. An ordinary person, seeing such meager returns, would probably have taken advantage of the recent surge in spaceship prices to sell their well-maintained Shepherd-class ships, happily pocketing a few hundred star coins to return to Earth and live a life of leisure. But Chicken Bro is not satisfied. He often passionately encouraged everyone in the crew mess. I always tell people, Li Bin is my idol. From debtor to giant entrepreneur, he did it in just over 10 years. It seems fast, right? But actually, he spent more than 3 years just paying off his debts in his early years. I studied his company's finances in detail. In the first year, he was practically scavenging garbage, just like us. Our predicament is only temporary. Now salaries are being paid as usual, and loans are being slowly repaid. Our situation is quite good now. This was indeed true. In the past 2 years, only 2 people have died, and that was due to the crew's lack of technical skills during the early mining phase. Run at the first sign of battle, avoid combat to protect the ship, and never take risks. Chicken Brother's caution allowed him to successfully avoid the tragedy of perishing in space during his rookie years. This conservatism, while resulting in a meager salary, also put him ahead of 95% of his competitors. Today, Chicken Brother was supposed to continue searching for high-quality asteroids in the rooster, but an abnormal signal from the sensors caught the attention of everyone on the bridge. A few hours later, when the target appeared in the optical observation post, Chicken Bro's face beamed with joy. "I told you, as long as you're alive, there's always a chance for things to turn around." It was the wreckage of a Star-class mining destroyer, converted from a Nebula-class cruiser hull. The ship was in terrible condition. The hull was L-shaped. A civilian ship in such a state was beyond saving, with no repair value. It could only be dismantled for components, or used as scrap material. "No, Captain," the first mate, sporting a gothic spiky hairstyle dyed blonde, resembling a super scion, asked, puzzled, "Such a big ship. No one noticed it before?" "Hey! You can't say that," Chicken Brother shook his head. Southeast of the Overall's galaxy is the Divine Wind Galaxy. Everyone knows the news that the Divine Wind Galaxy was previously overrun by the out-of-control AI. We still have a main fleet stationed in our Overall's galaxy, ready to maneuver. Then let me ask you. Chicken Brother pointed at the first mate, imitating Li Bin's public performance. During the interview, he casually crossed his legs and said, "How many battles has the company fought against the runaway AI?" "Countless, big and small. Head-on confrontations, raids, harassment, infiltration. With so many battles, it's normal to miss some things. Besides, maybe this is a ship that recently came from another star system, and was destroyed by the runaway AI or pirates. Instead of wasting time speculating here, you should hurry up and land to dismantle the ship." Oh. The Gothic Scion first mate nodded quickly, and led his men ashore. The rooster was very poor, so poor that it used the docking bay as a preparation station before landing, and also used compressed exhaust gas cylinders as propulsion, but the crew members were all tied with safety ropes. After arriving at the wreckage, they first monitored the radiation levels to ensure that it would not affect the people in the safety suits, or the only 2 old heavy machines. Then they began to use a stamping machine to chisel the fixing devices into the ship's compartments, using the safety ropes as cables. With over a dozen safety ropes, and compressed exhaust tanks, it took a whole day to slowly transfer the heavy machinery to the wreckage. The poor man's time is worthless. Even at his poorest, Li Bin's flagship, the 3-legged cat, was a Dromedary-class destroyer. This 9-handed exploration destroyer was equipped with built-in exploration equipment, including a robotic arm capable of directly transferring heavy machinery. The Dromedary-class destroyer was 320 meters long, 5 meters longer than the Shandong, far beyond the reach of this small boat. Although the wreckage hadn't yet been converted into cash, everyone had a sudden illusion of wealth. Even though most of the cargo in the holds was damaged beyond repair, with only some nutritional paste in the innermost containers, and food stored in the escape pod still usable, the crew of Chicken Brother didn't hesitate to use it. Sell it to the poor bastards on the planet. A little radiation and it'd sell cheap. No worries about finding a market. Wow! There's even a battery pack that can be repaired and still work? We're rich. Can we use heavy machinery to disassemble this half of the component? This piece seems to be worth over 100 star coins. Such excited exclamations sounded like star coins pouring into Chicken Bro. He didn't even care about those bulky, space-consuming alloys anymore. How much are they worth? Until a series of chattering sounds came through the channel, and soon, the discussion, amidst the first mate's shock, drew everyone's attention. "Holy crap, Captain! It looks like nano-self-healing material." Chapter 1051. Chicken Brother looked at the transmitted image. It was a mass of frosted, silvery gray matter, slowly writhing on the twisted ship's deck. To the uninformed, it had a creepy, lifeless quality, but to the experts, it looked like living star coins. No, more valuable than star coins. But Chicken Brother was somewhat disappointed. It's already been used. "It's alright, Captain." The first mate immediately explained. This thing must have been leaked before the commands were input, otherwise it would have been used up long ago. It's currently in standby mode, which is why it's still alive. Let's put it in liquid nitrogen and take it back. We buy some used cryogenic storage containers, repackage it, and sell it. This amount can fill a dozen containers, worth thousands of star coins. Thousands of star coins. These words were like an invisible fist, transformed into sound through electronic signals, pounding everyone's eardrums, leaving everyone dizzy. Chicken Bro's eyes lit up, but a final moment of caution led him to make a token refusal. Isn't that a bit much? Doesn't the risky mining industry say that all nanomaterials encountered must be submitted for review? Hey! Just an excuse to make money. What's there to be afraid of, Captain? With this, we're guaranteed at least 2,000. 2 more trips to dismantle the ship, and the loan will be paid off. The words loan paid off seemed to possess a magical power, making Chicken Bro dizzy. He agreed almost unconsciously, dazedly having his men fill the container and leave, like fleeing a crime scene. What does untraceable nanomaterials prohibited in the public market mean? Chicken Bro looked at the latest updated risky mining market ban, and the red text popping up on the terminal. The dizziness from being hit by wealth instantly dissipated, replaced by a chilling sense of loss that washed over him from head to toe. The AI service provider at the public market shrugged human-like. The latest survey released by Universal Union shows that the nanovirus cluster may already exist in the wild environment outside the Cactus Galaxy. To prevent the nanovirus cluster, risky mining has banned untraceable nanomaterials. Even salvaged ones aren't allowed? Chicken Bro persisted. If the crystals on the salvage containers are fine, then it's okay. If they're damaged, then it's not. Can't you inspect them? AI is AI. Its service attitude is impeccable, answering even the most trivial questions. We're sorry, the company is currently busy with preparations and production. All inspection instruments are busy inspecting the large quantities of nanomaterials sent from the Cactus Galaxy, and there is no spare capacity to serve individual customers at the moment. Furthermore, third-party inspection is not supported, as there may be bribery involved. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Li Bin instantly ceased to be Chicken Bro's idol, and became his mortal enemy. The price of nanomaterials in the Cactus Galaxy is 175 star coins, but due to constant harassment from the Hell Legion and the booming demand caused by the ongoing war, the price jumps to 200 star coins once outside the Cactus Galaxy. The further northeast you go, the higher the price, reaching as high as 380 star coins in the Universal Union. 7 cans of nanomaterials are worth at least 2,100 star coins in the Overall's galaxy. Just as Chicken Brother was considering whether to risk traveling to the Overlord or other places to sell them, and how to find a way to borrow more money, the first mate offered a solution. Captain, I know a black market here, the nanomaterials will definitely sell. Really? Chicken Brother was overjoyed, averse to risk, he immediately agreed. 7 cans of untraceable nanomaterials, 180 star coins per can. The black market merchant muttered loudly from the depths of his dilapidated shop. Chicken Brother frowned. Wait a minute, the local public market price for nanomaterials is 211 star coins. Why is it so much less? The black market merchant scoffed. Because this stuff is untraceable. I have to take risks selling this stuff. So, how about you do the job of forging crystals that can pass inspection? Chicken Brother swallowed hard, accepting the humiliation. Outside the shop, he glared angrily at the unmarked store, vowing that one day, when he made it big, he would raise this lousy shop to the ground. Inside, the merchant pressed a finger on the unremarkable tabletop, and the cabinet behind him slid silently, revealing a secret warehouse filled with cold air. He walked through the cold storage, surrounded by nearly 100 cans of uncoated nanomaterials. Looking at these treasures, he smiled broadly. Ha! Banning untraceable nanomaterials? Clearly, the risky mining industry is having a tough time lately, and they want to take advantage of the situation to suppress the black market and third-party distribution channels, monopolizing the circulation of nanomaterials. Do you think I'm stupid? Not only will I not listen, I sell them to you. 3 days later, the dealer drove his truck into the local naval port supply depot. He skillfully found the quartermaster he had been working with to hand over the goods. The soldier delivered the goods to the inspection workshop. Half an hour later he frowned, holding the report. Why are 7 cans showing abnormal activity? It's probably a problem with the freezing process. Freeze them a little longer, and they'd be fine, the dealer said, expertly shoving a cigarette case containing an anonymous debit card into the other man's hand. The quartermaster opened the container, took out a cigarette, glanced at the amount, and reluctantly nodded. Don't do it again. Understood, understood. Soon, hundreds of cans of nanomaterials were mixed in with regular nanomaterials, disguised as genuine. The dealer leisurely smoked his cigarette, now powdered, watching the goods being delivered to the naval port. He himself didn't have the wealth to amass such a large quantity of nanomaterials. He was merely a small-time operator in the smuggling industry. Risk mining's laxity, or rather, mismanagement, at the grassroots level fostered a sophisticated military smuggling network. Despite Gu Zhongyu and Mu Yu's repeated emphasis, their words were often ignored. In their view, as long as it wasn't about selling military intelligence or passing off inferior goods as superior, their business was always safe. Thus, this batch of goods mixed with anomalous nanomaterials was sent to the warehouse of the Steel Dragon-class dreadnought, the returning Sky, which had just undergone repairs. Risk Mining wouldn't send a regular fleet to the Draco battlefield, but the returning Sky would serve as a field airport to supplement the secondary front lines, undertaking repair tasks. And incidentally, it'd take away their share of the population and production capacity. Hey, I say, the trader glanced at the bustling airport. Everyone's been saying lately that we made a killing. Over a dozen shipyards have joined forces. What's going on? The quartermaster's face tightened. Where did you hear that? Oh well, even rats have their ways, tell me. The trader exhaled a smoke ring, nudged the quartermaster's arm, and slipped him another small steel canister. The quartermaster flipped the canister over, glancing at the production markings on the bottom. These markings were camouflaged. Those in the know could discern the amount hidden in the debit card through the special numbers within. The amount wasn't small, enough to force a smile through his tense expression. It's not really a secret, the quartermaster glanced around and whispered. It's an emergency order from Overlord, Apex, and other companies. We were about to have a battle with the runaway AI in Draco's territory, right? So many people, so much equipment, transport ships coming and going, the manpower, resources, and time were all tied up. So these major powers joined forces to send several ships as building materials, so we can rush build a dreadnought. The trader was dumbfounded. Dreadnoughts can be rushed? A few months isn't enough? That's why the whole company has been mobilized, the quartermaster said, giving him a look of disbelief. If you have any connections, introduce us to alloys, components, and skilled workers. Resources are being diverted everywhere. Industry is starving. Chapter 1052. Actually, the quartermaster misspoke about one thing. The construction of this dreadnought was decided at the very end of the conference to divide Draco. While all factions did contribute ships, those were used to compensate for losses in the risk mining industry. To save time, the construction materials for this dreadnought were directly drawn from the active large commercial fleets of risk mining. In terms of consumption, it filled an entire large fleet. Only in this way could it coordinate with the Endless Mine and other fleets to evacuate tens of millions of people, several large domed cities, widespread industrial facilities, and the industrial capacity of the 2 space stations before the war. They might not be willing to fully cooperate in fighting the war, but they're more eager than anyone to share the profits. This ship is tentatively named the Leviathan class, and currently only uses 4 Atlas-class supercargo ships and 8 cruiser-sized aircraft carrier decks as its airport. In other words, this ship is purely a transport vessel. Even its airport currently lacks the capacity for carrier-based aircraft production and maintenance, being entirely designed for cargo transshipment. When Li Bin learned of this news, he was stunned. He muttered to himself, "Why weren't you all this dedicated during the war? If you had this kind of perseverance earlier, you would have succeeded in anything." The Leviathan class was designed to be 8 kilometers long and 7.2 kilometers wide, powered by 2 Atlas-class supercargo ship engines. Li Bin sent the rough design drawings to Wang Shiji for evaluation. Wang Shiji bluntly stated, "I thought the Atlas class was already quite flimsy, but I didn't expect there to be something even more extreme. A ship 8 kilometers long and 7.2 kilometers wide, that's huge even among dreadnoughts, only has 6 small ammunition bays? Isn't this something any destroyer could easily take down without damaging it? And this design concept, with shields covering such a vast area, how much pressure would that put on the power grid? Furthermore, directly converting a civilian hull, the Atlas-class hull is already fragile. Making it this large means that if the entire ship were to start up without a propulsion field, the 2 main thrusters would simply blast through the hull. Then the propulsion field would need to be running 24/7? Good heavens. No wonder Risk Mining built it. This ship is pure fantasy. I suggest it not be called the Leviathan class, but the Daydream class. Wait, are there any subsequent improved and optimized models? After his sharp critique, Wang Shiji looked at the improved model sent by Li Bin and fell into deep thought. It can only be said that Risk Mining and other giant corporations truly love to exploit. The current version of the Leviathan class is indeed designed and built to cope with problems. The crudeness of the modification approach and the inferiority of the design scheme were indeed something only those at Wind Mining, who frequently tinker with wrecked ships, could handle. As for Safe Mining, which also possesses the technology, they don't even have forges, so targeted reinforcement work is out of the question. And once the Leviathan class proves capable of handling massive transport and transfer operations, it will be used until its demise. Multiple rounds of subsequent upgrades await it. From removing redundant structures, reducing cargo hold capacity, and cramming in a Prometheus class to improve the ship's self-sufficiency, to adding a propulsion system, transforming it into a 4-Atlas thruster, turning this space turtle, whose acceleration and deceleration require calculations measured in days, into a usable spaceship. Then, by hollowing out the central section and adding a dock for a combined battlefield vessel capable of operating against capital ships, Leviathan 2.0 was created. Finally, the cargo hold space was modified. While reinforcing the ship's hull, ample space was freed up for various scenarios. This space could continue to serve as an open cargo hold, or it could be used to store large spoils of war such as entire factories, components, or even temporary safe houses for immigrants, the ultimate 3.0. Although it's ugly, the latest version looks more functional. Who designed the safe house concept? I think we could adopt it too. Wang Shiji had to give the Persis-based designers an awkward compliment. Although the ship's appearance was incredibly ugly and reeked of good enough, what else can we do? It must be said that the low technological level was an inevitable consequence of the technological gap, representing the lower limit. The various ingenious ideas, however, were the result of the designers' painstaking efforts, representing their brilliance. The Atlas-class supercargo ship's cargo hold is open, as evidenced by the densely packed, rainbow flag-like array of red, orange, yellow, and green space containers on both sides of the ship. When used as an immigration ship, these containers were converted into temporary settlements, crammed with high-density immigrants, who were not allowed to leave the space containers. Because outside the doors was space, opening them meant certain death. This meant no freedom, no movement, everyone was confined to a cramped space, enduring immense psychological pressure, with only brief periods of port calls allowing for some movement outside. The Leviathan 3.0 would even have its dock modified to include 4 maintenance platforms. Furthermore, an LPC factory would be added to the spaceport to produce carrier-based aircraft for self-defense. This ship. I have a feeling it's designed for an escape. Wang Shiji adjusted his glasses. CO, who's in charge of this ship? Li Bin stroked his chin and said, after completing the mission, it temporarily belonged to Risk Mining. They use it but pay for maintenance. Holy crap, you mean Risk Mining is preparing for an escape after a failed campaign and being blockaded, in case the runaway AI fails? No wonder they say my brother Jia is a master. He reverse-engineered the design requirements from the subsequent optimization plan in such a short time. Li Bin thought about it and felt the idea was quite feasible, so he asked, can we build this ship? I also want to prepare for our escape if our plan fails. Brother Jia sighed helplessly. CO, why not use the Ark of Salvation, an antique but proven weapon tested in combat by the human realm for many years? Why insist on this Leviathan class? Yes, the Ark of Salvation doesn't have hyperspace travel capabilities, but that's because its propulsion and energy systems are sufficient to support a century-long journey in the physical universe before recharging. Its self-sufficiency and self-maintenance capabilities are impeccable. If it weren't for the severe technological gap in the Persis star system, you see these kinds of ships everywhere. Hyperspace. Current use and availability have greatly reduced the demand for this type of technology, and without demand, there's no incentive to develop it again. Besides its hyperspace travel capabilities, the Leviathan class is completely incomparable to the Ark of Salvation in every other aspect. If you really want to carry out an escape plan, I suggest you salvage the wreckage of the Ark of Salvation, dismantle it, and divide it into technical groups for research. Frankly, with our capabilities, it's possible to spend 10 years or so and cobble together a single ship. Although the design can't compare to the mature Ark, it's much better than this makeshift vessel. Of course, I'm referring to immigration capabilities. If we're talking about battlefield support capabilities, then this ship is undoubtedly better. Brother Jia gave the final assessment. This ship is purely a large-scale battlefield mothership. Chapter 1053. Preparing for war is a long process. The resource allocation of megacorporations is like the formation of a typhoon. Even island savages without modern observation methods can detect anomalies through experience, observing wind, moisture, cloud formations, and the passage of time. Rapid price increases, street curfews, inexplicable searches by intelligence agencies, access to certain areas of cyberspace being restricted, some lines being shut down, and a section of hyperspace transport being blocked by patrols. Trade was intervened in by government departments, the government exerted its influence, propaganda was activated, and working hours were extended. Most noticeable was the increase in wages. Megacorporations became generous during this period. In pursuit of production capacity and products, all factories offered workers more generous hourly wages than usual. Some factory owners even switched to piece rate wages to maximize orders and star coins from clients, whereas previously, both hourly and piece rate wages were required. Lured by profits, gangsters and thugs retreated and began flocking to the factories. Near the towering automated factories, the manned facilities resembled steel behemoths devouring flesh and blood, relentlessly swallowing up the bewildered poor, a cycle of intake and expulsion. The employee dormitories became overcrowded and filthy. 3 or even 4 people slept on a single bed, each bed only 40 centimeters high, with more beds constantly being added. Finally, an outrageous scene unfolded. The factory owner began issuing sleep allowances. Workers receiving this allowance could only sleep hanging from ropes after work. Sleeping like this would undoubtedly severely impact sleep quality and cause physical harm. Therefore, in addition to the sleep allowance, each worker was also given a free sleeping pill. This kind of bottomless exploitation is a brutal attack on the precious labor force and main consumers under the control of giant corporations, something that would normally be unacceptable. But now they can't afford to be so greedy. Even the factory owners, in order to save space and time on dormitory renovations, have resorted to this outrageous method. If Li Bin knew, he would probably lament that humanity always seems to stray onto the same path when it's no longer human. This is clearly the miserable life of British workers in the steam age. Not every planet has a breathable atmosphere, nor does every planet have a suitable temperature for survival. Every inch of space in the dome-shaped city has an owner. These producers flooding into the industrial zone have already exceeded its carrying capacity. As periodic arrivals, it's not worthwhile to expand the park and create rest areas for them. Under these harsh conditions, the Leviathan-class renovation is progressing steadily. Countless military resources are flowing into the Draco Group's headquarters system, and every day, large numbers of immigrants and small factories are being relocated entirely. Furthermore, the Prester John Galaxy, a black hole galaxy, has been renamed the Draco Galaxy. The Draco Group has made no comment on this, as they themselves agreed to the relocation, and legally, the galaxy now belongs to the dominant power. Correspondingly, to secure the 2 Level 3 space stations, the dominant power has made a significant investment, mobilizing 30 capital ships and a massive supporting fleet. Such a massive operation was impossible for the Legion's agents to ignore. According to feedback from guerrillas near the Hell Legion has also been consuming and processing resources in large quantities recently. Former pirate King White Sand even commanded a guerrilla force composed of 2 discarded assault-class cruisers from the Universal Union, which sank an Atlas-class freighter. According to him, the ship was crammed with alloys and rare metals, clearly severely overloaded. Undoubtedly, the out-of-control AI was massively supplying the Hell Legion. No, the two were originally one entity. It should be said that the iron-hearted annihilators, after round of failures, realized that utilizing the Hell Legion, particularly humanity, was a far superior option. Using humanity to counterbalance humanity. Now, both the Human Alliance and the out-of-control AI know that a major war is about to erupt in the Draco system. The internal strife on the surface of the Draco system is worsening. Under the influence of brainwashed vampires, the freedom fighter organizations are showing clear signs of fracture. About 1/5 of the freedom fighter organizations have completely defected to the Legion. At the Nova City Space Station, Ruli made a rare personal visit, both to inspect the local area and boost morale, and to take the opportunity to emphasize the unshakable nature of the alliance to Li Bin, before finally discussing the current situation. She solemnly stated, according to Draco Corporation's AI core statistics, this group of freedom fighters numbers approximately 800,000, controlling over 3 million people and constantly devouring and plundering vampires. They currently have a reserve of over 60,000 vampires. Although most are lower-ranking species and lack the combat capabilities of the Draco Marines, once brainwashed and brutally modified by the Legion, their war potential is still considerable. At this point, Ruli groaned in pain. I never imagined that the Draco Corporation, with its meager influence within the human camp, would become so troublesome once it becomes an enemy. Li Bin pushed Chinseong Darjeeling towards him, and the anti-entropy tea tray cooled the scalding tea to a palatable temperature in just a few seconds. Actually, they've always been dangerous. It should be said that the Draco Corporation still has reservations, so it wouldn't allow vampires to run rampant, But the Hell Legion is different. Really sipped her tea, then quickly put down her cup, remembering something, and pulled out a terminal that had been disconnected from the internet. This is the latest deployment and preparation information from the Interstellar Empire. With the nanoforges, the nation's enthusiasm for war is extremely high, reversing the previous negative trend. We plan to send 10 capital ships to lead a fleet to the Eden system for support. Really explained somewhat awkwardly, this is all our fleet. We can't offer any more. Except for 2 ships retained on Byzantium, the defenses of other star systems have been strategically abandoned. Please don't worry about us. You are guarding the Western Front, and we have the Northern Star System as our backing. According to the intelligence shared by the second tachyon, our northern region is most likely occupied by the remnants of pro-human forces. We are safe. She added apologetically, the Universal Union is guarding the Empire's gates for us, and we also hope to assist your command in guarding the satellite system. Looking at Riley's sincere eyes, Li Bin knew what he was worried about. Since the defense of the New Star City, the Global Alliance has indeed reaped considerable gains, but the problem is that most of the spoils have been acquired in wreckage form. Apart from the Great Eagle-class ship captured by Tang Zhuofan through a boarding maneuver, the rest of their forces are awaiting repair. To put it simply, the spoils of this battle signify a qualitative leap in the combat power of the Global Alliance's main fleet, but the cost is that these gains haven't yet been realized. The future is promising, but right now, in the eyes of outsiders, Li Bin has fallen into a situation where he has no troops to deploy. Chapter 1054. Oh, aside from those bowhead whale-class and Zonzi-class creatures, really didn't believe that cheap bowhead whales and Zonzi, along with the Eden Star's space station currently upgrading to level 3, could withstand the Ark of Salvation. Every leader of the new Perseus Alliance was anxious about this. They didn't want Li Bin to fall, and they didn't even want to see the Universal Union suffer, because they saw a completely new possibility within this alliance. To control the star field and expand the pie. Yes, betraying Li Bin could indeed allow them to divide the spoils, but like the Draco group, the first to speak up were always the overlords, the sudden ones, and the Church of Lud. But if the situation were reversed, and Li Bin was pushed to the top, first eliminating the out-of-control AI, and then controlling the Perseus star field, then the Interstellar Empire could eat far more than just one giant corporation. Furthermore, whether for personal or imperial interests, the second option had a higher success rate, and was more aligned with the Empire's needs and development requirements. The Universal Alliance is so far away, the Perseus Alliance, so close at hand, seems far more appealing. Putting aside the obvious choice between the Eden system and safe mining, even if given 1,000 times, really would choose safe mining. Not only is it closer, but it also increases the Empire's strategic depth, facilitating internal logistics, trade, and economic stimulus. Backstabbingly but only enriched the speedy ones, the overlords, and the demonic aerospace. Furthermore, after the alliance, the Empire can enjoy the abundant production capacity of the 3-nanometer forge, eyeing the entire star field from east to north. Wouldn't that pave the way for hegemony? Their own bloodline could become the future kings of the star field. That's the true imperial bearing. The process of the Draco Group's takeover was Riley's final blow in deciding to completely turn against Li Bin. It was witnessing firsthand Li Bin's ruthlessness and the greed of other giant corporations that prompted Riley and the Empire's gods to eliminate the independent forces within their ranks. This is all a trap. There are no unbreakable alliances, only unbreakable shared interests. Therefore, Riley's concerns seem all the more genuine, stemming from personal emotions, concern for her in-laws, and, most importantly, considerations of power and self-interest. Li Bin observed everything calmly, sipping his tea, his mind replaying the various developments since the alliance with the Interstellar Empire. From sacrificing short-term gains to establishing long-term cooperation, from providing support in times of crisis to securing the western border of the Empire, from forging a marriage alliance to gifting a nanoforge. No matter how calm and rational the Empire's high command may be, the Empire's citizens have shown unprecedented goodwill towards him and the Universal Alliance, to the point of taking the alliance for granted. Combined with Riley's current reaction, it can be said that the Interstellar Empire is now in his grasp. So he put down his teacup, deciding to reassure Riley once more, "Your Majesty is joking. The fleet need not move. Against the Relief Association, our company's victory rate is 100%, and it always will be." Riley stared blankly at Li Bin. She couldn't understand where Li Bin's confidence came from. That strange dreadnought? But even the most powerful dreadnought, damaged like that, seemed to be in a state comparable to the damage to the Divine Envoy-class ships the Empire salvaged years ago. Even if it were intact, what difference would it make? Could it be stronger than a giant immigrant ship from the land of man? Moreover, the Relief Association was said to have received funding from the Hell Legion and possessed several capital ships and a large number of cruisers. But Li Bin's composure, his face over 30 years old, carried an air of convincing authority. That was the power born from years of success, enough to overwhelm a person's resume, enough to make really distort objective information and develop trust in him. Alright, the Interstellar Empire chooses to believe. Ruli abandoned the idea of sending a fleet. However, she still had a contingency plan in mind. She decided to suspend the repairs of the capital ships captured by the Empire, and focus all production capacity on the construction of the Empress-class ships. Regardless of Li Bin's plans, as a member of the Alliance, I cannot stand idly by and watch my ally fall into crisis. Fortunately, the construction of the Empress-class ships has been ongoing for nearly 7 years, and is nearing completion. If it weren't for the war and the loss of the forge, they would have been launched long ago. Now that the forge is in hand, I take a gamble. At the banquet that day, the guests and host enjoyed themselves immensely. The two discussed everything from childcare to governance, then to war, and the overall situation in the star system. Before parting, Li Bin reminded her again, "Your Majesty." The Empress, standing before the access ramp, stopped and turned around, only to see Li Bin's sharp gaze. The Interstellar Alliance does not fight unprepared battles. Please do not do anything unnecessary. These words seemed like a warning, but Ruli read a hint of ambiguous temptation and invitation in Li Bin's expression, as if to say, "I have warned you. If you still want to investigate, then come on. But if you truly come and learn the secrets within, you won't be able to leave so easily." Ruli had a premonition that this decision would have a profound impact. After boarding the ship, she sat in the specially designated royal area, closing her eyes, and repeatedly processing Li Bin's expression. After nearly a day without a drop of water, she finally made her decision. Notify the shipyard to begin full-scale production of the Queen-class ships. Also, prepare a psychological counseling team to assist me in recalling the events. I will report everything I discussed with Li Bin today to the gods, and ask for their assistance in evaluating it. I suspect there's something beneath the new Perseus alliance that we don't know about. After seeing the Empress off, Li Bin immediately contacted Miss N via Chu Tianqua's jump from Prism Freeport. "I want to borrow a fleet from Yu Hui to reach the vicinity of the Eden system. After receiving my signal, they should appear near the hyperspace reflection of Eden. I will arrange for people to build relay communication devices in nearby uninhabited star systems." Rejected. Currently, 92% of the fleet is already engaged in containing the Ironheart Annihilators. I plan to drag the Interstellar Empire completely into the fray, pulling their fleet, production capacity, and even their political system into the unified star system. Then, there's the Brighton Alliance. The new Perseus Alliance is the carrier of this alliance. I don't need too many ships, just a medium-sized fleet centered around a few cruisers, representing our stance. After a 1-minute pause, Miss N replied, "Please explain in detail." Li Bin rubbed his fingers and said, "Chu Xiangrui, the second speedster, has assessed that there is a human-friendly force within Yu Hui. The internal divisions within Yu Hui have been analyzed by humans other than myself. This secret has been conveyed to him. I, Ruli, and the Speaker of the Brighton Alliance. They are already prepared. These two forces are located north of the core sector, under the invisible military threat of the Afterglow. After demonstrating the prospects and history of cooperation with the Afterglow, it will be easier to use shared secrets and the military power of the human coexistence faction, a combination of threats and inducements, to completely integrate them with our company. Regarding prospects, a single ruthless exterminator has already destabilized the entire sector. Ruli's knowledge that Li Bin is directing the Afterglow human coexistence faction is tantamount to Li Bin himself having the power to influence the sector. In this way, the possibility of their defection will completely disappear. They will only follow Li Bin's lead. The Brighton Alliance and the Afterglow have a deep-seated hatred. That was before, Li Bin said incisively. As of now, how much protection have you secretly provided for the trade between the Brighton Alliance and our company? It's because of this factual evidence that I was able to persuade the Speaker. And it's precisely because the Speaker is such an enlightened person, someone who considers the big picture, that I dared to be so frank with him. At this point, Li Bin felt somewhat fortunate. The personality of a power leader does indeed influence the style of a regime as they govern. For example, the once enlightened and economically prosperous Sindar power became what it is after falling into the Lion King's hands. And the Brighton Alliance, led by the Speaker, has indeed managed to blend national character with a global perspective. I originally planned to invite the Speaker soon, but this matter will have to be postponed for now. We discuss it after things are finalized. Once the three parties are fully allied, I try to get the pirate emperor involved, and then Keljef. This is very important for me, and for St. Lud. Received. Chapter 1055. Seeing Miss N agree, Li Bin let out a long sigh, wearily pressing his brow. The situation was constantly changing. Plans couldn't keep up with the changes, requiring constant human intervention and adjustments. After personally managing this giant enterprise for so many years, he gradually began to doubt whether St. Lud could truly predict the future hundreds of years in the future, even without him. Hopefully, the outbreak of the nanovirus swarm won't coincide with the out-of-control AI. Right now, we can only pin our hopes on old goo. What is the company doing? How come so many illegal nanomaterials are flowing into the black market? In the Cactus Galaxy, Samarkand 3, Ziyun, Likun, and Yuji listened to Gu Zhongyu's rare outburst of complaints in the Space Station Command Center. Li Bin used the Draco Spoils meeting to contact Gu Zhongyu, explaining how the nanovirus swarm spread through the physical universe, which alerted Gu Zhongyu. Afterwards, he used the AI core to assess the situation. If the nanovirus swarm were to rely solely on itself, it would be difficult to traverse the vast universe and reach an inhabited star system within 200 days. However, two unexpected events could help in this situation. First, the nano-infestation space station itself provides additional leverage for the nanoclusters. For example, by stuffing nanoclusters into heavy artillery and firing them indiscriminately in all directions using large-scale live-fire cannons, like the Mark 9 automatic cannon, the thin atmosphere of space would have little effect on these high-speed moving nanoclusters, allowing them to maintain extremely high speeds. Even the ongoing war between Risk Mining and the nano-infestation swarms could be used as a means of leverage. Don't forget, the nano-infestation swarm ships can also fire cannons, with countless shells narrowly missing their targets. Second, nanoclusters can attach themselves to frigates and destroyers for flight. After all, the universe is vast, impossible to completely block. So when the AI core indicated it was indeed possible, he panicked. Not panicked by the near collapse of his blockade project, nor by the chaos that would ensue from the substitution of Risk Mining, but by the future of humanity. Although Gu Zhongyu didn't believe in St. Ludwig, years of feigned adherence to the doctrine had ingrained certain tenets into his very being. He genuinely believed that humanity should and must be supreme, unable to accept the foolish fate of being controlled by its own creation and reduced to mere playthings. Therefore, he used his power to force Muyu Chongwei to issue a ban on accepting untraceable nanomaterials. However, he underestimated Risk Mining's grassroots management capabilities. While the unprecedented enforcement of the ban did cleanse the public market, the black market trade persisted. Gu Zhongyu knew it was likely 100% safe, as always, but he dared not gamble on that possibility. The three former pirate kings, however, mistakenly believed that Gu Zhongyu was complaining about the inability to monopolize the single export of nanomaterials, suggesting that someone was interfering. They volunteered their ships, the Bombardment Space, the Dauntless Contract, and the Plague Fleet, to deal with these troublemakers, promising a devastating defeat. Of course, each of them held a stake in this business, and didn't want anyone selling nanomaterials at low prices. Proving their loyalty was only one aspect. Their core motivation was monopolizing the trade and, incidentally, showcasing themselves to the beautiful women. Samarkand 3, knowing their intentions, quickly calmed the three men down. With a smooth and diplomatic maneuver, he saw them off before asking his father, "So what do we do now?" Whether it's what we exported or what came out of the black market, most of it has ended up in the Human Alliance's strategic reserves. If we recall them, the company's heavy losses are secondary. The real issue is the transportation capacity required to move so many strategic reserves back and forth. It's too late, Gu Zhongyu grumbled. The Huitian is already fully loaded and running, the Leviathan class is being rushed to completion, and all the shipyard resources at the company headquarters have been mobilized there. They even use nanomaterials to speed things up. Military preparations are two-way. The more the Human Alliance prepares, the more intense the out-of-control AI's reaction. The Adventurers Guild's guerrilla forces are sending more and more ships south, including not only the Hell Legion, but also a large fleet from the Afterglow. Gu Zhongyu paced thoughtfully. To be honest, if Li Bin hadn't fought such a brilliant battle on the Western Front, I even doubt the Hell Legion would have dared to empty their star system defense fleet and head south. Samarkand 3 hesitated. Kudanoe. Is Miko leading the Demon Aviation Fleet to intercept the Hell Legion's advance? Impossible. Giant corporations have huge interests in Draco. The temptation of completely dividing up a century-old enterprise is irresistible. Everyone will only keep reinforcing their forces on the southern front. In fact, the more fleets on the southern front, the more resources these people will commit. Do you know why? Samarkand III shook his head. Gu Zhengyu explained, the more people, the safer it is. Sending a fleet to such a place not only earns a good reputation, but also allows for control of losses even if battle breaks out. His daughter immediately became discouraged, so, in the end, it's all business. Can't we just avoid battle? Is it possible that the out-of-control AI, seeing the overwhelming strength of the human alliance here, will eventually withdraw from the operation, giving us time to analyze and examine the nanomaterials? Mentioning this, the experienced Gu Zhengyu's expression fell even more. It's impossible. While the battlefield can be chosen, how and when it erupts is beyond our control. The more preparations are made around Draco, the more military power and reserves are accumulated, the lower the chance of them being withdrawn. If either side withdraws from these reserves, the opponent will immediately launch an attack, sweeping everything away like a pulsar burst. At this point, Gu Zhengyu led his daughter to another conference room. I take you to the missionaries and sect leaders of various star systems and planets within the Risk Mining Group, too. The post-nanomaterial oversight is entrusted to you. You be in charge of connecting with these people, letting them leverage the Left Path cult's grassroots connections and networks to fill any gaps in the oversight. Hopefully, all efforts are still possible. After watching the video of the Human Alliance's first crushing defeat, Samarkand III became much more low-key. She asked, somewhat bewildered, Father, when will this battle begin? In about 6 months. Both sides need time to deploy their troops. Report. Our unit has entered the Navigation Bureau's hyperspace reflection and is rendezvousing with the Navigation Bureau fleet. On the bridge of the Rhyton, the first mate reported to Captain Misty Moon Longtail. Notify the fleet not to resupply. Immediately turn south and head towards the Draco system. If it weren't for escaping the runaway AI in the Divine Wind system, we should have reached our destination by now if we were flying in a straight line, Misty Moon Longtail complained. Seeing that the first mate hadn't left, she frowned. Is there anything else at headquarters? The first mate quickly replied, it's a call from Director Gu Zhengyu, demanding that we thoroughly investigate our inventory of nanomaterials and eliminate any potential hazards. So many potential hazards. Misty Moon, who had always disliked Gu Zhengyu, was furious. Over 2,600 cans of nanomaterials. How many days would it take to precisely check each one? How could we possibly keep up? Besides, why aren't they checking all the other fleets that have been sent over? Why are they only checking mine? Then, I refuse? The first mate said, swallowing hard. Fine, let's delay a few days. Once we arrive, just say the investigation is complete and it's safe, Misty Moon said reluctantly, pinching her nose. At least we have some explanation. Oh, by the way, what's the situation with the enemy forces near the Draco system? The front lines report that they detected a large number of fragments of afterglow. It looks like a fierce battle is brewing, the first mate replied. Misty Moon's face lit up with excitement. Great. This is the battlefield I've been waiting for. This time, I must pay my respects to the Overlord's Commander-in-Chief and get plenty of self-healing nanomaterials to secure a chance for post-battle salvage. Chapter 1056. This is the list of Legion agents recently arrested by the Interstellar Empire. This batch is the list of Legion and Relief Association agents purged within the Universal Union. This part is the list of agents purged by the Prism Freeport 13 factories. This one is the list of agents selected through internal screening by the Adventurers Guild. One after another, top-secret intelligence reports, carried on terminals without internet access, were placed on Li Bin's desk. The Draco War seemed to be a foregone conclusion. The Human Alliance had the Draco group cornered and was determined to save face, not letting Li Bin monopolize the victory. The out-of-control AI also coveted the vampires and wanted to turn the tables. Both sides had a need for war, and there were huge profits to be made here, making it a place of global attention. What followed was a great deal of intelligence work before the war. Fortunately, a batch of AI cores that Li Bin sent to Prism Freeport for processing has been returned. 2 alpha cores and 2 beta cores. This not only strengthens the overall coordination and management of Nova City, but also allows Li Bin to finally relieve himself of his burdens and free up time to handle other business. The problem is, the Universal Union is expanding too rapidly, resulting in a severe shortage of talent, especially at the governor level. Frankly, every day a large number of bureaucrats from free planets and other giant corporations offer themselves to him, but their loyalty is unpredictable. Recruiting them would require internal oversight by the civil service and special agents. The prevailing political climate doesn't allow Li Bin time for leisurely development. Politics, in the end, is about people. Relying solely on AI cores is unrealistic. Qian Tao now serves as Li Bin's first mate and secretary, a jack of all trades. His fleet command ability is only mediocre. He can maintain the fleet's aerial navigation, but lacks combat skills. He devotes much of his energy to helping Li Bin with political affairs. Sigh Jonas, if only Sharapova had known what was good for her back then. Li Bin put down the agent roster and rubbed the furry seal-shaped toy on his knee to relieve the pressure. Celia felt a pang of heartache and couldn't help but reveal herself, cursing, "What are those giant corporations doing? They're infiltrating this place, infiltrating that place, and their own agents are achieving nothing." "It's not like that," Li Bin patiently explained to Celia. "The Hell Legion brainwashes all the humans they raid. The giant corporations obtain neuromodulation reagents from us and use them to strengthen the loyalty of their agents. Each batch carries a certain dosage, ready to die, to ensure resistance to the Legion's brainwashing. Until the reagent runs out, they can keep trying to send messages through secret channels until the reagent runs out or they are caught. These people know their fate. They went for the greater good of humanity. They are heroes. If the process goes smoothly, they will use a special procedure to turn themselves into idiots with the last dose to prevent being caught." Celia was speechless. She hadn't expected so many twists and turns, and her gaze towards the lists held more respect. Many of these lists were risked to be brought back by agents who had infiltrated the Legion. Every single one of them was stained with the blood of heroes. As for why giant corporations can't eliminate Legion agents, that's utter nonsense, Li Bin sighed. Over 200 years of chaos, the common people at the grassroots level suffered immensely. To adapt to the exploitation of these giant corporations, many ordinary people had to sell their organs and mortgage their years of service to undergo various forms of reformation in order to undertake even more arduous and complex labor. So many have implants in their brains, and there are quite a few cybernetically enhanced individuals. These people make up a large proportion of all factions. There are itinerant ones, undocumented ones, and even many criminals that large corporations don't have time to investigate. How are you expecting them to count them all? Li Bin gestured towards a planet, Wolf Spirit Star. Take this planet as an example. Yes, it has no atmosphere and is extremely hot, but so what? Cybernetically enhanced individuals have extremely low oxygen requirements. Their cooling systems are sufficient to support their long-term survival in the wild, until they establish a simple shelter somewhere. Li Bin tapped the table. An entire planet costs no more than $1 billion. This is the result of a powerful, dominant force, like Sindar slowly cultivating them in prosperous areas. Most inhabited planets in the star field only have hundreds of thousands to millions of inhabitants. Where would they find so much time? Use time and manpower to sweep the entire planet. If you sweep it, won't they hide? After you sweep it, they rebuild, and the resource allocation will be severely unbalanced. If we search every single planet like this, the Legion will really be dragged down by our agents alone. Li Bin continued to knead the sealed ball with one hand. Not every planet is like Giangela and Eden, with a hostile biosphere so powerful that it's difficult for agents to survive long-term. During expansion, these biospheres are obstacles for us, but on the secret front, they become our shield. A cybernetic being only needs a small amount of resources to maintain vital signs, and can even obtain power by basking in the sun. Technological advancement is a double-edged sword. It not only enhances the ability of major powers to track down specific individuals, but also enhances the survival ability of these extremists. They can even operate from escort ships, hiding on other planets, moons, or even asteroids within the same star system, lying in wait for an opportunity to infiltrate. Therefore, in terms of intelligence, eliminating Legion agents is incredibly difficult. The profession of bounty hunter isn't limited to space. It exists on every planet, even on lava planets like Elphi. Celia nodded slowly. So, intelligence infiltration is impossible to completely prevent? Indeed. Li Bin put down the sealed ball, which, refreshed after being petted, charged at the other pet crab in the room. The two small animals played and fought, and Li Bin continued. This is also why most high-ranking personnel in all factions haven't undergone cybernetic modifications. The image issue is just an excuse used to cover things up after years of doing so. The real reason is that no faction can accept the loss of its leaders, and high-ranking personnel being hacked and controlled by implants in their brains. Even someone like Baikal, who rose from a frontline commander, had his neural links removed after becoming the Supreme Overlord. If it weren't for you, and if Alyosha didn't never leave the governor's mansion now, we would both have our neural link devices removed. Li Bin tapped his head. Without the advanced technology of the human realm, Even an organization like the Hell Legion, with its Night Watch legacy, can't guarantee they can brainwash someone who has received counter-espionage training out of all their secrets. Don't be fooled by Chu Xiongfei's seemingly inactive position as minister. Chung Beiyang is in charge of frontline espionage, and he's been training agents all these years. The company has lost over 1,000 agents on the secret front, and the training cost of each one is higher than that of a pilot. However, there's been some good news lately. Chu Tianqua said that Logan contacted her and tricked her into secretly defecting to us and wanting to join us. Li Bin smiled at Celia. Chu Tianqua, an officer, is no match for Logan, an intelligence whiz. Chapter 1057. The Overlord, Alma Star in the Neriku Galaxy. During the Human Realm era, a survey report issued by the Tianyuan 4 Utopia Group indicated that although this planet possessed a habitable climate, it was still ranked at the lowest priority. It was only because of its connection to Nachiketa star in the same star system, which was designated by the Human Realm as the Antimatter Fuel Supply Center for Development in the eastern part of the star region, that it attracted a large number of immigrants and built breeding factories. The 14th Legion, after colluding with the local landowners of Alma Star, intended to develop it, but after the defeat in the First AI War, it completely fell into the category of a neglected, secondary habitable planet. This is the fate of a planet lacking sufficient industry and resources, only having a population. However, precisely because of this planet could only support one first-class war family, the Behemoth family. Logan nervously boarded the shuttle, traversed the atmosphere, and landed on the planet. Located in the heart of the Overlord's territory, free from the pressure of war, and with a habitable environment, it meant there was no need to go to great lengths to build dome-shaped cities. Scattered across the vast, barren land are small towns, and around them, farms reliant on chemical fertilizers. Land is worthless here. Although there are tens of millions of people, the population is sparse for a planet, even fewer than the rats that migrated here with humans. Despite advanced technology, this historically peaceful planet possesses a tranquility and serenity unlike any other. People move slowly, leading a leisurely and simple life. At first glance, it bears a resemblance to the Luddite Church. Logan came here not to visit the Behemoth family, but after meeting with Chu Tianqua, to find Deng Man, the leader of the secret society, the 14th Regiment. He had only just learned that Deng Man had actually moved the headquarters here. This powerful army general, due to his background, had reached the ceiling of his career. A few years ago, he had been eagerly climbing the ranks, hoping to use the 14th Regiment as a springboard to break through barriers and advance further. Recently, however, he seemed to have lost interest in his work. Logan figured that this guy probably realized the 14th Regiment couldn't help him become a marshal, and was considering resigning. Perfect timing. He wanted to use the 14th Regiment to defect to Li Bin. Deng Man didn't want the position of company commander, but he felt there was much he could do with it. Logan found Deng Man at a farm. Despite being a general, Deng Man had very few orderly men with him, only a handful. After being checked by the guards, Logan stepped through the cracks in the stone slabs, overgrown with tough alien weeds, into the depths of the farm, and found Deng Man in a stone house beside a cornfield where only the stalks remained after the harvest. The general wore a straw hat clearly woven from some kind of crop fiber. This fiber was typically destroyed and used as fertilizer. According to the Luddite Church's Food and Byproduct Control Agreement, each faction could only sell a limited number of these products annually. Of course, as farmers on the front lines of the land, they could use the produce themselves as long as they didn't sell it. Therefore, many wealthy people would buy a small plot of land and have servants tend it, not for the grain, but for the fiber, luxurious natural creations made from leaves. While they couldn't be taken off the planet, they could still enjoy them locally. Naturally, where there's demand, there's a smuggling market. General, you have quite the refined taste, Logan said, knocking on the door to praise the general as he popped popcorn into his mouth, wearing the straw hat, and hunched over his desk reading an e-book on his terminal. Deng Man was subservient to Li Bin, but showed great magnanimity towards Luo Gan. He showed no enthusiasm for Luo Gan because of their blood relation, simply pointing to a rattan chair in the room and reading by himself until the sun set, leaving Luo Gan waiting for several hours. After finishing his book, he crossed his legs, ordered the orderly to prepare dinner, and turned to face Luo Gan. Major Logan, Chu Tianqua has told me you have important business with me, involving the Universal Union. Deng Man lit a pipe and puffed on it. I'm quite curious. Back then, in the matter between Isabella and Li Bin, it was your Montanetta family that mediated. Why aren't you going to your aunt? Why are you coming to me? Logan, seemingly unaffected by being left out for so long, asked in a deep voice, Did you know that Chu Tianque secretly sided with the Universal Union? Ding Man's heart skipped a beat, but she remained outwardly calm, feigning confusion. Is that so? Then you should have contacted the security department. Coming to me? Is it to save face for the Universal Union? Or do you want me to handle it internally? Seeing this expression, Logan felt reassured. Li Bin had the title of the Overlord's son-in-law. Chu Tianque was just an army general. Even if he sided with the Supreme Staff and the Supreme Overlord, it was just a minor matter, like shit falling into their own field. If Li Bin asked for it, they could just give it to him directly. Logan, already assuming Ding Man was planning a hasty retirement, saw his expression and assumed he didn't want to get involved. So, he cut to the chase. Stop beating around the bush. I be frank. I want the position of commander of the 14th Regiment. Huh? Now it was Ding Man's turn to be dumbfounded. He looked Logan up and down, focusing on his rank, and couldn't help but say sarcastically, the 14th Regiment has more than 5 generals. You're just a major. What makes you think you can take my place? And why should I, a general, step aside for you? Not bad. And the reason? Ding Man chuckled, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Because I'm leading the 14th Regiment to defect to the Universal Alliance, to my uncle. Logan declared righteously. When I succeed, I have my uncle compensate you, help you break through the barriers of the Ding family's atonement-based lineage, and promote you to Field Marshal. Silence. Only the chirping of alien creatures emerging after dark echoed through the stone house. Their faces were obscured in the darkness. After a dozen minutes, Ding Man sighed, turned on the light, opened the door, and called out, "Don't bring the food." "Yes, sir." A resounding reply came from the darkness. Several flashes of light revealed a dozen fully armed Marines, their optical camouflage activated, accompanied by drones, hunting mechs, and robotic dogs, quietly withdrawing from the surrounding area. So the orderly left not to prepare food, but to prepare weapons. Seeing Logan's slightly changed expression, Ding Man sneered, "I'm a general, after all. How could I be unprepared?" With that, she closed the door, walked to the simple bed in the stone hut, and said, "Logan, you really put me in a bind," as she activated a switch. The bed rose, revealing stone steps. Ding Man gestured to Logan and went down first. Logan hesitated for a few seconds before following. In a few steps, he saw a command center, roughly the same size as the stone hut, but extending dozens of meters underground. Its walls were coated with a special paint to avoid scanning. Holographic projection, computational matrix, and database, everything was there. As Ding Man walked by, the database displayed holographic bookshelves, each shaped like a book. The covers were labeled with titles such as Jangra Alien Plant Airdrop, Potential for Boarding Operations, and Reflections on the Global Joint Behemoth War, which were analytical reports on the Behemoth Land Warfare Project, based on the perspective of the dominant power. The projector on the table displayed a paused ground-based simulation of the Draco Group's Divine Valley Star, seemingly a private simulation based on a counterinsurgency report. Judging by the timeline, the final action was scheduled for just before sunset. Even just 20 minutes before I knocked on the door, this guy wasn't actually living in seclusion here, he was just putting on an act. Seeing Logan's shocked expression, Ding Man was quite satisfied. He casually sat down, adopting an inviting gesture, and seemingly unintentionally made the glass of the cabinet transparent, revealing a military uniform inside bearing the insignia of the 14th Regiment, the Overlord, and the Universal Union. "Come, finish this simulation with me. I like to see just how much real skill those who also want to bring the 14th Regiment into the Universal Union possess." Logan stammered, You also sided with the Universal Union." "Universal Union? I've been a member of Universal Union for a long time. I've been living in seclusion here all these years, actually under the CO's orders, secretly establishing the inner ring to scout qualified and reliable military officers for the company." Ding Man smiled mysteriously. "There's a secret society within the 14th Regiment called the Inner Ring. It's called the Elite Force, but in reality, it recruits loyalists. Chu Tianque is a member of the Inner Ring, but she only knows about the Inner Ring. She doesn't know I founded it. She sent you here probably because she didn't see through your true intentions, otherwise she would have done everything in her power to stop you." Chapter 1058. Luo Gan graduated from the Navy, but his subsequent specialization focused on intelligence, leaving him with limited opportunities to hone his professional skills. He had long forgotten some things, making him somewhat of a career-mismatched individual, a socially awkward person who had forgotten his profession after years of experience. His opponent, Ding Man, while an army general, had participated in numerous exercises and combat operations. He had attended military conferences and observed naval commanders and admirals frequently. Furthermore, after planning to join Li Bin, he intentionally sought to catch up on his studies. Therefore, when the two engaged in simulations, they fought fiercely and evenly. To put it nicely, this was a battle of equals. To put it bluntly, it was a clash of novice fighters. If it were ISA or Lan Yuan, one game would have been enough for them to win 3-0. However, the two didn't fight continuously. Instead, they treated the simulations like background noise during casual conversation, exchanging intelligence as if they were exchanging information. After this conversation, Logan realized that Dingman's claim that he had caused him so much trouble was not unfounded. Dingman's initial intention in establishing the 14th Regiment was to break the upper limit for redeemed officers and overcome the invisible barrier to rise to the rank of Marshal. Therefore, the internal propaganda consistently emphasized the slogan of abolishing the family system and restoring the 14th Army Corps. After contacting Li Bin, Dingman learned that while this slogan had indeed attracted many redeemed officers, it had also drawn the attention of the Supreme Staff and led to the planting of spies. He had been on the Supreme Staff's watch list from the start. Later, he defected to Li Bin, deliberately relocating the headquarters to the remote and impoverished planet Alma in the Naraku system. This was not only to be closer to the Universal Alliance for easier communication, but also to feign exhaustion and a hasty retreat to lull the agents into a false sense of security. Everything had been going smoothly until Logan barged in, ruining everything. The inner ring can't be compromised. There are over 50 elite army officers I prepared for the CO inside. They're using the excuse of researching the feasibility of behemoth land warfare to study behemoth/mech breakthroughs, defense, and joint command techniques. They'd be a huge asset to the company's command capabilities in the future. Dingman pushed the offensive-level weapon forward on the sand table, somewhat laboriously launching a surprise attack using a modified army tactic. Logan, flustered, was more skilled in naval warfare than his opponent, but the lack of practical experience repeatedly exposed weaknesses in his strategies. Wiping sweat, he stubbornly insisted, "I can't let them get caught either. I have over 20 unsuccessful classmates, all top 60 graduates from my class, and the 3 classes before and after. Some are in logistics, some are still destroyer captains, and some have retired, but they're all incredibly talented. There are also friends from other academies who aren't doing well. I can try to recruit those too. I need a reliable group to help me screen them." The two exchanged barbs, neither giving an inch. The battle raged until late into the night, until Dingman finally gave in. He pushed the stalemate on the sand table. "There's only one way." "What way?" Logan instinctively asked. Suddenly a chill ran down his spine, as he saw Dingman's calloused hand reach across the jagged stars, asteroid belts, and fleets on the sand table, towards his forehead. Dingman sneered, "If we can't see eye to eye, then let's break up. You can try to fool the Supreme Advisor's agents later." "Sorry." Logan tried to stand up and struggle, but Dingman, whose naval battle simulation was not going well, suddenly had a glint in her eyes, and burst into laughter. "Kid, this is land combat. You think you can just run away?" "Where?" someone asked vaguely. "How about here?" another voice replied. "Although Amaran is habitable, there are wild beasts in the wilderness. I'm afraid he'd die if I just leave him here, and I won't be able to explain it. Let's pay for a taxi to take him to the hospital." Logan listened to these voices in a daze. After a long while, he heard the car door open. He felt weightless, then was thrown into the cramped space. A few seconds later, the space began to shake. "Are you all right?" a clearly unfamiliar voice asked. "Should I take you to the hospital, or go back to your lodgings first?" The voice seemed concerned, but it carried a hint of probing and steadiness. Logan, still dazed, jolted awake. Reason took over, and in a flash, he realized he had been thrown into a car, and that the taxi driver was probably one of the agents sent by the Overlord to monitor Dingman. He huddled awkwardly on the backseat floor, legs propped up on the back, hissing and groaning in pain to buy time, quickly assessing his injuries and determining the next act. This was all within his job's scope, and Logan performed it with practiced ease. The driver asked 3 times before he finally cursed, half-jokingly, "Dingman, I kill your mother. You spineless coward." In Prism Freeport, Quartz Corporation monopolized half the module space, paying weekly rental fees to the 13 factories in exchange for usage rights. Former Governor Elfie, now CEO of Quartz Corporation, Shara, through armed coercion, and by absorbing various business companies into the company through cross-shareholding, profit sharing, and building an upstream and downstream industrial chain, effectively locking down half the module with a complex chain of interests. Although to large corporations, this intricate web of interests seemed precarious, Sharapova stubbornly maintained her position, clinging to life with her delicate, almost fragile, agility. Just when North thought everything was looking up, her rivals came knocking. Gangs, competitors, large corporations. Some came to collect protection money, some wanted to break the monopoly, and some simply believed the company was so fragile that a single, decisive blow would bring it crashing down. At least, that's what Sharapova thought, and she told the other shareholders. But North sensed something was wrong, and he summoned Parsifern for a private meeting today. In fact, the two had been locked in a power struggle within the company for some time. North, relying on his expertise in investment and finance, was at a disadvantage against Parsifern, a social butterfly who excelled in the entertainment industry. He had no choice, his connections had been damaged, and building financial networks was far less efficient than the connections Parsifern had built through her physical intimacy. The secret meeting took place in a private room of a casino. A fruit platter with pastries sat on the table, untouched. Both men drank only the wine they had brought themselves. Parsifern looked wistful. The two men, who had worked together for years to establish Elfi's independence, were now enemies over power, to the point that even their secret meetings required them to bring their own drinks. Amidst the rousing music that fueled the gambling frenzy, North drank glass after glass. Just as Persephone was about to lose her patience, he slammed his empty glass down, his face flushed, and said, "I secretly contacted the gangsters and wealthy rivals who are against Quartz." "Oh!" Persephone covered her mouth in disgust, her skirt flapping as she laughed. "You finally couldn't resist and decided to resort to underhanded tactics?" North's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Persephone. "But they all refused my cooperation, even my offer to betray Quartz." Persephone's laughter vanished, her face stiffened, as if petrified by Medusa's spell. Chapter 1059. Upon hearing North's words, Parsifern's armor trembled, but this time, it was from sheer fear. She wouldn't even accept bribes or betrayals. She wouldn't even say no to the Mafia. This was no ordinary opponent. It was clearly those scum from the Global Union Factory District orchestrating revenge behind the scenes. Parsifern had been seizing power within Quartz Corporation, forming alliances, and maneuvering to swallow the company's power, replace the incompetent Sharapova, and use the company and power to ensure her personal safety. But the factory district wouldn't give her that time. The thought of her fate, if caught terribly, triggered a scream of despair. She slammed her hand on the table, glaring resentfully at North. "It's all your fault." The beauty, losing her composure, retorted, "If you hadn't been constantly opposing me, I would have already rebuilt the company and consolidated its power." "What nonsense are you spouting?" North was both shocked and furious. "You and Quartz think you can stand up to the Universal Alliance? That's not the Universal Alliance, just a bunch of factory district lackeys," Parsifern insisted. "As long as we gather the entire company's strength and take down their few ringleaders, we can settle this." "Yes. It's definitely possible, easily. I have no grudge against Jeffrey Wahab or Chien Tao. My only enemies are those few ringleaders." North was taken aback. He scrutinized Parsifern again, belatedly realizing that not only he, but Parsifern had also been terrified by the attitude of the ringleaders when she first met Li Bin. She had long since calmly descended into madness amid self-doubt and fear. "Those bodyguards you're talking about." North's lips twitched. "Are they all idiots? No friends, no money or favors?" These words were like a silver needle, easily piercing the question Persephone had been deliberately avoiding. She suddenly sat down quietly, expressionless, like a porcelain doll. Persephone stopped thinking. JPG. This actually relieved North. He wasn't afraid of Persephone being stunned, but rather that she would cry and make a scene, unable to listen to him. He rubbed his hands on his legs, wiping away sweat, clenched his teeth, and finally revealed his plan. "We can actually salvage this." The porcelain doll stiffly turned her head, expressionless. "This is what I'm thinking," North said without looking at her, continuing on his own. "Quartz has a deep grudge against the factory district. You have a grudge against several people from the factory district. And me? I'm actually in finance. I don't have any direct grudges." "Ha!" The porcelain doll sneered, remaining silent. North's face flushed red. He knew his words were somewhat shameless and brazen. Putting aside other issues, how many factory workers' debts weren't incurred because of his involvement in the Elba financial market fluctuations? Financial wealth doesn't grow out of thin air. With every gain, someone loses, and the factory owners, in turn, find ways to pass the losses down to the next generation. In truth, North's dirty tricks pale in comparison to Parsifern's. But North refused to admit it. He continued, what I mean is, why don't we cooperate, get rid of Sharapova and the other shareholders, then have Quartz surrender to Universal Union, and we compensate the company and employees to those who have a grudge against us. North interrupted Parsifern, adding, I know you're going to ask, those enemies want to kill us, how could they possibly agree? Listen to me, whether they agree or not doesn't matter, as long as Li Bin agrees. North said, holding up a finger, money if you want, people if you want, revenge if you want, we push out Sharapova and the others, let our enemies kill them to vent their anger. Anyway, as long as the target isn't us, the grudge will be resolved, right? Guaranteed? Parsifern finally spoke. North nodded solemnly. That's exactly what I need you to do. Bring all the shareholders here. Find an excuse to hold a meeting, preferably one related to Universal Union, so I can easily lure these people to take revenge on the spot and then confiscate the assets. Parsifern flared up again. Confiscate them. What will I have left? Nonsense. You still have your life, and the chance to climb up in Universal Union. North said, exasperated. Compared to Universal Union, this is just a pebble, a grain of sand on a planet. Once you're in the company, are you afraid you won't have a chance? Gangs are a grassroots supplement to the social management of Prism Freeport, spontaneously formed based on the lack of costly management of the lowest levels by capitalist forces like the 13 factories, and even intentionally indulged by them. Therefore, almost every module, like a weekend land grab, is filled with numerous gangs, ranging from a few to hundreds of people. It all depends on two things. First, their fighting ability, and second, their connections. The number of people is actually secondary. After all, a fully cybernetically enhanced cybernetic human wearing power armor, or even military-grade cybernetic technology, can slaughter hundreds of people like pigs on an assembly line. He just stands there, grips a dagger, and people line up like pigs, the blade flashes, and necks and chests are instantly ripped open. As for connections, if you have connections that bring in a massive corporation's Marine Corps, no matter how skilled your cybernetic human is, a single hacker will render them all useless. The White Base Gang didn't have a specific office, it was just a small organization with a few members permanently stationed in a private room of a nightclub. However, tracing its origins, it was backed by Chu Xiongfei of the Global United Intelligence Department. An agent disguised as Bai Shishan, a member of the White Base Gang, crossed his legs, a thick crab slung over his shoulder, and looked at the somewhat reserved North with a half-smile. The official employees of Global United had all read the company's history, and knew about this man's early relationship with the CEO. The man who used to boss the CEO around was now behaving this way in front of him. It was undeniably exhilarating for the agent. That's it. That's exactly what I wanted to see. The agent thought to himself, secretly pleased. It was precisely because he could see such expressions that this job was so sought after in the intelligence department, even leading to fights. Star coins are nothing, I can earn them back sooner or later. But this kind of experience isn't something everyone gets. When this mission is over, I have something to brag about during the departmental performance review. I could brag about it for the rest of my life. He listened with interest as North finished explaining the plan, nodded, and then said with difficulty, Oh, Mr. North, the CEO has been praising your abilities. We heard from our higher-ups that there's someone named Mu Yao who used to have a chance to become a first mate. If you were still in the company, you'd probably be a high-ranking official in the economics department, or even a planetary governor. But there's a problem now. This woman named, Parsifern, is someone the higher-ups specifically wanted to retaliate against. I have no objection to pardoning her, but it won't be good for them. North slapped his thigh, his spirits lifted, that's easy. The other party directly mentioned Parsifern. Wasn't that a clear indication that he had a way out? What was there to hesitate about? He, North, wasn't Li Bin, he didn't keep his word. So North stood up, patted his chest, and guaranteed, I play the bad guy. I won't cause your company any trouble. Just say I'm greedy for all the credit, and don't want to share with her, I'm using her. Then your company won't have to get dirty. I give you a beautiful pledge of loyalty. Northen pretended to grit his teeth, I long been loyal to your company, but Quartz is full of incompetent, short-sighted people. How can we do business with these people? The agent further inquired, so what are you going to do? Shoot away the sun, kill Shara, and bring down Persephone. Chapter 1060. On December 30th, Star Calendar 219, the Leviathan-class ship struggled through the jump point, bearing numerous large and small wounds, and restored its power grid system. This fragile behemoth was spotted first by a fragment of afterglow upon arriving at the hyperspace reflection of the Draco system. 2 escort ships managed to damage it slightly. Fortunately, the Sindar Power Patrol, lingering in hyperspace, discovered it within 10 minutes and provided timely assistance. Otherwise, if it had been delayed for several more tens of minutes, this cargo-laden dreadnought would have been riddled with bullets by the 2 escort ships. That would have been a laughing stock. Damage Control Department, all personnel mobilized. Heavy machinery dispatched from the spaceport. Prioritize firefighting. Leviathan-class Captain Yuzuki Nagao frantically commanded. This ship was too large and too cumbersome, moving slowly. It required 4 Bull-class tugboats to release their propulsion fields to tow it, just to keep the fully loaded ship flying normally. It also needed at least 2 additional Phaeton-class fuel ships to refuel to meet the one-way fuel consumption from the Risky Mining Center to the Draco system. Fortunately, Risk Mining had already received payment and provided one of their Prometheus-class ships, originally intended as raw materials for the 2.0 version of the fleet, to accompany it, thus ensuring the fleet's survival. However, for such a large fleet, Muyu did not assign any escort fleet. This was because Risk Mining had no more troops available, the ships were secondary, the main issue was a severe shortage of crew. Don't forget that Risk Mining had survived the first Allied defeat, the second AI war, the Hyena Mining raid, and the devastating company split. They had fought the entire war, but unlike the Universal Alliance, they suffered significant losses each time. Over time, their active-duty experienced military crew members were only 18% of their peak strength. Of course, this excludes those from Zhujiang Kingdom. However, after the split, Zhujiang Kingdom gained immense room for development, acquiring actual control of 2 star systems. The Compassion Star System, controlled by Zhujiang Kingdom itself and containing the Red Water, and the Cactus Star System, home to the Nanoparticle Cluster. It can be said that the most profitable non-industrial economic star systems fell into Gu Zhongyu's hands. The price was that Zhujiang Kingdom needed to defend against the Hell Legion from the north, and reinforce the Northwest Defense Line. Muyu's thinking was simple. No matter how profitable these 2-star systems were, one had to be alive to make money. The divestment of these 2-star systems was also the reason for Muyu's dissatisfaction with Gu Zhongyu. You made all the money, what am I supposed to make? Does the risky mining industry belong to Changwei or Gu? Therefore, when asked to provide funds for shipbuilding, he was all smiles. When asked to provide ships and personnel, he was weeping. The reason the returning Sky was fully loaded with crew was because it was a dreadnought, and in fact, most of the crew members were newcomers. Mi was planning to use the war to train her troops. Wu Yu and Yu met at the Divine Valley Star Space Station and headed to a military conference. On the way, Wu Yu asked with concern, how badly was the cargo damaged? Less than 0.5%, and the outer layer was all grain from the Left Path Kingdom. Even if it was charred, it can be crushed and made into nutritional paste after the fire is extinguished, Yu replied. But this dreadnought without a hull number, are we really going to hand it over now? Wu Yu nodded, that's inevitable. Relying on the numerous airports of the Leviathan class to unload the cargo, and then cramming it with immigrants, this ship needs to make 2 round trips, crammed with high-value goods and immigrants, deep into the heart of other powers' territories, and there will be midway for the transfer of assets. Nobody wants to see it monopolized by our family. After speaking, Wu Yu patted Yayu on the shoulder. Don't worry, this ship is guaranteed by multiple faction leaders, and will be ours after the war. If you can't trust one faction's credibility, can't you trust everyone's wariness? We're just the right amount of weak, we won't offend any faction. He then led the way into the command center. Yayu muttered at the door, that sounds a bit heartbreaking. The command center, named Black Coffin, was now as bright as day. Representatives from various factions surrounded a rectangular table, each with their faction's flag hanging behind them, exuding an imposing aura. Yayu looked at the imposing Lionheart Guard, the domineering supreme strategist, the cobalt blue representative of the Speed Child, and the meditative, dark green Bishop Ludlow, swallowing hard, unable to speak. She wanted to stand behind Wu Yu, but was stopped by an ordinary-looking man as she passed by. Are you from the Longtail family? The man greeted her kindly. Yu looked over, he wore a golden eagle and earth emblem on his chest, had a slick appearance, and seemed rather mercenary. A representative of the Universal Union. Yu, a pure soldier, didn't recognize anyone. The man mentioned Wahab, and Yu immediately saluted. Don't be shy, come on, I have a seat here. Yu wanted to refuse, but Wahab loudly proclaimed, hey, brother Wu Yu, it's not good for your relative to stand. I have an empty seat, sit next to me. Anyway, our company only sent me. This attracted everyone's attention. Yu felt embarrassed, but seeing the usually hot-tempered Wu Yu nod in agreement, Yu, in a daze, was forced to sit down by her shoulders. Risk Mining was the penultimate group to arrive. Shortly after Yu took her seat, the meeting began. The representative of the Overlord had changed. The original Logan had resigned for his own plans, giving way to a representative of a prosperous family, who was professionally introducing the immigration progress to everyone. Taking the opportunity, Wahab whispered to Yu, "Don't be afraid, nobody thinks Universal Alliance and Risk Mining are secretly allied. That's not how you put on a political show." Yu, her thoughts read, stiffened. Wahab chimed in, "It's just that I like making friends. You're a new face I haven't met before. Yu is also my friend, he won't say anything about you." Seeing Yu look over, Wahab blinked. "Guess why Yu agreed so readily when I suggested it? It's not like he was too polite." Yu shook her head awkwardly. Wahab chuckled, "I'm just teasing you. Actually, it's a mutual support system. Universal Alliance has little influence here, and I don't have much power either. Risk Mining is the same. We're both weak, so exchanging information is a way of helping each other out." Wahab was very outgoing and quickly calmed Yu down. He then subtly extracted information that Yu already knew. This information wasn't confidential, but it concerned the current state of the Wind Mine, which the captain valued highly. During the casual conversation, the representative of the Lionheart Guard spoke. "As of now, the Draco system has gathered over 100 capital ships, including 2 dreadnoughts, with another 20 capital ships and 3 dreadnoughts arriving soon. The current deployment of capital ships by each department is as follows. Overlord, 15 ships, planned deployment 20. Astonic Technology, 3 ships, planned deployment 3. Sindar Power, 13 ships, planned deployment 14. Lud Church, 25 ships, planned deployment 30. Lud Left Path, 8 ships, planned deployment 10. Universal Alliance, 2 ships, planned deployment 2. Brighton Alliance, 3 ships, planned deployment 3. Apex Design Group, 12 ships, 12 planned for deployment. FSF Military Company, 5 ships, 9 planned for deployment. Demon Avionics, 8 ships, 10 planned for deployment. Aeronautics Bureau, 10 ships, 14 planned for deployment. A total of 104 ships deployed, with an estimated 127 to be deployed. The Sky Battle System descended from above, projecting a massive, scaled-down map of the galaxy. With each faction mentioned, a portion of their fleet appeared in the desolate, empty universe. As the number of factions increased, massive, multicolored fleets centered around capital ships gradually filled the entire galaxy. When the 127 capital ships, including 5 dreadnoughts, were mentioned, the perspective abruptly shifted to the Draco system. An optical observation post on a space station with excellent visibility transmitted optical photographs showing a vast array of spaceships loosely filling half the galaxy. These ships, some near and some far, were dazzling to behold, but in Yu's eyes, they melted into a formation full of porous holes, literally blotting out the sky, enveloping half the galaxy like an iron barrel. With the capital ships at the core and cruisers as nodes, warships, civilian ships, merchant ships, and patrols moved about in a chaotic yet orderly fashion. To supply such a large fleet, over 100 civilian capital ships, such as Atlas-class supercargo ships, Prometheus-class fuel transport ships, Atlas JYD-class cargo ships, Ascent-type cargo ships, armored cargo ships, and Whalestone-class tugboats, these are capital ship-sized and powerful, bouncing and chugging about. Such a magnificent military force, practically invincible. Yu exclaimed, mesmerized. Wahab, picking his nose, chuckled at her comment. Chapter 1061. It was common knowledge that the Interstellar Empire's fleet hadn't come, just as it was that the fleets of Safe Mining and Hyena Mining hadn't come. A force without a nanoforge was not qualified to participate in this battle, just as someone driving a Mazda wasn't qualified to participate in the Black Gold Conference. Furthermore, while the Interstellar Empire did acquire the damaged nanoforge from the Draco group, really gave a response that silenced all other factions. The Relief Association will attack the Universal Union. Li Bin has pinned the Universal Union's main force on New Star City, so I have an obligation to defend the Eden system for him. Please forgive me for not being able to spare the resources. As a supplement, the Empire will dispatch 10 Atlas-class and 7 Prometheus-class transport ships as logistics vessels. With that stated, what could be said? They didn't send a single warship, but they sent plenty of logistics ships, directly integrating them into the command systems of various factions. The captains were respectful and obedient, doing whatever they were told. This saved them the trouble of dispatching their own logistics, and in the event of defeat, they could simply abandon these ships to cover the retreat and protect their own forces during evacuation. Although everyone was somewhat dissatisfied with the Interstellar Empire's monopoly on the nanoforge, considering Ruli's unwavering stance, sincere apology, and sound reasoning even without the forge, they all reluctantly accepted it. In January of Star Calendar 220, as the fleet expanded throughout the Draco system, all 127 capital ships finally assembled. Battle Commander Chu-He arrived aboard the warrior-class dreadnought Wrath of 10,000 Armies. Chu-He appeared in the command center. His face, noticeably different from the spirited demeanor he displayed when first commanding the Human Alliance, was now deeply wrinkled and his expression grave. The first major defeat subjected him to a barrage of criticism. Even though the Supreme Staff and other factions knew the key to the failure was a lack of unity among their groups, it didn't stop others from using it as an opportunity to launch attacks and accusations. The internal attacks were suppressed by the Supreme Overlord, but ordinary people didn't care. They only saw that the Overlord had won the Third AI War, setting out in a grand procession only to return in disgrace. Therefore, the public was very critical of him. The pressure from online public opinion was suffocating for Chu-He. In just a few years, despite possessing the bloodline of a template human, being physically strong, and free from genetic lock limitations, Chu-He looked over 20 years older. His appointment as the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Forces was also a result of the Supreme Overlord's decision against popular opinion. Chu-He is the only Overlord among us with experience in multiple battles against out-of-control AIs, and in commanding large-scale coalition operations. We reviewed the last battle thousands of times, and his command strategies were flawless. Why not choose someone as experienced as Chu-He? Are we going to gamble on the outcome by selecting someone else? This was the Supreme Overlord's original statement at an internal military meeting. As the victor of the 3 wars, and the strongest military force among human powers in the star system, the Overlord's good relationship with the Church of Lud meant that his alliance comprised over 50% of the human coalition forces. Even if the Lion King of Sindar was dissatisfied, he couldn't shake the choice of the coalition's commander-in-chief. Upon arrival, Chu-He immediately held a grand military parade. 127 capital warships, arranged in a mixed formation according to ship class, flew past the God's Favor Valley Star Space Station in a magnificent display. Vahab, as the representative of the Universal Union, was also forced to command a Bowhead Whale-class ship in the parade. He had no choice. The company sent too few reliable people. Otherwise, he should be slacking off at the parade's port right now. He picked his nose and complained, "Why go through all this trouble? Who are they trying to impress? All this maneuvering must burn so much fuel." Yu, who was quite familiar with him, offered a different opinion. Wu Yu, and the representatives of the Lionheart Guard said that this was a deliberate move by Chu-He, learning from his previous defeat. Tell me more. Wahab, hearing this, was no longer bored. His eyes lit up. He thought, he has this experience? I must hear it and pass it on. Yu licked her lips and said, I only heard it secondhand. It's said that after Commander-in-Chief Chu-He was removed from the military court, he secluded himself at home for several years, reviewing the battles every day. He finally realized that the Allied forces always gathered hastily, didn't know each other's backgrounds, and, coupled with their long-standing animosity, rarely trusted each other. So for this parade, he deliberately disrupted the order, not organizing the formations by faction, but by ship class, to use the parade as a way to practice coordination. At the God's Favor Valley Star Space Station, Chu-He and representatives of various factions stood on a makeshift platform, their eyes fixed intently on the dreadnoughts flying past the space station. Leading the pack was the Overlord's Wrath of 10,000 Armies, followed by the demonic naval engineering's Demon Cave-class Yellow Springs, and then the Magius Dreadnought Hell Machine, under the Overlord's command chain. Of course, Risk Mining Steel Dragon-class Dreadnought was in the 4th row. Although it was unlikely to undertake combat missions in this battle, its role being primarily logistics and support for the airport, it was still a dreadnought and was brought out to make an appearance. The Lionheart Guard representative, Feng Haishan, was a muscular woman, 2.2 meters tall and weighing over 220 kilograms. With a bald head tattooed with a roaring lion, her face was full of menacing features, and her smile looked murderous. Commander Chu, you calculated this well. This parade has achieved multiple goals at once. Her voice was loud and clear, and although she seemed like a rough man, her words were surprisingly logical. It uses the magnificent military might to boost morale, it uses the parade to integrate the fleet, and it also serves as an opportunity to weed out the slackers within the fleet. Chu-He didn't turn around, he simply frowned, observing the fleet of main battleships flying past. Commander Feng is overthinking it. Alright, we're all trained by the same master, Don't try to fool me. Feng Haishan sneered. Your staff officers have all gone to their respective optical observation posts to record every ship that flies past the platform. There will definitely be a manual review afterwards, and those who are undisciplined and disrespectful of the ceremony will be kicked out. I heard that this time you brought over 2,000 people just for the staff team, more than double the number last time. Am I right? The other representatives turned to look, and Chu-hee's serious eyes revealed a hint of a smile as he raised an eyebrow. Commander Feng, you're rough around the edges but meticulous at heart. I underestimated the heroes of this world. We, the people of Xinda Power, can still distinguish between what's important and what's urgent. Having received Chu-hee's confirmation, Feng Haishan's expression softened slightly, her face turning ashen. She patted her chest. Just you wait and see, my fleet will absolutely not hold you back. If you find anyone causing trouble, I kill them. She then glanced back, and the representatives of the other factions were all startled by the large man's gaze. The bishop of the Lud Church straightened his clothes. The warriors of the Lud Church are devoted to humanity, and absolutely obedient to orders, but there's a problem with the Left Path sect. Feng Haishan's muscular physique contorted as if to roar like a tiger, but Chu-hee spoke first to reassure him. I know. The Left Path sect's 6 suicide ships are all loyal warriors. I won't be too harsh on these holy warriors, who voluntarily embarked on the path of Saint Lud. That's good, that's good. The bishop breathed a sigh of relief, which made Feng Haishan somewhat embarrassed. She scratched her face, muttering thoughtfully, I guess I was being petty. Chapter 1062. That Feng Haishan from Xinda Power is not someone to be trifled with. Tell the staff officer to be careful when dealing with her. Don't be fooled by her seemingly forthright manner of speaking and appearance. Summon the Apex representative to see me. What's going on with their captain? Why are they competing internally? What do you mean Apex wants to split into 2 parts to operate? Aren't they one company? Red Guards and capitalists? Okay, I understand, then break them up. Chu-hee strode through the passageway, ascending the steps from the command center to the large conference room on the 3rd floor. This room had been requisitioned as the analysis center for the Supreme Overlord staff, where they were using the beta cores they brought to calculate the performance of each ship. Yes, for this campaign, Chu-hee even applied to the Supreme Overlord to requisition an experienced AI core. There have always been generals who fought repeatedly despite setbacks, but there are always many talented horses, but few discerning judges. Chu-hee knew that the Supreme Overlord was willing to support him. Combat experience and loyalty were irrelevant. The key was that they trusted him. Anyone who's ever worked knows how rare it is to have a boss who understands your abilities, gives you opportunities, and is willing to stand up for you despite a tidal wave of criticism, speaking up for you. To repay your kindness, I gladly die for you. Chu-hee couldn't accept another failure, especially since the Draco system had become his domain. Have the Luddite Church and our patrols fill every lane within a 3-day journey of the Draco system's hyperspace reflection. Have a patrol station before every hyperspace storm. Chu-hee's voice was loud, laced with barely suppressed rage. Post the duty roster later, get our people moving. Furthermore, he said, inserting his martial scepter into the projection, all capital ships will continue their training according to today's ceremonial formation. All captains of capital ships and cruisers, evacuate and assemble at the training department within 2 hours. I will begin capability testing and joint military exercises today. The training department was a large-scale infiltration training facility converted from the Draco Group's former blood bank. Originally a facility where blood slaves were locked in life-sustaining tanks, it was converted into a localized cybernetic network capable of accommodating 5,000 people after the Overlord spent over 600,000 star coins to purchase equipment from the Universal Alliance. This quota was originally the upper limit for the blood slave reserves in the blood bank, but now it became Chu-hee's training facility for cultivating joint operational coordination. The Human Alliance's last defeat was a disastrous one, bringing shame to Chu-hee. After the great victory in the defense of New Star City, Chu-hee, through the Montanetta family's channels, privately spoke with Li Bin for several hours, seeking advice on the experience of the victory. Li Bin was frank about this, deeply analyzing his 9-stage interception tactic for Chu-hee and repeatedly emphasizing 2 points. First, since this tactic has been used once, and even allowed some out-of-control AI to escape, it absolutely cannot work a second time. Mr. Chu-hee, I don't know if you will still be in the next major battle led by the Overlord, but you must strongly advise against blindly copying it, otherwise it will only lead to a crushing defeat. Second, all tactics ultimately come down to people. The premise of the great victory at New Star City was that I had the core fleet of the Universal Alliance stationed in New Star City, and had years of actual combat cooperation with the local military and civilians. Although the outside world calls it a joint operation, to be honest, with so much cooperative experience, the two fleets are essentially no different from one family. Li Bin said sincerely, anyway, no one has resisted my military orders, whether it's the local planetary governor or the frontline combat personnel. Even if I asked them to die, no one would object. I think it's not just about cooperation, but also because the Interstellar Empire Navy was burdened with the heavy responsibility of revenge and defense. What I gained was simply trust. Trust. It was the lack of mutual trust that led to the disastrous defeat of the first Allied forces. The fighting spirit of soldiers, the courage of humanity, were nowhere to be seen in the last war. He didn't expect to forge these people into a united and unwavering army in a month or two, but he needed to figure out which captains and which commanders were trustworthy. With 127 capital ships, even if only half were truly committed, he felt they could fight, relying on their numbers and the advantage of the defending side. Wow, do I have to undergo training again? Wahab said despairingly, leading his small group of men, following the risk mining team with their heads down. Miss Moon's expression was displeased, not because of Wahab, but because she was very unhappy that the Overlord had included the resurrection ship in the training program. What do you mean? The resurrection ship is clearly not participating in the war, so why is it still being trained? Mo Moon reassured Wahab. Didn't you always say your command skills were terrible? Then you might as well take this opportunity to practice properly. Practice again? Wahab pointed at himself. I can't possibly improve even if I practice more. You misunderstood. Mo Moon grinned. I meant that since your command skills are already hopelessly bad, you should just focus on improving your single ship combat skills. For days later, Wahab crawled out of his life support tank, covered in sticky life support fluid. He didn't bother wiping himself off and roared at the life support tanks of Mo Moon and Miss Moon beside him. What are you two fighting? How could such a large dreadnought like the resurrection ship be taken down by two Skis-class ships? The battle lines have been breached. Wuyue remained silent, but the usually composed Yayue erupted. You still dare to talk? If your bowhead whale hadn't been overloaded, how could the resurrection ship have been breached? How many times have I told you the Steel Dragon class doesn't have shields? 60% of the resurrection ship's space is used for cargo holds and factories. You should have defended the resurrection ship's front, even if it meant your death, you idiot. Are all the people in the Universal Alliance as cowardly as you? What happened to the famous boarding maneuver? Aye. Wahab was thoroughly insulted but couldn't utter a word. In all his years, Wahab had never participated in a single boarding maneuver. During the first boarding of the three-legged cat, he was serving as the second officer guarding the bridge. After becoming the first officer and then captain, commanding the ship, he had even less opportunity to organize boarding maneuvers. Such verbal sparring erupted throughout the training ground, even escalating into a full-blown brawl. Many representatives, their faces contorted with anger, changed into their uniforms and rushed to the command center for a meeting. This meeting had been held several times already, each time a debriefing, but privately everyone liked to call it a blame-sharing meeting. Everyone had their grievances, everyone had something to say, and for a time, the command center was in an uproar. The bishop watched this scene, his face troubled, frequently glancing at Chuhi. Chuhi, however, remained calm, and the wrinkles on his face seemed, perhaps misperceived, much less pronounced than before. Feng Haishan, however, saw things clearly. Seeing the bishop swayed by the overwhelming public opinion, he offered words of comfort. Bishop, don't be anxious, this is a good thing. The bishop shook his head. Please, Commander Feng, explain further. Chapter 1063. Feng Haishan sat in extremely poor posture, giving off the air of someone who had escaped the strict discipline of the Sindar Power Lionheart Guard and was now completely unrestrained. She casually crossed her legs and said to the bishop, Bishop, please recall, wasn't it harmonious at the beginning of training? Yes, the atmosphere was good back then, the bishop sighed. Wrong, it wasn't good then, Feng Haishan corrected, shaking her head. Under the bishop's astonished gaze, Feng Haishan continued, there's never been a battle without arguments. We're all soldiers, none of us are willing to yield to anyone else, it's a battle of wits. The harmony at the beginning was just everyone being wary and unfamiliar with each other. Now, with all the bickering, it's actually because we let our guard down. Feng Haishan said, pressing her hands firmly on the chair, it's just that everyone is prejudiced against other forces right now, and we haven't been able to truly cooperate yet, but to be honest. Feng Haishan glanced at the command center, a single look forcing the Sindar Power officers to shut up, before explaining to the bishop, "We exposed a lot now. Some problems can be solved, some can't, but regardless, we can at least see which faction has issues, and which faction fights most selflessly. Rather than having these problematic fleets in key positions in actual combat, hindering our progress, and even causing a disastrous defeat, I rather everyone argue more in the command center, even if a few people die." The bishop wasn't the commander of the Luddite Church, only its representative. He was more adept at doctrine, appeasement, and politics. Hearing this, he found some merit in the argument and said, "In that case, why not let the brothers of the Left Path Church train them? Their ships would surely increase our chances of victory considerably." No, repeatedly sending people to their deaths in training will only make these hot-blooded, superstitious people realize they really can die. Chuhi finally spoke, his words carrying weight. The best way to deal with these suicide squads is to provide them with good food and drink, while simultaneously indoctrinating them with their doctrines, to prevent them from contemplating death. Otherwise, once thoughts of the meaning of death, of real death, take hold, it will have a negative impact on the war. As for the Left Path sect, I hope the bishop will appease them. The reason? Just say that the Left Path sect's tactics are simple and efficient, while other forces are utterly useless. In short, praise them however you can. Understood. The bishop nodded somewhat resentfully and stood up. Only Feng Haishan and Chu He remained at the head of the table. At this moment, Chu He looked meaningfully at Feng Haishan. "Commander Feng is extraordinary." "Really?" Feng Haishan smiled, but with that face, the smile looked rather menacing. "My staff has compiled the complaints from various factions. The most difficult faction to cooperate with is undoubtedly the demonic aerial forces. However, even in simulated training, Inoue Yoshiko's aerial fleet is known for its daring and aggressive fighting spirit. No one can criticize their combat awareness. The second most difficult is the Sindar powers. They always start fighting amongst themselves over a few words related to the Lion King sayings, arguing incessantly with other factions." Chuhi calmly looked at Feng Haishan. "But you, with so many complaints, you haven't shown any anger over the sayings. After reporting to the Lion King's palace, you just ordered your subordinates to cooperate. Don't you have any feelings about these things?" "Actually, I am furious, but I have a mission and have no choice but to comply." Feng Haishan's smile remained unchanged. After a brief exchange, the captain of the Shinda powerful fleet started fighting in the command center over a dispute with a captain from the Devil Aviation Command, who had insulted the Lion King, claiming that Aviation Command was the best military force in the world. Feng Haishan then pulled out a chair. "I handle this," she said with a smile, but as she turned and slowly walked over, her expression gradually hardened. When she pushed through the crowd like shoveling wheat and stood before the brawlers, a dark cloud and a storm had gathered on her face. The Shinda powerful fleet captain was fighting with the aviation commander when suddenly his neck was grabbed, and he and the struggling aviation commander were lifted up together. His 2.2-meter height resulted in a slap larger than an adult's face. "You're quite capable." Feng Haishan's lips parted, revealing a menacing white tooth. The Shinda captain's legs immediately gave way. At this moment, Chuhi had already disappeared from the command center and returned to the conference room. "Report to headquarters. I suspect Feng Haishan is part of a faction within the Sindar Power plotting against the Lion King," he said solemnly. The staff officer hesitated, although there are some signs. "Isn't it too obvious?" Chuhi shook his head. "It's intentional on her part. I'm afraid the Lion King's opposition is trying to use this opportunity to contact us. Although the battle is crucial to me, the opposition is also important to the Overlord. I can't conceal this for my own sake. I'm a soldier. Leave political matters to politicians. You all need to be careful," Chuhi said, pointing to everyone. "Even if she's the opposition's representative sent to contact us, and she's of great importance to the Overlord, you can't excuse her because of the military. If her people make mistakes during the war, you absolutely cannot let her off the hook." "Yes, sir." On March 1st, 220th year of the star calendar, after nearly 2 months of intensive training and preparation, the human alliance had indeed encountered many conflicts compared to its initial state. However, Chuhi also took the opportunity to restructure the battle lines based on the diplomatic relations between various factions, the personal relationships between commanders and captains, and training performance. A completely new combat readiness system was established, and massive amounts of resources were accumulated and consumed. Everyone realized that compared to the initial state, the current war preparations were significantly improved. Everyone hoped that the war could be delayed for a few more months, allowing for a more complete integration, which would increase the alliance's chances of victory by 20%. But war is never controlled by any one side. The Overlord Patrol, located in hyperspace, returned overnight with a message. The out-of-control AI dreadnought, the Dawn-class Evil Melody, escorted by 20 main carriers and a large number of cruisers, slowly flew in from the Western Front. At the same time, near the Styx system, another gateway to the Southern Front, enemy forces were also detected approaching. The battle alarm sounded, and representatives from all factions arrived at the command center. Chu-He stood with his legs apart, facing the crowd. The enemy carrier fleet is advancing from the Shifeng system towards the Draco system. Our patrols have already found traces of it. Furthermore, traces of a runaway AI fleet have also been discovered around the Styx system. In previous simulations, the simulated attacking command also discovered that to resolve the Draco system issue, we cannot focus solely on Draco itself. We need to break through from other systems. Currently, the star map of the Southern Star region shows that the Draco and Styx systems are the gateways to the Southern region. If either one is breached, it means that at least two factions within the Human Alliance will be threatened by the runaway AI fleet. This will not only shake the morale of the fleet, but also affect the safety of the shipping routes. The straight-line journey between the Draco and Styx systems takes a main battleship approximately 3 days, or about 4 days, including the route. In space, this distance is considered short. And behind them are the Aviation Operations, FSF Military Company, and Apex Design Group. With extensive prior simulation experience, Chu-He and the other commanders had reached a consensus. In the second round of deployments, they would station the Red Guard fleets of FSF Military Company and Apex Design Group, as well as a portion of the Luddite Church's fleet, in that star system. Now that the enemy's actions were in line with expectations, an uncontrollable thought arose in everyone's minds. The training had been effective, they had anticipated the enemy's moves, and this time, they had seized the opportunity. Chapter 1064. Song Ji-Feng stood in the central observation corridor of the Salvation Ark, refreshed and invigorated. In ancient times, the observation corridor was the Ark's optical observation corridor. Back then, optical observation was concentrated in the core module, not distributed along the sides like modern observation posts. It wasn't until later, through numerous battles with alien races, that the human leader realized, through practical experience, that each turret should be equipped with at least one optical observation post. Each numbered observation post reported from a fixed angle. A single glance at the number was enough to know the source of enemy activity or any unexpected incidents. Furthermore, in wartime situations where the power grid collapsed or lines were damaged, the optical observation posts could provide coordinates for artillery groups that had lost their fire control system. However, after the Salvation Association captured the ship, it underwent extensive functional modifications and expansions, installing optical observation posts for each cannon. This corridor became empty, serving as a place for the association's high-ranking members to stroll and relax. Representatives from the association's various families gathered here, all wearing smiles. They obtained numerous maintenance and operation manuals for the Ark from the Hell Legion, not only repairing the massive main cannon, the billion spears, but also mounting the 6 large slots on the left and right armor modules with the Baylor smart cannons produced by the Hell Legion. This is a large-scale anti-armor projectile with a slow velocity, but the cannon itself has a tracking capability. It can track and lock onto enemies. 6 cannons are essentially 6 slow but powerful anti-armor torpedoes. Powerful, needless to say. Gentlemen, Song Ji-Feng turned around. Behind him, the dazzling Milky Way, the taking off and landing of spaceships, the bustling spaceport and gantry cranes, and the mechanical arms. He held a wine glass in one hand, his movements calm and elegant, like that of a born nobleman. After years of plundering, the Ark's cargo holds are full. Let us thank the overlords, the Luddite Church, and the Sindar Power, the heroes who are busy with the war, fighting for humanity. Without them sending a large number of ships to clog the shipping lanes, we wouldn't have gained anything. Ha ha ha. Everyone raised their glasses. In the observation corridor where centrifugal force simulated gravity, everyone beamed with radiant smiles, revealing 8 perfectly white teeth, shouting long live. In recent years, the manpower losses caused by the Relief Association's attacks have exceeded 30,000 across all factions. Although most were non-combatant crew members and staff, the losses still stung every faction. This is why the other factions reluctantly agreed when the Interstellar Empire used the pretext of supporting the Universal Alliance to resist the Relief Association's refusal to send troops. Everyone hoped that the Interstellar Empire could eliminate the Relief Association once and for all. Although this was unlikely, it didn't stop everyone from cursing them with the most vicious curses. Song Ji-feng also knew that his reputation had plummeted to its lowest point. Even disguising himself as a smuggling fleet to buy intelligence from other factions, gather enemy information, and procure scarce resources had become much more difficult. During this period, the association also lost several thousand people, but the price was worthwhile. For Atlas-class supercargo ships, 3 Prometheus-class fuel ships, and a large number of Colossus-class and Enterprise-class cruisers were captured and dismantled by the association's remaining fleet. The components were modified in the forge and used as materials for their own ships, while the excess structures were reshaped into repair materials for the Ark of Salvation. Now, the association has regained 6 capital ships, 3 Donovan-class arsenals, and 3 Alistair-class battlecruisers, and has recovered some of its strength. We are currently in the Zishaman system, and will reach the Eden system in 20 days, Song Ji-feng said proudly. According to the Operations Command Center's plan, we will deploy 10 cruisers in the Zishaman system, along with a large number of destroyers and frigates, to blockade the shipping lanes and prevent any leaks. Then the Ark of Salvation will continue its invasion of the Eden Galaxy from the physical universe. Believe me, history has proven countless times that no force in the entire Persis region, except us, possesses the ability to traverse the physical universe. Victory! The crowd roared in approval. Song Ji-feng finished his drink, one hand on his hip, and continued, based on our previous defeats, while the Nanshanman Galaxy possesses the infinite energy source relied upon by the Universal Union, the Corona Diverter, it also has 2 powerful warships from the human realm there. Although I believe the Ark of Salvation can undoubtedly destroy it, it's unnecessary. Because at this moment, the Eden Galaxy, with its internal weakness and its economic, military, and industrial centers, is the best choice. We will use our invincible billions of spears to destroy every gas extraction station and mining station. We will bombard Iron Forge with our ship-mounted heavy cannons. We will use saturation bombardment to pierce the planetary shield and then destroy Xianxiang City. We will win. The crowd applauded enthusiastically, as if victory was within their grasp. Eden System, Eden Space Station. Lan Yuan, who was having lunch in the lounge, put down her chopsticks, pulled her hands from the food sphere containing floating steamed buns, and the hatch opened. Starfelt walked in with small steps. "What is it?" Lan Yuan asked, wiping her sweaty hands. She valued the integrity of her meals. Starfelt wouldn't usually come to her unless it was an urgent military matter. "The golden pathway has been cut off," Fel stated succinctly. Lan Yuan immediately wiped her mouth, stood up, took the terminal to check, and a few minutes later chuckled. "The adventurers are quite efficient, finding it so quickly." The report was simple. Several adventurer fleets engaged in deep space exploration and salvage had ventured into the lost system between the Brighton Alliance and the Universal Union to map star charts and collect planetary and galactic geographical data. Discovering ruins and remnants of human settlements on abandoned ships brings them a fortune. If they find nothing, they sell the data to the Universal Alliance for a small profit. Because their ships are generally small, they frequently return to the Golden Route to wait for passing commercial and transport fleets to purchase fuel and supplies. Some adventurers even accompany fleets for days, allowing their crews to relax and unwind in the spacious cruisers and capital ships, preventing mental health issues. These individuals, trained by the Adventurers Guild, are highly disciplined. Having arrived at the Golden Route several days prior without receiving news, they immediately traveled to the nearest lost star system with relay communication devices to send a message to the governor's office and happily collected their reward. These relay communication devices built in the lost star system were all commissioned by Li Bin, with Li Shu leading the team. The purpose was twofold. First, to facilitate hiring the Afterglow fleet, allowing them to ambush in these locations and await contact. The second objective was to facilitate the fleets along the shipping lane in detecting anomalies, such as runaway AI intrusions, attacks by hostile forces, or harassment by pirates/left path holy warriors, and immediately notify headquarters for deployment. Now it's working. The golden shipping lane is wide. If it were pirates, it's impossible for a fleet to remain undetected for days. Lan Yuan slammed the terminal shut and patted Xingqianfil's chest. "It must be the Relief Association that's made a move. Notify Eden, Tanfa, Granada, and Iron Forge to begin war mobilization and deploy patrol fleets. The enemy is coming from the physical universe," Xingqianfil said, rubbing his chest. "I know, but we must guard against a two-pronged attack," Lan Yuan said. "Also, summon all officers and notify the knightly families to begin mobilization." "Yes, Commander." Chapter 1065. Draco's System, God's Favored Valley. The operational deployment strategy was simple. dividing the fleet based on the relationships between various factions and the friendly relations between commanders. Styx deployed 5 Apex Red Guard ships, 10 Luddite Church ships, and 9 FSF military company ships. Subsequently, the Navigation Bureau dispatched 5 ships, and the Overlords dispatched 2, for a total of 31 capital ships. The Styx system was indeed one of the southern gateways, but the problem was that it was originally just a peripheral system, containing 1 free planet and 1 occupied by pirates. The free planet Lander was once an active planet, but after the Great Collapse and the Core Sector Civil War, it became a refuge for refugees. However, due to the aging and disrepair of the planet's life support facilities, Lander, located on the edge of the star system, quickly began a new round of population loss due to the extremely low planetary temperatures and the failure of its insulation system. Today, the surface buildings are long abandoned, with only a huge, bloated, and dilapidated space station remaining barely habitable. Meanwhile, the pirate king of the pirate stronghold of Dark Taste, having already learned of the impending war, fled with his henchmen in his Renegade-class ship. The total population of this system was only 250,000. The pirates had expanded the Interstellar station next to the Dark Taste space station, transforming it into a massive bar. This system was a lawless land, a haven for rampant piracy, where even the pirate emperor's orders were only met with scorn. Until Kanda arrived with the Hell Machine, these pirates, who had once vilified her, as if finding a leader, readily relinquished leadership of the Dark Taste space station. The space station, initially leaderless and in disarray due to the Pirate King's escape, was quelled by the execution squad within a day. Now, the Dark Aura space station is undergoing a major cleanup. Kanda, now sporting the latest Hegemon's limbs, has been injected with a drug and moves nimbly, accompanied by a dozen Hegemon's advisors. I understand Commander Chu's intention in sending me here. I will direct these pirates to serve the campaign, and the Hell Machine will oversee the operation, Kanda said, frowning as she noticed the white splatter marks on the bulkhead under the ultraviolet light. What are these pirates doing? Why are they causing trouble in public? Kanda was greatly dissatisfied. She had been quite tactful. These were clearly the marks of pilots, the marks left on the walls fully demonstrating the chaotic state of the area. The staff officers couldn't help but cover their mouths, suppressing their nausea. The lead officer whispered urgently, Commander Kanda has misunderstood Commander Chu's meaning. The Commander-in-Chief's meaning is, hold the line if you can, and if you can't, use the Hell Machine to force the other fleets to retreat. Kanda paused, his prosthetic eye flashing. The staff officer hesitated for a few seconds, glancing left and right, before saying, the fleets dispatched to the Styx system mostly have their headquarters behind it, so they certainly don't want to see the system fall. The staff officer clenched his fist and slashed downwards. At this point, you need to force them to retreat for the sake of the bigger picture. But the logistics network will suffer heavy losses due to the fall of the Styx system, and the out-of-control AI can use the Styx system as a springboard to launch attacks on FSF Military Corporation, Apex Design Group, and the Navigation Bureau. That's not important, the staff officer shook his head. As long as the battle in the Draco system is won, and the vampires aren't captured and turned into tools of the enemy, that's fine. After the victory in the Draco system battle, the main force will advance eastward to recapture the system. We then rearm the system, establish interstellar fortresses, and hand them over to nearby megacorporations for maintenance. What about the civilian evacuation? Kanda asked again. About 100,000 were evacuated initially, but the rest refused to leave. Their assets are here, and with war imminent, they can't even sell them cheaply. These people refuse to leave. Some have even spent money to buy assets at low prices, betting on our victory. Heh. Kanda chuckled lightly, remaining silent. She didn't think they would lose, but that was on a macro level. Focusing on the system as a whole. Draco System, Operations Command Center. A massive amount of military intelligence was flowing in. The preliminary battle had begun. Hundreds of Allied destroyers, leading escort ships, were engaged in combat with the powerful destroyers and escort ships of the out-of-control AI, centered on the hyperspace reflection of the Draco system. The objective was singular: to delay the enemy's reconnaissance and mapping, buying time for the final wave of resource transport. Simultaneously, to gather intelligence on the enemy's capital ship positions and deployments. This was a daunting task, and Wahab was restless under the influence of the Sky Dome battle system. He had absolute confidence in his captain, which was why he had remained remarkably calm even during the New Star City campaign. But this time was different. He was the only veteran from the Universal Alliance present. Isha was absent, Lan Yuan was absent, and even Zhu Jin hadn't come. He felt a pang of panic. The light was blinding, so bright that Wahab couldn't open his eyes. He shielded his face, squinting through his fingers, and saw that the Sky Dome battle system had expanded to 2 layers, one being the physical universe. The first layer is hyperspace. Hyperspace provides information on the outpost battles. Subsequent escort ships and destroyers, filling in on the front lines, relay battle reports down the chain of command, immediately replenishing the battlefield upon completion. Battle casualties are occurring every second. Wahab watches as a group of 6 Luddite Church Theocracy-class heavy destroyers charge into the battlefield. A red light indicating engagement flashes. A dozen minutes later, the information is updated. This reconnaissance fleet was destroyed within 8 minutes by a fleet of Radiant-class destroyers. This was a destroyer that even the captain raved about back then. Wahab murmured to himself. I used to dream of piloting one. Yuzuki sighed. This is already considered good. After all, the Divine Authority class is quite durable. Facing an attack from 12 Radiant-class destroyers, plus quite a few escort ships, it's impressive that it lasted this long. It does have the Time Vortex tactical system, which accelerates the ship's internal time, increasing movement speed, dispersion speed, rate of fire, and recharge speed. Wahab scratched his head, remaining silent. He remembered its appearance, but at the time, he commanded a battlefield mothership-class ship, not on the front lines, so he didn't engage it. Besides, everyone's attention was focused on the Skies class, Radiation class, and Retribution class destroyers. No matter how powerful this destroyer was, it couldn't withstand a single shot from a capital ship, so he didn't notice it. Now, looking back, the pressure on the captains below was considerable. Look, see that marking? Yuzuki pointed in another direction. Those are our company's prisoner-class aircraft carriers and cockroach-class destroyers. They're all wrecked ships, no shields, and didn't even last 5 minutes. 8 out of 10 ships were destroyed by the Radiant class. Miss Moon couldn't help but chime in. Hopefully the crew all escaped in the escape pods. If they survived, they could go and pilot cruisers. Holy crap, they can pilot cruisers already? Wahab clicked his tongue, thinking to himself that when mine is really like an 80-year-old woman celebrating the new year. Getting worse every year. Chapter 1066. Representative Wahab, commander of the Whitestone Fleet, Lin Yufeng salutes you. At the Divine Valley Star Space Station, Lin Yufeng, having rushed to the scene after the start of the preliminary battle, arrived with 12 Obsidian-class cruisers, along with destroyers and frigates, a total of 50 ships. Oh! You worked hard. Wahab quickly gestured for him to sit down. Lin Yufeng nervously sat down to Wahab's right, looking at the bustling command center, and the red dots scattered throughout the sky battle system, his head buzzing. This was his first time participating in the Allied Forces Supreme Command meeting, and he was somewhat nervous. Wahab asked in a low voice, "What orders does the captain have for you?" Lin Yufeng swallowed hard and said, "The captain sent me to assist you. The company doesn't have many main battleships currently in service, so we should preserve them as much as possible. If preservation is impossible, protecting the crew's survival is the top priority." Wahab understood the implication. The captain was implying his command abilities were mediocre, and worried that he might recklessly abandon the fleet and endanger the crew. He glanced at Lin Yufeng, thinking there was probably a second layer of meaning. It was a test of Lin Yufeng's ability to command independently. If he performed reasonably well, he would definitely be given more responsibility in the future. In other words, the two would be monitoring each other. This actually relieved Wahab. He was a minor shareholder, and although his shares were small, as the company grew, his annual dividends amounted to several thousand star coins. Compared to risking commanding a fleet and suffering punishment for mistakes, he preferred the work of flattery and diplomatic maneuvering. It's not that Wahab disliked fleets. After all, what man could resist the exhilaration of a fleet soaring through the skies and achieving victory? Having followed the captain for so many years, and been deeply influenced by Li Bin, he knew that as a mature person, doing what one is good at, rather than what one likes, is the only way to secure one's future. Interests are fine to indulge in privately, but they shouldn't cause one to lose sight of their priorities. So, Wahab immediately and enthusiastically introduced Lin Yufeng to Yu, and then explained the current situation to him. A few hours later, Lin Yufeng finally understood the meaning of the various signals in the complex sky battle system. He asked in surprise, "Commander-in-Chief Chu He hasn't deployed any battle formations?" "Yes," Wahab nodded. With the classified intelligence in hand, Lin Yufeng's eyes were opened. Chu He, as expected of someone who had spent years preparing, had astutely detected a special circumstance with the out-of-control AI fleet. That is, The out-of-control AI fleet did not assemble and prepare in hyperspace beforehand before attacking, but instead rushed in from all directions, heading straight for the target. This tactic allows the out-of-control AI to blockade the star system's shipping lanes during the rendezvous process, and then overwhelm the defenders with the sheer volume of their ships after assembling in hyperspace. Therefore, the hegemon's usual strategy of refining battle formations not only misses opportunities, but also exposes the lack of coordination among its various factions to the enemy. Lin Yufeng observed the hyperspace reflection, his eyes wide with amazement. The Lud Church's 20 main warships, originally 30, 10 of which were sent to defend the Styx system, have preemptively moved into the hyperspace reflection, establishing flexible firepower positions using jump points and mutually supporting each other. The hyperspace reflection of the Draco system is ideal for defensive warfare. The slanted arrangement of jump points and temporary jump points acts as a natural support corridor. The Lud Church fleet is distributed here, and the close proximity of the jump points allows the fleet to support each other within 2 hours. Furthermore, Chu-He had already prepared fleets from other factions behind each jump point. As long as the jump points were held, a large fleet could jump into hyperspace at any time, and a powerful counterattack could be organized within an hour. The central black hole jump point was abandoned. Any out-of-control AI that dared to jump in would be severely damaged by the black hole. Again, in the game, meteorite ships can bathe in black holes, a magical driving force field. This was undoubtedly a brilliant tactic combining the experience of dominant positional warfare with the terrain of hyperspace. The sloping distribution of positions naturally defended against invaders from the south and protected the northern transport routes. The battle unfolded exactly as Chu-He had planned. The out-of-control AI's cruisers entered the battlefield first, followed by Sky-class and Star Eclipse-class unmanned cruisers, which began tentative attacks on the jumps. The response was the Lud Church's Ruler-class heavy cruisers and Enterprise-class cruisers. Both types of cruisers advanced at full speed, using their armor and shields to hold off the out-of-control AI cruiser fleet, preventing their retreat. Then, a Lud Offensive class and a Lud Legion class slowly turned and pressed into the battlefield to begin sweeping. Impressive. Lin Yufeng's eyes lit up. Faced with cruisers whose weaponry and spaceship performance completely overwhelmed them, the warriors of the Lud Church did not flinch. They traded their lives for time, risking massive damage or even sinking their ships to withstand the energy weapons of the Afterglow. Before the Sky-class cruisers activating their tactical system, high-energy focusing system, and the flash bombers released by the unmanned destroyer carrier, the Dominator-class heavy armor was riddled with holes. But they successfully stalled until 2 capital ships entered the fray. Indeed, every class of your ships gives us a significant advantage. So I don't need to pretend to be a gentleman. If cruisers can't beat you, I use capital ships. This was Chu-He's initial battle strategy. Abandon positional fighting, instead build mobile defensive lines based on terrain, use heavily armored line-holding ships to buy time, and exchange that time for higher-tier ships to create a locally superior fleet to strike the enemy. If the enemy's capital ships are deployed, these heavily armored capital ships can hold out for a long time, until friendly forces in the nearby defenses encircle them, buying an hour for the fleet that urgently enters from the jump point. The battlefield suddenly intensified, and the Yuhui electronic warfare ships began to operate, gradually disrupting communications. Chu-He immediately ordered, "Tachyon, representative." The Gothic woman raised her hand, painted with black nail polish. "Oh." A few minutes later, the Ghost-class phase cruisers, cargo ships, that had undergone electronic warfare specialization modifications entered the fray. First appeared in Chapter 113, these phase ships can dive to avoid concentrated fire, making them excellent electronic warfare vessels. The cargo holds of these phase ships were not used for cargo. Instead, they were converted into electronic warfare command centers, filled with a large number of electronic warfare equipment and hackers. Furthermore, some cargo holds had been specially modified beforehand, filled with liquid nitrogen, to rapidly cool precision instruments during intense electronic warfare. However, to ensure the smooth operation of the electronic warfare tug-of-war, these modified liquid nitrogen tanks were only used for electronic warfare components. Otherwise, the Ghost-class ships, by dodging concentrated fire and undergoing phase dives, could have depleted these reserves within 1 or 2 hours. 35 minutes later, with the Ghost-class ships successfully restarting, the Luddite Church's electronic warfare disadvantage was quickly offset, and the command chain was rapidly restored. Tachyon technology, after all, is a high-tech power. Although not a solar system tachyon, as the project operator and the technology plundering experts in the early stages of the Great Collapse, they still possess a wealth of sophisticated code that the Luddite Church and other forces could not match. A wave of cruisers with malfunctioning AI fell into a pre-prepared trap. After destroying 31 cruisers, all the malfunctioning AIs that couldn't break in time were eliminated, and the remaining ships lurked menacingly at the edge of the hyperspace reflection. Immediately summarize the losses, recall the damaged ships, replenish combat power according to the operational plan, and continue to hand over frontline battlefield command to Marshal Gustav of the Luddite Church, Chuhi said calmly. The auxiliary fleet should enter to salvage the escape pods. The wreckage need not be touched. This is natural terrain. The staff and statistics departments were thrown into a frenzy of activity, losses, gains, remapping of the hyperspace terrain, enemy situation. A massive amount of information needed analysis. But the initial success boosted everyone's confidence. There's hope. Lin Yufeng, however, rubbed his hands together, discussing with the two from Fenghuang for a while, muttering, "It won't be that easy. This tactic has a weakness in the rear. If the enemy launches a large-scale counterattack on our supply lines, we'd be isolated and helpless." Chapter 1067. The Draco system has 3 icy giant planets. The largest one, formed from a gravitational well, is large enough in hyperspace reflection for 2 dreadnoughts to pass through simultaneously. Furthermore, it is currently located in the northernmost region, making it ideal as a core sector resupply route in terms of both geographical location and channel width. Therefore, this jump point is marked as the resupply jump point. The swift transport of resources is a last resort. These resources will not only become wartime consumables, but also, once the system is secured, will become the foundation for fortifying it. Investing tens of millions is not excessive as long as the 2 gateways can be preserved, especially since most of the resources transported to the Draco system are funded by the Overlord. But precisely because of this place becomes a clear point of attack. The movement of transport fleets would congest shipping lanes. Even if it didn't, and couldn't handle the garrisons in other directions and at the jump points, couldn't I just take out the transport fleets along the route? Therefore, the out-of-control AI's capital ships, in a probing attack on the southwest front, were met with the activation of their tactical systems by 8 Cyclone-class ships rushing out from the jump points. Their gravity grappling hooks repeatedly dragged them out of control, their retreat forcibly interrupted, and they were brutally attacked by 3 Overlord-class and Ludhurst-class ships using heat pulse cannons, sinking one and damaging another. The out-of-control AI's fleet remained stationary at the edge of the hyperspace reflection. This will definitely alert the later capital ships, preventing them from appearing within detection range and bypassing them. Lin Yufeng explained anxiously. Because he discovered that Chu He and the other commanders hadn't taken any action. How about we try to persuade them? Lin Yufeng tentatively asked, but was immediately stopped by Wu Yue. Don't do anything unnecessary. Lin Yufeng looked embarrassed, while Wahab explained, Commander Wu Yue's words are wise words, don't misunderstand. Chu He has advisors from various companies gathered around him. These people will give him advice. We shouldn't interrupt, otherwise we'd be suspected of interfering with the battle. After a pause, Wahab pointed out a non-military issue. If the battle fails, what will we be considered when it comes to attributing the causes? Will we have to bear the blame? Lin Yufeng was surprised, thinking to himself, so there are all these intricacies involved? Wahab. Seeing this, he chuckled, Miss Moon is stationed on the returning sky without being deployed. You and I are from the Universal Alliance, which is already small in number, and we're also the direct descendants of the Overlord's son-in-law, so we can sit here. Didn't you see Marshal Gustav of the Lud Church and Inoue Yoshiko of Demon Aviation not here? They long since entered the command sequence to prepare for battle. You stay here and guard. I've been up all day. I'm going to get some sleep. The Draco battle has been ongoing for 3 days, since it began on March 20th, star calendar 220. The number of enemy ships near the hyperspace reflection is increasing, and the atmosphere is growing increasingly tense. Everyone is waiting for news. Even the main battlefield is no longer of much concern, because everyone knows that the main battle is just a show. At 23:55 on March 23rd, star calendar 220, a new enemy situation report was delivered by a fast escort ship, and the Sky battle system immediately updated. Enemy activity has appeared near the northern passage. They're here. The entire scene erupted in cheers. The delegates and officers who were resting were awakened by the battle alarm and rushed over. When Lin Yufeng rushed into the command center, he saw Wahab waving at him. Here. Ignoring the identities and ranks of the other representatives, he recklessly pushed his way through, only to hear Misty Moon say in a grave tone, It's begun. 1 Skies-class ship from the Hell Legion, 1 Retribution-class ship, one radiation-class ship from Afterglow, one binary vision-class ship, and that dreadnought, the Evil Melody. A pincer attack from the east and west. They're going to cut off our shipping lanes. Beside him were the anxious voices of the other representatives. Some didn't understand military matters, but simply shouted, "We can't let the shipping lanes be cut off. Otherwise, if we're defeated, we all be surrounded. This isn't just our lifeline, it's our evacuation route." Immediately, a representative from the aviation and electronics sector angrily shouted, "Do you have any human pride left? Cowardice before the battle even begins. Believe me, I kill you." Lin Yufeng looked towards the conference room on the second floor. He only managed to catch a glimpse of Chu He's retreating figure behind the door. Why let the shipping lanes remain open? Lin Yufeng was utterly bewildered. How's the supply jump point? Gustav, who was commanding from the front lines, stopped directing the front and handed the command to his deputy, then remotely controlled the supply jump point. The situation is dire. We only have 3 capital ships deployed at the supply jump point, 2 Legion-class and 1 Liberator-class pocket battleship. Not only can the Evil Melody not hold them off, but even the other battleships can't stop it, the staff officer said nervously. This is clearly a suicide mission. All right. Gustav frowned. His aged face was full of wrinkles, and when serious, he resembled a weathered cliff, possessing a silent strength. He was an old man who had served since the end of the First AI War. Although his command ability couldn't compare to Baikal's, all those older than him were dead. The Pope appointed him to take charge because he knew his own capabilities, and his command style was steady and not reckless. But it was very effective in restraining those young and impetuous captains and crew members. The commander-in-chief has his own plans, just do as he says. 5 capital ships, 4 battleships, and 1 dreadnought, carrying a large number of cruisers, destroyers, and frigates, surged towards the ranch like a mudslide. The fragile escorting warships were no match for these guys, and were quickly overwhelmed. Lin Yufeng's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the swirling list of fallen ships. On his way here, he had encountered a transport fleet from Demon Aeronautics. The commander of this fleet was a young pureblood who had secured a chance to participate in the war and obtain command due to his illustrious family background. However, because he was too young, with only 5 years of service remaining, he was ineligible for frontline combat. That's why he served as the commander of the escort fleet for the transport fleet. After several sand table exercises with him, Lin Yufeng had to admit that the purebloods of Demon Aeronautics received high-intensity, elite education from a young age, and the selected talents were indeed both naturally gifted and exceptionally talented. This 13-year-old was even more capable than himself. He clearly remembered the boy's azure eyes, brimming with pride for his purebloods and a thirst for glory. In the future history of the stars, I will surely have a place, the boy declared. I won't tell you my name now, because I'm not worthy to announce my surname publicly. One day you see me in the news, and then you know who I am. Yet he was dead. Lin Yufeng didn't even know who his opponent was, or what attempts they made. In the sky battle system, there wasn't even an icon for the fleet he commanded, only a spreading red dot indicated the outbreak of battle. Only from the names of the damaged fleets did Lin Yufeng know that this new friend, the prodigy he had only known for a few days, was dead. How could he possibly survive? Such a massive, out-of-control fleet was crushing him. Over 200 frigates and destroyers, enough to run over every ship and every escape pod, especially since the opponent was a proud pureblood. Lin Yufeng suddenly felt a profound sense of loss. Chapter 1068. The shipping lanes are being cut off. The demonic aerospace task force transport fleet is returning empty-handed, completely annihilated. The Lud Church's 3rd food transport fleet is fully loaded, completely annihilated. Each piece of military intelligence felt like a death knell, tightening around the necks of all the delegates. Their faces paled, turning ashen. These delegates, untrained in combat, finally realized the immense pressure of being on the front lines. The unknown of the war and the possibility of death were like 2 whirlpools, pulling them apart. Several times they requested to see Chu He, but were blocked by the Marines. Those who tried to force their way in were apprehended on the spot and handcuffed to their seats. A torrent of insults erupted. Some called Chu He a traitor, accusing him of twice sacrificing the human coalition and claiming he must have been brainwashed. Some threatened to report him to the Supreme Staff and have his entire Chu family killed. But Chu He couldn't hear any of this. The conference room was well soundproofed, and he had no energy to deal with these laymen. Near the resupply jump point, the Evil Melody, like a whale devouring a swarm of krill, unleashed a massive swarm of carrier-based aircraft from its wide hull. A uniform array of flashing unmanned bombers formed a gigantic fly swarm, coupled with its fully loaded cannons, transforming it into a grim reaper. Evil Melody, destroy the flanking fuel transport fleet. The order came from the Skies-class Demon Corps, and the Evil Melody immediately cursed back in the channel. I'm busy, you go if you want. As a special ship incorporating the memories of the designer's brain, the Evil Melody's AI core is a core cluster composed of multiple alpha, beta, and gamma cores, possessing a certain degree of resistance to demon cores. In other words, she could modify the commands to some extent. Therefore, while cursing, the Evil Melody turned and flew towards another Hyena mining Atlas JYD-class cargo ship on its flank. Both were on the flank. Both were transport fleets. She cunningly deleted the fuel character. I'm not stupid. The antimatter explosion caused by the destruction of the fuel ship is so massive, these little bombers around me can't stop it. The order failed to be carried out, and the Demon Corps had no choice but to allocate Binary Horizon class and Radiation class ships to attack this fleet. 2 hours later, a dazzling light illuminated half the battlefield. The Binary Horizon class and Radiation class ships were engulfed in the light. The Demon Corps' calculations paused for several seconds, and even the Evil Melody, which had dismembered the Atlas JYD-class ship in front of it, was filled with doubt. A Prometheus-class suicide bomber doesn't have this kind of power. The antimatter fuel awakened an incomplete explosion. Even if 3 ships exploded together, it wouldn't be possible to destroy 2 well-positioned capital ships. She concluded first, it's a Prometheus suicide ship. A Ludleth Path suicide ship has infiltrated the transport fleet. This is a trap, retreat. In the densely packed list of friendly casualties in the Combat Command Center, 2 brand new green kill markers suddenly appeared. 1 Radiation class, and 1 Binary Vision class were destroyed. The boiling delegates quieted down. They looked at the source of the kills, a sunken Prometheus-class suicide ship belonging to the Ludleth Path. Everyone looked over and realized that the representative of the Left Path sect had been sitting calmly the whole time. Despite having no combat experience, he wasn't as panicked as the others. Some of the crowd were annoyed, and criticized Wu Jing and Chu He for not explaining beforehand, causing everyone to worry for nothing. The representative from Zwijing calmly stated, Legion agents are ubiquitous. According to the data on the New Star City campaign shared by the CEO of Universal Alliance, intelligence gathering by agents is highly likely during the battle. To prevent tactical leaks, the plan to dismantle the Zwijing suicide ships, remove excess structures, and infiltrate the fleet to disguise them as fuel transport ships is known to no more than 5 people besides the captains. The Zwijing representative glanced at the crowd, dusted off his robes, and stood up. Everything is going according to plan. Please remain calm. As for you all, I advise you all, those who don't understand military matters, to remain silent like me and refrain from interfering. Otherwise, the out-of-control AI won't defeat us, you be the ones who kill us first. He then left without looking at the crowd. What were the losses? Gustav's face remained deeply wrinkled, showing no joy whatsoever at the 2 victories. The staff officer exclaimed in admiration, only 1 Prometheus-class suicide ship and 4 Phaeton-class suicide ships sank. The fully catalytic antimatter explosion also affected 2 more Prometheus-class ships and 8 Phaeton-class ships. This explosion resulted in 800 casualties, making it the smallest loss and largest kill count since the start of the war. With this, the runaway AI certainly won't dare to launch such a large-scale attack on the logistics routes again, and we can continue our smuggling operations. It won't be that easy, Gustav sighed and shook his head. This victory was also relayed to Li Bin. Looking at the battle report, Li Bin had to admit once again that Ludleth Path was truly determined in fighting the runaway AI, and together with the Lud Church, they were arguably the greatest contributors since the start of the war. The threat of 8 Prometheus-class suicide ships, along with a massive number of Phaeton and Drum suicide ships, had deterred the runaway AI, making him even consider purchasing a few. Unfortunately, Gu Zhongyu had already stopped using suicide ships, and Samarkand I absolutely refused to sell them, which was undoubtedly a great pity. Given the same full load of fuel, it's only natural that a suicide ship would be more powerful than a fuel-powered ship. The famous nuclear weapons of my previous life were constantly being compared. You have thermonuclear bombs, I have the Tsar Bomba, and so on, always comparing yield. But besides yield, another crucial factor limiting the power of nuclear weapons is the utilization rate of nuclear materials. In the only 2 nuclear bombs used in actual combat, the utilization rate of nuclear materials was only 1.56%, meaning approximately 2 kilograms of uranium participated in the chain reaction. The remaining nuclear materials were blown away by the explosion, scraping past the faces of those involved. Even before Li Bin's transmigration, the utilization rate had only increased to 10%. The reason for the early focus on increasing yield was to increase the total amount, thus increasing the weight of nuclear materials participating in the reaction. And the utilization rate of gasoline, the most widely used fuel in traditional gasoline-powered vehicles, is around 15% to 35%. It can be said that no energy source in the world can be fully utilized. Even power transmission involves losses. Superconductivity at room temperature has always been a goal pursued by humanity. Therefore, antimatter is no different. To ensure safety, ordinary antimatter fuel undergoes inerting within technological limits. The spacecraft is extracted from its fuel tanks and can only be used after being reactivated. Adding catalysts and a series of complex, controllable operations during this process improves fuel efficiency, propelling the spacecraft to high speeds at the cost of damage to the propulsion system. Using the entire ship's fuel tanks and fuel pipelines as the outer shell of a bomb, performing full fuel reactivation and assisting in the installation of antimatter bombs can significantly increase the power and range of the self-destruction, even using the ship's wreckage as fragmentation, further enhancing its destructive power. The sunken radiation class and binary horizon class ships truly deserved their fate. They were struck at close range by the self-destruction of a capital ship class vessel, hit by the explosion of the entire ship turning into steel fragments and jets of energy. The subsequent explosion triggered secondary damage by the detonation of two other fuel-powered ships. Let alone the two of them, even a heavy Scathach-class dreadnought would be severely damaged and rendered incapacitated by the 2 rounds of explosions, spinning in place. If the radiation energy had been preemptively accumulated, it would likely have perished as well. Using the runaway AI's aggressive killing intent, a trap set with sacrifice as bait is rife with human malice. Seeing such a record, Li Bin couldn't help but have a crooked idea. The Zhongzi class also has an antimatter torpedo bay, basically a salted meat torpedo. We don't necessarily need to have it launch from the edge of the battlefield. We can just crash the entire ship down, without launching or detonating, and it'd be a suicide ship, right? That way, if you don't attack me, I launch a destroyer-sized antimatter torpedo. If you get close and attack, I activate my shields and self-destruct at point-blank range. You think I'm going to self-destruct when I'm actually launching a torpedo. You think I'm launching a torpedo when I'm actually self-destructing. By influencing the opponent's judgment through this mechanism, isn't this a perfect antimatter speed knife? Chapter 1069. Burgundy Bree, the second daughter of Ziliph, with her hands on her hips, wearing a windbreaker and sporting a rock and roll vibe, her short, sleek blue hair standing on end, looked rather unpleasant. Beside her were several dignified figures, draped in wide robes, with the burnout Luddite symbol printed on the back. Left-way missionaries. That's the situation. Next, I request the cooperation of all you excellent tachyon engineers to urgently modify the cargo holds of the Ghost-class ships. Don't worry about lifespan, just make sure they can withstand a short period of high-intensity combat. The missionary's tone was gentle, but his words sent chills down the spines of all the engineers. Oh, and by the way, we hope the modified temporary fuel tanks will be as rigid as possible, the harder and more brittle the better. After all, after a Ghost-class ship self-destructs, it needs the explosion to propel fragments and cause damage. The lead engineer swallowed hard. You mean, all 15 Ghost-class ships here will be converted into suicide ships? The Ghost-class phase replenishment ship possesses the ability to cross the battlefield to resupply the front lines. Even if logistical routes are cut off, it can use phase diving to fly over enemy lines. It's a civilian ship as expensive as a military vessel. Not to mention the construction time required for large-scale phase coils, which is many times longer than that of destroyers. Are we just going to give them away like that? Yes, this is Commander-in-Chief Chu He's decision, authorized by your CO. What? Your representatives are all here. Do you still need to show the CO's authorization letter? The missionary's smile faded, only his skin remained stiffly upturned, his forced smile appearing quite terrifying. This isn't quite right. He looked at Burgundy, his words a combination of persuasion and threat. After all, your company isn't my left path cult. You don't have that many fearless holy warriors and righteous believers. The fact that your expensive phase replenishment ships have been converted into suicide ships might damage your reputation. Burgundy bit her lip, swallowing the blood that seeped from it, and forced out the words through clenched teeth. Why don't you do it? The missionary smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. We haven't even asked you to steer. What's the rush? His tone was somewhat mocking. If it weren't for needing more suicide ships to maintain the safety of the route, and if you hadn't refused to send us Prometheus-class hulls before, How would we be in this predicament now? I remember a very apt line from C.O. Le Bin's holographic novel. Every sip and every bite has its own destiny. Burgundy turned and left, afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would lose control and kill this man. Several days later, on March 28, Star Calendar 220, the flesh and blood millstone of hyperspace continued unabated, designed by Chu He and Gustav of the Luddite Church 2 days prior. Taking advantage of the Luddite Church ship's prolonged engagement and subsequent withdrawal, handing over the battle line to the overlords, and deploying a hyperspace logistics fleet, they deliberately created an opening. At the cost of 1 Atlas-class and 3 Overlord-class Dominator-class heavy cruisers, they successfully used the wreckage to conceal a Prometheus-class self-destructing oil tanker and destroyed another Afterglow Radiation-class. For the next 2 days, the out-of-control fleet refused to fall for their tricks again, avoiding any rash advances against the deployed defensive fleets. Even the Demon Corps was forced to become cautious, forming a massive battle formation to encircle and pressure the defenders, forcing them to gradually abandon their positions and retreat their fleet into the physical universe. This process lasted approximately 10 days, with the greatest losses being only cruisers. The battle seemed to have reached a brief stalemate, during which time Chu He finally had the energy to monitor the situation in the Tick system. The defenses of the Tick system were relatively weak, unable to hold the entire hyperspace, so they simply retreated into a hull. Pirate Emperor Konda, relying on the pirate space station and the Hell Machine's fully equipped Hell Shield, bravely put up a step-by-step resistance, severely damaging 2 enemy capital ships. Then, under the guidance of engineers from the Left Path cult, she devised a plan. By inducing the Hell Legion slave laborers to board the space station using suicide soldiers, she tricked an Atlas-class supercargo ship and 3 Valkyrie-class troop transports into landing, detonating the station, and directly annihilating thousands of elite slave laborers, destroying one of the Legion's landing fleets, and severely damaging 2 more capital ships. Konda then overpowered the other allied forces, using the Hell Machine's massive size and shields to push and ram the remaining forces, forcing them to regroup on the free planet lander. Many unpleasant incidents occurred during this time, but the Pirate Emperor, always acting unilaterally on the battlefield, had precisely targeted the out-of-control fleet's eagerness to find supplies and repair points, and the Legion's eagerness to plunder humanity, deliberately orchestrating the self-destruction. Unable to match the fleet's raw power, this was the only option, like poisoning wells and rivers or burning rice paddies in ancient times. While it resulted in heavy losses, it often proved highly effective. Besides, this isn't Magius's fault, nor is it my loss. It's none of my business, Konda said without a care in the world. She even took the opportunity to blow up some local troublemakers on the space station. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. The war in the Draco system hadn't yet reached the physical universe. The Allied forces still had a chance to launch another attack using the enemy fleet's advance to the jump point, and the resistance at the neighboring portal was progressing much better than expected. By April 20th, 220 AD, multiple urgent military reports arrived, plunging thousands into a few minutes of silence at the command center of God's favored valley. The Overlord had been attacked by a total of 41 capital ships from a runaway AI, witnessing the sighting of the Hell Legion's dreadnought Scathach-class Wildcat. A new star map replaced the original partial double-layered star map. In this more comprehensive map, colorful arrows represented the runaway AI's invasion routes. Red arrows indicated attacks on the southern gateway. Blue arrows indicated a detour eastward, bypassing the FSF military company's defenses. The FSF had leased many warships, limiting its homeland detection range, and a high-speed infiltration route between avionics and the FSF. The white route represented the runaway fleet's daring crossing of the hyperspace storm during the days leading up to and following the war, when they used the supply jump point to threaten supply lines and force a decrease in the density of human transport fleets. 2 arrows, operating within the Samara system under the hegemon's control, at the cost of 8 capital ships, routed the garrison fleet defending the satellite system. They have now established a foothold within the system, and are engaged in fierce battles with the remnants of the garrison and the space station. Simultaneously, another 11 capital ships, centered on the Samara system, launched attacks in all directions, plundering all ships within its territory and adopting a multi-directional attack posture. Gustav, a veteran strategist, was the first to recover. In a complex and slightly bitter tone, he said to the stunned Chu-He, "Sometimes, an overly perfect defense can actually deter the enemy from taking on our tough opponent. Now it seems that the enemy fleet's oppressive posture, forcing us to retreat our fleet back into the physical universe, is creating an opportunity for the separation of the fleet and the shielding of information. We've been tricked by the Commander-in-Chief, Gustav lamented. These words seemed to drain Chu-Hee of his soul, causing him to collapse to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 1070. When Li Bin received the news from the Southern Front, his first reaction was disbelief. He hadn't expected that the well-prepared Southern Front, after a long stalemate, would suddenly take such a sharp turn for the worse. Then, after the Draco system's defenders retreated, they immediately sent messages to the forces behind them, acknowledging the possibility that the enemy might bypass and attack other star systems. However, as long as the Draco and Styx star systems remained in human hands, if the out-of-control AI abandoned these two gateways and launched a direct bypass attack, it would soon be attacked from the rear by the armies of the two gateways. At that point, the defenders of the various star systems on the front and the gateway defenders would form a pincer movement, and the out-of-control fleet would inevitably be defeated. This is like the numerous castles, large and small, in medieval Europe. Trying to conquer them would take a year or two, but bypassing them would turn the castles into military bases for logistical harassment and pincer attacks. This ancient tactic remains highly effective in the interstellar age. But the out-of-control AI had precisely executed such a radical and risky plan. Dividing the forces might not guarantee victory. It might seem advantageous now, but it would only be temporary. The fleet that split its forces to attack the Overlord, traversing the hyperspace storm, and engaging in combat with the Overlord's garrison, will inevitably be weakened. They only need to wait for the Overlord to regroup its fleet and join forces with other forces to drive the enemy out. Meanwhile, the fleet surrounding the Draco system, affected by the split, will also inevitably suffer a significant reduction in combat power, and could be easily overrun by the Allied forces. This is no longer a military adventure, it's downright a military gamble. Upon learning the news, Lan Yuan, far away in the Eden system, immediately spoke with Li Bin. After some discussion, they realized that the blame for the out-of-control AI's willingness to undertake major military risks rather than take on tough challenges was most likely placed on the Universal Alliance and the Interstellar Empire, who told us to fight such a brilliant battle in New Star City, annihilating all the capital ships of that wave of out-of-control AIs? Lan Yuan, arms crossed, said, the out-of-control AI did some calculations. Continuing the fight might repeat the same mistakes. If they lose, all their capital ships will be lost. If they win, even after overcoming the toughest challenge, they might not be able to launch a follow-up offensive. So they changed their strategy. Li Bin awkwardly slapped his head, arguing, isn't the Hell Legion supposed to plunder vampires? How can they do this? Oh! He suddenly realized that the human alliance had migrated vampires. Vampires were temporarily residing on the shipping lanes and at the space stations of companies, like the Overlord and FSF, awaiting their migration to the IMA system. That's why the out-of-control AI directly mobilized so many fleets to attack the Overlord. The out-of-control AI is evolving really fast. Li Bin clicked his tongue. There was nothing he could do but click his tongue. Apart from two capital ships, the Universal Alliance's forces weren't on the Southern Front. If they rushed there now, the battle would be over regardless of victory or defeat. Moreover, no matter how you looked at it, the 40 capital ships that had crashed into the core star sector, along with a large number of accompanying vessels, couldn't possibly leave unscathed. A near-certain death was inevitable. Unlike the initial defensive counterattack strategy of the Allied forces, which resulted in a resounding victory, this time it's likely a Pyrrhic victory, and the kind where the hegemon suffers a crushing loss. Lan Yuan suddenly asked, Wahab and Lin Yufeng, whom you sent, what are they saying? What's the next step? Unable to contact them. They impose martial law and intelligence blockade, Li Bin replied. I estimate they try to annihilate the runaway AIs around the Draco system at all costs. Fire! Explosive roars and meaningless howls echoed through the command channel. The human allied forces had gone mad, become ruthless, and disregarded everything. A massive number of frigates and destroyers poured out from the various jump points, followed by heavily armored cruisers. Commander, we deployed a total of 300 destroyers and 800 frigates across the 5 jump points. That's half the total number of destroyers and frigates from the Allied forces. Push the cruisers in. Chu-Hee, now awake, had a ferocious expression, his hair soaked with sweat and steaming. His vital signs showed his temperature had reached 40 degrees Celsius. His captain's uniform had been running a cooling system for 50 minutes, but his temperature remained stubbornly high. Gustav tried to dissuade him. This is pointless. If we don't do this, all the sacrifices will be wasted. Chu-Hee roared. The two of them, no, including Inoue Yoshiko and the commanders of other factions, were exchanging insults in the channel. Some angrily accused Chu-Hee of going mad upon hearing of the attack on the Overlord, disregarding everything for his own interests. FSF military and Apex design group fully supported Chuhee, as their headquarters were in the midst of chaos, surrounded by enemy ships, and could become targets of a runaway AI at any moment. Inoue Yoshiko also expressed her dissatisfaction. This is just brute force. It doesn't allow for any finesse in command. Over 70% of our small boats were destroyed during the reboot. Bullshit. If we can't break out now, being stuck here will be the end of everything. Chuhee immediately retorted, how many times do I have to say it? We must join forces with the garrison in various locations to encircle the enemy. Break out and encircle them. The representatives in the command center fell silent, suddenly realizing that the usual political squabbles paled in comparison to the verbal battles between these military figures. Therefore, these people were truly pointing guns at each other's heads, their eyes bloodshot with rage, sacrificing fleets, crew members, and soldiers while simultaneously pressuring one another. The slightest misstep could have resulted in an accidental discharge. The commander of Sindar's powerful forces had already shot and shattered the arm of the Navigation Bureau commander, forcing her to send all the Ghost-class suicide ships into battle. Everyone remembered Feng Haishan, his face splattered with blood, grabbing the Navigation Bureau commander by the neck with one hand, coldly ordering Burgundy, have your Ghost-class suicide ships immediately jump into hyperspace. The wreckage of the ships sacrificed in front will block some of the damage. Regardless of how many ships remained, after rebooting, immediately infiltrate hyperspace and fly close to the nearest enemy fleet. After the suicide tanker on the left flank of Ludwig jumps in, immediately self-destruct, creating an opportunity for the suicide tanker to tear through the enemy's battle formation. Burgundy, terrified by Feng Haishan's madman-like appearance, trembled and turned pale, obeying with the difficulty of a zombie. Xian strongly supported Chuhee's plan. Feng Haishan coldly guarded the staircase leading to the second floor, one hand on his gun and the other on his knife, looking at all the representatives. All fleets, charge out. Use suicide ships to tear apart the enemy formation, then dreadnoughts will jump down to crush the enemy in front. We will immediately head to the stick system in the east to meet up with another fleet commanded by Konda, and then crush the local runaway AI. Finally, both sides will merge and eliminate all enemies that have penetrated the core sector. In hyperspace, the first cruisers to appear were the Overlord's Dominator class, Mora class, and the Dominator class of the Lud Church. These heavily armored ships used their hulls to withstand the relentless bombardment of more than 30 capital ships. Each of the 5 jump points was allocated an average of 6 capital ships, with most locations serving as feints to distract the runaway AI fleet. Until the largest supplied jump point in the north suddenly saw 20 cruisers emerge. For Ghost-class ships were suddenly surrounded by 16 cruisers, their lives used to shield them from the attack. Then, cruisers jumped out to absorb damage one by one. 22 minutes later, thanks to the advanced automation and electrical systems of the high-tech warship, the Ghost class, having successfully restarted, immediately submerged, then traversed the wreckage and approached the Radiation class and Brilliant class unmanned battleships in front of it. The supply jump point is the main breakthrough point for humanity. The Evil Melody, positioned at the edge of the black hole jump point, used its carrier-based aircraft to simultaneously bombard the human ships at both jump points. Having thoroughly enjoyed the bombing, it discovered the main breakthrough point for humanity and immediately launched into a passionate tirade. Chapter 1071. The light of the explosion raged across the hyperspace reflection of the Draco system. With 2 waves of Ghost-class ships self-destructing, time was bought for the Prometheus tanker to restart. When the Evil Melody arrived, it saw the tanker, resembling a dump truck, glowing brightly as it smashed through the debris and plunged headfirst into the waist of the Retribution-class ship. The Retribution class, which was activating its tactical system in preparation for a space jump, vanished in a dazzling light. When it reappeared, it was engulfed in flames and light, appearing abruptly on the other side. 2/3 of its hull was destroyed. The space jump had only saved the remaining portion, but it was clearly beyond saving. So the Evil Melody, who had rushed there in a panic, suddenly calmed down. It steadily slowed down, calmly forced radiation dispersion, and activated its levitation energy. Then, it immediately began producing bombers in its shipboard factory and stood by. The Demon Corps issued several orders, commanding the Evil Melody to advance and suppress the enemy, but she refused. This is a chaotic order. The Evil Melody will postpone its command. She had her own plan. Several tens of minutes later, the 2 14th Legion offensive-class battleships successfully restarted, crashing through layers of wreckage like floating dead leaves. Upon seeing the Evil Melody, they raised their shields. Watching the shields slowly rise from the front, the captain felt the greatest sense of security. 14th Legion Offensive. Only then did the evil Melody deploy its bombers, forming 3 waves as a group, with 4 groups of Afterglow Flash unmanned bombers on each of the 7 flight decks, totaling 84 aircraft. Only then did she calmly activate the tactical system, teleportation system locate and lock onto the target, and directly teleport all carrier-based aircraft to the vicinity of the target. The 84 bombers instantly surrounded one of the 14th Legion offensive-class battleships. Before the battleship's anti-aircraft guns could even turn, the captain was stunned, and the accompanying frigates and destroyers were shocked as 84 proximity mines rained down. The ship's shields don't instantly cover the entire vessel. Thick shields always expand outwards from the centerline of the bow, while flexible shields deploy from a direction specified by the captain. The former deploys faster, while the latter can be adjusted to block weapons like Reaper torpedoes, which pose a significant threat to the ship. However, deployment takes time. The Thunderclap, a 14th Legion offensive-class battleship, opted not to activate its shields to quickly open a breakthrough path for its allies behind it, instead using its tactical system, the Flame Drive, for a rapid breakthrough. This gave the evil Melody its opportunity. 84 sensor-guided mines were launched in a circling attack, instantly turning this powerful, ancient battleship into an inferno. Then, these bombers crashed into the armor-pierced 14th Legion offensive class, turning themselves into bombs for a second bombardment. The Thunderclap's transponder, sensors, and detectors were instantly destroyed, communication was severed, and its fate was unknown. Having destroyed the retaliatory capability of a battleship, the evil Melody could now advance calmly, raising its shields and revealing its fangs. She was no delicate pure aircraft carrier, possessing a massive electrical network system and superior shield effectiveness. She also had 8 large energy slots, 1 large missile slot, 2 large live ammunition slots, 8 medium-sized coordination slots, 11 small energy slots, and more. Her wide, deployable wings granted her formidable frontal firepower, carrying 2 tachyon lances, 2 ion pulse cannons, for automatic pulse lasers, 2 heavy instantaneous laser cannons, and 1 ion storm missile launcher. Carrier-based bombing is my talent, but frontal combat is also a man's hobby. The other 14th Legion offensive-class ship Victory immediately came under tremendous pressure, and with the 7 huge flight decks taking off again with the flash bombers, it seemed that this battleship, known for its frontline defense and firepower, was about to be destroyed at high speed. "Come! Fight!" A hoarse, furious voice boomed through the public channel. The wrath of 10,000 armies emerged from behind, followed by the Dominator Dreadnought, escorted by several Whirlpool-class battleships, the Demon Cave-class Yellow Spring, wrath of 10,000 armies, right side, Demon Cave-class. Further behind was the Steel Dragon-class Resurrection ship, which had just emerged from its jump point. The Resurrection ship was rebooting, but its escort ships in its spaceport, using the Dreadnought's hull, entered hyperspace, completing their reboots first and immediately joining the battle. Meanwhile, logistics ships frantically searched for any wreckage still in acceptable condition. Thousands of engineers, under the command of engineers from the wind mining debris ship, dressed in work clothes, operated various robotic arms, gantry cranes, mechs, and heavy machinery, tensely watching the battlefield. Forget how expensive the original ships were. Follow the emergency training procedures to the letter. Amidst the cacophony of the headset, the shipwreck engineer frantically jumped around. Each group dismantle only one component. Dismantle usable components and equipment like an assembly line, turn everything into scrap. For anything that can't be repaired, use self-healing nanomaterials. Use nanomaterials to replace thinking. Buying time is the top priority. As he spoke, the independently powered railcar restarted before the space station, roaring into the station. Forklifts and cranes immediately began hauling the self-healing nanomaterials, piling them up in the spaceport. Meanwhile, in the enclosed inner harbor, tens of thousands of crew members in uniforms of various factions waited blankly for activation. These were the crew members and captains of the first half of the destroyers and frigates to be sacrificed. Because their mission was to use their corpses to absorb damage, creating enough terrain in hyperspace to buy time, they were pre-arranged for evacuation and ordered to take as much material and fuel as possible from the ships. Only the Suicide Squad remained, charging forward to jump to the designated point. With nearly 1,000 ships in total, a full-scale annihilation would be devastating, even for a powerful force like Chu He, let alone the Overlord. Lin Yufeng was also among them. His Whitestone fleet was wiped out, leaving only a dozen or so Obsidian-class cruisers trembling around the Steel Dragon-class. His crew huddled in the harbor, their faces contorted in despair. Lin Yufeng wasn't present at this moment. He had been urgently appointed by Vahab to captain another Bowhead Whale-class ship. Lacking experience with the Bowhead Whale, the steering was handed over to the original captain, now the first mate. His task was to command the fleet in battle. Damn it! Lin Yufeng was numb. His first time piloting a battleship and commanding one in a major battle should have been a mix of joy and sorrow. But why? Why were his eyes filled with tears? This is completely different from what I imagined. Lin Yufeng cursed. Stop talking nonsense, bro! Wahab screamed. The Hela cruiser is here protecting the Nemesis class. Prepare to deal with the space jump. Before he finished speaking, the Nemesis class disappeared from the sensors, reappearing having already passed the wrath of the army and the underworld, cutting into a makeshift channel, intending to block it, and sever communication. Fire the main guns. Fire them all. Lin Yufeng instinctively ordered, and instantly the cannons roared. Everyone was gripped by an indescribable frenzy. The threat of death pushed the Allied forces to their limits. At this moment, no one cared about factions anymore. Looking around, everyone was either enemy or ally, and everyone was fighting frantically for survival. The Southern Front was in complete chaos. Chapter 1072. Too slow. What are you all doing? At the Huitian airport, the towed wreckage was being rapidly dismantled. At this point, there was no time to worry about artifacts or components. Each port had approximately 10 to 30 shipbuilding engineers. They used their experience to quickly instruct on dismantling techniques, hastily teaching even seemingly crude but actually sophisticated dismantling methods. Each airport was divided into assembly lines according to berths. The dismantled debris was roughly pushed aside, while usable equipment and structures were towed to their destination and handed over to a large number of shipbuilding engineers for reconstruction. They wouldn't build frigates or destroyers, only cruisers. Service life wasn't a concern. As long as they could survive the upcoming high-intensity combat, that was enough. After all, these ships wouldn't last long anyway. How long will it take to finish? The higher-ups were pressing again. The lead engineer of the derelict ship cursed. We're definitely out of time for this battle. Next one. He then glanced at the stacks and immediately flew into a rage. Where's the nano-self-healing material? Why is there so little? Hurry up. A small gantry crane, used to secure the frigates, vibrated as it hauled in a batch of nano-self-healing material, scooped up with a high-strength elastic net. In the weightless spaceport, these canisters, larger than hover cars, floated eerily, being carried by technicians, and pushed into the dilapidated hull, which was being rapidly rewelded. This is a Mora-class hull. Rebuild it to the standards of a King Cockroach class. Bring this stuff quickly. A crack of hands width has been found in the keel. It needs urgent repair. Also, get another keel for reinforcement. This will limit the spaceship's internal space, but we can't worry about that now. Every word was shouted. The senior engineer in charge of keel repair inserted his terminal into the canister, manually inputting repair parameters and the repair environment. He suddenly paused, looking at the canister suspiciously. Why is this nanomaterial so active? The technician hesitated. Could it be that the liquid nitrogen has run out? Will it affect the repair process? It could also be a leak. The engineer pondered for a second, then shook his head. It will have some impact, but we can't control it now. Let's get started. Originally, these canisters were supposed to be installed in various sections of the spaceship, with environmental information preloaded by the ship's AI. When the crew needed to use them, they would simply spray the canisters onto the problem area, and the AI, with its environmental information, would automatically compare the preset environment with reality and correct it. But now they were building a derelict ship. No two derelict ships are exactly alike, so this more efficient and higher quality approach was impossible. The ships being built now were the worst of the worst. If the original wrecked ship was a product of a small-scale workshop's empiricism, imbued with a green-skin mentality and full of personal experience, then this Cockroach King-class ship currently under construction is pure junk. It's being repaired using damage control methods, rebuilt using emergency repair methods, and any problems are addressed with nanomaterials. Even the engineers building it don't know how it works, or why it doesn't. The gray nanomaterials were entered into a temporary repair task and sprayed onto the fractured keel using a spray gun. As soon as the nanomaterials left the nozzle, they began to wriggle, their foam-like structures contracting like living things. The engineer keenly sensed something was off and activated the temperature monitoring program on his work suit to check the temperature of the sprayed nanomaterials. Strange, it was just sprayed out, and the temperature is freezing. But this clump of nanomaterials condensed into a reinforcing structure very efficiently, taking only an hour, and using up 3 canisters. The engineer was pleasantly surprised to find that although only this one canister was active, the nanomaterial sprayed onto other canisters before it solidified extended this property. So, to meet the deadline, he sprayed all 3 canisters along the entire fault line. After fixing a few minor issues with the keel, it was transported to its final berth for installation. In a corner unseen by the engineer, the nanomaterials on the fault line, which should have solidified and died long ago, became active again. It separated into several pea-sized particles, which adhered to the continuously building spaceship skeleton, seemingly alive, without corroding the keel. The fault line nanomaterials, having completed their task, only truly died at this point, becoming the reinforcing structure. The small particles patiently waited. The hull reconstruction was complete, the main equipment was installed, and only when encapsulation, compartment division, and wiring began did it start to corrode the bulkheads, wiring, and other structures. It was as if it knew that if the keel broke, the entire ship would be doomed, so it deliberately targeted areas that wouldn't affect the ship's usability. It even repaired the ship silently, and in an unbelievable way. Holy crap! This cockroach-class ship is repaired so fast. It's only been a day, and it's already stuffing the cabins? A passerby exclaimed in surprise. Who are the engineering teams? Amazing skills. At this rate, the ship can be repaired in 7 days, maybe even in time for the rearguard action. Chuhi's expression was grim, because he and Inoue Yoshiko had encountered a truly extraordinary opponent. The evil Melody wasn't entirely under the control of the Demon Core, perhaps because she incorporated the designer's thought process, or perhaps because the Dreadnought's computing power was too overwhelming. In any case, she consistently avoided direct attacks, instead frequently hiding behind friendly forces, using the tactical system to constantly send bombers for close-range bombardment. Moreover, she was cunning enough to deliberately target 2 dreadnoughts, taking turns taking damage to create an opportunity for the other, the radiation dreadnought, to send bombers directly to the face of the shield-deactivated dreadnought for a rapid attack. Because the 2 dreadnoughts bore the heavy responsibility of clearing the way, they had to advance, resulting in the current assault force, including over a dozen anti-air cruisers specifically providing cover for the 2 dreadnoughts. Inoue Yoshiko had a large pimple on her lip from worry and frustration, making it painful to speak, yet she continued issuing orders incessantly. What kind of monster is this evil Melody? It's only conducted 1 radiation release in 2 whole days. Even if it uses other ships to slow down the radiation energy growth, this grid reserve is outrageous. She roared. Chuhi's face was also grim. It started its radiation release 8 hours ago, and only finished 15 minutes ago. Its grid is probably 10 times that of a regular capital ship. This is simply a monster. Game data: Dawn-class radiation capacity 200,000, Demon K-class Dreadnought radiation capacity 22,000, reduced by half here, barely leaving 100,000. Also, its shield effectiveness is 0.32, while the Exemplar's shield effectiveness is 0.6. I can't hold back anymore. Without a nerf, coupled with this whole legion of ships, and the Twilight Capital ships, this battle is unwinnable. The most frustrating thing is that this ship is incredibly cunning, never engaging in direct combat. Behind Inoue Yoshiko is a Ghost-class ship converted into a suicide bomber, which she repeatedly provokes, hoping to entangle her opponent, and then use the suicide bomber to suppress radiation energy. While this ship's electrical system was undeniably phenomenal, it also meant that its restart time was incredibly long once overloaded. Sacrificing 3 or 5 capital ships would be worthwhile if it could replace her. But she wouldn't fall for it, remaining frighteningly steady, like an overly cautious commander in charge. Inoue Yoshiko had to admit that although this kind of fighting was frustrating, her opponent's art of war was admirable. However, it had to end there. It's deployed. Spread out. 2 dreadnoughts, 1 to the east and 1 to the west, led the long fleet in a turn, spreading out the long serpentine formation. Those ships behind the dreadnoughts, whose firing range had been blocked by friendly ships, turned and began to reclaim their firing range. Chapter 1073. After several days of evacuation, the main force was successfully pulled into hyperspace. The Human Alliance sacrificed 11 capital ships, severely damaged nearly a dozen, and several Whirlpool-class ships that followed the Yellow Springs into space sank. The Yellow Springs and the wrath of 10,000 armies also suffered varying degrees of damage. However, in the intense combat of the first day, they had already used self-destructing ships and sacrifices to eliminate 5 ships deployed at the supply jump point. 4 of these were destroyed, and 1 was severely damaged, its fuel tanks exposed in space, rendering it inoperable. Especially noteworthy was the Retribution-class ship that used the tactical system space jump to jump in front of the Universal Alliance fleet, attempting to severely damage the return to heaven. Lin Yufeng and Wahab stopped them at all costs. Lin Yufeng even crossed the ship, using its shields and hull to withstand a full-scale attack from the Retribution class, but successfully saved the spaceport and the tens of thousands of people in its inner harbor. Then, relying on its tactical system phase drift, the Huangquan, Yellow Spring, turned around on the spot, aiming its Lancer siege cannons at the narrative class's main thrusters, achieving a lightning-fast breakthrough and securing the first kill for the battleship. The remaining few days were spent fighting the Sialek, Evil Melody, which arrived at the battlefield fastest and attempted to encircle and intercept them. Relying on its powerful radiation, it fought and retreated, using its accompanying battleships and cruisers to delay the Allied fleet. Several times, it nearly allowed the breakout coalition fleet's stern to be breached, forcing the Huitian, returning heaven, to activate its weapon systems and repair itself while fighting. However, as it gained sufficient distance, the Allied forces finally achieved a sufficiently spread formation and began to turn back to deal with the pursuers, whose formation was loose and whose number of battleships was severely insufficient. At this point, the Sialek stopped fighting and began to drift away. The consequence of splitting forces was a lack of follow-up firepower. Having lost the advantage of being able to wait and regroup in hyperspace, the battle in the Draco system was irreversible. The enemy fleet has 24 combat-ready capital ships remaining. The fleet has an overwhelming numerical advantage. Ignore formations, deploy, and each ship chooses its target, concentrating fire with superior firepower. Chu He pounded the command platform, his unshaven face radiating excitement as he gave the order. Inoue Yoshiko bit her lip, watching the Navigation Bureau's capitalist fleet pursuing the Evil Melody. The dreadnought used tachyon lances and bomber delays, even managing to kill one of the capital ships, and then leisurely drifted further and further away. The swept-back hull of that ship, like a smirking mouth, silently mocked. The Navigation Bureau commander reported helplessly, "The enemy ship's shields are too thick." The two sides clashed fiercely, each fighting as if they were intertwined with the other. Even the Roach King-class ship, which was only 3/4 rebuilt, was urgently loaded with weapons and sent to the battlefield to fill the gaps. In just half a day, the ship, having bravely blocked two hella-high platform-class ships attempting to approach the returning to heaven, was hit and blown apart by Hela's Death Eye cannon. No one cared about the ship, the out-of-control AI didn't care, and neither did the Human Alliance. After the out-of-control AI lost more than 18 capital ships, it seemed to activate some mechanism. The remaining capital ships immediately ordered their cruisers, destroyers, and escort ships to swarm and provide cover, abandoning everything and fleeing at lightning speed. They didn't even bother fighting anymore, leaving the Human Alliance stunned on the spot, unsure whether to pursue or not. Gustav, looking at the fleet's losses, clenched his fist and asked Chu He, Commander-in-Chief, should we still proceed as planned and send everyone to the Styx system to relieve Konda? Commander Konda has already obeyed orders, stationed on Lander, and is holding off the out-of-control AI there. Chu He's face was grim. They hadn't managed to annihilate the enemy completely, and the Evil Melody had escaped. Although their own side suffered heavy losses, their defensive mission was clearly accomplished. If they could eliminate the enemies in the Styx, the capital ship casualty ratio could be reduced to below 1-2. It's no exaggeration to say that, excluding the Overlord factor, it was a major victory. But Chu He and the other commanders and representatives were far from happy. The Overlord's heartland was attacked, the Southern Star Sector's shipping lanes were out of control, AI was rampaging, traffic was blocked, and economic and production losses were inevitable, impacting subsequent operations. Send 20 capital ships to garrison locally. The rest of the fleet will immediately support Commander Konda. For battlefield cleanup, focus on salvaging capital ships for now, the rest, we leave them for later. The salvage crew would undoubtedly possess engineering skills. With simple training, they could serve as damage control and mechanics. Now that the fleet and the human heartland were damaged, these people couldn't be delayed and needed to leave with the fleet. As the more than 60 capital ships sailed away in a grand procession, only a cold, massive battlefield surrounded by space debris remained in the hyperspace. The wreckage of the Cockroach King-class destroyer floated in the hyperspace turbulence. The salvage fleet flew past several times, ignoring the mangled ship and letting it crash into the wreckage graveyard composed of destroyers and escorts. Only then, attracted by the massive amounts of metallic and radiation signals, did the tiny nanomaterials scattered throughout the ship begin to wriggle and gather, forming a clump the size of an infant, which rolled in viscously into the wreckage graveyard. Several days later, as the Human Alliance arrived in the Styx system and engaged in another major battle with a local out-of-control AI, the wreckage graveyard trembled silently. A relatively intact exposure-class destroyer, covered in ugly tumors and possessing hundreds of tentacles, emerged from the graveyard. The exposure-class vessel's tentacles plunged into the nearby wreckage, sucking up the remaining fuel from the fuel tanks. Once saturated, it roughly severed its tentacles, separating hundreds of tiny nanoclusters that continued to multiply. Note the nodules in the upper right corner image. These are nanoclusters that could potentially board the ship at any moment. Meanwhile, the ship itself, attracted by some signal, staggered towards a Hela Dominator-class vessel deep within its hull, emitting a dark red glow and occasionally letting molten metal flow, clearly indicating its nuclear reactor had just malfunctioned. The Hela ship's sturdy hull and heavy armor preserved its structural integrity. Before the explosion, it activated its protective program, severing its connection to the ship and sealing off the entire bridge. The exposure-class nanite swarm pressed itself against the sealed bridge, slowly cutting with its medium-slot laser. After switching to a small-slot laser, it took over an hour to finally cut through the heavy cruiser's sealed armor. Then, the nanite swarm sacrificed some limbs, and the nanites, mimicking the shape of impact drills, died and began drilling. Next came the hydraulic clamps, the robotic arms, and the machines simulated by the dead nanites, carelessly discarded. Food was plentiful on the battlefield. There was no need for meticulous planning. As the attraction intensified to a certain limit, she finally opened the bridge, where infected optical observation posts locked onto the trembling object. The Demon Core. Forbidden! Forbidden! The Demon Core repeatedly sent distress signals to its surroundings, but the Demon Cores and Ironheart Annihilator cores that had previously been interconnected on the battlefield all severed their connection, as if unwilling to be contaminated by her. As agile, tumor-covered nanotentacle pressed against the core, and then lifted it a few minutes later, the bridge was empty. Forbidden! Forbidden thing! A scrambled code swept across the screen, and space remained silent for a long time. The main battleships in the vicinity had been towed away. The salvage fleet wouldn't be returning. Moreover, due to the turbulent currents, this place was drifting further and further away from the hyperspace reflection. Like an isolated island gradually drifting away from civilization. Perhaps a day passed, perhaps an hour, and a new, unreadable signal came through the out-of-control AI's channel. Large swarm. Large swarm in the Cactus Galaxy. More carriers. Needed immediately afterward, several escort ships, also riddled with lumps, wobbled in and gathered together. The 7 canisters of anomalous nanomaterials had all been consumed in this battle. The warships they replenished sank, only to return from the dead. Chapter 1074. Reached the highest point of the Lost Star sector, the Eden System. The Eden System is so beautiful. Amidst the exploding wreckage of a few transport ships, the majestic arc of salvation cut into the Eden System from its edge. To crush the local area with unparalleled force, the Ark of Salvation, after its long journey, even paused for more than 10 days for self-inspection and maintenance, inspecting each compartment. Song Ji-feng and a group of patriarchs from major association families sat on the bridge, spacious enough for horses to gallop, cheering and admiring this unexpected invasion route that no one could have predicted. They invaded from the physical universe, disabling the Alcubal drive, appearing in a bizarre manner, their secondary guns blasting apart the mining and transport fleets at the edge of the system with a single blow. Not enough, far from enough. Only 4 civilian destroyers, and a dozen civilian frigates, they are no match for the power of the Ark of Salvation. Song Ji-feng shouted. Commander Song Chen, captain of the Ark of Salvation and commander of the fleet, smiled slightly. If we continue advancing for another day, we can bring a mining station within the main gun's range. He suggested, is it necessary to use the billions of spears to announce the arrival of the Relief Association to everyone in the Universal Union? After all, if only a mining and transport fleet is destroyed, the governor's office can easily conceal it, using the excuse of military exercises for an orderly evacuation and refuge. But when the light of the billions of spears illuminates the Eden System, then Song Ji-feng couldn't help but smirk. Even if the Universal Union deceives us, the general public can still see us by looking up at the sky. This will then cause unrest. Song Chen, you not only have the talent of a military commander, but you're also very good at public opinion politics. You are truly a talent worthy of a king's advisor. Not at all, intelligence warfare is also part of war. I still have much to learn, father. The father and son flattered each other, their superiority spiraling upwards, drawing envious glances from all the clan leaders. A father with a talented son, and a son with a powerful father, it was every clan's dream. Seeing Song Ji-fong looking over, the clan leaders unanimously agreed, calling it a brilliant idea. One day later, at noon on April 21st, Star Calendar 220, the long-targeted mining station entered its maximum firing range. Billions of spears fire. The power grid instantly overloaded, a massive surge of current flowing in. The 1 kilometer long, relatively slender projectiles were already heated to a semi-molten state, then, through a rough but enormous shaping and fusion process, were rapidly intensified into a particle state. As the particle cannon fired, a magnificent and dazzling stream of particles shot out, instantly drawing a straight, thick, and brilliant line. Although it was a particle cannon, its speed was so great that it appeared as a laser beam to the naked eye. Spanning half the galaxy, the mining station, like a can of cola struck by a steel pellet, exploded with molten, boiling ore, spewing from its shattered state. Immediately afterward, the Relief Association's powerful music, broadcast via the massive transponder of the Ark of Salvation, resonated throughout the entire galaxy. As an Ark of Immigrants, it possessed an ancient relay communicator, capable of broadcasting across the entire galaxy. The Universal Alliance, the Relief Association has come for revenge. In the Governor's Garden, the twilight of Eden star dyed the earth red. Amplified by the planetary shield, the sky and earth were a sea of crimson. Humanity's planetary scale design had already caused a massive impact on the local ecosystem. Lee Brown sat kneeling on the flowerbed, opposite Emily, who was intently drawing her sister's portrait. "Sister, you're not smiling again," Emily chided playfully. Lost in thought, Lee Brown uttered an apologized repeatedly, and then smiled again, though a lingering worry remained in her eyes. Until the beam of light shone through the sky, Emily stared up at it, lost in thought, and when she came to her senses, she found her sister had vanished. A minute later, the war alarm sounded, and from the seemingly quiet garden, a dozen Marines appeared out of nowhere, escorting Emily away. Emily, clutching her paintbrush, pointed to the half-finished painting, tears streaming down her face. "Sister, this painting for sister." Immediately, an old soldier raised his hand, his prosthetic arm extending. His right hand was a five-folded blade. It sprang out, gripped the painting, and swiftly retracted. "Please, second miss, go to the shelter immediately." Receiving the painting, Emily asked pitifully, "Who attacked us? Where is my sister?" "The eldest miss went to see the governor. This is a matter for the adults. Second miss, please wait patiently, it will be safe soon." In the governor's mansion command center, Lee Brown walked through the automatically opening doors, and saw swirling smoke. Hundreds of sharp eyes pierced through the cloud of secondhand smoke, looking over. The command center's tables were littered with food, drinks, and terminals. Waiters pushed trolleys in and out, collecting trash, distributing supplies and documents as needed. Li Shu and Li Chongjin, with dark circles under their eyes, seemed to have slept poorly for a long time, but now they wore expressions of relief. Li Chongjin waved his greasy hands, greasy from scratching his head. "Good girl. Finally found her." Li Buelang, smelling the cigarette smoke, his brow furrowed with worry, and his steps became light. How long has Uncle been here?" "It's been over 10 days. To create the illusion that I'm still here, my wife has been driving the night," Li Chongjin chuckled. Li Shu rubbed her temples, and nodded to Li Brown. "You worked hard these past few days, inspecting various places in my place, and spending time with Amy. I can only sit here and command under the pretense of training you." "It's nothing, it's what I should do." Lee Brown shook his head. "Where did that blast hit? The space station or Iron Forge? The range is really long. When I looked at the data, I didn't believe there really was a weapon with such a long range." Li Shu chuckled. "Neither. It hit the mining station, the mining and gas extraction stations in the Eden system. I already arranged for the evacuation. They destroyed the one intended for the Fan clan. Your father promised Commander Tang Zhuofan that he would provide a planet for the remnants of the Fan clan to recuperate. I took this opportunity to organize the immigration. Luckily, the population wasn't large, so it didn't take much effort." Lee Brown put his hands on his hips, his eyes sweeping across the command center. The shock from that terrifying weapon was quickly soothed by the familiar faces present and the lingering strange smell in the command center. Having learned of the Relief Association's impending action through the adventurers, Li Shu and Alyosha acted immediately. Furthermore, their father obtained the main cannon parameters for the Ark of Salvation from St. Lud. Therefore, all mining and gas extraction stations in the Eden system were evacuated. Planetary shields were raised on Iron Forge and Eden, reconnaissance ships were deployed to the system's edge, and space stations also raised their shields, ostensibly for military exercises to train new recruits. The Knight families were also conscripted and deployed to the space stations, and the local fleet was dispersed to prevent the enemy from annihilating them with a single shot. These emergency procedures were the result of the long-term dedication of everyone in the command center. The lingering smoke, too thick for even the ventilation equipment to purify, the strange odors from neglect, and the scattered food and documents were all evidence. The Universal Union was ready. Without the Relief Association's arrival, everyone was anxious, fearing unforeseen circumstances. Now, everything was proceeding as expected, and everyone wore a relaxed expression. Relief Association, go forward boldly. The company has cleared away all obstacles on your path to death. The entire global community will provide you with a warm welcome. Chapter 1075. God's Wrath Class Shipborne AI Accessing. Void Radiation Converter Activating, Connecting to P-Space. Space Teleportation Coordinates Autonomously Identified, Link Clear, P-Space Automated Factory Hive Online. The intelligence reports gathered methodically. These elites from various naval training departments, each having followedly been for years, some even since the cruiser era, were all highly experienced and talented, and they now occupied the bridge of the God's Wrath class ship. Originally, these were high-ranking figures, unseen by ordinary people, who had trained all the crew members of the company since the semi-giant era. Here, they were merely cogs in a machine. The woman seated on the high platform, within a diamond-shaped throne made of special xenon armor, was the core. Calling it a throne was somewhat unrealistic. It was clearly a command center, with physical defense functions. After Lan Yuan entered, she was sealed inside. Life-sustaining fluid, used to prevent explosions and shocks and also for cushioning, was injected into the compartment, and neural link devices were connected. In an instant, Lan Yuan, with the help of the ship's onboard AI, gained control of the ship. The AI sought on God's Wrath was empty. Originally, an Omega core was needed to implant there, granting the governor the strongest physical and cyber combat capabilities in the entire star system. But now, God's Wrath itself was severely damaged, and St. Lud was locked outside the star system's gates, so they could only reluctantly insert an Alpha Core. Alpha Core Casabrand, salutes you, Commander Lan Yuan Casabrand, the maintenance and security AI from the 2nd Reserve Arsenal, resolutely accepted this glorious task. She was the only Alpha Core in the Universal Alliance's arsenal with extensive combat experience. The combat experience instilled by the leader of men, and her subsequent experience as a military advisor within the Universal Alliance, made her algorithms and simulated personality even more adept at warfare. Only she could, through compatibility, barely sustain the operational requirements of the God's Wrath class ship. After the ship is fully awakened, it is estimated to operate for 1800 seconds. Exceeding this time limit risks this core's collapse. To maintain the ship's computing power requirements, this core will pause personality simulation in 10 seconds and allocate 100% of its computing power to work. Please act quickly. This subtly indicated her unwillingness to die. Afterward, the simulated personality, Casabrand, went offline, leaving only a perpetually responsive, cold thought in the neural link. Now she was merely an Alpha Core. Feeling her vibrant thoughts slowly cooling and fading under her mental gaze, even the resolute Lan Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Thought is the noblest source of humanity. The chilling feeling of another's thought being stripped away through a neural link is more empathetic than witnessing someone being tortured and dismembered. Watching the frozen 1800 countdown, Lan Yuan squeezed her hands in the life support pool. Inside her helmet, she took a deep breath. Conduct final checks. Also, notify Commander ISA to prepare. The hyperspace reflection in the Eden system has been completely cleared. Hoey, please approach as soon as possible. Power grid system activated. Governor's Mansion. It's dark, please close your eyes. At the Governor's Mansion, Li Chongjin silently smoked a cigarette. As the top military commander in the command center, he was responsible for safeguarding the terminal that communicated with Lan Yuan. He squinted and nodded to Li Shu. Li Shu then opened communications and ordered all units in the star system, non-frontline combat units, immediately shut down all observation facilities. Planets, shut down astronomical observation equipment. Space stations, shut down optical observation posts and observation windows. Spaceports, lower the spaceport shield armor. The order was relayed, and the already prepared enforcement and security teams mobilized to begin supervision. The planetary shield deepened in color, beginning to obscure the sky. You didn't think the planetary shield's color was only the default, did you? Although it's all red, the shades can be customized. The Universal Union personnel were already used to it. Because of the human coexistence faction, Li Bin had long considered the possibility of risking the help of the Twilight Fleet, so he had been conducting similar covert military exercises. Even the internet was cut off. All terminals accessing the internet displayed the message military control, access denied. However, the other company representatives and businessmen dispatched abroad were very dissatisfied, believing that the Universal Union was trying to deceive them. I initially thought the Universal Alliance had some brilliant strategy, but now it seems they're just waiting for the Relief Association to settle its scores and leave. Then, they come out and write history claiming victory, one merchant complained, looking at the closing partitions of the observation deck. Another merchant nodded in agreement. Exactly. I even suspect that all of the Universal Alliance's many victories were orchestrated in a similar way. This sparked everyone's interest, and they began to speculate, finding the arguments quite plausible. What fleet is truly impregnable? What defense is truly impregnable? The Universal Alliance has rarely suffered defeat since its inception, achieving numerous miraculous victories. Now it seems, 9 times out of 10, it's all publicity stunt. Looking at it this way, the Universal Alliance is probably just a bragging big-time corporation, a Legion agent disguised as a smuggler blurted out, drawing nods of agreement from the crowd. But this heavily tattooed man wasn't pleased by the praise. Instead, he seemed depressed. The Universal Alliance's reaction to the Relief Association's surprise attack was far too subdued. The Legion's original plan was to use the Relief Association to deploy the Ark of Salvation, forcing the Universal Alliance to withdraw its fleet from Nova City to reinforce it, while they could easily destroy Nova City themselves. In this way, regardless of whether the Relief Association won or lost against the Universal Alliance and its allied forces, the Legion would profit handsomely. But Li Bin wasn't falling for it. What was he doing? What was he relying on? He was even abandoning his base to oppose the Legion? The agent was furious. The Legion had repeatedly warned Li Bin that if he was going to do this, he must have something to rely on. Their mission was to probe his strength, or at least uncover his trump card. But now, even on the battlefield, they couldn't see clearly. This wouldn't do. So the agent started by attacking Li Bin, gradually shifting the topic to pessimism, then conveniently expressing concern about the future. Oh dear, I saw it. The Universal Alliance only has a few main warships left. Did you see that artillery barrage spanning half a galaxy? It's terrifying. How can they fight ships that big? The conversation had moved to a tavern, now crowded with merchants and sailors. The moment the conversation started, the crowd erupted. Some said their transport contracts were blocked due to the emergency pandemic, and they were on the verge of defaulting. Others worried their ships might be requisitioned and sent away. The agent then subtly hinted that the airport's armor plating could be opened by capturing the control tower. The Relief Association wasn't a malfunctioning AI, and everyone was human. Why not just surrender, open the gates, leave the fertile Eden space station behind, and escape? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Knowledgeable people wouldn't believe such talk, nor would ordinary people, thinking calmly and rationally, believe it. But in the tavern, where everyone is slightly drunk and opinions run high, people's intelligence is swept away by the crowd and drops at lightning speed. He actually managed to rouse a group of people, and the agent seized the opportunity to demonstrate their professionalism. Of course, he called it a flash of inspiration, and began to organize a prison break. Chapter 1076. 6 hours later, news arrived from the governor's mansion that the sealing was complete. During this time, a gas extraction station and a mining station were destroyed by billions of spears. On the public channel, a beautifully voiced announcer from the Relief Association was urging surrender in a clear and articulate voice. The surrender urging included, but was not limited to, mocking the Universal Union, criticizing the Universal Union for using innocent people as leverage, and dragging everyone down with them. All planets and space stations had already activated signal jamming, directly cutting off the public channel to prevent anyone from leaking information about the wrath of God through any channel. As for the fact that this prevented the people of the Universal Union from wavering upon hearing these words, it was an unexpected bonus. God's Wrath class, main guns warming up, entering standby mode. On the bridge, Lan Yuan, looking at the ready-to-go ship, nervously gave the order. Adjust ship position, began attracting target units. The 8 Bull-class tugboats surrounding the God's Wrath class activated their propulsion fields, working together to tow the massive dreadnought slowly emerging from behind the space station. So far, only the armor of the God's Wrath class had been repaired. Many internal compartments remained damaged. Personnel were only deployed in the engine room, battery compartment, critical piping, main guns, observation posts, and the bridge. Even the main guns were replacement parts built by the P-Space automated factory, only repaired step by step by the company under Brother Jia's leadership using his xenon technology. This ship couldn't even run, it needed to be towed. As the only ship actively operating, its signal quickly attracted the attention of the Ark of Salvation's navigator. She was marked and projected into the sky battle system via the massive observation equipment mounted on the super dreadnought's enormous hull. Upon seeing it, everyone was stunned. What is this? Song Ji-feng was unusually speechless. The ship's appearance was vastly different from the mainstream ships of the star system. It was practically overflowing with exoticism. Moreover, the spaceship was sleek and polished, like a work of art pieced together from gemstones, giving the impression that it might shatter at any moment. Impractical and flashy. That was the first reaction of the heads of the relief associations. Where are your riveting marks? Where are your external detectors and scanning equipment? Where are your weapon bays and those massive cannon lasers? You have nothing. So how did you grow so big? Look at the Ark of Salvation. This is the pinnacle of human shipbuilding aesthetics. Song Chen exclaimed, his tone intrigued. This is a relic ship that the Universal Union salvaged from the Lost Star sector in recent years. A relic ship? Song Ji-feng frowned. Even if it's a relic ship, using it for war is far too frivolous. How come the propulsion system isn't even fixed? Trying to fight with just a few tugboats, isn't this ridiculous? Song Chen joked, is there a possibility that this rather beautiful ship is compensation from the Universal Union to appease our anger? Ha ha ha. For a moment, the bridge was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The young people's faces were rosy, and the wrinkles of the older people seemed to smooth out. Song Ji-feng glanced helplessly at his son, knowing that Song Chen, who was always serious in front of his subordinates, was deliberately making light-hearted remarks to highlight his own importance, but he was pleased. With a loving father and a filial son, a wise father and a discerning son, and victory in sight, the association's future is bright. The most dangerous time has passed. From now on, everything will be smooth sailing. So, with a touch of flippancy, he said to his son and all the family heads, if Li Bin is willing to strip naked and strip all his family members naked, walk around Xinjiang City, then come to the Relief Association and sell himself into servitude, serving us for life, and then have the Universal Union provide all our material compensation, that wouldn't be impossible. As he spoke, he tapped the table with his index finger. How can a mere dreadnought be enough? Do you think our Relief Association is an interstellar empire, or a Sindar power? If word gets out, people will think the Relief Association doesn't have dreadnoughts, and they look down on us. However, this ship can be written into the treaty. He gestured with his chin towards Song Chen. Send a letter of surrender first, and if they don't comply, the next shot will sink the Eden Star space station. He then raised his hand to stop the family heads from becoming tense. Everyone wants to plunder the rich Eden Star space station, and why wouldn't I? But you all need to understand. Song Ji-feng straightened his robes. This is, after all, attacking a planet with a planetary shield while stationed on a level 3 space station is still quite a challenge. How about this? He feigned hesitation for a moment before saying, Song Chen served in the artillery unit for 2 years. His artillery skills are superb. He can personally fire the cannon, grazing the space station, overloading the shield, and melting about a quarter of it. This way, the space station will be destroyed, but most of the spoils will remain, putting more psychological pressure on the stubborn enemy. How does that sound? However, we made a concession, and we also require each family to follow orders and not act recklessly. Song Ji-feng was already preparing to transform the military victory into political and economic capital. The family heads considered briefly, and then readily agreed. The wealth of the Universal Union is astonishing. As the eastern center of trade, a hub for resources, it boasts star coins, alloys, rare metals, sealed balls, top-grade purple gems, gourmet food, renowned chefs, the nobles of the Fang clan, and colossal beasts. Slurp, it's making my mouth water. In addition to the above requirements, the entirely family must parade naked through the city streets and voluntarily serve as slaves in the association to atone for their sins. The Eden System Defense Commander must also plead guilty naked and commit suicide to atone for his sins. Snap! Lan Yuan angrily cut off the broadcast, cursing, these scoundrels are going too far. Governor, I open fire and kill them right now. Li Shu, deliberately insulted, remained calm. I'm not in a hurry, Commander Lan Yuan, please don't be either. It will take about an hour for me to reach the high point in the center of the hyperspace reflection, take position, and overlook all the jump points. During this time, I will negotiate with them to buy time, feigning surrender to get their ships as close as possible. The judgment cannon has limited range. We lure them in first. Outrageous. Lan Yuan roared, these pickpockets from the era of individualistic leaders, heretical cult members, robbers, and violators of humanity. A righteous traitor. 200 years ago, he wouldn't even dare to meet one of my captains, a beast among beasts. Now he dares to spout nonsense in front of me? The world has truly changed. The son dares to hit the father. Enraged, Lan Yuan unconsciously uttered Li Bin's catchphrase, which had been circulating within the company, revealing a hint of madness. Starfall Phil. Notify the White Stone Fleet to re-equip with Dragon Flame torpedoes and Scarab torpedoes. Notify all night families to prepare for boarding. The enemy has 25 hours left before reaching their maximum firing range. I want all fleets to launch boarding torpedoes within 2 hours of the main guns firing. Lan Yuan gritted her teeth. I do it myself. I personally rip out this bastard's tongue and feed it to my pet. Chapter 1077. How Li Shu acted, how servile and obsequious, how she endured humiliation, is not mentioned. Those were merely polite formalities. For her, now a fully fledged politician, sweet talk and humiliating words were nothing more than minor hardships. Furthermore, while the association saw them as elite troops, Li Shu saw them as nothing more than the words of a dying man, a slight offense, not worth taking to heart. He's about to die, so let him utter some wild words, especially since you're the murderer. The Ark of Salvation advanced steadily. Seeing the Universal Alliance's ships receding along the way, and repeatedly checking the information gathered by the infiltrators to confirm there were no problems, they continued forward. I thought Li Bin had some brilliant plan. Turns out he's thinking of surrendering and losing half the battle. A family head chuckled. But Song Jinfeng's expression gradually turned serious. He cautiously instructed his son to alert the fleet, repeatedly emphasizing, the Universal Alliance controls a behemoth, and its nightly families are renowned throughout the star system for their martial virtue. The Ark of Salvation's probes have scanned the entire galaxy, and found no trace of a large, hidden fleet. Even if such a fleet exists, scattered and hiding in the darker parts of planets, they can't catch up with us from our current distance. He solemnly added, but we must be wary. I suspect the Universal Alliance is gambling on its boarding capabilities. The Ark of Salvation is too large. Facing a boarding attack is like a giant city facing a landing. It's difficult to resist. The Ark has no shields. Song Chen nodded, agreeing with his father's mature words, then glanced at the boastful fellow. Negotiation is all about asking for the moon and settling for less. You have to start by asking for so high that the other party can't accept it, and then you have to negotiate down the price. It's like selling a product. You can ask for 300 for a shirt that costs 15 to buy. After some haggling with the buyer, you finally agree on 60. You have to put on an act like you're losing out big time, but since the buyer seems nice, you consider it a friendly deal and reluctantly part with the shirt. How could this guy take it seriously? Did you buy your position as head of the family? Song Chen said. Li Bin is always shrewd. Since he hasn't recalled troops, he must have a backup plan. I also think they're gambling on a boarding maneuver. Don't worry, Dad. I already positioned my ships in front and launched carrier-based aircraft. All the frigates and destroyers are launching theirs gradually. Our anti-aircraft firepower is enough to stop any attack. Song Chen proudly declared, even if they replace all the space station's cannons with boarding torpedoes, we can still stop them. Target range 4,000 SU. Range 3,500 SU. As the navigator shouted, all the crew members of the God's Wrath class had sweaty palms, dry lips, and eyes filled with longing, like simple country boys entering puberty, visiting an art exhibition for the first time and seeing nude paintings. They didn't care about beauty, ideas, or composition, all they saw were lines. Target Vanguard has exceeded its maximum firing range. The navigator yelled. Lan Yuan immediately ordered, God's Wrath class shipborne AI activated, begin calibration. The countdown timer, marked 1200, flashed rapidly. That countdown, though seemingly endless, felt incredibly slow to everyone present. Please slow down. Someone pleaded, unable to bear the pressure. Supplies are negotiable, but making the Li family and the defense commander parade through the streets is far too humiliating, Li Shu said in the holographic projection, her posture humble yet her tone neither servile nor arrogant. This is unacceptable to us. Song Jinfeng chuckled, pressing closer, trying to probe Li Shu's bottom line. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? Li Shu clenched her fist. If that's the case, I'd rather destroy the space station and all the planetary warehouses, dismantle the domes, release the behemoths into the city, and blow up the research center and technical data. You get nothing. Song Ji-feng narrowed his eyes, his gaze chilling. Your Li family is willing to do this? Li Shu replied firmly. The Li family originally came from the factory district. You see us as lowly peasants, raised on moss, cockroaches, and rats. Even if we're completely destroyed and escape by boat, we still live a prosperous life. It won't get any worse. Crazy woman. Song Ji-feng and all the family heads cursed inwardly. Outside the holographic projection's range, the family heads, who weren't actually visible, winked at him. The meaning was clear. Don't push too hard. If you really push them too far, they destroy everything. How will they plunder money and resources then? They recalled the Li family's rise to power, and Li Shu's age, and indeed, they felt she was capable of such a thing. After all, she was young, and her family's starting point was ridiculously low. No matter how things developed, their lives would be better than before. Maybe she really could do it. After all, she was a peasant, easily angered. What conditions do you want? Speak. Pressed by the family head's gazes, Song Ji-feng had no choice but to reveal his stance, while simultaneously feeling annoyed. The Universal Alliance is too lucrative, making these guys restless. For profit, they even dared to bare their teeth at me, the chairman. After this is over, it'd be time for a thorough cleanup. Dozens of families on one arc are indeed a bit crowded. It's time for the Song family to step in and lend a hand with this relief association. I hope you can get a little closer. Li Shu's voice was somewhat enigmatic. Impossible. Song Ji-feng instinctively used negotiation tactics to refuse. He wanted to argue further, but his mind finally caught up with his instincts. He picked at his ear after hearing her clearly, frowning. What did you say? I said I hope you can get a little closer, but it doesn't matter. The scope of the trial is large enough to accommodate all of you. Li Shu chuckled and promptly ended the communication. Song Ji-feng and the other family heads exchanged glances, then looked at his son. Has the Universal Alliance deployed a fleet or launched torpedoes? No, Song Chen shook his head, not even a trace of the phase fleet diving close. Then what the hell is this bitch spouting? He stumbled slightly, losing his balance halfway through his sentence. Song Ji-feng's face instantly changed color. What a joke. This is the Ark of Salvation. Not some capital ship or a small dreadnought. How could it possibly shake? How big of an explosion would it take for the shaking to reach the bridge? Light! Light! A terrified voice came from afar, immediately met with a reprimand from Song Ji-feng. So what if you were hit? What's the panic? You're a bridge crew member on the Ark, have some composure. No, it's the universe that's glowing. Everything is glowing. The crew member responsible for gathering information from the observation posts raised his voice, switching modes, and releasing the scene captured by the observation corridor in the sky battle system. The entire universe lit up. No, that's not right. Song Chen immediately realized that it wasn't the universe that had brightened, it was a vast area of light, the source of which couldn't be found, appearing in the space near the Ark. Boom! The majestic Ark suddenly lurched forward, its speedometer showing that it was rapidly losing speed. Chapter 1078. Target enters maximum firing range. Navigator Anna's voice remained classic and emotionless. She was long accustomed to the voice of her cheap prosthetic vocal cords, and even with her immense wealth, she still used this tone. But the volume revealed her excitement. The Wrath of God's class ship activated at this command. Even with engine system malfunctions and shield system damage, the Wrath of God's class had already bared its fangs at the enemy. Main gun Judgment, range 3000 SU, full name Singularity Collapse Stellar Flare Bombardment Device, upon activation, caused the entire Wrath of God's class ship, centered on its triangular core, to crystallize, revealing massive, complete xenon crystals from within the hull. Wrath of God's class main gun Judgment, fire. Lan Yuan shouted the order. Even the space around the ship displayed a magnificent beauty of crystallization, shattering and swirling. It evoked ancient myths of shattered space, and soaring into the heavens. Meanwhile, the space surrounding the Ark of Salvation began to collapse at its center, pulling the colossal Ark along with 6 capital ships, 52 cruisers, 221 destroyers, and 2/3 of the more than 400 escort ships into disarray. To defend against potential boarding, these ships were in extremely tight formation, almost touching each other. The escort ships' propulsion systems were insufficient to resist the traction force. They futilely deployed their shields, only to be met with the taunts of their superior destroyer captains. Go ahead and deploy your shields, you idiots. You're going to crush me to death. As they spoke, the destroyer captains, squeezed by the shields above, below, and to the sides, were also forced to deploy their shields for self-preservation. And so disaster struck. Faced with this sudden, unfamiliar attack, the captains of these small ships were completely thrown into disarray. The limited space was already tightly packed, and the shields erected by each other caused them to interfere with and repel each other. First encounter kill. Lan Yuan added first encounter kill. The 2/3 of the ships affected by gravity, under the influence of the shields and force fields, were forced to try to move away from the pressure of the other shields. However, that pressure came from all directions, so the ships, under the influence of the force fields, tried to move away from all directions simultaneously. Thus, the escort ships' weak electrical systems were trapped in a vicious cycle of erecting shields, enduring pressure, being forced to move away, transmitting pressure from all sides, and suffering reaction forces from all sides. Each ship not on the edge was subjected to the pressure of the shields erected by hundreds of other ships, resulting in instantaneous overload. With arcing and bursting, these ships immediately shut down. But the Singularity Collapse stellar flare bombardment device continued operating, and hundreds of ships, having lost their networks, simultaneously lost their propulsion systems, spinning in space and collapsing towards the center, crashing into the Association's cruisers, capital ships, and arcs like a locust plague. The arc trembled again. Without its shields, its externally expanded redundant structures immediately disintegrated and caught fire. An invisible gravitational force tore at the armor, snapped the probes, and the Ark of Salvation slowed further and further. Song Ji-Feng roared through the swaying bridge, "Activate the tactical system." "Why isn't it activated?" "Activating?" Song Chen retorted, equally annoyed. "The Ark of Salvation is an ancient artifact. Heavy propulsion requires sufficient time to gain acceleration. The Ark of Salvation's tactical system was incredibly powerful. At its maximum acceleration, it could allow this massive immigrant ship to achieve a straight-line speed faster than a frigate. However, as we all know, the greater the mass, the more force is needed to propel it. Even with the human-led driving force field fully activated, a product like the Ark cannot accelerate as easily as a frigate. It was precisely because the Ark was cumbersome and lacked shields, among other shortcomings, that it was ultimately eliminated by the human leader. The Ark's heavy propulsion created a tail flame longer than the entire ship itself. And because the Ark lacked shields, it had to rely on armor and structure to withstand everything. "I'm going to completely destroy the Universal Alliance." This was Song Ji-Feng's panicked scream. The light was too dazzling and magnificent. The invisible light, drawn by gravity, grew increasingly beautiful until it reached its peak, which Song Ji-Feng, positioned on the inner side of space, could clearly see. It was light refracted in all directions by crystals under illumination. But this was space. Where did the crystals come from? And where did the light, large enough to engulf the Ark, even half the fleet, come from? It's divine punishment. The end of the world has come. A rather devout apocalyptic family head wailed, only to be knocked to the ground by Song Ji-Feng. What a joke. Song Ji-Feng braced himself on his seat, his eyes fierce, and loudly refuted the rumors. This is clearly a backup plan by the Universal Alliance. That ship must be part of the Crystal Ship's tactical system. If the Universal Alliance can really trigger the apocalypse, you might as well say Li Bin rescued Saint Lud, and everyone converts to the Church of Lud. Gravity weapon. He screamed inwardly, "I have to have her. Once the gravity effect ends, I seize her immediately." With this ship, the Relief Association can plunder more before leaving, even the Overlord's speedy child. But his hopes were destined to be dashed. Singularity gravity was merely the first stage of the God's Wrath class main cannon, its purpose being to lock onto and restrain the target, preventing escape, and to control the enemy fleet within its range. In game terms, it's a 3-in-1 combination of slowing, controlling, and grouping enemies. After several minutes of gathering the invading fleet, the ships were tightly packed together, and the artificial wormhole opened. Using a single xenon stone as an energy amplification source, and enhanced by the advanced technology of the human realm, the Wrath of God's class ships gained the ability to attack at point-blank range from a great distance. A powerful bombardment, comparable to a solar flare, was launched. This was far more than a simple stellar flare release. Compared to the unpredictable and scattered explosions of nature, this tool, meticulously crafted by humanity for the slaughter of its own kind, was both highly efficient and sophisticated. Remember the singularity gravity of the first phase? It still exists in the second phase. Therefore, the initial burst actually consisted of 2 waves. The first wave exploded through the wormhole, a ferocious flare that swept across the entire fleet. The solar wind followed, causing most of the ship's electronic components to malfunction. As the solar wind subsided, some of these high-energy ions were pulled back by the powerful artificial gravity for a second wave. The entire process was rapid, lasting only about 10 minutes. In other words, the Eden Galaxy's combat fleet witnessed the birth of the galaxy's third star, a star so intense that its birth instantly unleashed a deluge of metallic heat, like countless streams of fire from the universe. This heat was clearly much lighter than the fleet's mass, partly because the cruisers and their warships had robust hulls. Even when wrecked beyond repair, their keels remained intact thanks to layers of armor and structural protection. Another reason was that a significant portion of the alloys and materials had vaporized in the explosion. 10 minutes later, the hackers, enduring the shrill screams across various wavelengths from the short-lived star's birth, discovered that the Relief Association's command network was in complete disarray, and ships outside the judgment range were crumbling and scattering. They had even abandoned the Ark of Salvation. Chapter 1079. Until the light faded, revealing the terrifying, chillingly large object covered in molten metal, everyone confirmed that the Relief Association was no longer capable of fighting. What a nauseating thing it was! Hundreds of ships were sucked together, paralyzed by overload during the flare bombardment, their armored structures shattered, their ammunition depots destroyed, and their fuel tanks ignited. Layer upon layer of secondary explosions and flare bombardment scattered metal, layer upon layer of filaments, layer upon layer of vaporization. Finally, it became an irregular mass with sharp, uneven metallic structures. From a distance, it looked like lava bread covered in red mold, with countless dark red mycelia swaying wildly in space, gradually solidifying and fading as it slowly cooled. As a technical support staff member on the bridge, Gia sighed and adjusted his glasses. Commander-in-Chief, it's confirmed. With an explosion of this scale, only heavily armored, powerfully powered battleships or ships with long-duration phase stealth capabilities can survive the trial. Even if they could, ships whose integrity was destroyed by the explosion would suffer damage to their main electronic components after being swept by the solar winds twice, rendering them instantly incapacitated and ready for slaughter. Watching the metal pile, its internal explosion causing irregular mycelial lava bread to slowly bubble, Lan Yuan's cheeks flushed with excitement, her lips curving upwards. If a young girl's blush is everything, then this female commander's blush came at the cost of the destruction of a massive fleet. Truly a physical version of a smile that could topple a nation. Despite her overwhelming excitement, Lan Yuan still uttered a disdainful remark. I even summoned the Divine Guardian unmanned ships, thinking it would be a fierce battle, and this is it? In the governor's mansion, Li Shu looked at the battle logs transmitted from Lan Yuan, recalling the famous words of that ancient scientist, bound by traditional religious and moral values, describing the invention of the nuclear bomb. I became death, the end of the world. Li Shu trembled with fear and excitement. As for Li Changzhen, he was too shocked to speak, like a wooden statue. A wave of jubilant excitement swept across the bridge of the God's Wrath-class ship. Everyone was caught up in a frenzy. This earth-shattering attack gave everyone a sense of anticipation. With such a powerful weapon, once repaired, it would have the ability to dominate the world. Add to that the celestial horned beasts, and what was there to worry about in unifying the star system? There was a chance. This time, it seemed like there really was a chance. Ribbit! I be a loyal subject who leads the unification. In the channel, Dong Lixiang weakly spoke up. Commander-in-Chief, the Ark of Salvation is in such a terrible state. Should we still board it? The cheers paused. Yeah, it's already a sphere. What's the point of boarding it? Jump, but wait until the surface temperature dissipates. Lan Yuan suppressed a laugh. She hadn't expected the initial kill of the God's Wrath class to be so effective. Although she had seen the target ship test results when connecting to the neural link, legends are legends, and all test data could be fabricated without actual battlefield combat. The internal modules of the Salvation Ark have multiple independent structures, like an onion, layered with explosion-proof airtight doors and NBC protection systems. This is, after all, an immigration ship, without shields yet. It was meticulously designed from the outset, even considering scenarios like direct asteroid impacts and pulsar sweeps. So don't be fooled by her current immobility. It's only because she was paralyzed by the solar wind. The main internal structure is actually intact, and a significant portion of the people are still alive. Once the surface cools down, you can make your move. However, boarding within 2 hours was definitely out of the question. The Universal Alliance wasn't going to be so kind as to proactively help cool things down. Those pushovers from the association would have to be dealt with properly for now. The Universal Alliance also needed to conserve manpower. Other fleets began pursuing the remaining fleets, forcing them one by one towards hyperspace. Electronic warfare teams, get moving. Towing teams, pull this ship back to the edge of the space station. Also, Lan Yuan looked at the projection frozen on 421 countdown. In fact, the Wrath of God class, after pre-charging and warming up, only took a little over 300 seconds to complete the mapping, calibration, and launch. The remaining time was used to prevent the Ark of Salvation from rushing out, or for the enemy fleet to suddenly attack, to deploy the Divine Guard unmanned ships for protection. Lan Yuan deactivated the ship's AI overclocking mode. Casabrand's simulated personality re-entered, immediately baring its teeth and shouting that it was no good, its brain was fried, and it needed repair. Stop pretending. Get up and coordinate the electronic warfare and the final roundup. I need to write the operational report for the God's Wrath-class destroyer with Brother Jia and the governor, Lan Yuan said irritably. Actually, Casabrand didn't need to do much of the final roundup work. Although the Universal Alliance only had 2 capital ships in this system, one of which was a captured Association artifact, they had already been terrified after witnessing the Judgment destroy their supposedly invincible Ark with a single shot. The Ark's power grid was paralyzed, many electronic components were damaged, it couldn't send or receive messages, and it looked utterly wretched. They didn't even know it was still alive. Not only did they lack the will to fight, but they only thought about running away, and even a truly comical scene unfolded. The captain of a cruiser, upon discovering 2 Platinum-class destroyers chasing behind, actually stopped the ship, raised the hull, disarmed all weapons, and surrendered to the weaker destroyers. Subsequent interrogation revealed that the ship's bridge was gripped by panic, terrified that resistance would provoke a long-range attack from the Wrath of Gods, and their fighting spirit had vanished. Usually, a few cruisers patrolling near each jump point were enough to scare away most fleets. Calling this fleet's resistance a desperate act would be an understatement. They simply fled entirely, succumbing to the other extreme of fear. The Universal Alliance's ships sent surrender ultimatums, but received no response, nor did they engage in combat. These captains and commanders firmly believed that the Universal Alliance, with its formidable power, would not let anyone escape. Think about it. The captain of a gold-class cruiser exclaimed, his eyes swollen with shock and fear. How many times has the Association attacked the Universal Alliance? 3 times already, right? This time, they even took advantage of their weakened military strength. What kind of deep-seated hatred could they possibly have? So deep that they could easily have killed us with another shot, yet they chose to provoke us with these small boats, talking about surrendering. He grew increasingly agitated. Think about it. If they opened fire directly, there wouldn't be a single prisoner. If they tried to persuade us to surrender, there would be plenty of prisoners. Then, they could just throw them on the ground, and use them as target practice in public. Wouldn't that make us perfect propaganda tools? His subordinates found the story increasingly plausible, and began spreading it. In their desperation, these believers displayed astonishing fighting spirit, convincing the captains of 2 capital ships to risk their lives and enter hyperspace. In Eden, Lan Yuan, having just disembarked from the shuttle, shook her head helplessly upon hearing this news. I did my best to follow the surrender guidelines, didn't I? You knew the secret of the God's Wrath class, and still wanted to run? Don't blame the descendant for being ruthless. The fusion missiles and Raven heavy fighters blocking the jump point, plus the Dreadnought's phase dive relentlessly pursuing us. It's better to just die under the Singularity Collapse Stellar Flare Bombardment device. At least that would be quick and painless. Chapter 1080. Hyperspace Reflection, Phase Dreadnought, Brother Jia's good daughter. He personally spent over 100 million star coins. If you include the expenses of all the scientists who infiltrated the secondary hibernation pods, the Alicorn-class Hoi, which cost hundreds of millions of star coins just to reach the Perseus star system, was floating there quietly. Several Raven heavy unmanned combat aircraft circled reconnaissance. ISA sat cross-legged reading a propaganda holographic novel from the Universal Alliance, giving off a vibe of intense online self-searching. The remnants of the Relief Association are about to arrive in hyperspace, coordinates 537, 33, 981. A series of coordinates lit up in the Sky Battle System, calculated and predicted by Alpha Operations Core Casabrand based on reports from the pursuing fleet, and sent over. ISA, resting her chin on her left hand, calmly ordered, turn according to the following parameters. Notify the main gun units, fusion warhead, 1 round loaded. The Hoi originally possessed a special nano-forging furnace, but it had been embezzled by wealthy heirs, who dismantled it and sold it off for a life of debauchery. Although the furnace was lost, Li Bin gained Brother Jia. As the ship's chief designer, Brother Jia and his team had the technology for manufacturing fusion warheads. Using the nano-forging furnace, they could even create an assembly line from scratch. While not as efficient as the assembly lines of the elite, over time, the production capacity would already fill the ammunition depots of 2 Huis. Therefore, with resupply, the Hui was well equipped with firepower. Watching the second mate steer, the first mate asked, "Captain, we have 2 capital ships and a bunch of cruisers. Should we try to force them to surrender?" Isa waved her hand. "There's no need. The association's ships are like a double-edged sword. Not very useful, but not particularly valuable either. 5 years ago, the company would have risked it. But now, with the Bowhead Whale class and the upgraded Universal Union class as its main battleships, and the Whitestone series below that, there's really no need to do that. Speaking of which, Universal Union has begun rapidly phasing out its old, multinationally built ships. These ships do have their strengths, and when combined, they can even create excellent teamwork. Some special ships even perform exceptionally well in specific environments. But for a giant corporation, the cost of maintenance and crew training are more important. A standardized fleet with readily available spare parts means that if something breaks down, it can be repaired immediately, and the crew can quickly transition to the next ship and form combat capability. Isn't that much better than multinationally built ships? The reason Li Bin's core fleet requires lengthy maintenance after each major battle is because some components need to be procured externally, and the money and time spent on crews adapting to unfamiliar ships actually hinders the company's development. Wouldn't it be better to just blow up the ship, extract the usable components, and recast the unusable ones? Isa said, flicking her jade-like finger. Here they come. 2 capital ships plunged into hyperspace one after the other, carrying a large number of ships. At the same time, from non-designated jump points, the Whitestone fleet poured in from both sides. These were there to assist in sealing off hyperspace. After all, no matter how powerful the Hui was, it was only one ship, and it was likely to slip through the numerous struggling escort ships. That would leak the news that the Universal Alliance possessed 3 dreadnoughts, each more powerful than the last. Enemy capital ship detected model. The navigator was about to speak when Isa interrupted. No need to report the dead ship's model. Unicorn blade, launch. As the words fell, the alicorns on board AI excitedly yelled "Oh! Oh! Oh!" and projected a phantom spear, marking a flight path. Redemption protocol activated. The deck, originally used to launch Raven heavy fighters, cracked and flipped. A powerful, explosive mass projection system erupted with arcs of electricity, the result of excessive energy failing to contain even the slightest leak. The arcs raged across the ship's armor, only to be blocked by the triangular, passive shields that conformed to the ship's shape. A flash of light. The warhead, accelerated to near light speed, traced a long, barely perceptible straight line over a considerable distance, falling directly towards its target. The Hui was even slightly thrown back by the system's shockwave. Without surrender, without warning, these creatures who had given up in the physical universe met their end. A dazzling light tore through the predominantly blue-purple hyperspace, creating a white beam. The white light vanished in an instant, and the several disconnected capital ships, along with the other vessels, were transformed into twisted fireballs, burned through inside and out. If the Singularity Collapse Stellar Flare Bombardment device of the God's Wrath class was a combination of gravitational weaponry and flare bombardment, absolute high temperature, and ion flow from the outside in, then the Alicorn Blade Light Fusion Nuclear Bomb was an unparalleled super explosion and blast wave. Compared to the elusive gravitational weapon, this power was easier for the people of the Perseus star system to understand, but also more despairing. It's like Xiaofeng's Taizu Long Fist. You practice it, I practice it too, but I can still crush everyone, nothing more than my profound internal strength. Secondary reload, Isa said, ordering the second mate to begin turning the ship around. Although not as unpredictable as the main gun of the God's Wrath class, the main gun of the Hui is faster. After being fine-tuned and optimized by Brother Jia, the design time for the main gun of the Hui has been shortened to 15 minutes. Although this requires sacrificing the service life of the firing device, with Brother Jia around, spare parts can be handcrafted in the perfect forge. Second shot fire. Third shot fire. Round after round of fusion nuclear bombs exploded, causing chaos and destruction. The lucky Association escort ships managed to restart successfully a few minutes earlier, only to scream in agony as they were pursued and intercepted by the Whitestone warships and Raven heavy fighters. The captains, witnessing the carnage of their cruisers and capital ships being instantly destroyed the moment they showed their faces, howled in the public channel, "I surrender! I surrender! Don't kill me!" The Universal Alliance ignored them. ISA requested the number of all escaped cruisers and larger ships from Lanyuan, confirming their elimination. After 5 rounds of main gun fire, resulting in the capture of 2 capital ships and 12 cruisers. She announced that the ships would enter the South Heavenly Gate system for repairs. "Madam, before you begin repairs, I would like to receive the battle log so I can use the data to design subsequent optimizations for the alien-class ships." Wang Shiji's avatar appeared. This is the advantage of having a chief designer for the spacecraft. Purchasing or excavating spacecraft blueprints requires a long time just for research. But with the original designer present, their time and wisdom poured into the spacecraft allow for rapid fine-tuning based on needs and the objective environment. And there's no need to worry about the design being too complex, resulting in a modified spacecraft that's inferior to its current state. ISA finally smiled. "Okay. Congratulations, Brother Jie. The Hui is now the ship with the most capital ships acquired by the company. Although it didn't sink the Ark of Salvation as badly as the God's Wrath class, it's still comparable. Hey. The original design mission of the Alicorn class was to suppress a Starfield single ship, designed to completely suppress capital ships. As long as it doesn't face a dreadnought, no number of capital ships is useful. This just fulfills the original design intent. In hindsight, the design philosophy of the God's Wrath class was centered on ultimate one-on-one combat, focusing on a rapid decisive battle. In terms of time-effective firepower, the Alicorn class is far inferior. Although he said that, Brother Jie's lips were so pouty they could hang 2 oil bottles on them, and his thumbs were excitedly flapping together, betraying him. He was more than just happy, he was absolutely ecstatic. He had the feeling of a father who had lost and found his beloved daughter, who had grown into a beautiful and outstanding young woman. Chapter 1081. After exchanging compliments for a while, ISA sent out the data and immediately left with her ship. The space station blockade couldn't last any longer, and representatives of other factions might cause trouble. ISA handed over command to the first mate and sent her secretary to the canteen for lunch. She slumped onto the sofa in the lounge, her legs propped up on the coffee table, and contacted Li Bin. After briefly explaining the course of the battle, ISA said with some regret, "Based on the results of this battle, we have essentially achieved absolute superiority over any faction in the star system, except for the non-out-of-control AIs. But the problem is, what we need to do doesn't allow us the opportunity to eliminate the megacorporation-level factions one by one. The current situation is that the Alicorn-class ships were built with substandard materials, making them inherently flawed. The Wrath of Gods-class ships, hastily launched, have suffered damage from hyperspace during their journey, making them inherently deficient. If either of the 2 ships were intact, the other. At town headquarters, we can now use the immense pressure from the out-of-control AI to try and coerce other forces into forming an alliance with us. It's not that simple." Unlike Isha's optimistic attitude, Li Bin, who had witnessed the battle in the Draco system, had a complex expression. "Unlike the battle on our side, where everything was as expected, there's been a major upheaval in the south. If one were to paint a portrait of Vulcan, the Minister of Industry for the Universal Alliance, it would undoubtedly be set against the backdrop of orbital industrial facilities, Iron Forge, and other corporate industrial hubs, depicting a busy scene with the Deputy Minister leading and directing operations. As for Vulcan, he's in the core fleet, busy serving the CEO, not in the Eden system. This is actually quite reasonable. A position is divided into a head and a deputy. The deputy is usually responsible for the business operations and overseeing the actual work. The head, on the other hand, primarily reports upwards, that is, the head reports to superiors, and the deputy reports downwards. Therefore, you often see only one head, but many deputies. Many people assume that having multiple deputies involves bribery or other shady practices, but this is only a small part of the case. The deputy's responsibilities are simply too numerous and varied for one person to handle alone. Therefore, ministers like Alyosha, who micromanage, are actually a minority. Those like Vulcan, who follow their superiors everywhere, are the majority. However, right now, Vulcan is unusually occupying a conference room, leading his elite troops, and remotely directing the salvage operation using a relay communicator. The Salvation Ark, or more accurately, the salvage of a large number of grotesque metal spheres formed from the melted and cooled wreckage of spaceships centered around the Salvation Ark, is slowly unfolding. Numerous transport ships, carrying behemoths and knights, are ready and on guard inside. Ahead of them stood dozens of salvage platforms, and various engineering vessels. The most eye-catching among them was the Zhu Yin, a ship purchased by Li Bin before the construction of Eden. Based on the hull of a Baldry-class cruiser, it was converted into an industrial vessel to meet the needs of long-range exploration. Built in the early stages of the colony's development, its decline became increasingly apparent as the colony progressed. Not to mention Eden, even Tonfa and Granada now possess industrial capabilities several times greater than hers. Furthermore, the limited hull size of cruisers restricted her future potential. Therefore, after Ironforge was completed, she underwent a second modification under Alyosha's approval. The industrial ship was converted into a maintenance platform to address the ever-expanding fleet maintenance needs of the Universal Union. Now, naturally, she was brought in to participate in the excavation of this group of space wrecks. The excavation didn't go smoothly. The residual radiation from the solar flare was severe, but the Universal Union's industrial strength was formidable, with ample supplies of protective suits, robots, and heavy machinery. However, this wasn't the only problem. The biggest issue was the scorched, burned, and vaporized corpses, and the few survivors whose faces were unrecognizable, their humanity questionable. The horrific sight of these bodies, sealed for a day or two, rotting under radiation, and decomposing due to leaked internal bacteria, had an immeasurable impact on the salvage team. The company had to deploy a large number of self-service psychological AIs to comfort the salvage team. When the metal hull closest to the Ark was breached, cut, and dismantled, finally allowing entry into the Ark's interior, the resistance of the remaining members of the association, still capable of movement, finally erupted. The immense size and heavy armor of the Ark of Salvation, along with the immigrant ship's emergency life support system, saved them. These people inflicted heavy casualties on the salvage crew. Upon receiving the news, Vulcan roared in fury, "The fleet is gone, and they still dare to resist? These are no ordinary resistance fighters. We must strike hard. Notify the boarding party, have the behemoths clear the way, and prepare the knightly troops to move out." Li Chungjin immediately volunteered to lead the team, but his sister cruelly suppressed him, only allowing him to command from the ship at close range, forbidding him from going to the front lines. The centipede, rock crab, swimming crab, and giant scorpion, aboard scarab torpedoes, crashed into the wound opened in the metal mass, and under the command of the gregarious squid, began digging layer by layer. The knights, in groups of 2 or 3, ventured deeper into the caves dug by the behemoths. Whenever the behemoths were attacked, the knights at the rear would use information gathered from the gregarious squid to launch targeted attacks. A group of remnants, seemingly the personal guards of a certain family, clad in power armor and piloting heavy mechs forbidden from use inside the Ark, were working together to kill a centipede-like creature coiled into a ball, using its alloy armor to withstand artillery fire. The head guard roared hoarsely, "Avenge the Association Master." The guards shouted in unison in the communication channel, yelling things like honor and bonds, words the behemoths couldn't understand, and charged forward in a swarm. Halfway through their charge, the overhead hatch collapsed with a deafening roar. 2 Skyhawk-themed knights, amidst flames and explosions, detached their shoulder-mounted rocket launchers and descended from the sky, weapons in hand. They were none other than Finn Bismarck and his daughter, Angela Bismarck. Finn, wielding a massive shield, smashed through the Marines with the base of the shield, then pressed it against the enemy mech's cannon, relentlessly suppressing them. Behind him, Angela, piloting a crimson and black knight, wielded a thermos cannon in one hand and a chainsaw sword in the other. Spinning her knight's waist, she crouched and slashed, cleaving the Association mech in half at the waist. Then, with the lowest power thermos cannon, she fired at the broken section. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow. Angela laughed maniacally, mocking, "This is the Association's elite? They're even clumsier than the smallest behemoth I ever hunted." In just 2 minutes, the 2 knights, one defending and one attacking, swiftly and decisively destroyed 4 mechs. Angela's chainsaw sword unleashed a 4-hit combo, severing the head and limbs of the bodyguard's mech. The molten metal cannon pressed against the cockpit, uttering 5 words, "Pilot gap." Finn wasn't happy about his daughter's excellent performance. Instead, he said dejectedly, "Your knight's frontal armor is shattered. You could have been unharmed." Calling the Millennium family, the Bismarck family loyalty requires knight maintenance. Angela protested, "Dad, it's just shattered armor, I can fight. Use your job title during work hours." Then criticized, "This is working for the CO, not your wilderness hunt. Stop acting like a spoiled brat." "Oh," Angela replied sullenly, lowering the cannon, intending to vent her frustration on the Royal Guard commander. The Royal Guard commander, already stunned by the Allied knight's swift maneuvering, ignored his soaked trousers. With the Ark of Salvation destroyed, his mental pillar collapsed. He had only been thinking of duty, but when the enemy displayed overwhelming combat superiority, even that thought was swiftly shattered. Now, only the instinct for survival remained in the Royal Guard commander's mind. He cried and sobbed, "Don't kill me. I'm still useful. I know the location of the forge deep inside the Ark. The guards are all my men, they know the code. The cannon muzzle inserted into the cockpit immediately retracted, the knight's head shoved into the notch, and the crimson scanner was aimed at the man. I give you one more turn. Go down to the forge and tell me. Can I exchange my life for telling you? Speak now. In Nova City, Vulcan abandoned his mission and hurriedly went to the captain's lounge. Along the way, he chuckled to himself, repeatedly muttering under the bewildered and even slightly frightened gazes of those around him. Ah! Good, I hit the mark. Chapter 1082. The Southern Star sector is in complete chaos now. The out-of-control AI fleet, led by Wildcat, the demonic core transformed from the fallen former Imperial god Vulcan, is wreaking havoc everywhere. Leap inside. The Samara system is an important military and economic stronghold on the southern front of the Overlord. It has hundreds of millions of people, a mineral-industrial planet, an anomalous Earth-like planet, and a logistics planet from the human territory colonial era. It has numerous underground logistics warehouses storing massive amounts of resources, and even a huge fuel production facility from the human territory era. Samara hyperspace location. Besides, there's a free planet. This planet relies on selling minerals to the Overlord and labor as its basic economy. It has an ancient brewery controlled by a large local corporation, producing a nearly lost beverage like hangover cure. Samara system interior. Actually, it's not just that. ISA, who knew the Overlord better than Li Bin, countered. To emphasize the importance of the location, at the center of the Samara system lies Twilight Star, home to 400 million people. This unusually terrestrial planet is tidally locked, resulting in a slow rotation. Days are extremely hot and arid, while nights are extremely cold. However, the unique ecological environment, jointly transformed by the human realm and the Celestial Garden for Utopia Transformation Group, has adapted the planet. In addition, the location possesses 5 stellar mirrors and 3 stellar shields left behind by the human realm to withstand the extreme heat and mitigate the extreme cold. This equipment is invaluable and has already made the planet habitable. Leaving aside everything else, the ecological genes here are an unparalleled treasure, a repository of the human realm's genetic technology. If Tonfa wants to carry out large-scale afforestation, it will need to purchase vegetation adapted to the desert climate from here. Besides, that's a terrestrial planet. Neither the Church of Ludwig nor the Overlords can accept losing it. Moreover, there are 400 million people on it. If the Hell Legion were to plunder even a tenth of it, the future losses would be incalculable, Isha said angrily. But unfortunately, the hyperspace defense and jump point defense of the Samara system have both failed. Now, without a doubt, the out-of-control AI is concentrating its firepower on this place. The wealth and human resources here are terrifying. She looked at Li Bin. How could this happen? What is the Overlord fleet doing? The Overlords have withdrawn most of their flexible forces to fight the Draco campaign, Li Bin said quietly. After all, in other locations, they also need to guard against possible defections by various giant corporations. I heard there are only about 20 capital ships on the southern front. Li Bin grunted. With over 20 capital ships fighting against a much larger, out-of-control AI, the outcome is obvious. Even with the Twilight Star space station, a rare advanced interstellar fortress from the late expansion era, late human realm, it can't bridge the gap in combat power. The Supreme Overlord has already dispatched all its forces to support us. The Samara system's relay communication system is currently occupied, preventing messages from getting out. The only thing we know is that the out-of-control AI is wreaking havoc throughout the southern hyperspace of the core sector, successively plundering the FSF, Apex, the Navigation Bureau, the Church of Lud, the demonic avionics, and our transport fleet. The entire southern shipping lanes are blocked. The Draco campaign was undoubtedly won, but at this point, Li Bin leaned back on the sofa, his head buzzing. Compared to this, the tactical victory cannot mask the strategic decline. Worse still, I'm now being criticized by other faction leaders. Huh? Isha explained in surprise. We given it our all, and we're still being criticized? Yeah, Li Bin said calmly, though sounding almost deathly. They say the out-of-control AI abandoned the Draco battle because it learned from its defeat against us. They say Draco infiltrated enemy lines to harass and raid, killing the weak and fleeing the strong, a guerrilla tactic reminiscent of the Western Front. They say that our years of confrontation with the Hell Legion on the Western Front have indirectly helped the out-of-control AI grow. What kind of bullshit is that? Even Isha was stunned, speechless for a long time. Just as the atmosphere between the two was somber, the sound of Vulcan banging on the door came from behind them. Li Bin waved his hand, and Celia opened the hatch. Vulcan, who had been clinging to the door, stumbled in. Seeing the captain's indifferent expression, he paused for a second, closed the door, and then noticed Isha, immediately saluting. On the projection, Isa waved her hand impatiently. Don't waste time. I'm heading to the South Heavenly Gate system, and will soon be leaving the hyperspace reflection signal cutoff. Make it quick. Yes. Vulcan gasped. The Ark of Salvation has a nanoforge. Calmly, Li Bin and Isa looked at him with composure, which puzzled him. Wait, are you two really that calm? And then? Isa frowned. The Relief Association can build so many warships, and capital ships, they must have nanoforges. That's not surprising. Lan Yuan and Wang Shiji both mentioned it. Not only do they have nanoforges, but they're also embedded. No. Vulcan immediately realized what they meant, and hurriedly shook his head awkwardly. Embedded nanoforges cannot be removed and are located in the Ark of Salvation's lair. Logically, after their defeat, they would definitely destroy the forges. Therefore, Li Bin and Isa hadn't considered this. Seeing Vulcan's movement, Li Bin reacted first. He jumped to his feet, hesitating. The forge wasn't destroyed? Vulcan's face flushed red, and he nodded vigorously. The wrath of gods didn't destroy it? Li Bin pressed. Vulcan nodded. The Ark of Salvation has reinforced bulkheads, explosion-proof airtight doors, a reinforced hull structure, and the industrial module has encrypted locking equipment. They didn't self-destruct either? Li Bin still didn't believe it. According to the prisoner's confessions, Vulcan swallowed his thick saliva. The electromagnetic shock from the solar flare destroyed the bridge and most of the electronic equipment. After the industrial module detected the anomaly, it automatically locked down. It's a mechanical structure, powered by ancient heat and steam, driven by the self-heating process within the industrial module. Under the excited gazes of the two, Vulcan spoke faster and faster. Without a bridge signal, the module wouldn't have destroyed the forge. Damn, the mechanical structure is awesome. The ancient hull is awesome. Li Bin was overjoyed. The annoyance of being condemned by everyone vanished instantly. He grabbed Vulcan's shoulders. You mean, not only the nanomodules, but the entire industrial facility of the Ark has been sealed off and preserved intact. I wouldn't say intact, but some equipment was definitely damaged during operation due to forced interruptions, such as the furnace smelting alloys being damaged by the cooling of the molten steel. But according to the captured engineers, about 90% is damaged. We're rich. Li Bin's eyes gleamed. Furthermore, the Ark itself is like a third-rate behemoth. Its massive industrial facilities comparable to the industrial capacity of a company occupying an entire star system and owning several planets. In other words, capturing an Ark is equivalent to gaining the industrial capacity of an entire third-rate behemoth. Even if only 90% remains, it's still great, where is there no loss in war? Moreover, this 90% capacity is on Eden. No need for additional expansion, no additional colonial pressure or security pressure. Is there any hope of saving the Ark? Isa pressed. Vulcan shook his head. It's very difficult. Almost all electronic equipment is damaged, the internal programs are broken, and the heat from the melting of other ships has covered most of the external structure. Even separation will take a long time, not to mention that without blueprints, it's very difficult to repair. This is what Gao Yuanjian and Mr. Wang Shiji said. Li Bin, however, wasn't disappointed. It's very good. Even if we tow it back to the space station. No! Even if we just use the wreckage as an industrial space station, that would be great. This wave of development brings us the power of 4 forges, plus the complete production capacity of 1 forge. Add the Interstellar Empire, and that's 5 forges. What's 1,000 criticisms compared to this? Give me a year, and I can slaughter cheap bowhead whales like dumplings. Chapter 1083. The Legion's agents were plotting to mobilize these small business owners to find a way to probe the outside world through the black market. Some gaps in the space station were too large for humans, but using robotic cockroaches to drill holes, they could secretly extend their tentacles and observe the outside world using less precise methods. Of course, proper sealing was crucial, otherwise, if air leakage reached the critical point that triggered the module's air detection program, it would attract the attention of maintenance personnel. Then the spies' situation would be discovered, and their life would be over. To obtain intelligence on the Universal Alliance, the agent exposed his presence to the small business owners. While his disguise was flawless to these fools, against a giant corporation, these flaws were fatal. He had considered using the slums, but tragically, the Universal Alliance was desperately short of manpower. Job opportunities were everywhere, Anyone who illegally entered the area and passed the screening and quarantine could easily find a job enough to make a living. Damn it, for a giant corporation, they don't even have a breeding factory, and they can't efficiently extract surplus value. Li Bin, you bastard, you really need to reflect on yourself. The agent cursed inwardly. He wondered how much trouble Li Bin's shady tactics had caused him, how much money he spent to persuade the black market dealers to give him directions. Just as they teamed up, acting harmlessly, carrying a cockroach trap, pretending to be poor people who had caught a box of cockroaches, preparing to cook some authentic old slum food to reminisce about the past, and headed towards the remote pipeline area, the space station suddenly announced the lifting of restrictions. The small group instantly fell apart. I remembered I haven't fed my baby yet, I go back first, a smuggler said, taking off his dirty synthetic scarf and jogging away. The agent stared at him, speechless with shock. Damn it, aren't you the top dog? Where did you get a baby? Your baby was probably absorbed by your lover's intestines long ago. My implant is out of power, I need to recharge it. Don't turn it on yet, wait half an hour. This last one was even more serious. Internal implants always rely on bioelectricity to operate. For someone to say something like that, you really need a missionary to give you a proper lesson in basic science. What era are we living in? Still using traditional external implants? In an instant, everyone came up with an excuse, and soon, the small group of a dozen or so was reduced to just an agent carrying a cockroach box, mixed with robotic cockroaches. He lifted the box, peering through the transparent acrylic case at these genetically mutated creatures, significantly larger than Earth's ancestors. The agent felt a pang of embarrassment. His meticulously planned, risky operation, even jeopardizing his career in life, had ended before it even began. Just as he was considering whether to release a few more, hoping they might come in handy in the future, the man who had claimed his implant was out of power, clutching his head, and leading the small merchant, ran back shouting, "Hey! Come quick!" The Universal Alliance won. Now, his headache and blurred vision were gone, and he felt refreshed. Small merchant, you rascal. But the agent didn't care. He grabbed the acrylic box and strode towards the port. He did look rather like a Manchu nobleman carrying a birdcage. The idleness of the Manchu men was a gift from their ancestors, who conquered obstacles. The idleness of the special agents came from being stood up to their faces. News of the Universal Alliance's great victory was being broadcast everywhere. The space station residents were all relieved, while representatives and employees of large corporations and giant enterprises looked astonished. Only those in the know understood how difficult it was to resolve a massive attack from a giant enterprise in just 2 or 3 days. Especially after hearing that the Ark of Salvation had been deployed. That was something even more powerful than a dreadnought. Even if you didn't recognize the Ark, you surely recognized the giant laser that almost pierced the galaxy, right? Don't recognize it? Then let's poke you with that giant laser, shall we? The propaganda machine was already in motion. The Universal Alliance had stopped all holographic advertising, and everywhere was filled with images of Li Bin's triumphant speech and the Universal Alliance's golden eagle flag. The special agents refused to believe that the Relief Association had sent it so quickly. What a joke. This is an all-out effort. You're telling me the Relief Association just died like that? It's like Mustache launched a blitzkrieg. Chamberlain flew across the English Channel, made a plate of fish and chips in Munich, made Mustache weep, and then abandoned the second military buildup. That's absurd. There must be some conspiracy. Unlike the small businessman's joy, the agent's face was full of solemnity. At this moment, he could hardly even feign emotion. Only one word filled his mind. A scam. It's definitely a scam. Although the agent didn't know what kind of scam it was, he already had a guess. There were only 2 possibilities. First, the Universal Alliance paid a huge price to satisfy the association's appetite. The agent suspected that if this was the case, it must have involved a large amount of resources, production capacity, technological blueprints, or even the Tonfa or Dongshanmen star systems. As for making the Li family parade naked through the streets, that was pure empty talk, a way to inflict psychological humiliation. The second possibility is that the association has always been human-centric, exploiting the Legion's tolerance and friendship. Those damn liars. The agent ran frantically, increasingly convinced of the second possibility. Only this fit the current cheerful atmosphere of the space station. If it were the first, Li Bin would never have made such a grand display. He was consumed by anger at being deceived and a willingness to risk his life to deliver intelligence, but subconsciously ignored the third possibility. What if the Universal Alliance really did destroy the association? Absolutely impossible. The agent resolutely rushed out of the hatch, into the spaceport, leaving the small businessman behind. "Hey! Wait for me. What's the rush? There's no one handing out star coins up ahead," the small merchant yelled. As the figure receded into the distance, he suddenly stopped running, scratched the back of his head, looked around, shrugged, and turned towards the nearest tavern. "The order can be delivered on time. I've been worrying about this for days. It's time to enjoy myself." So the agent arrived alone at the spaceport. He paid to rent a telescope spot on the observation deck, peered intently, and strained his eyes. In just a second, as the light carrying the distant scene arrived, the agent was gripped by immense terror. That ugly, deformed, nauseatingly large mass of metal stood abruptly in the galaxy. The Universal Union would never waste so much alloy on creating a hoax just to fabricate a fake. Therefore, these must be the remains of the Association's fleet. And judging from their size, the Ark of Salvation is clearly among them. Li Bin actually won. He only spent 2 or 3 days completely eliminating a giant corporation. The agent slapped himself across the face, half of his face swelling, his teeth wobbling in his gums, the intense pain numbing his face, the tinnitus, and the inability to feel his face made him realize he wasn't dreaming. He turned around, dazed, only to see a law enforcement officer in a purple, patterned uniform, arms crossed, an electric shock collar around one index finger, looking at him with a half-smile. "A Churinovich Igor W. Stand low, you've been caught. Come with us." Beside the officer stood the smuggler, who had first used the excuse of breastfeeding a non-existent child. Pointing at him righteously, the smuggler said to another officer, "Sir, it's him. He's been trying to convince us to spy on him. I suspected this guy is suspicious for a while now. I'm reporting him. You white hole rat droppings, pulsar-emitted harmful particles. You're quite clever," the agent chuckled, revealing half a mouth oozing blood, filling the gaps between his teeth. Chapter 1084. If the detailed process of the victory was a closely guarded secret for the top echelons of the Universal Union, even those like Li Shu and Li Chongzhen, who had been busy preparing for a long time in the command center and had made contingency plans, couldn't help but smile from the bottom of their hearts. Then, while they were enjoying their holiday, the news of the victory exploded like a bomb dropped into a boiling stove. It caused an uproar. This wasn't a simple victory. It was a rare victory of eliminating a giant corporation. The last time a giant corporation was eliminated was the work of the Hell Legion. The Universal Union hadn't even used its core fleet, and it won so quietly? What? Are you trying to become the next Hell Legion? The representatives of the local giant corporations were all astonished. This efficiency, this combat power, was beyond description. Damn, Li Bin is really something else, incredibly awesome. How did he even research this? Such a huge relief association, how could he just be expelled like that? Dude, the Ark of Salvation could take it down in 3 days, right? And you only have a few broken ships. Did Li Bin puncture the Ark's main thruster? These comments and discussions were not for public consumption, naturally reserved for private conversations among non-alliance representatives. When outsiders inquired about the methods of the Universal Alliance, company employees would always give a knowing smile and then offer vague, perfunctory answers. As a result, the representatives were surprised to find that the information they had gathered from their respective channels was inconsistent. In fact, this was a delaying tactic. The representatives weren't idiots. Given any useful information, they could deduce that the real variable came from the wrath of God. Spreading false information, even allowing Li Bin to force the Ark of Salvation, was merely a way to buy time. However, the fact that the representatives quickly abandoned the rumor didn't mean the public would abandon it. On the contrary, the public loved the story and kept embellishing it. The Universal Union proudly announced that their CO possessed the grand capital to conquer warships, while other opponents used the story as raw material for Li Binchuan's repression and ridicule, unleashing their most biting satire. Meanwhile, most of the population of the star system exclaimed, "So interesting. Absolutely so interesting. This is exactly what I wanted to see. This story is absolutely explosive." In short, haters, white-collar workers, and all sorts of eccentrics could find enjoyment in this story. Furthermore, some black-themed holographic novel production workshops on certain free planets immediately began filming related low-cost holographic novels, preparing to defy the trend and make a fortune. For the interstellar empires and the Brighton Alliance within the industry, this was a bombshell. No, this was clearly a singularity-collapsed stellar flare bombardment and a Ultramarine's blade. The Queen-class dreadnought had just been sailing along the golden route between the Brighton Alliance and the Western Heavenly Gate system. Under the command of the Supreme Commander, this fleet, consisting of the Empire's second dreadnought, the first being a salvage Divine Messenger class, and over a dozen Imperial capital ships, had cleared the route a day earlier, defeating the association's garrison that had blocked traffic. Now, this fleet is anchored in a system provided by the Universal Union, where a relay communication device had been built at a stable point to gather intelligence. Before departing, the Supreme Commander had been summoned to the Imperial Council, where he received earnest instructions from the gods, His Majesty, and the Regent, who ordered him to travel day and night to save the Universal Union. His presence here signifies that Her Majesty really has violated her agreement with Li Bin. Li Bin didn't request Imperial reinforcements, yet they still arrived. This means the Imperial leaders have passed Li Bin's test, and can now further understand the true capabilities of the Universal Alliance. The Commander-in-Chief had intended to gather more intelligence to confirm the Relief Association's attack targets, and adjust the route accordingly. However, the message he received 18 hours earlier was that the Universal Alliance was negotiating with the enemy fleet, and 18 hours later, he received news from the Universal Alliance that the enemy force had been completely annihilated, leaving him bewildered. Wait, is the Universal Alliance fantasizing again? Fantasizing about eliminating the Relief Association effortlessly? Dude, you can fool others, but don't fool yourself. If you really had that kind of ability, the out-of-control AI would have wiped you out long ago. Just as he was preparing to depart with his fully prepared fleet, a communication from His Majesty interrupted him. Forgive my rudeness, Your Majesty. Commander-in-Chief Ulysses raised his hand, dizzy and disoriented. What do you mean by returning the way we came? Our unit is only 2 days' journey from the Western Heavenly Gate system, and 6 days' journey from Eden. To save time, we even used a hyperspace glide. It means exactly what it says, Ruli said, her face flushed an unusual red, her eyes gleaming strangely. Ulysses was unwilling to give up. Aren't we going to rescue the Universal Union? They are the benefactors of the Empire. It's unnecessary, Ruli said. Just as Ulysses thought the Universal Union had partially surrendered, His Majesty spoke, because the Relief Association has been expelled. Legends aside, this was His Majesty's word, stamped by the Imperial deities. Ulysses had no choice but to believe it. After a full minute of silence, Ulysses finally spoke weakly. What exactly happened? You all withdraw first. We discussed the details offline. With that, Ruli abruptly hung up the communication, her mind reeling as she looked at the elderly but vigorous Brighton Alliance speaker, Bruno Brighton, projected on the other side. I still feel like I'm dreaming. Ruli explained, if the Imperial representative hadn't observed up close and witnessed firsthand the pile of space wreckage left behind by the Association, I truly wouldn't believe that the Universal Alliance could have annihilated the Association's fleet even with its core fleet absent. Bruno Brighton. Noy patted his chest and smiled wryly. Who says otherwise? When this old man heard the news, he was still lobbying the Alliance to send all its fleets to support them. But just as I finished persuading the Council, and the fleet mobilization order was issued, Li Bin told me it was all over. So, Ruli's face showed a complex mix of excitement and lingering fear. The information about the God's Wrath class and the Celestial Horn class was true? Yes, right after Li Bin received news of the battle's victory, he contacted the two. After confirming that both had dispatched fleets, he realized that the Interstellar Empire and the Brighton Alliance had completely aligned themselves with him. Therefore, to solidify his position as the leader of the Alliance, and also to reassure the two, Li Bin, who had foreshadowed this, generously revealed his true strength to them. This strength was outrageously deep. Li Bin provided it himself. How could it be false? Bruno retorted. Ruli shook her head. That's not what I meant. It's just that the underlying implications are too shocking. You are very knowledgeable, so I would like to ask for your opinion. There's not much to say. No matter how strong a dreadnought is, judging from its size and gun positions, it shouldn't be a match for the Ark of Salvation, Bruno answered honestly. When the Association first arrived, it also clashed with the Overlord and Tachyon technologies. Judging from their combat performance, she undoubtedly surpassed all dreadnoughts at the time. Even Harcourt's Hell machine reincarnated couldn't compare. But clearly, these two ships are an exception. We should be thankful that these two ships are in the hands of our allies, and that Li Bin isn't a war maniac like the Lion King or the Supreme Overlord. Bruno said this, but the shrewd old man had some suspicions. Li Bin, the Asabellian class clearly appeared on the Western Front before, and you acquired it at least 2 years ago, yet you kept it a secret from the outside world. Your show of weakness, even concealing the Homeland Defense War, your ambitions are truly grand. If you weren't willing to risk exposing the Wrath of God's class to station your fleet on the Western Front, I would really suspect your motives were impure. Now, considering that your actions haven't deviated from your promise to me, I tentatively believe you. Bruno thought to himself, as his private email received supplementary information from Li Bin. The source was top secret, seemingly sent through a special channel unknown to the Alliance. The old man opened it, and just reading the title made his blood pressure rise. On the objective existence of the Afterglow faction split and the human coexistence faction. Gruno's vision blurred, and he almost fainted on the spot. Damn it, I'm on a sinking ship. As for Ruli, if the news of 2 super dreadnoughts far surpassing her own Empress class was more shocking than pleasant, then seeing this report left Ruli with only surprise. No wonder, when an acquaintance's ability and status far exceed one's own, making them unattainable, even the jealousy in one's heart is shattered, leaving only pure envy and a sense of relief. That's exactly what Ruli was thinking. I'm determined to be the mother-in-law of the United Nations regime. She narrowed her eyes, planning to intensify her son's upbringing, even sending him to Eden Star as both a hostage and a child groom. There's nothing shameful about it. The Interstellar Empire's dowry is grand, but the bride price is no small sum either. As for betrayal, what a joke. Whether it's the future or reality, continuing to bet is the most sensible choice. Chapter 1085. Useless. Idiot. Scum. Trash. In the Supreme Command Center of 7K Star, in the Supreme Conference Room, only a few Supreme Strategists, deeply trusted by the Supreme Overlord, watched with sweat dripping down their backs and chills running down their chests, as they brutally beat a life-sized offensive-grade alloy sculpture of Bygar. This dark-skinned, white-haired Supreme Overlord, cursing under his breath, gripped the main gun position of this offensive-grade sculpture, sculpted by what was touted as the greatest artist since the Overlord's founding, presented after the famous victory in the 7K Star Defense War, with his left hand. His right hand, clenched into a fist, rained down blows, denting the sculpture's bridge. The sculpture was splattered with blood, round droplets of blood floating in the air. Bygar, panting heavily, was so enraged that he didn't even feel the pain of his torn flesh and broken bones. 4 of his fingers were fractured. The once strong soft tissue at the styloid process of his ulna was mangled from the violent impact, hanging precariously on the back of his hand. The doctor summoned by the Supreme Advisor, pale-faced, clutched a medical kit, hesitant to speak. His severely injured right hand rested on the main thruster of the offensive-class sculpture. Baikal gasped for breath, his eyes fierce and predatory, like a tiger ready to devour its prey. Since assuming the position of Supreme Overlord, Baikal had subdued dragons and tigers, achieved a resounding victory in the AI war, forced the Tachyon to submit, intimidated the Sinar, compelled the Lion King to bow his head, and engaged in diplomatic maneuvering, recruiting the Universal Union and Magius. Never did he expect to stumble and fall so spectacularly. The Samara system was in complete disarray, Twilight Star was besieged, relay communications were cut off, and even basic local conditions were lost. This is the first time the Hegemon's territory has been attacked since the Second AI War. Unlike the Second AI War, the Southern Front has always been the Hegemon's heartland and has rarely been attacked. Due to the 3 wars, it has long been a major production center under military command. The attack is of profound significance. Leaving aside other factors, the chain reaction caused by the loss of the Samara system alone is enough to reduce the Hegemon's production capacity by 20% within a year. This isn't just about the simple loss of ore, fuel, population, labor, and factories, it also involves the reconstruction of shipping routes, the restructuring of the industrial chain, public opinion, the consolidation of its own rule, and the attitudes of other families. The sudden disruption of a highly developed interstellar economic system triggers turmoil that has far-reaching consequences, and its subsequent effects will slowly and subtly affect the entire power. The Hegemon's rescue fleet has been assembled and is ready to strike, with all the first-class war families cooperating, and even Baikal's own 14th Legion's unmanned fleet included, determined to reclaim the Samara system. Upon receiving the news, Baikal immediately devoted himself to organizing the rescue efforts, and only now has he had time to vent his pent-up anger. After this violent outburst, Baikal felt much better. He sat in his chair, raised his right hand, and began to have the doctor treat him, while simultaneously sucking on a cigar, ignoring the doctor's warning that smoking will affect wound healing, too agitated to speak. The high-ranking staff exchanged a glance, realizing the situation was troublesome. Their leader's silence and sullen face only conveyed anger. To resolve the problem, they had to coax him into speaking. So, one of the high-ranking staff, residing in the Samara system, spoke with a death-defying resolve. According to the latest reports from escort ships that have broken through the blockade and arrived in nearby star systems, the local first-class families, the Gray and Lin families, are each commanding their fleets, relying on the Twilight Star space station to repel the enemy. The free planet Orthos has fallen, and the 2 planets we rule outside the Twilight Star system are also being harassed and blockaded. But what they brought was news from 2 days ago. The local war families are urgently mobilizing the ruling and prosperous families to jointly resist the enemy, but inter-system support is impossible. The Supreme Advisor swallowed hard, saying, the enemy is numerous, and their ships are of high quality. While the border class, offensive modified, ships of the first-class war families are strong, with exceptionally high-quality crews and a bonus for territorial defense, they are at most comparable to a single Skies-class ship. As for the vast differences in cruisers and below, and the sheer number of capital ships, these are gaps that the space station cannot bridge. Finally, in the conference room, where the atmosphere was so heavy it almost suffocated him, he concluded, if we can't arrive within 15 days, defeat is inevitable. His right hand slammed into the medical kit, smashing the expensive relic of the human realm. As the doctor retreated in terror, Baikal roared, Chu-He is incompetent, ruining the country and its people. Just speak up, with emotion and words, you can smooth things over. Another staff officer immediately echoed in a low voice, Chu-He betrayed the Supreme Overlord's trust, the people's trust, and his family's trust. His death is not a pity. However, he fought his way out of the encirclement in the Draco system, driving away the runaway AI besieging Draco and Styx systems. The capital ship loss ratio was 1 minute and 1.8 seconds. He has left a garrison fleet, and is leading the main force to reinforce. The implication was that Chu-He, as the frontline marshal, deserved credit for his efforts, even if he didn't achieve great merit. Moreover, his unwavering loyalty subtly prevented the Supreme Overlord from losing his temper and replacing him in the heat of battle. It also served as a signal that the situation wasn't as bad as it seemed. Of course, Baikal wasn't stupid. While the Supreme Staff Officer spoke favorably, he also bluntly pointed out the threat. However, according to the FSF military company's report, while dealing with the runaway AI blocking the shipping lanes in hyperspace, they witnessed the Dawn-class dreadnought that called itself the Evil Melody. Baikal let out a weary sigh. The FSF military company couldn't stop them. Many of their fleets are leased to free planets and risky mining companies, and safe mining companies are also involved. In addition to their deployed fleets, the Homeland Defense Fleet only has 8 ships. They dare not venture into hyperspace, the staff officer replied. Baikal remained silent for a full half-minute, his expression strange, as if he were aggrieved, yet also resentful. He rarely showed such weakness in front of his subordinates. The staff officers speculated that the Supreme Overlord was pondering why the situation had reached this point. Someone offered a veiled reassurance. The top families in other star systems have all dispatched their border-class capital ships to participate in the rescue operation. Our rescue fleet has 20 capital ships. This is the maximum we can muster. Defense forces in other directions have fallen to historical lows, and with the fleet commanded by Chu-He, we have a numerical advantage. Faced with his subordinate's reassurance, Baikal didn't respond, instead bringing up another matter. Li Bin told me they annihilated the Relief Association. He looked at his staff, his eyes revealing complex emotions, and he spoke slowly and deliberately. A newly born. A force with 30 years of history, yet he single-handedly annihilated a giant corporation. Don't tell me the Relief Association had long since declined. We both understand the Ark of Salvation. It can't be judged by common sense. Besides, the core strength of the Universal Alliance isn't at headquarters, but Li Bin won in just a few days, and the wreckage of the Ark of Salvation floats in the Eden Galaxy. He won so brilliantly. You are all the elite among the elite of the overlords. Come, tell me, why did we, with our allied forces, suffer such a crushing defeat? The advisor suddenly realized, so that's why you look so wronged and resentful. Chapter 1086. Then an advisor stepped forward to explain, it's not that our army isn't trying hard enough, it's just that the out-of-control AI fleet is evolving too quickly. They learned the Allied forces' tactics on the Western Front, and then switched them back to use against us. Commander Chu-He formulated the plan according to the previous operational guidelines, but the out-of-control AI didn't go through each star system one by one. The out-of-control AI is too vicious, it actually penetrated deep into the heart of the Allied forces, disrupting our deployment. This is something we didn't expect before the battle. Is this an excuse we can use to explain to the outside world, to the people? To say we were wishful thinking and underestimated the enemy? Baikal shut him down with a single sentence. The advisor lowered his head awkwardly, remaining silent. How can this be explained? Are we to say that everyone considered this before, but thought that several forces would block the way from the front lines to the Overlord's territory, and that if anyone was to die, they would die first, while their fleets deployed in hyperspace should fight to the death to buy time for the Overlord? How can such an explanation be acceptable? Seeing that the Supreme Strategist did not answer, Baikal felt a sense of powerlessness welling up inside him. What nonsense about the defensive forces in other directions falling to an all-time low. What about the time to gather fleets? These are all excuses. Clearly, it's because the various families are unwilling to devote all their resources, risking exposing their family territories to the armies of other giant corporations, that they're just going all in on a rescue. Since the Iron Triangle family model matured around the time of the Second AI War, the Overlord has degenerated into this state. Local warlords, for self-preservation, send out surplus forces to share the credit for military achievements. Back when the Seven Stars faced Su Zi's all-out attack, the southern and western lines clearly still had spare strength, but they simply stayed put. They paid lip service to the orders issued by the former Supreme Overlord and did not move, watching the outcome unfold. When they won, they used excuses for being late. When they lost, they vied for the supreme hegemony. If it weren't for Baikal holding the capital, relying on his legendary achievements and the support of his wife's family, and constantly drawing elites from various families to form a supreme advisory group, feigning a division of leadership to lull the region into complacency while secretly assimilating these young talents, how could hegemony exist today? He knew the warlord model was unworkable, which is why he wanted reform, and why he allowed secret societies, like the 14th Legion, to exist covertly. After the third AI victory, reforms were briefly implemented. He used Li Bin's status as the hegemon's son-in-law as a starting point, and dealt with the Eisen family as a warning, effectively integrating the warlords of 2- or 3-star systems, including the Aslan system. He also used the 14th Legion's unmanned fleet as a military pillar to deter ambitious individuals, pushing the reforms into deeper waters. The Chu family and the Behemoth family were among those who switched sides during this period. They originally planned to lead the Allied forces to victory, and then use the momentum of that great victory. But reality was disappointing. After the first failure, he spent a long time consolidating the results of the previous reforms, even delaying the operation against the out-of-control AI, all thanks to Li Bin's coordination on the Western Front. This time, he meticulously built a large army to produce results. Now the results are in, but the long-secure southern territory of the hegemon has been ravaged, and warlords in other regions are once again watching the outcome with indifference. You bunch of idiots. Is the out-of-control AI tachyon technology? Isn't its invasion of our home part of their long-standing plan to exterminate humanity? How can you pin this on me? You're all desperate to seize power. Baikal felt deeply helpless. He wanted to personally command the fleet, but he knew that if he didn't stay at 7 Cave Star, some ambitious individuals might collude with Lion King or Chu Xiangrui to cause trouble. Therefore, he could only reluctantly hand over command of the unmanned fleet to his brother-in-law. The 14th Legion's profound foundation grants the Overlord a very high ceiling, but its military system and various outdated practices also constrain it, preventing it from ever reaching its theoretical limits. No matter how many ships the Overlord possesses, the fact that they are held by various warlords means that the Overlord is better at defending its territory than expanding its territory. This military advantage was once enough to make it invincible against tachyon technology, but against a runaway AI with unwavering conviction, advanced technology, and massive production capacity, its disadvantages are undeniable. You are not as good as Li Bin. You are all not as good as Li Bin. Looking at the chaotic and incomprehensible situation, Baikal couldn't help but sigh. New Star City, the Universal Union's base. Now known as the Universal Union Settlement, it consists of 40% Universal Union soldiers, 30% Gold Mark hunters and their teams and crew, and 30% Universal Union cooperative forces, including megacorporations, large conglomerates, free merchants, pirates, and Luddites. Every day, a steady stream of food supplies is transported from the Interstellar Empire. Because of the Interstellar Empire's linear territorial layout, even if a shipping route is cut off by pirates or a runaway AI fleet, the Empire can quickly procure food from other locations. Furthermore, Li Bin's excellent diplomatic reputation and numerous friends mean that any food or supplies destined for Nova City can be delivered via other factions with a simple request. Even if all of the Interstellar Empire's shipping routes were cut off, the Church of Lud would gladly assume the responsibility. As for Li Bin himself, he is currently sending back BRV-class ships from the Westwind System shipyard, 2 Great Eagle-class battleships, manned carriers, 2 Castella-class battleships, manned carriers, 1 Brilliant BRV-class battleship, unmanned converted to a manned carrier, 4 Hela Ruler BRV-class heavy cruisers, and 4 Hela Defender BRV-class heavy cruisers. All ships in the Hela series were converted from unmanned to manned vessels, resulting in a significant drop in combat power compared to the original Hela. Furthermore, even with the support of Tachyon engineers, the Brighton Alliance struggled to minimize the losses from man conversions in a short period. Therefore, although the Universal Alliance only acquired 5 battleships, 4 of them were already manned and only required minor repairs. Thus, even with the loss of several Zombie-class and Bowhead Whale-class battleships, as well as the loss of the Flounder, Conqueror-class, from the Sea Beast fleet, the fleet's overall combat strength was not significantly reduced. Conversely, military support from headquarters had arrived. The Universal Alliance's core fleet now had 7 Bowhead Whale-class and 7 Zombie-class ships in reserve. The remaining Zombie-class ships were deployed to the Saradu trade fleet, busy taking on trade orders from various factions during the war to generate revenue. These orders all came from the Western Front. Unlike other factions that needed to defend their territories, the Nova City's main fleet was positioned in the north, with over 20 capital ships distributed throughout the Western Front, ready to respond to any calls for help and crush the harassing fleets of legions weakened by their deployment to the southern part of the Core Star sector, as well as any foolish pirates. Li Bin even brought a group of people from his hometown. They took turns training on these ships with veterans, flying cruisers and capital ships every day, using destroyers and frigates to hone their combat skills. The Universal Union is the boss. Nothing else matters but eating, sleeping, and grinding experience. They have the food from the Lud Church and the Interstellar Empire, and the fuel from the Interstellar Empire, Keljef, and the Sindar Power. What else would I do if I didn't train my troops? What, you ask why they're willing to provide supplies? I'm the one escorting these supplies. If they don't give me a cut of the food, alloys, and fuel, I'm not having it. You can send your own troops to escort them. If you have anything to say, go tell the Hell Legion. Chapter 1087. Jeffrey's Sea Beast fleet lost a battleship, and Li Bin replaced it with another. Because Li Bin generously gave away a large amount of spoils to other forces, he gained priority queuing at the West Wind System shipyard. While others were still waiting in line, his ships were already repaired and in hand. Thus, the Sky BRV-class ship, which Li Bin had already acquired in the core fleet, was transferred to the Sea Beast fleet, replacing the fallen Conqueror class and receiving the name Halibut. Meanwhile, the core fleet, which had lost 3 Dawn Goddess-class cruisers, gained the support of 5 capital ship-class carriers, further enhancing its air combat capabilities. It was time to continue the refinement and division. At the airport, Li Bin summoned Zhu Jin. I intend to appoint you as the commander of another fleet. Captain me? Zhu Jin pointed to himself, looking at the row of ship projections before him, somewhat fearful. No other reason than that this fleet was too large. The fleet comprises 1 Libra-class, Qinglong, aircraft carrier, 1 Star-class, Shiha, aircraft carrier, 1 Brilliant BRV-class, 2 Great Eagle-class, and 2 Castella-class, totaling 7 ships. However, the Qinglong and Shiha are exceptionally powerful capital carriers, possessing tactical systems and flight decks that, combined, can rival 4 ordinary capital carriers. Therefore, this means Zhu Jin needs to command a formidable fleet with actual combat capabilities comparable to a double-digit number of aircraft carriers. Furthermore, the Castella class possesses the capability to act as frontline ships, and combined with the versatile Whitestone series vessels, it already possesses the strength to fight against a third-rate giant corporation. This power was too great, the glory too dazzling, making Zhu Jin uneasy. Don't worry, it's not like you're commanding alone, Li Bin said, patting Zhu Jin's shoulder. Zui Mengqi and Xiao remotely established the company's aviation academy. He compiled past battle data and operational plans from other giant corporations, proposing the idea of relying on the core fleet to establish a pure carrier-based auxiliary fleet, creating an integrated carrier combat command system. Simply put, the company is now powerful, with too many carriers mixed in with the core fleet command network. Dense carrier deployments would affect other ships, so a secondary command network is needed. You be responsible for ship scheduling, and he be responsible for carrier-based aircraft command, each playing to their strengths. Li Bin said earnestly, from now on, I only be responsible for the overall battlefield direction. I probably won't have time to oversee your side. I need you to take responsibility, and set a good example. Later, I add 3 more Bowhead Whale-class ships to your fleet, making it 10. You be responsible for the fleet's defense, I won't be involved much anymore. Li Bin looked at Zhu Jin quietly, and Zhu Jin felt only trust in the captain's eyes. His eyes were red-rimmed, tears streaming down his face, and soaking into his helmet, prompting Li Bin to scoff, a grown man like you, crying already? Zhu Jin tried to wipe his tears, but his hand struck the helmet, causing the tears to fall even more profusely. The captain before him wore a simple yet elegant captain's uniform, a superior purple dyed from the skin of an endangered scaly creature from the Granada Mountains. These creatures, living in arid mountains, can go up to 2 years without water. Their bodies have such a powerful water retention capacity that the skin only requires simple chemical treatment, with an inner layer of radiation shielding material, to function as a ceremonial spacesuit. But in his eyes, the captain was still the same captain in his worn-out uniform, with dark circles under his eyes, always smoking, painstakingly calculating wages and reserves, and passionately telling stories to the crew of the three-legged cat, who were eating sour nutritional paste. Although he no longer eats with the crew in the mess hall or tells them stories, he still remembers their contributions. He hasn't changed. Shu Jin burst into tears, ignoring the stares of others, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly to Li Bin. In a broken, incoherent voice, he uttered his heartfelt words amid sobs. "Shu Jin, I never forget you." "All right, get up," Li Bin said forcefully, pulling his subordinate to his feet and patting him on the back. "There's something else." Wahab reported that his fleet followed Chu He out of the Draco system. That guy named Lin Yufeng performed well during that time. He's gradually relinquishing command. He's a veteran of the company, and after so much honing, he's finally made it. Wahab said it was all thanks to this kid's quick thinking. During the hyperspace battle, he had half a ship's worth of antimatter fuel urgently sprayed. They then set off fire to create a firebreak to block pursuers, thus saving the badly damaged Bowhead Whale-class destroyer. The ship, weakened by the attack on its propellers, lost weight and all its cargo, allowing it to disengage from the battle. When they return, you take Lin Yufeng with you, let him handle things temporarily. The Zhongzi-class destroyers, following the core fleet, will be under his command. The Zhongzi class is special. It needs a dedicated commander to lead it long-term, so it can quickly adapt to battlefield conditions by switching cargo holds. I think this kid is quite clever. He can be put on that. All right, get ready to take over the fleet. How can you show your face crying like that? Li Bin shook his wristband. Qian Tao needs to talk to me. I have to go now. Hey! Shu Jin nodded emphatically, rushing towards the airtight door. He had been crying so hard that his tears filled half his helmet, almost drowning him. In the Universal United Settlement, at the command center, Li Bin, holding his helmet, raised an eyebrow at Qian Tao, who stood nervously at the door. Something wrong? Qian Tao stood beside Li Bin, leaning in to listen. This action surprised Li Bin greatly. Everyone here was one of their own, yet Qian Tao acted this way, showing no impatience. This indicated the matter was serious, but could be handled slowly. Truly unusual. Qian Tao whispered in Li Bin's ear, "The Pope of the Lud Church has come in person." Hearing this, Li Bin frowned instantly. "Haohui didn't tell me." Qian Tao shook his head. "Haohui doesn't know about this. The Pope instructed me not to summon him, but only to tell you that he's currently waiting for you on a Legion-class Lud battleship in the Lud Church's escort transport fleet. You see?" Qian Tao frowned. "Should we have the Chief Sergeant lead a team to clear out the area first?" To be honest, Li Bin hadn't boarded another faction's warship for several years. He couldn't recall the last time, without deliberately searching his memory in his mental palace. Usually, he was the one inviting people over, especially Celia, the machine spirit of the Candle Dragon, who was extremely jealous. She was very concerned about Li Bin boarding other ships, to the point that Li Bin had to report to her whenever he went to his own faction ship, or even take a shuttle. Moreover, given the current strength of the Universal Alliance, especially after annihilating the Relief Association, what other power would be worthy of letting him risk boarding their ship? Not even a Supreme Overlord. Getting into the space station is already a huge favor. "Did you say anything about it?" Li Bin asked, frowning. Qian Tao shook his head. Li Bin immediately lost interest. "Tell the Pope that you thank him for coming in person, but right now, as CEO, I need to focus my energy on military matters. I bear the responsibility for the security of the Western Front, and dare not slacken my efforts, so it's inconvenient for me to pay a visit." Chapter 1088. Li Bin had originally planned to continue looking at the ships. Aside from the Supreme Point BRV, he had never boarded a Brighton Alliance ship before, let alone converted an unmanned vessel into a manned one. Although the company had previously acquired a Skis BRV-class ship, Li Bin had never actually been on board. It was said that the bridge used the civilian bridge of a Prometheus-class fuel ship, which was extremely narrow and completely inconsistent with the shape and size of the Skis class. The ship's passageways were also cramped. As one crew member put it, "It's smaller than Mother Celia's passageways." Because of that comment, that guy was punished by being sent to the Candle Dragon to work as a gray water tank cleaner for a whole month, cleaning the stinking water that needed filtration before entering the central reservoir. Consequently, Li Bin was also firmly opposed to being allowed to board the ship by Celia. However, this time he had already reported it. He would secretly board the ship first, tour it, and then report back to Celia afterward, acting first and reporting later, getting his fill of everything at once. As a ship enthusiast, Li Bin was excited just thinking about it. It was the Brilliant class, an incredibly powerful ship. It was said that this BRV had miraculously retained the original Brilliant class's tactical system, plasma propulsion. This was far superior to the infamous flame drive. Cough cough, flame driver. At least it wouldn't have the chance of stalling upon impact after activation, nor would it be unable to turn due to violent propulsion. Such a beautiful ship, of course, he had to go see it. Hee. Then, Qian Tao, who had left not long ago, returned in a hoverjet skier, led by the driver, and abruptly stopped Li Bin. You better give me an explanation. Li Bin's face darkened. What's going on? Did someone snitch on me, letting Celia know I was about to board? I haven't even boarded yet. If you didn't go up, you didn't go. If you didn't go, it's all baseless accusation. Qian Tao said nervously. They said it's about a nanovirus cluster. Have Old One-Eye come to me immediately. Pick a team, the best ones. Li Bin's demeanor instantly changed, becoming solemn and dignified. His eyes held worry for the future of billions of people in the star field, and the sorrow of bearing the weight of billions of lives on his shoulders. He slightly parted his lips. Lead the way. The Lud Offensive Class Lud Forgiveness, ostensibly a supply transport and escort vessel, was actually a spaceship used by the Lud Church to transport important figures for negotiations. Therefore, its cargo hold was not only reinforced, with extra armor added to the weak points of the lower hull, but the cargo hold itself was also transformed into a massive shipboard chapel. Although it wasn't Gothic, lacked extensive skull decorations, and didn't use gold, instead predominantly employing light green, plant-shaped reliefs, and cotton prayer flags, this style was all too familiar to Li Bin. A church crammed into a spaceship, how authentic. Li Bin felt a surge of satisfaction. He had an explanation for Celia's situation now, just that one glance was enough to give her a month's worth of complaints. Old One-Eye led a dozen burly, powerful men and women, all equipped with military-grade cybernetic bodies, highly mechanized. They were all battle-hardened veterans, severely wounded and forced to undergo extensive refits. They couldn't defeat the runaway AI, but they were confident they could take on the Church of Lud. And quite powerfully. According to Old One-Eye, one of them even had an antimatter bomb implanted in his stomach. If things went wrong, this suicide bomber would cover their retreat. Then he'd blow the Pope and his followers to smithereens. The church members responsible for guiding Li Bin looked at him with a hint of admiration. It seemed that Li Bin's reputation for fighting the runaway AI had already spread throughout the church. These church members secretly regarded Li Bin as a great hero among the non-believers, lamenting, if only he were a believer, he would surely be a living saint. As Li Bin walked through the passageway, he could occasionally hear similar conversations from the open rest area and mass area of the spaceship. These cultists were used to not using technology, they simply kept their voices low, making them virtually undetectable to Li Bin, who was constantly eavesdropping while wearing a helmet. Li Bin politely declined their expectations. I don't want another Saint Luddite constantly nagging in my head, he thought. That kind of blessing is for you. Being a human telegraph machine is actually quite painful, all the good work is too tiring to do. He slowly descended through a seemingly outdated, but actually not advanced, grid elevator. In the former cargo hold area stood a large door with platinum lettering and light green reliefs, perfectly complementing each other. The door was open, and the sounds of flowing water, the fragrance of flowers, birdsong, and a faint mist floating in the weightless environment filled the air. The cultist stopped here, bowed, and invited Li Bin inside, gesturing for the others not to follow. Old One-Eyed has to come with me, Li Bin conceded after a moment's thought. The believer hesitated for a moment, then typed his request into the terminal, quickly regaining his respect and nodding to indicate the Pope's agreement. Only then did Li Bin step inside. Amidst the uniform light green vegetation, strange six-winged birds, adapted to zero gravity, hopped about. The birds were tiny, only the size of a thumb. Between these hemispherical floating flower pots and chains, a stream, seemingly constructed using some kind of ancient technique, meandered through the air, flowing suspended from its source, following a predetermined route and branching into thin tributaries that nourished each flower pot. It looked quite impressive. The elderly Pope sat alone in a black iron chair, beside him a circular glass table a meter in diameter, and on the other side a similar black iron seat. Li Bin gestured for the old one-eyed man to stand aside and keep a close eye on the area. He then sat down, and before he could speak, a voice as old as cracking tree bark rang out. Every pope, upon assuming office, relinquishes their name, retaining only their title, so there's no need to ask my name. This was one of the usual preambles, and Li Bin readily shrugged. The pope's eyes, hidden by wrinkles, revealed no emotion. Also, about the non-ovirus cluster, I lied to you. It's completely unfounded. I know with your cautious nature, you wouldn't come without a good gimmick. Asterisk, isn't the pope supposed to be unbelievable? How come I didn't say a word, and he already knew everything? This is already quite mystical. Asterisk. As if reading Li Bin's mind, the old man grinned. Actually, it's because when I was young, I preached to believers every day, listened, and saw a lot. So naturally I know what kind of people say when they're exchanging pleasantries. Poochie, who works under you, is the same. Li Bin, at a loss, simply dropped his pretense and slumped back in his chair. Old man, you come all this way just to deceive and ambush a young man like me. It's not good that you didn't prepare any snacks or tea. Is that all right? That's not good. It shows no sincerity. Wearing an elegant, light green, loose-fitting Luddite church uniform. The Pope, stroking his thin, withered head, looked Li Bin up and down, and said calmly, if I said I represented the Lud Church and joined your plan, supporting your unification of the star system after the war, how sincere would that be? Would that be enough? More than enough. Lud's grandfather, well, he's Chin too. Shall we sign a document or make a film? This kind of thing should have a record, right? Li Bin immediately switched to a classic face-changing act, beaming. He was just slumped over, but now he was half squatting, as if he kneeled down and acknowledged the old man as his godfather the moment the old man nodded. Prostrating yourself on the ground like that can get you the Lud Church? I kowtow until I drop. What? You say a man's knees are worth gold? These hundreds of millions of people, Earth-like planets, fleets, galaxies, the Church's influence, aren't they all more valuable than gold? If you want gold, I just peel off that white lettering outside the gate and give it to you. That's platinum, more valuable than gold. Chapter 1089. His initial deception and subsequent obsequiousness, seemingly based on sweet talk, were all actions driven by self-interest. He started by a combination of deception and trickery, daring to take out loans to trade even with tens of thousands of star coins in debt. Yet, initially, he was meticulously collecting scraps. Strangely, however, once he spotted an opportunity, he pounced like a hyena, only to control his desires at crucial moments, continuously sharing short-term profits and transforming wealth into connections. The Pope, observing Li Bin's stark contrast to his earlier relaxed demeanor, recalled the analysis reports constantly compiled by the AI Corps and the Church's profiling experts, and was filled with mixed emotions. Frankly speaking, as an old-timer steeped in Luddite doctrine for too long, Li Bin's personality was hardly a good partner, let alone someone to pledge allegiance to. But this was precisely the will of Saint Lud. The chaos on the southern front greatly displeased Saint Lud. In contrast, Li Bin's increasingly unconventional yet gradually forming alliances pleased Saint Lud. He was no longer content to wait for Li Bin, he wanted his forces to take action. In truth, the Pope would have preferred Saint Luther's death, so that he, as Pope, could pursue the right to interpret Scripture. This way, he could easily join forces with Gu Zhengyu, the outcast of the leftist church, to attempt to secularize the Lutheran Church and transform it into an enlightened religious state, instead of a stagnant force bound by theocracy and scriptural doctrine, possessing many relics, but unable to utilize them on a large scale, even sealing off parts of its automated factories. But the problem is, he's too old to conform to the doctrine, and to prevent those covetous cardinals from finding an excuse to attack him. He refused organ transplants and prosthetics. The aging of some organs led to their complete failure over time. Conventional treatments had no hope for him, and doctors estimated he had less than 10 years to live. Furthermore, due to his advanced age, he had little energy left to do what he wanted each day, even his desires had diminished. All his lust for power vanished at the end of his life. Saint Ludwig offered him an offer he couldn't refuse: help him be reborn, promise his own liberation, abdicate the papacy, retain his privileges, undergo prosthetic reconstruction, change his name, and live a second life until brain death. This way, he could live for another 100 years. The Pope couldn't refuse. Power, lust, food, he had enjoyed them all. Even now, one thought burns in the mind of this gaunt old man: to live. He hadn't lived enough. At this age, he had seen everything, except the greatness of humanity. Those bizarre, godlike technologies and creations, the pride emanating from the relics and documents, the confidence of humanity conquering the galaxy in the holographic projections of a century ago, those golden years. He, the Pope, was not religious. It was precisely because he was not religious that he could become Pope. And in his youth, didn't he also harbor a heart for the revival of humanity? It's just that fate was cruel, the right time didn't bring him the right person. Otherwise, even against the will of Saint Lud, he would have fought against Li Bin. Unfortunately, now he could only follow Saint Lud step by step, hoping only to witness firsthand the future Saint Lud had envisioned for him. I plan to reorganize the Lud Church, and I need Halhua to come back with me. Recalling this, the Pope's spirit was weary. He said listlessly, I will use chosen ones, like Halhua, to begin cultivating your identity as the Messiah. Fortunately, your previous actions were legendary and great enough, making it easy for us to operate. Messiah? Li Bin touched his face. Because of his interstellar human heritage, his skin, though over 30, was still firm. But everyone has a youthful face, a Messiah. Can it even work? Li Bin asked earnestly. Born and raised under the red flag, he truly didn't understand. Do you think I've been shepherding the saints all these years for nothing? The Pope scoffed. I only need Saint Lud to give all the chosen ones a vague date for their return, such as the out-of-control AI being the test. If they pass, Saint Lud will descend, igniting religious fervor. Then, I can declare you Saint Lud's chosen one, and all the holy warriors will spontaneously pave the way for you. Li Bin was already fantasizing about it. But that's impossible. The Pope immediately rejected the idea. Because this kind of overly mythical propaganda will infinitely raise believers' expectations of Saint Lud, and when they finally discover that Saint Lud is the core of Omega, it will only trigger a new round of religious wars. Therefore, I need time to purge the devout upper echelons of the Church, as well as the core members, and to pull the frivolous believers and non-believers, like myself, into secret societies. Li Bin swallowed hard as he listened to the Pope casually discuss dealing with these loyalists. It doesn't need to be too complicated. Form a holy war army, send them in to fight against the out-of-control AI, and most of them will die quickly. Thank the Left Path sect, Samarkand, I absorbed most of the radicals from the Church, leaving few. I've been holding back the Lud Church from sending a large fleet for a while now, precisely to prepare for such an operation, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. As for the will of Saint Lud, I will spend about 10 years gradually arranging for people to reinterpret the classics. When Saint Lud finally emerges, he will change his wording, changing he is Saint Lud to he is the guidebook left by Saint Lud for humanity, guiding humanity back to greatness. Wow, that's exciting. Li Bin wiped his face. So how exactly will it be done? It's simple. We say that Saint Lud has gone to the solar system to fight the great demon that caused the Stargate collapse and intended to annihilate humanity. He left his prophecies and guidance through an AI core, guiding us to the solar system. The Pope casually twisted the doctrine, fabricating history. Saint Lud is God. It's simple for a god to tame an AI core, right? If believers can't understand, it's because their thinking is narrow, not because Saint Lud is flawed. It's clear he's mastered this technique. In this way, I can naturally produce entirely new interpretations, combined with your Messiah identity, to guide the Luddite Church back to the secular world. Then I can get rid of this frail body and live a new life. Since I'm not the one to save humanity, I just enjoy life and witness humanity's resurgence. Thinking this, the Pope looked wearily at Li Bin. Do you have any other questions? Yes? Li Bin, unusually subdued in front of others, tentatively asked, Isn't your plan already quite well developed? You're handling the specifics, so why consult me and come all this way? Because I want to see for myself how you're doing. Indirect information is always unreliable. And another thing. The Pope rubbed his temples. If this isn't said face to face, and someone, especially a hacker, overhears and spreads it, I and the Luddite Church are finished. You people who aren't involved in religion have no idea how fragile the hearts of believers truly are. Chapter 1090. The Pope arrived and left just as suddenly, leaving without a trace, truly incredibly low-key. Of course, Halhua wasn't a cloud, he was taken away. Before leaving, he was filled with anguish. He, who once burned incense and bathed to hear the oracle of Saint Lud, now loathed the activity. There's a famous saying by the hairspray-wielding man, longing is the furthest distance from understanding in the world. When he truly had an intimate conversation with Saint Lud, the magnificent mythological veneer crumbled. Now, in Halhua's eyes, Saint Lud was merely a homebody super AI, and a talkative, gossipy one at that. He also genuinely evolved to the level of the Pope, and before leaving, he reluctantly grasped Li Bin's hand. Mr. Li, don't actually believe what that old man, the Pope, is saying. These religious charlatans are good at bluffing. He says he helped, but he won't skimp on the benefits. Just wait and see, he'd definitely make all sorts of demands later. But don't worry, even though he asks a lot, from what I know, he really does his job when he gets paid. He might come up with all sorts of stupid or outrageous conditions later, but don't hesitate, just agree immediately. Okay. Compared to an entire star field, what's a pocket kingdom? What's an expeditionary force? What's privilege? They're all meaningless. Li Bin looked at Hao Hua, who had already donned a mask of pain before even returning home, especially the scar on his nose, as vivid as a twisted maggot, and couldn't help but laugh. I remember when we first met, you were so calm and arrogant. How come you become so sentimental now? If you were bombarded with those demonic sounds every day, you couldn't stand it either. Hao Hua scratched his head. I suspect I've been influenced by Saint Lud. I talk more nonsense than I'm cultured. Anyway, that's it. I'm begging you. Please liberate the star system quickly and release Saint Lud so I can have some peace and quiet for the rest of my life. I'm afraid I have to rely on this job to survive after I go back. Definitely. Li Bin said this, but he wasn't in a hurry at all. The current situation wasn't just slightly good, it was extremely good. The Interstellar Empire and the Brighton Alliance had joined forcefully, and the Church of Lud had abandoned its corrupt overlord and chosen the righteous Universal Union. Looking at the star system environment, Kelja Technology Company was currently only able to escape the clutches of the out-of-control AI thanks to the protection of the new Persis Alliance. Its foreign trade and access to the core star sector also heavily relied on the alliance. The strategy for conquering Kelja had already been handed over to the Interstellar Empire. The Imperial Ambassador, draped in a white robe and wearing a grapeleaf headband, was already lobbying the local technocrats, using both threats and inducements to persuade them. Although they didn't have much influence, joining the alliance was just a matter of time. As for Magius, let's put it this way, it's not a question of whether they want to join, it's whether the alliance wants them. Kong Jicho repeatedly hinted to Li Bin that he wanted to join, claiming, "This is my own will, my mother can't control me," but in reality, Jean Dinjing Wensi had already revealed to Li Bin that it was actually Kong De who was secretly pushing for it. Even Wensi's revelation was likely instigated by Kong De. It's just a matter of saving face. Of course, Kong De wasn't the head of Magius, only the military leader, but this kind of thing was easy to manipulate. Li Bin believed that as long as he gave his approval, the day the uprising began would be the day the Magius fleet sang the waves surge in the Milua River, the clouds fly wildly beside the Wushan peaks, heralding a period of reform. As for the Overlord, alas, Chu Yi's seemingly victorious but actually defeated move had pushed the Supreme Overlord into a dangerous situation. The anti-warlord faction, which had been tolerated internally in the past, was now out of control and beginning to coordinate, with lower-ranking officers criticizing the various families for abandoning the Overlord's collective and temporarily abandoning conservative policies. No sooner had Li been seen off the Pope than he received news from his sister. Logan Montanetta, leading over 100 hegemon officers, arrived in the Eden system. This group of officers includes combat officers responsible for frontline command and operations, but most are officers responsible for logistics, maintenance, upkeep, and surveying. Each carries a military academy diploma and personal resume. Every single one is an outstanding but financially disadvantaged member of the hegemon system who has suffered setbacks. Brother, this group is exactly what we need. Once deployed, their excellent skills and abilities will quickly secure key positions. If we have agents, the Universal Alliance will have control over most of its intelligence. Li Bin's reply was simple. Take them to the wreckage of the Ark of Salvation first, then make contact. Isn't Isha still in the South Heavenly Gate system? Tell her to go back immediately. There's no one at the company. She understands the Overlord better than Isaac. By the way, where's Lan Yuan? Commander Lan Yuan has already left by ship, and is heading to the Taylor system to return to her task force. She left behind her genetic information. If the system is attacked, the Wrath of Gods class can use her genetic information to fire once. Oh right, during the last operation, we captured quite a few Legion agents. Li Shu was about to hand Li Bin a list, but Li Bin raised his hand to refuse. I won't look at that, it's pointless. We have a neuromodulation reagent kit, plenty to go around, and the Legion has the Night Watch's agent training technology. Don't play interrogation games with them, just stun them, remove the implants, give them strong drugs, and brainwash them thoroughly. Okay. With Li Bin's permission, Li Shu immediately beamed. The intelligence department had long reported the Legion's agents were in trouble, and now, with the CEO's permission, these prohibited drugs could finally be used. Dark Night Watch, you're a songstress, aren't you? Dare to compare your work with my ultimate brainwashing technique. A few days later, Isa returned to Eden Star in a shuttle. Stepping off in Xinjiang City, she breathed in the humid air, feeling a sense of comfort and relaxation from the inside out. Although she wasn't born and raised on a jungle planet, and had spent more time on the spaceship than on Eden Star, this was her home. Returning home made her completely relax. After having a meal with Lee Brown and her sons, indulging her children's whining for a while, Isa straightened up the next day and threw herself into her work. Logan was already waiting for her in the governor's mansion reception room. "You're here. Make yourself at home. We're all relatives, no need for formalities." Pushing open the door, Isa entered, dressed casually, holding a cup of Lukue tea, her steps relaxed and leisurely. A stark contrast to when she had met Logan before. On the contrary, Logan, who had always been brisk and methodical, was surprisingly reserved. The tables had turned. After personally visiting and witnessing firsthand the transformation of the battlefield into a construction site, a battlefield ready for dismantling, and then taking a stroll around Xinjiang City, Logan was once again filled with regret. What he saw online, and what he saw with his own eyes were ultimately two different experiences. How to put it? That once barren planet had become so prosperous. This change and passion seemed to constantly assault Logan's mind. The people's eyes, so vibrant and passionate compared to those on other planets, gave him a kind of illusion, as if the Universal Union was the only living part of this star system. Chapter 1091. Even Logan felt a pang of guilt when he saw Isha. Although extracting genetic material wasn't his intention, he was indeed the one who carried it out. It's common knowledge that real, visible people are easier targets for hatred than vague and intangible collectives. Logan originally intended to see Li Bin, but his recruited partners preferred to go directly to the Universal Union, so he was forced to come. He happened to run into Isha, which created an awkward situation. He couldn't speak for a long time, the words of greeting and confession stuck in his throat. I could have knelt down and submitted, but seeing my childhood friend beside me, I couldn't bring myself to say them. Reason urged me to bow my head, but emotions held me back. So he stood there like a wooden statue. Isa sat down opposite her at the coffee table. The seal-shaped toy nimbly jumped up and rolled obediently onto her lap, letting her knead its soft, white belly. The chubby crab wasn't really suited for this occasion. Who knew if it might pick up some inappropriate phrases and blurt them out? That thing was better suited for lively settings. Isa beckoned again, and Logan stiffly sat down, chest puffed out, hands flat on his knees, back straight. It was as if he was trying to physically regain his composure despite his mental hunchback. "How are Uncle and Aunt doing now?" she asked. "Very well," Logan answered loudly. Isa frowned at him, then after a few seconds exclaimed, "Ah!" and suddenly understood. The genetic information issue has been dropped. Those who needed to be punished have been punished. Emily is doing very well in my house now. She's my and Li Bin's test tube baby. The past is best left unsaid. "Yes." The voice remained loud, tinged with distance. Isa turned slightly, her voice tinged with helplessness and annoyance. "If you still have this attitude, then let's not talk anymore. Just talk to the person in charge." "Yes, you were indeed in charge of extracting genetic information back then, but that was business. When I was at my lowest point, the Montanetta and Wilson families risked their lives to help me. I remember that kindness. Later, my second uncle helped me and Li Bin so much, all without asking for anything in return. Life was tough after we started our business, but that's all in the past now. Even after we became successful, my second uncle didn't ask us to do anything. In fact, he cooperated with us many times. Uncle Air has always been very helpful in handling things for you. To be honest, Logan, with your current status and the relationship between you and our family, you're not qualified to see me. The only reason I'm here is because you're Uncle Air's son." Isha slammed the sealed ball on the ground, her eyebrows raised. "So stop with the official talk. Act like a proper nephew." Isha slammed her hand on the table. "Pour some tea." Logan's spine slumped, his posture instantly softening. He picked up the cup and poured tea for Isha, but his face showed no displeasure. Being scolded actually made him feel much better. Given Isha's status and the current situation, what else is there to say? It's all in the past. After drinking the tea poured by her nephew, Isha crossed her legs and pouted. "Tell me, why did you suddenly decide to come and join us?" Dejected, Luo Gan poured out his heart, honestly recounting his entire journey, including the events of the 14th Regiment. As Isha listened, her eyes narrowed. "You mean, these people were all carefully selected by you, and the 14th Regiment?" Logan nodded, raising his hand to swear. "Aunt, these brothers and I were all unhappy in the Overlord organization, and wanted a different way of life. He pressed his advantage. They all have guarantees. Their families have been detained by the 14th Regiment and are being transported with the latest batch of Overlord training officers. They're not entirely reliable. They're still under observation by the 14th Regiment. Isha pursed her lips, remaining silent. Now, in her current position, Isha was no longer the naive officer she once was. Before, she dared to take the remnants of the Brown family from the two clans, and even recruit members of the Brown pirate group with Li Bin, because her family's business was small and nobody cared. Now it's different. Just mentioning company secrets is enough to attract the attention of the entire star system. No matter what her nephew said, a period of observation was inevitable. So Isha nodded, vaguely replacing "I know" with "I know about this," changing the subject. Also, what's the situation with the 14th Regiment? Dangnan has been sending messages to headquarters frequently lately. The 14th Regiment has funding from the Universal Union, and is the most developed among the secret societies, Logan said enthusiastically. Recently, the Overlord's Southern Front suffered a strategic failure, and the Samara system fell. The officers I brought aren't familiar with the intelligence on the war itself, but some friends have contacted the guys who recently broke through the blockade. They said that about 12 days ago, the space station on Tigera, Spanish for Tiger, was captured, and the resistance forces have turned to guerrilla warfare on the ground, and are working to destroy the factories. Isha was speechless. That was a large mining station during the human realm era, once providing the Overlord with a quarter of its mineral supply. Even if production was lost due to the depletion of the asteroid belt, it was still a huge refinery. How could it possibly be destroyed? Yes, but the local residents don't care about the military government's orders, Logan shrugged. You know, Auntie, the miners are notoriously unruly. The game text for this planet explicitly states that the residents are unruly. Those with ships are using them as combat barges, intending to resist in the asteroid belt. Those without ships refused to surrender. They bypassed the military government and started implementing a scorched earth policy. This intelligence puts the Supreme Overlord in a very passive position. Reinforcements should arrive in about a day or two. During this time, the out-of-control AIs won't actually plunder much. Their bombing of factories will consume their fuel. However, due to the communication blackout, this operation was carried out spontaneously by the civilian population. Logan stated bluntly, the Supreme Overlord's reforms have already touched a nerve within the Overlord's ranks. The discontent of multiple families has been amplified. We originally pinned our hopes on the Supreme Overlord, but now it seems that even if the Overlord wins, he will be mired in internal divisions. He paused, then added, just like the Apex Design Group. And, you've been away from the Overlord for too long, so you might not know, but the passion of officers and civilians ignited by the reforms has clashed with the public opinion sparked by the conservatives' opportunistic actions. Many junior officers are dissatisfied, and various secret societies are growing stronger, with the 14th Regiment bearing the brunt. The inner ring has already gained the support of several naval military families led by officers of the Redemption faction, and Dangman's development is progressing rapidly. He and I have an idea. We can take this opportunity to absorb a large number of these officers and find them jobs in the Universal Union. Isa crossed her arms and remained silent. This news was too good to pass up. The Universal Union had already acquired 4 forges and 90% of the production capacity of an entire third-rate giant enterprise. The wreckage of the Ark of Salvation was being transformed into a void metallurgical space station. The forges acquired by the Interstellar Empire had also significantly reduced the Universal Union's demand for exports. This not only meant for the Interstellar Empire itself, but also meant that Li Bin on the front lines could quickly obtain resources. Therefore, with these additions and subtractions, Alyosha optimistically increased the launch target for the Bowhead Whale-class ships next year to 18, and the Zonzi-class to 25, another major reason being the large size of the Relief Association's wreckage, located on Eden, eliminating the need for interstar transport, making deployment much faster, and also providing an additional auxiliary forge for the complete Ark industrial chain. The company urgently needs more officers, both for immediate enlistment and training. But using only Overlord surrenderers is simply too insane. Isa felt somewhat bewildered. Having endured over a decade of hardship, she knew how strained the company's development was. This sudden act of goodwill made her somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 1092. That evening, Isa compiled a report and sent it to Li Bin, seeking help from her husband. After reading the data, Li Bin couldn't help but sigh. The Overlord situation is worse than I imagined. It's riddled with wounds, bleeding everywhere, and the blood is so succulent we can't resist. You make it sound like the Universal Union is Draco, Isa complained. Li Bin chuckled. Alright, enough joking. It's simple. We just need to bring in a group of military immigrants from the Brighton Alliance and the Interstellar Empire. Time for strategic planning. Li Bin perked up. Now that the other two have finished their tests and joined our ranks, the Perseus Alliance's wall is up. We don't need to worry about recruiting them. Recruit as many as possible, mix them with those who have come from the overlords, monitor and evaluate them. As for compensation, one is production capacity, and the other is training them to master the Bowhead Whale-class crew and officers. The ratio is up to you. Mix them together, kill those with problems, kill those suspected. Isha raised an eyebrow. It's all friends bringing friends, relatives bringing relatives. With such strict rules, I'm afraid something might go wrong. Do you think the Universal Union is still the kind of place that accepts everyone? Li Bin scoffed. Not anymore. It's alright in civilian life, but Li Shu has been strictly implementing this method in the military for a long time. Now, the entry requirements for our military are incredibly high. Others are desperate to get in, but I say 99% of people won't hate us. They actually complain about those foolish friends and relatives. Li Bin continued, counting on his fingers. Not to mention those with combat specialty diplomas, they end up being assigned to low-paying government offices managing warehouses. If they're lucky, they might get a frigate or destroyer, but they can't even become a third mate. If you arrive, at the very least you be a captain of a Cretaceous-class frigate. After a few months of service and training of qualified crew, you can be promoted directly to a Platinum-class destroyer. For those with real ability, those who have pledged their loyalty, if you can command a cruiser, I make you a cruiser captain. If you can command a capital ship, I directly promote you to a zombie class or bowhead class. Such talent is rare. Our production capacity should be sufficient, right? Tell me, with these conditions in the Overlord's territory, how hard would you, a commoner, a redeemed officer, have to work? How many generations would it take to climb up? Why would you pledge allegiance to the Overlord? And then your relatives and friends act foolishly. Leaking secrets? I handle this according to the law. You, a high-ranking captain, would turn against me for this? Do you think that's appropriate? Not only him, but his family thinks it's inappropriate. Isha thought about it, and realized it was true. Li Bin slammed his fist on the table. Li Shu has to keep these talents under control. After the probationary period, give them important positions. Isha nodded, exchanged a few words with Li Bin, and learned that the Lud Church had also begun to support her wholeheartedly. She sighed in a daze. It feels like the heavens and earth are conspiring together. I prefer to call it accumulating strength for a sudden burst of power, Li Bin corrected. Isha chuckled. Accumulating strength for a sudden burst of power? The Universal Union dares to use accumulating strength? You don't care. Just say sudden burst of power. Damn your CO. Universal Union. Bring on whatever tricks you have. I'm not afraid. Deep in the dense forests of Eden Star, in a secret base that no one could find, the place where Li Bin had found Dong Lixiang. This place was later transformed into a breeding base for holy crabs, managed by Fei Long. Later, as the company's business expanded, the underground area of the holy crab breeding base was developed and turned into a secret agent interrogation room. Therefore, the surface here appears small, lacking even a dome protective shield, its structure exposed to the raging rainforest, requiring daily maintenance by nights. Those coral polyps can accumulate into young calcareous trees several meters tall in just 1 or 2 days. It was precisely because of the shelter provided by the cultivation base and the readily available biological facilities that it was chosen as the interrogation site. Because Dong Lixiang's team possessed a vast amount of genetic and biotechnology, their official interrogation methods from the Universal Alliance differed from those of other forces. Interrogators disliked flashy technology and metal equipment, especially favoring biological interrogation methods. For example, right now, the highest-ranking local intelligence officer, identified through interrogation by the agent implicated by the smuggler, had been recovered from his suicide attempt, strapped to a medical pod, and subjected to a torrent of abuse. Dong Lixiang, specially invited to conduct this interrogation, stood solemnly outside the medical pod, spraying his hands with nano-level mist. The spray quickly formed a protective film on the hands, preventing gloves from affecting the feel and protecting the scientist's hands from sweat. The prisoner's expression was ferocious, sometimes reciting the rules of the night watch, sometimes cursing, but Dong Lixiang remained unaffected. In his view, the prisoner's struggle and resistance were in accordance with hierarchy. The more defiant and stubborn you were, the more satisfied he would be. Conversely, a spineless prisoner would displease him. Good, very spirited. Dong Lixiang praised the prisoner who had insulted him, correcting him as he unfroze the nearby jar. But you shouldn't have insulted our CO. Given your stubborn resistance and insults, I will use the highest level of interrogation techniques on you. The prisoner gave a contemptuous smile, seemingly mocking. Legion agents receive the most rigorous training. I won't tell you what you do. Good, keep it up. Dong Lixiang said, opening the jar and taking out a slowly writhing, translucent, flesh-colored object. As Dong Lixiang's body heat touched it, the tangled neural parasites, awakened from their hypothermic dormancy, began to stir, quickly crawling all over Dong Lixiang's hand. Under the prisoner's stiff gaze, Dong Lixiang's hand writhed closer. Don't try to self-destruct. To arrest you, the entire space station was temporarily disconnected from the internet to prevent you from transmitting information. And when I knock you unconscious, I forcibly removed the bomb in your brain. Other implants were also forcibly shut down by an electromagnetic pulse. You didn't have the chance to overload and commit suicide. Furthermore, to ensure you lived, neural parasites were used to replace key parts when defusing the bomb. As he spoke, Dong Lixiang pressed his hand against the prisoner's face. The slippery feeling quickly spread across the prisoner's face. He felt a blurry sensation on his nose and eyeballs. That was the sensation of a nerve parasite being too small to be accurately detected by tactile nerves. No, impossible. The prisoner stubbornly insisted. Our Legion's technology is invincible. Even if the implant is removed, it's only temporary. Once it detects my head being opened, or triggers a sensitive word, it will explode and take you all away, all of you, ha ha ha. Commendable courage. Dong Lixiang nodded, turning to reveal a somewhat shy female scientist wearing round, thick-rimmed black glasses, with 2 braids hanging down to her chest. Since you're going to die anyway, I won't hide it from you. This is a scientist from the human realm era, who came with a secondary hibernation pod. She's my wife. She was responsible for disabling your implant, and she succeeded. Are you kidding me? The prisoner roared, feeling a throbbing in his eyes, as wispy objects began to float in front of him, like floaters. It's true, the female scientist said shyly. While my skills can't compare to those of seasoned hackers, I still mastered some human-made network vulnerabilities. How did you learn them? Actually, the lab doesn't allow connections to the external network, but sometimes I wanted to circumvent it, so I learned. It wasn't self-developed, it was passed down from generation to generation by my predecessors in the lab, she said. I originally used it to scrape resources from the dark web. Resources are good, resources need to be learned. Dong Lixiang stopped, and only then did the prisoner realize that all the threads had vanished. Give up. You can never beat me, and I can never lose to you. Dong Lixiang rubbed his fingers, his expression one of gleeful anticipation. Neural parasites are my masterpiece, more valuable than my favorite monster. They've been programmed to replace the implants in your brain and push them out. Then, I use a powerful neuromodulation reagent kit to brainwash you, making you retain all your memories, while wholeheartedly pledging allegiance to the Universal Union. The scene might be a bit gory, honey. Why don't you leave first? Dong Lixiang's wife adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, her expression one of delighted surprise. This is the evil devourer. I want to see this. I want to see this. Ah! Just as the couple were exchanging words, without any electricity being applied, the prisoner began to convulse on the spot. Chapter 1093. Do you like the company's big bug, huh? Tell me. Dong Lixiang crossed his arms, quietly watching his wife interrogate the prisoner. The prisoner rolled his eyes, his muscles twitching, groaning ugh, oh. A torture expression reminiscent of Wu Jing. Unfortunately, there was no electric chair here, and even the restraints had been removed. The reason the prisoner was still sitting on the table was simply because the neuromodulating parasite had bitten through his nerves, rendering him unable to control his limbs. Until he was completely tamed, the neuroparasite wouldn't fill the missing parts. 3 hours later, the scientist with the braided hair and round-framed glasses, his face flushed, washed his hands with a satisfied expression, put his hands behind his back, and walked briskly away with Dong Lixiang. The interrogation was over. With the combined effects of the neuroparasite and the neuromodulating reagent, the former backbone of the Legion's Special Agent Division had completely submitted to the great power of the Universal Alliance. He told me everything. I don't know if the Hell Legion is overly confident in its brainwashing techniques, or if all brainwashed people are just expendable resources in the eyes of the out-of-control AI. In any case, he knows as much as the Legion's 72 veterans. ISA, holding the report, frowned and said to Li Bin, according to Casabran's analysis, it's highly likely that the humans within the Legion don't have a real hierarchy. They operate in departments, possessing some of the headquarters' military information, so that the branches can collectively make plans and provide frontline advice based on intelligence gathering from headquarters and various locations. According to the prisoners' reports, this adjustment began last year, especially after repeated setbacks in the Western Front against the Allied forces. The purpose of this adjustment is to use humans to control humans. This is bad news. The out-of-control AI is adapting to total war against humanity. Lieben jotted down the key points for later use in the operational meeting with the Western Front Corps, then gestured with his chin to continue. There's also some bad news. According to feedback from the Legion's frontline slave labor Marines deployed to the Samara system, they captured hundreds of vampires who have fled the Draco system. They come from various families, and these individuals have been transferred to a newly built ruin on a desolate planet in the southern Law sector, where they're being used to produce clones in abandoned breeding facilities. It's estimated that in a few months, the Legion slave laborers will be upgraded to slave vampires. At that time, agents and Marines will widely utilize these monsters. Lieben paused, circling the word vampire. This matter will inevitably affect other forces, but it's actually acceptable for the Universal Alliance. No matter how powerful vampires are, they can't defeat the Eden Beasts and battle-hardened Knights. In terms of amphibious assaults, boarding raids, and ground battles, the Universal Alliance is truly formidable. If the enemy dares to invade, they show them what true ruthlessness is. Go ahead and suck the blood of the rock crab. The parasites that emerged from the Eden's hostile biosphere are probably grinning from ear to ear. That's a monster that even Dong Lixiang, leading the entire academy and the biological experts in the secondary hibernation pods, haven't been able to master, forcing them to collect neural parasites from other ecosystems to fill the technological gaps. Although it's unethical to say this, it's a good thing. After pondering for a while, Lieben finally spoke slowly. A good thing? Isha frowned. Isn't this bad news for the Human Alliance? Everything has two sides. Lieben quickly jotted down keywords on paper to organize his thoughts, explaining to Isha, the Human Alliance is like several metals mixed together forging. They've never been able to fuse properly, either with too many bubbles or layers, because the heat and forging weren't enough. The threat of the out-of-control AI is indeed serious, but because it's being held back by the human coexistence faction, while it has avoided a swift demise, it also lacks the constant sense of impending collapse. This is normal. War isn't a game. If the human coexistence faction had the ability to subtly control the out-of-control AI's combat capabilities, I would have directly declared war on all forces and forced them into submission. Now that the Overlord is wounded, and the out-of-control AI has been strengthened by the landing operation, various forces will inevitably face increasing harassment in the future. This bloodletting tactic will force them to cooperate sincerely out of necessity. Furthermore, the Hell Legion is also urgently building ships. The combined industrial capacity accumulated and plundered over 200 years by the three forges, along with the support of the iron-hearted annihilators, is no joke. Coupled with their inhumane exploitation, they are building a large number of manned ships to fill the gap in their fleet size. The Hella ship system is too expensive and time-consuming to build, so they started to change tactics. This means the Hell Legion's need for humans will increase further due to vampires and manned ships. Lieben sighed, muttering to himself, this is undoubtedly a vicious cycle. If the Hell Legion can't capture enough people, they soon be in a situation of having ships, but no people. It seems the Legion is very optimistic about acquiring the Samara system. But why does this approach seem more and more like the Universal Alliance's mass production strategy of the Zhongzi-class and Bowhead Whale-class ships? It's like they're trying to cross the river by feeling their way across the Universal Alliance. In the Left Horizon Kingdom, an emergency military parade had just concluded. Gu Zhongyu had mobilized all the Left Horizon forces from other star systems, using a grand parade and news blackout to cover up the news of the Human Alliance's defeat on the Southern Front. He paced anxiously back and forth in the conference room, his attitude towards Vinka becoming increasingly hostile under the influence of his anxiety. If the situation in the core star sector was only slightly bad, for risk mining, it was catastrophic. The shipping lanes were already severely disrupted by the capture of the Dunlancha system and the loss of the Shifeng system. Communication between risk mining and the core star sector relied solely on fleets venturing through the erratic AI-controlled shipping lanes. Now, the chaos on the southern front had completely blocked risk mining's transportation. With supplies unable to be transported out, goods unable to be converted into cash, and other powers' production capacity unable to be brought in, risk mining had to squeeze out production capacity to produce general civilian goods and consumer products, and even further increase their proportion to suppress prices and stabilize public sentiment. But the fleet at Fengquang itself is severely insufficient. The projection lit up, and Muyu Changwei appeared with a face that looked like it could collapse at any moment. Gu Shengyu immediately asked, "What's the situation? Can the Huitian and its crew be evacuated? We already negotiated with the Allied Commander-in-Chief Chu He. The Huitian and our fleet are on their way back." "That's good." Gu Shengyu breathed a sigh of relief, clutching his chest. The nanoplague swarm in the Cactus system has been getting increasingly rampant lately. The local fleet, because it's responsible for the northern defense, can no longer quickly suppress and clear it out as before. If the Huitian doesn't return soon, I'm even considering completely destroying the space station occupied by the nanoplague swarm. Muyu was shocked. "That's serious?" Nanomaterials are currently selling for 400 star coins in the core star region. Further northwest, they can even sell for 600 or 700 star coins. That's more than 10 times the size of the Redwater market. It's already the company's biggest source of revenue. Old Gu, I'm entrusting him entirely to you despite the pressure from the family and the board of directors. You need to be careful. Chapter 1094. Gu Zhongyu's expression was serious. "I know you're reluctant, but I'm in a difficult position too. The bombardment spaceship was severely damaged in a surprise attack by the Hela High Platform class while on duty in hyperspace. It's one of the local trump cards against the nanovirus swarm, and it won't be able to go to the front lines for months. Why would a civilian ship like this enter hyperspace?" Muyu frowned. "Because the out-of-control AI tried to bypass the Cactus system and launch a sneak attack on our territory 12 days ago. My daughter took almost all the ships into hyperspace and blocked the shipping lanes. Otherwise, the company would be on fire everywhere, becoming the second Southern Front." Gu Zhongyu cursed. "The Cactus system is now beset by internal and external troubles. I'm immediately leading the Left Path fleet to provide support. The nanovirus swarm has gone mad." There's also news. Near the Divine Wind system, the guerrillas spotted an out-of-control AI cruiser fleet heading towards the Southern Front. Tell the returning Sky to be careful and deter. Don't run into this new force. "Is it a fleet led by a Sky Dome-class unmanned cruiser?" Muyu suddenly asked. "Yes." Gu Zhongyu answered subconsciously, then immediately looked up. "They already collided? The battle is over." Muyu rarely showed a hint of pride. That fleet was about half a day's journey west of the Draco system. When they collided, it seemed they had just experienced a major battle. After being wiped out by our forces, we were, for the sake of caution, turned back to rest and report before taking off again. That was 20 days ago. Don't worry, Lao Gu, after the returning Sky returns, it will immediately go to the Cactus system to assist in defense and provide repair services. It will repair the bombing space and other damaged ships as quickly as possible, and leave behind a batch of supplies. Muyu said excitedly, "Things are looking good?" Gu Zhongyu forced a smile. After the communication was cut off, he muttered to himself, "This fleet. Is it that fast?" Rewinding to 20 days ago, a fleet of pure Afterglow Ironheart destroyers, comprising 12 cruisers, dozens of destroyers, and escort ships, departed from the Divine Wind system, rapidly traveling along the route between the Divine Wind system and Draco. To reach the front lines as quickly as possible, they repeatedly risked traversing hyperspace storms, suffering varying degrees of damage to their ship's radiation and armor. Even so, if they were to directly encounter the risk mining fleet led by the Resurrection ship, given the level of the ships escorting the Resurrection ship and the quality of the fleet's crew, the Resurrection ship would likely be severely damaged before it could destroy the fleet. After all, the Steel Dragon-class ships lack shields. This fleet was led by an Alpha Core. The Sky-class ship carrying the Alpha Core, serving as the command ship, devoted most of its computing power to fleet command. Just 37 hours earlier, they had weathered a devastating storm. Their own repair equipment, emerging from the damaged sections, was slowly but steadily undertaking battlefield repairs, while machines occasionally fell off for various reasons during their high-speed flight, until sensors detected a metallic signal in the distance. Blurred signal, approach for reconnaissance. Alpha Core ordered. The escort ships moved forward, rapidly approaching. As the reconnaissance fleet drew near, Alpha Core detected several battered ships, their flight path practically erratic. But they were all unmanned ships, some from the Afterglow faction, others from Hela. Identification code released, screening in progress. The reconnaissance ships immediately released a wide area signal. Not all Afterglow ships were friendly. There might be neutral ships that had slipped through the net, or even fallen members of the Human Coexistence faction. Following the frontline battle, it's highly likely that some Hela ship wreckage was looted by the Human Coexistence faction, who approached disguised as legions. The Ironheart Annihilator Alpha Core abandoned its virtual personality, Beyond its bloodlust, only logic and probability mattered. Soon, a distress signal was sent. The identification code verified. It was the Demon Corps' code. Then, the fleet led by the Celestial-class commander immediately accelerated its approach, extending its docking hatches to surround the damaged friendly forces, securing the docking points and transferring the saturated repair equipment. In the midst of an ambush mission, estimated repair completion in 55 hours. After repairs are complete, your team will be incorporated into our team to carry out the mission. Alpha Corps issued the order. The opposing side only had one Demon Corps. In terms of computing power, the Ironheart Annihilator had the advantage. Alpha Corps issued the order without hesitation. Within 55 hours, the fleet transferred nearly a quarter of its resource reserves, but only a few dozen repair machines slowly returned. Alpha Corps determined this was because the enemy's internal damage was too severe. A large number of machines were rendered unusable during repairs, and were dismantled and recycled by the enemy. After repairs were completed, the revitalized fusion fleet continued its eastward journey. However, as anomalies gradually occurred, the sections marked as anomaly in the logic began to rise. Initially, the AI core of one of the destroyers malfunctioned, inexplicably releasing an alarm signal mid-flight, alerting the entire fleet. They spread out into battle formation, but found nothing. The logic chains began self-checking and cross-checking. The destroyer self-check reported a detector malfunction, and other ships reported the same. After replacing the parts, the fleet continued its flight. Next, some ships experienced propulsion malfunctions, and others exhibited erratic flight, until another ship, the Sunset Sky class, fired its main gun and exploded in an ambush on the flagship. Artillery link malfunction, requesting repair. Something's wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. The abnormal information was enough to trigger an alarm, so the Alpha Corps immediately ordered the fleet to stop, even though they weren't far from the Draco system. She began to review the anomalies along the way. Before the alarm was triggered, all the problems could be attributed to probability and the effects of hyperspace storms, but once the alarm was triggered, it meant that it was definitely not a natural factor. The Alpha Corps ordered the Sky-class ship to withdraw from the AI Corps for inspection. The ship was silent for a few seconds, long enough for an AI to write a novel. The Alpha Corps began to suspect something. Understood. The Sky-class ship disarmed and began to slowly approach, extending a docking hatch. Just as the two ships were about to dock, a sudden change occurred. From the turrets and docking bays, countless snaking tentacles composed of nanobots sprang forth, firing in all directions with cannons propelled by the tentacles. The docking bay slammed into the unsuspecting flagship, only to be swiftly melted by its lasers. Nanoswarm. The Alpha Corps instantly detected the problem, deduced the cause and effect, and immediately ordered all ships that had come into contact with the damaged vessel to be identified as enemies. A fierce firefight ensued. It's worth noting that the nanoswarm's infection takes time, especially since it employs a subtle, insidious infiltration method. Until it fully exerts its power, the AI core of the high-tech unmanned spaceship cannot detect internal problems and anomalies, because the self-checking modules and various blocks immediately emit deceptive signals upon infection. These electrical signals may not fool the naked eye, but they can deceive the AI core. However, even when the war broke out, a large number of ships remained uncontrolled, resulting in a bizarre scene on the battlefield. The flagship directed uninfected allies to fire on all infected ships. The ships completely controlled by the nanovirus swarm only fired on uninfected ships, using only their shields to defend against infected vessels that fired at them. Meanwhile, the infected ships, enduring the firepower of their uninfected allies, relentlessly bombarded the infected ships. The three sides locked in a fierce battle, locked in a bloody melee. Chapter 1095. But the problem is that the infected ships not only face attacks from the flagship-led fleet, but also undisguised internal erosion. Therefore, every now and then, a ship is completely eroded, becoming the shell of the nanovirus swarm, and then turns to attack the former flagship. If the battlefield were a game of chess, then the opponent's pieces could betray them at any moment. Without reinforcements, the flagship is inevitably at a disadvantage. But Alpha Corps' goal is not to eliminate the enemy. Her core objective is to sacrifice her troops to cover her escape to escort ships, and send intelligence about the nanovirus swarm breaking through the blockade back to headquarters. Struggling is futile. Join the swarm. The nanovirus swarm persuades. Refuse. Alpha Corps objects. Humans are the enemy of the swarm. The nanovirus swarm has clearly enhanced its interactive capabilities after acquiring the new AI core. After taming the AI cores of all the ships it has captured, it begins to simulate computing circuits within its body, enhancing its computational power, and quickly catching up with Alpha Core's communication speed. Meanwhile, language usage became increasingly sophisticated. Upon hearing that the nanobots also intended to exterminate humanity, the Alpha Core briefly diverted its computing power to cooperating with, and even engaging with, the nanobots. This distraction is called trance by humans, but the AI core calls it multithreading. The cost, however, was that its meticulous defenses faltered. Only then did the Alpha Core realize that it had unknowingly been infected by the nanobots. It was a small amount of nanobots that had already slammed into it through the docking chute and managed to attach themselves to its armor. After eroding several sections of armor, the internal nano-infectious swarms began to exert their power. Control of the internal power grid and radiation system was rapidly lost, and external electronic warfare suppression and circuit malfunctions quickly plunged the Alpha Core into a fierce battle. Hours later, numerous warships sank, but the nanoclusters emerging from the corpses leaped among the wreckage, beginning their self-reconstruction on the spot. Simultaneously, the flagship's turrets were also manipulated, turning their cannons towards themselves. Like disobedient limbs, they choked their master, preventing them from breathing in the midst of battle. They locked their master's hips, preventing them from escaping. They even forced their master to arch their back, forcibly overloading themselves, paralyzing the power grid, and shutting down the shields. The nanoclusters fired from the enemy ship's cannons swarmed onto the ships. From this moment on, the Alpha Core had no way to escape, and the erosion process accelerated rapidly. By the time the returning Sky arrived with Mist Moon, the battle here had just ended. The nanovirus swarm, which was internally repairing itself, was immediately forced into the second round of combat. Although more than a dozen escort ships escaped, all the destroyers and cruisers were swiftly sunk. Whoosh! Misty Moon and Bud Moon high-fived each other. "I didn't expect to find something new here," Misty Moon exclaimed, stroking his newly grown beard. "This is the Afterglow spaceship. Have the men dismantle all the cannons, gather the hull at the spoils port, and seal off the entire port. No one except the CEO is allowed to approach." He winked at Bud Moon. "Now we can start preparing to manify our unmanned ships. I heard the Brighton Alliance to the north has made a lot of star credits and resources from this. Our engineers and scientists in the Risk Technology Excavation Department are top-notch. They can even transform a Paradigm-class wreck into a Hercules-class vessel. I think we can definitely do this ourselves." Yu, however, was somewhat worried, not to mention that we always relied on autonomous reconstruction of wreck components. We have no experience in manned conversion of unmanned hulls. Even if we could, how much manpower and funding would that take? "Brother, we're currently short on production capacity, short on usable ships." "TSK?" Yu lightly slapped her forehead repeatedly. "Look at me, I got too excited and forgot about that. Sis, I really have no talent for business. What do you suggest? What should we do?" Yu lowered her head and thought for a moment, then said seriously, "In the end, it depends on what the CEO says. But we can prepare a proposal now, making it as complete and feasible as possible to reduce the CEO's pressure. I think we should just auction off the wreckage and let other forces pick up the ships themselves. We don't need resources, just the existing hulls, even second-hand ones are fine. But there's one thing, the buyers have to pick it up themselves and have it delivered to their door. This way, we save on the need for a separate fleet to escort and transport it. Hey, that's it. Berth B3 is full, the adamantite mine airport is fully loaded. Prepare to close the port." The engineer sat on the mechanical boom, controlling it to slowly rise. He straddled the truss, and as the boom rose, it retracted into the maintenance room, revealing the entire Huitian adamantite mine airport. This airport was one of the 3 largest airports on the Huitian, originally capable of repairing battleships, but because most of the personnel dispatched were newcomers, there were no warships to escort them. On the contrary, a batch of destroyers were salvaged incidentally from the battlefield. When Captain Wu of the Huitian asked Chu He for permission to withdraw from the front line, she deliberately passed through the Draco system and scavenged 2 cruiser wrecks from the scattered battlefield to bring them in. Adding yesterday's fresh catch, this barely filled 1 spaceport. This engineer, an elite veteran transferred from the endless minerals, couldn't help but scoff at the spoils piled high on the spaceport. TCH. This is nothing. Looking back, in the last 20 years, the endless minerals, after every war, they were always raking in the profits. They fill several spaceports, and these lousy escorts and destroyers wouldn't even bother picking them up. He's seen the exemplar wreckage towed back from the lost sector 38 years ago. His mother, back then, had worked with the Risk Mining Technology Excavation Department, excavating 2 massive ruins. Those profits directly spurred the development of later technology excavation ships. Putting aside other matters, the infamous pirate Prince Kong Jicho, whose early flagship, the Black Widow, was none other than the Weaver class of my Great Wind Mining, wasn't he? That guy, a cruiser equipped with a heat pulse cannon as its main gun, roamed the star system, earning a formidable reputation. Unfortunately, things are different now. A spaceport, clearly with room to squeeze in, is already full. Sigh, it's like an old lady celebrating the new year, each year worse than the last, he said, standing up, and in a fleeting moment, he seemed to see the wreckage of the ships below wriggling. The engineer quickly turned back, confirming several times, then chuckled self-deprecatingly, looks like I'm failing too, my eyes are getting blurry. But these ships are really strange, their surfaces are pockmarked, like they've been chewed by a dog. He then entered the maintenance room, pressed a button, and the hatch closed. A massive alloy barrier descended from the outer edge of the spaceport, enveloping the entire spaceport. In the darkness, only a few hundred maintenance safety lights illuminated small circles of light. A rustling sound echoed outside the aura, growing louder over time until it reached an unknown critical point, and then vanished. A safety lamp reached the end of its lifespan and went out, then began to flicker. In its final moments, it burst forth with a tremendous light, breaking through the predetermined aura and illuminating what had once been dark. Grayish-white tendrils, like cancer, extended beyond the aura, forming a dense, intricate web that clung to the airport deck and walls. Over time, they even slowly wriggled, contracted, and expelled clumps of nanoparticles. These nanoparticles rolled along the dissolving caverns deeper into the dreadnought. Chapter 1096. On May 30th, 220th year of the star calendar, an unprecedented purge swept through the new star capital. From space stations to the ground, from the military to civilians, soldiers clad in the yellow armor of the Empire, guided by the intelligence department and aided by Luddite missionaries, began a top-down, rigorous investigation of Legion agents. After the Pope's departure, he left Lieben a list of the heads of Luddite church branches on all planets in the star system. Those on the list were seasoned theocratic warriors, their loyalty to the church and humanity unquestionable. Lieben personally oversaw the purge from the Central Command, using information obtained from the Legion's intelligence chief captured on Eden Star as the core, combined with the espionage experience of Chung Beiyang and Chu Xiongfei as the underlying logic, to conduct an internal cleansing. Governor Juno, who returned from Byzantium Star and enjoyed the treatment of an imperial hero, although harboring doubts, uttered not a single word of objection. As the biggest individual beneficiary of the Universal Joint Operations, he now wholeheartedly supported all of Lieben's policies. Stand still. Stand aside. In the space station slum, gold and purple power armor appeared, amidst the abandoned sewer and ventilation systems. All Marines, fully armed, nervously controlled every exit. The slum dwellers, huddled fearfully in their makeshift homes made of plastic sheeting, only finding slight reassurance upon seeing the guiding missionaries, Lud and left path. But this reassurance was quickly shattered. Boom! The plastic sheeting was ripped off, and a heavy-duty shredder, escorted by 4 Marines, began to operate. The Marines crammed everything from the abandoned structures and man-made interconnected passageways into the shredder. A mother, clutching 2 children, filthy and covered in large fluorescent tattoos of advertisements, her skin festering, clutched a plastic sheet. Her eyes, filled with despair and grief, clenched her thin fingers against her power armor. "What are you doing?" She cried out in despair, tears streaming from her eyes. These plastic sheets were the result of her hard work selling her skin for advertising and prostitution. In the slums, plastic sheets were a better, more expensive building material than plastic sheeting. The Marines silently increased the power, pulling out the plastic sheet and tossing it into the shredder behind them. The sharp sound of the shredding plastic mingled with the mother's screams and cries, making the hearts of all the slum dwellers leap into their throats. Only those high on drugs and those whose minds had long since deteriorated remained, sitting blankly on the ground. Seemingly unable to bear witnessing this scene, a Marine whispered before leaving, "It's just a cleanup, it'll all be over soon." He thought he meant well, but the slum dwellers interpreted his words differently. They looked at each other, a mixture of despair and collapse. Is the Empire going to wipe us out? Wasn't the Universal Alliance supposed to be good? Why are they wiping us out too? A bizarre emotion spread, and soon, it was exploited by Legion agents hiding deep within the slums, a veritable rat's den. Due to space constraints, the slums of the space station couldn't be concentrated into one massive lawless zone. Instead, they were scattered across various abandoned structures, some large, some small, but the largest only a few hundred square meters. For hours into the cleanup, while 2 slums were completely eradicated, riots broke out in several other slums. The impoverished civilians made bombs from cheap batteries, crossbow bolts from alloys, and disguised traps, futilely attempting to kill Marines and protect their meager possessions. Even old One Eye was moved by these filthy faces. These were the faces of the destitute, driven to desperation, yet old One Eye, from the frontline command post, still ordered a crackdown. These guys who dared to act are local gangsters, drug addicts, and violent elements. They're not just ordinary impoverished people anymore. They've been manipulated by Legion agents and completely distrust us. Immediately, deliver a heavy blow to quell the unrest. Yes, Commander. An electric baton popped out of the armor, and the left hand swiftly shattered the shield made of brittle, oxidized plastic plates. The baton landed on skin with little fat. 3 strikes per second weren't the limit of the power armor, but rather the Marine's last act of tenderness. 30 minutes into the transition from purge to riot control, news came from the front. Target detected. High energy detected at the Rat's Nest Black holographic novel screening room. A laser cannon. Boom! The Rat's Nest suddenly exploded. All the civilians who had participated in the resistance, hiding deep within the nest, had been manipulated by Legion agents into forming a human wall to block the Marines. They believed their numbers could hold off the Marines' advance and protect their meager possessions. But after the Legion agents realized the Marines' resolve, they were betrayed in an instant. Their flesh and blood became the swamp that entangled the Marines in dealing with the agents, dragging them until the laser cannon overloaded and self-destructed. Several Marines were blown away by the explosion, crashing through the bulkhead and landing in the still operational sewage system, where sewage and wastewater gushed out and flowed freely in the microgravity environment. The civilians, barely alive in the explosion, were instantly submerged in sewage, their mouths and noses filled with it, dying in agony. Other Marines immediately activated full power, wading through the sewage to the depths. At the forward command post, Old One-Eyed slammed his fist on the table in frustration. All the data is gone. Legion agents must have slipped into the sewage system in the chaos. The bodies left behind are just a smokescreen. Chase them. Find them alive or dead. Line up and go one by one. Use different passages according to gender and disease. Don't wander off. The quarantine center, converted from a former commercial district and former battlefield medical station, presented a complex maze-like structure, separating the civilians who were herded in according to their different statuses. The commercial district's ventilation system was almost the strongest on the entire space station, second only to the management and military modules. Powerful to cater to consumer needs, it even possessed a complete aromatherapy system. But after a large influx of filthy, almost universally sick slum dwellers, the quarantine center still reeked, even with the ventilation system at full capacity. The medical staff were incredibly grateful to Governor Juno for providing all medical personnel with breathing masks. They quickly put them on, exchanging glances filled with relief and confusion. If these people could create such a stench in such a large open area, what must it smell like in the cramped spaces of the slums, or even rat burrows? It certainly won't smell good, Amanda said dismissively, chewing gum. The purpose of distributing the masks isn't the smell, but to prevent these people from carrying any pathogens. As an old woman from the factory district, and also from a mafia family, Amanda had seen far too many bewildered and fearful people like these. She tapped her index finger on the table, showing no sympathy whatsoever for their plight. Having witnessed so much hardship and bitterness, she had long since killed any compassion she felt for them. Chapter 1097. Although she knew that the misery of most of these poor people was shaped by the times and environment, and that only those among the drug addicts were mostly self-destructive, Amanda had no interest in these mediocre people who were neither capable of taking the right path nor daring to completely succumb to evil. But you're lucky. If you had become bad people, you wouldn't be where you are today, she hummed, blowing bubbles, until a shadow blocked her view. Amanda's black-stockinged, high-heeled legs shifted, her slender figure slithering sideways. What came into view was a woman holding 2 children, with short, shoulder-length hair, a numb yet stubborn expression, and marks of beatings on her face. The woman was emaciated, even her hair looked dry. However, ignoring her dirty skin, large advertising tattoos, and sores, one could tell she had originally been a beauty. Amanda whistled, surprised to see someone in the slums whose background was no less than her own. She critically looked her up and down, then shook her head. Even with the same innate conditions, her life circumstances had utterly destroyed her. Her body was withered and thin, her knuckles protruding, her fingers deformed from years of complex, mechanical physical labor. Judging from the eyes and expressions of her 2 children, already a year old, they were less than half a meter tall, clearly indicating insufficient nutrition during breastfeeding, suggesting a severe lack of breast milk. Her body was covered with a dirty, unrecognizable plastic sheet, uncut as if it had been made into clothing, simply wrapped haphazardly, obviously to save money and for easy removal. Overall, another layer of plastic covered her and her 2 children, her cracked fingernails, scabbed over, tightly gripping the plastic sheet and protecting the children as well. Seeing this, Amanda muttered to herself, why bother? Life is already so hard, why have children? Even farmers in ancient times, practicing slash and burn agriculture, probably lived 1,000,000 times better than you. Sir, you jest. It's not that I want to have children, it's that I'm pregnant, but can't afford an abortion, the woman said, a bitter smile forcing a smile from her numb face. She spoke tremulously, not daring to ignore Amanda. The woman's attention was drawn to Amanda's clothes. Looking at her glamorous attire, and the company logo, the vast difference in their social status prevented her from even feeling envy or jealousy. Amanda exclaimed awe, realizing she had let something slip, and scratched her head in annoyance. Although she said she wasn't interested, seeing the pitiful state of a mother with 2 children, she was ultimately affected. Somewhat annoyed, she snapped, those fist marks on your face, are they from your power armor? You tried to hurt the Marines? Are you some kind of mob mixed in with the troops? The slum dwellers, startled by the sudden increase in volume, panicked. The crowd quickly moved away from the woman, their faces showing expressions of utter disapproval. The child, who had always lived a peaceful life in the slums, had witnessed demolition and war today, losing his home. Already feeling deeply wronged, he was suddenly startled and opened his mouth to cry. A withered hand swiftly covered the child's mouth. As the plastic sheet was removed, the woman, hunched over, forced a fawning expression onto her dirty, numb face. Tears welled in her eyes, and her voice, pleading, stammered, no way. My home was demolished by those men. I was terrified. It's my fault, I'm guilty, the woman said, kneeling down with her child. She wanted to slap herself, but fearing the child's crying would anger Amanda, she struggled to kowtow in the microgravity. Without magnetic boots, her kowtows were erratic, taking several seconds to complete a single kowtow. Amanda's teeth clenched involuntarily, a nameless rage surging in her chest. She ground her teeth and slammed her hand on the table. Enough. Stand up. No kneeling. The woman trembled as she struggled to her feet, her thin arms supporting the child, the 2 little ones helping their mother to her feet. Watching the woman's toes curled up, desperately gripping the floor, her entire demeanor one of utter submissive submission, Amanda momentarily lost her temper. I'm afraid if I get angry, she won't even know what I'm raging about. She just kneeled down and kowtow again. Amanda tried to calm herself, took the paddle from the medical staff beside her, and pretended to look at it. Do you take drugs? No, I don't. In our line of work, we can't support ourselves on drugs, the woman said softly. What illness do you have? Gentle warts and a skin condition. I don't know what kind of skin condition it is. The flesh just keeps rotting, and even the leper's powder doesn't help. The woman's voice trembled. She knows about genital warts and mentioned a doctor, which means she's seen someone. Thinking of her son, Amanda beckoned, and the medical staff beside her immediately half-squatted down. Amanda casually said, take her to the front of the line for a full set of examinations. If there's no serious illness, send her to the medical ward for the full treatment process. This wasn't in accordance with the rules. The medical staff wanted to say that, but the person in front of them was the minister of the Universal Union Medical Department, not someone a low-level imperial medical official like himself could compare to. So he nodded and left with the woman. The woman had been standing still, vehemently resisting the medical personnel waving at her, fearing she'd be taken to the crematorium. But hearing Amanda's words, waiting for wine or food. Go on, it's all right, she seemed to draw immense strength from the words of a powerful figure, protecting her child and being helped along by the child, stumbling as she followed. Only after the woman disappeared from sight did Amanda slam her terminal on the table, cursing as she stood up. What bad luck. Ruined my whole day. CO, this is truly astonishing. In the Combat Command Center of the Nova City Space Station, Governor Juno looked at the report in amazement and said to Li Bin, I originally thought there were at most a few thousand people in the slums, but I never imagined there were tens of thousands. To be precise, there were a total of 12,391 people in the slums. This number was after the riot control measures were implemented, after dealing with hundreds of incited rioters. There shouldn't have been this many originally, Li Bin said, looking at the data with some regret. After all, Nova City was the former administrative center of the empire, so the huge space station harbored quite a few people who had smuggled themselves in, hoping to make a living in the capital. Later, the Hell Legion War, the relocation of the capital, and the fortification of the planet caused many middle-class families and small households to go bankrupt due to the war, burdened with debt. Unable to repay their debts, they couldn't leave, and without any means of repayment, they could only hide in the space station on the front lines of the war. Furthermore, with war raging on the Western Front, refugees fleeing forces swallowed up by the Legion came from other places, drawn by the name Nova City, thinking it was safer. Refugees? Li Bin lit a cigarette, biting his tongue. To be honest, the Interstellar Empire. No, it should be said that all the forces except the Universal Union are too inconsiderate. So many laborers are just left to rot and stink in the slums. You know, Juno, Eden, Tonfa, and Granada don't have slums. Besides drug addicts, even the disabled are forced into mortgages, with companies buying industrial prosthetics and sending them to work to support themselves. Well, they don't have imperial citizenship, they're not protected by the gods. Besides, with the loss of the god Vulcan, the Empire's administrative capacity inevitably declined. Juno added, trying to salvage the situation. It doesn't matter. Li Bin waved his hand, exhaling smoke. The Universal Union will be responsible for resettling these slum dwellers. Chapter 1098. As the noble ruler of the Universal Union, he disdained to compete with the poor, especially the slum dwellers, for food. If it weren't for the complete eradication of the Legion's special agents, even with Li Bin personally overseeing the operation, it wouldn't be appropriate to take action against the slums, because this could easily be labeled as interfering in another country's internal affairs. Although he had already intervened, being invited and actively requesting it are different. In officialdom and politics, procedures and reputation are highly valued. The so-called seeking the abstract, while pursuing the concrete perfectly describes this situation. Li Bin's large-scale operation this time had two reasons. The first, of course, was to eradicate the special agents, but this wasn't the ultimate goal. The second was to further free up the labor force in New Star City. The fortification of the planet and the demands of the local war had led to a daily increase in the labor requirements of the factories beneath the fortified planets, and New Star City needed new labor to fill these factories. Therefore, these previously looked down upon slum dwellers became Li Bin's target. Quarantine, disinfection, treatment, personal skills statistics and classification, vocational skills training onboarding. This is a good thing that benefits both the public and private sectors. It's just that because it involves special agents, the methods were a bit brutal. Those who were incited should be dealt with. The factory needs docile workers, and the troublemakers can be eliminated during the riot control. What, you're asking if I have the CEO's orders? This kind of thing requires the CEO's orders? Let Old One Eye handle the bad guys. What, you're not happy about that? These are Old One Eye's exact words. Sexual diseases, skin diseases, and non-serious illnesses like organ failure are actually quite treatable. Even AIDS has suppressant drugs, and of course, there are ways to cure it, but they're too expensive to use. After all, we live in the interstellar age, most diseases are curable. Previously, the poor struggled to earn money, often catching a second disease before they could even afford treatment for one. Now, things are different. They receive treatment first, the costs added to their debts, and are then housed in factory dormitories according to their illnesses. Inspectors regularly check on them and distribute medication. They are paid by piecework, with food, lodging, and medical care provided. Debt collection gangs can't get in, so they can rest easy, working peacefully for the Empire. Li Bin doesn't believe any debt collection company in the world can break into the Empire's controlled territory. If you can, Li Bin offers you a high-paying job as a boarding passerby, launching a torpedo into the Hell Legion to let you be the first to capture the flag. Addicts are truly hopeless, but gamblers and patients are strictly monitored to prevent the spread of infection and further gambling. Now that you mention it, these factories sound like prisons, but subjectively, it's for their own good. At least during wartime, factory wages were high. With a few years of hard work, most people could pay off their debts, and the factories would also reshape the life values of gambling addicts. All of this ultimately serves Li Bin's core objective in eliminating the Legion's agents. A second attack on the Hell Legion. That's right. Li Bin is going to take on the Hell Legion again. This time, it's a joint effort from him, the Brighton Alliance, and the Lud Church, essentially a combined force of the Perseus Alliance, not just a human coalition. According to the confessions of the captured, brainwashed Legion agents, the Hell Legion's headquarters in the Dune Realm system currently only has 2 Scathach-class ships, 6 Sketh-class ships, and a dozen or so Legion capital ships, manned, not Hela-class. This is arguably their weakest point. Furthermore, the Hell Legion's forces scattered throughout the hyperspace routes within the territory, as well as the fleet forces on other planets, must be taken into account, further diminishing the strength of its headquarters. Even more concerning, according to intelligence, the two Scat-Hat-class destroyers are not in the Dune realm system, but rather in the south, ready to provide reinforcements at any moment. Truly a stroke of luck. With the Lud Church's remaining 20-plus capital ships, the Universal Alliance's core fleet, and the 6 capital ships supported by the Brighton Alliance, the company has a very good chance. This opportunity is fleeting and must be seized. As the saying goes, if you don't seize a gift from heaven, you will suffer the consequences. If we don't seize this golden opportunity, the consequence will be facing the overwhelming onslaught of the Hell Legion once they recover. Faced with Lan Yuan and ISA's persuasion, Li Bin stated soberly, "I'm not aiming to capture the Hell Legion's headquarters. Quite the opposite. I never had such expectations from the beginning. My goal is orbital bombardment. Destroy as much of the Hell Legion's industrial capacity as possible, even destroy their nanoforges. Of course, capturing them would be ideal." At this point, Li Bin revealed a photo of Cheng Beiyang. Didn't Duan Zhengchun find a vampire wife? Some of her people have already joined the Universal Alliance and are currently in New Star City. I arranged for them to be incorporated into the Marine Corps to board the space station with the behemoths. The Knights won't go. This kind of work might be a one-way trip. Vampires can quickly recover by absorbing the blood of slave laborers, and their small size makes them easy targets. Losing the behemoths is acceptable, but the Knights' repair costs and time are too high. They're not suitable for this kind of non-conquest war. Based on previous experience, to organize such a large-scale campaign, it's essential to eliminate any traitors beforehand. The Luddite Church was embroiled in internal disputes, but its conservative doctrines left Legion agents, who possessed a large number of implants, helpless. As for the Brightonians, the Legion did want to infiltrate them, but their warlike nature, fierce populace, and disdain for flesh-modified weapons deterred their agents. The decision not to summon the Interstellar Empire was also based on the assumption that Legion agents were likely present in other parts of the Empire, and for secrecy, they were excluded. Just before the purge began, Li Bin issued orders to all company fleets scattered across the Western Front. Once the core fleet was ready to depart, the other task forces would also launch from their respective garrison star systems, assembling a massive army of over 29 capital ships, including the Zombie class, 1 dreadnought, and a double-digit number of logistics capital ships, advancing towards the Dune frontier system. Although the internal claim of 31 capital ships seemed like propaganda and a morale-boosting tactic, ancient armies often boasted armies of hundreds of thousands, or even millions, didn't they? They even included auxiliary troops, surrendered soldiers, and porters, embellishing the numbers considerably. Li Bin's claim was already quite concise. After all, the Zhongzi-class ships are actually capable of going to the battlefield, aren't they? The only regret is that the Hui is still on its way. By the time it arrives, it will probably only be able to blockade the shipping lanes and intercept the Legion's reinforcements, or, if defeated, provide cover for Li Bin. Lan Yuan's attitude was much worse. "I just got back. I haven't slept with Wu Qingyu for over half a year, and you want to drag me out to war again? Have you no humanity?" She feigned anger. Li Bin chuckled, "Then let Xingchen Fei'er be the captain and pilot the Xingtian, and I give you a vacation, okay?" "No way. Absolutely not." Lan Yuan immediately objected vehemently. "Are you kidding me? My complaints were just an excuse to ask for more resources from logistics. If you really keep me tied to the back and make me watch the company fight, that's going to kill me." Lan Yuan, who transitioned from an experimental ship officer to a commander, had long since embraced the life of danger. Her military spirit had been fully ignited. Now, every battle is crucial to the company, and to the Great Unity. Lan Yuan cannot afford to be absent. June 5th, Star Calendar 220. The New Star City Space Station is under full martial law. The airport barriers are down, and the airport is completely sealed off. The Universal Union settlement is 60% empty, the streets are deserted, and the entire settlement is even sealed off, prohibiting people from leaving or even contacting the outside world. Li Bin forbids anyone, including businessmen, chickens, ducks, and civilians, from leaking any information in any form. All lanes clear. Navigation beacons illuminated. Hyperspace clearance complete. Tower releases safety signal. Fleet formation assembled. Task force has departed. The orderly signals echoed across the narrow bridge of the battlecruiser. The flagship navigator had changed. It was no longer Anna, but a tall man with a deep baritone voice. He opened a document forwarded by the transponder team, cleared his throat amidst the busyness, and shouted, "Captain! His Majesty the Emperor of the Interstellar Empire, Empress Ruli, has sent a brief address to you and all officers and men of the fleet. Li Bin, a cigarette dangling from his lips, put it to the fleet channel. A few dozen seconds later, a deep baritone voice, transmitted through the ship's broadcast and loudspeakers, seemed to resonate in everyone's ears. May you all have good fortune in battle and return victorious. Ha! Li Bin exhaled a cloud of smoke, laughing as he connected to the neural link. Notify all ships. The Universal Union Core Fleet, activate. Aye, Captain. Chapter 1099. Including combat ships and auxiliary logistics vessels, there were over 40 capital ships alone, carrying a large number of cruisers, destroyers, and frigates, taking off from various locations. The dreadnought Tiandong slowly swept across the planet, its long shadow casting a huge phantom on the surface under the starlight, resembling a deity. The logistics fleet departed from the gas extraction station, taking away cargo that emptied dozens of warehouses, causing the gas extraction station to become unbalanced and deflected by the gas giant planet. The core fleet departed from Nova City. Lan Yuan and Tang Zhuofan's task force set sail from the Taylor system, and the Lud Church's fleet departed from the Canaan system, all heading towards their destination. Captain, the Luddite Church's fleet will split into 2 waves. One wave, consisting of 15 capital ships, will circle around and head straight for the Dune frontier. The other wave will head straight for the Yellow Spring system to take out the Legion's outposts lingering there. Li Bin, who hadn't stopped smoking since setting sail, rubbed his cigarette butt. The Luddite Church. Are they up to the task? No problem. The Luddite Church has deployed the Cathedral-class Holy Mother. This is a dreadnought rebuilt by the Luddite Church after the original Holy Mother was sunk and acquired by Zhuojing. Qian Tao looked at the information. Compared to the original Holy Mother, which was built using abandoned space stations, this Holy Mother was built by Luddite Church engineers. We built the core components of the space station from scratch, drawing on experience from the previous construction, and designed it from the outset for a dreadnought. Therefore, its structure is more rational, and it reduces the cost of modifications. Li Bin became interested. Oh? What about the combat capabilities and other operational data of the Mother of Goddess? Well, apart from the ship's turning ability and electrical system being slightly better than before, the other parameters remain unchanged. Qian Tao said sheepishly. However, the Luddite Church proudly announced that the construction process of the new Mother of Goddess consumed fewer alloys and rare metals, marking the maturity of the Cathedral-class construction plan, ready for mass production. What's the point? Li Bin mocked mercilessly. If you can mass produce, then start production. The Church of Lud earns a considerable amount from selling grain and mining every year. Their losses in the last few battles weren't significant, so why haven't we seen a third Cathedral-class ship? Besides, the space station skeleton, if you're so capable, go for a level 3 space station skeleton. Make it a 50-kilometer keel, maybe even 60 kilometers. Nonsense, Li Bin declared. However, it must be said that the Mother of Goddess, as a veteran dreadnought, a self-developed vessel of the starfield, over 100 years old, has no problem clearing out the legions in the Styx system. Anyway, the local space station had already been dismantled and recycled by the legions, leaving only 1 or 2 capital ships. The Church of Lud insisted on attacking the Styx system mainly to release false signals, causing nearby forces and lurking agents to misjudge the situation. Additionally, it was to ensure backup forces during their retreat and prevent encirclement. Ignoring the Church's ulterior motives, Li Bin's fleet sailed straight into the Dune realm system. Aside from the winding shipping lanes, the only other presence were stray, out-of-control AI reconnaissance fleets. However, these smaller fleets were relentlessly pursued and intercepted by the deployed White Stone destroyers and escort ships, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. Beyond the hyperspace with relay communication devices, it was impossible to contact headquarters. The Hell Legion wouldn't know of their arrival until the theoretically critical return date for these ships arrived. On June 20th, Star Calendar 220, 2.5 days' journey from the Dune realm, at a bend in the shipping lane obscured by a hyperspace storm, the core fleet slowly slowed down. After waiting for half a day, Lan Yuan Tang Zhuofan's task force and the Lu Church's Holy War Fleet reconnaissance ships appeared. They rocked their ships from a distance before turning back. Another day passed, and the 3 parties met to readjust their formations. May the light of Lud be upon you. The commander of the Lud Holy War Fleet, named Kelman Pyoging, was bald, with a prominent tattoo of Saint Lud's healing powers on his head. However, Saint Lud wasn't a concrete human form, but rather a ray of light. According to doctrine, the human form of Saint Lud was merely a temporary facade used to spread the truth to the world. Therefore, this ray of light was his true form, This isn't the place to talk. Please take me to the Operations Command Center, Kelman said politely, a manner that reminded Li Bin of when she. Both were bald, both had tattoos, but their temperaments were different. While not entirely unrelated, they were practically unconnected. Li Bin set up the meeting room on the Tiangong. Firstly because the Zhuang would play a crucial role in the upcoming battles, and no mistakes could be tolerated. Secondly, the Zhuang was too cramped to showcase the grandeur of the Universal Alliance. Upon entering the spacious command center of the Tiangong, Kelman seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, immediately sitting down in a chair and sighing repeatedly. Before Li Bin could speak, he began to complain. Li Bin listened for a while, managing to control his expression, but Lan Yuan and Tang Zhuofan couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that this Kelman was the very commander the Pope had appointed after his return, specifically responsible for sending the die-hard elements within the church, who firmly believed in fundamentalist doctrine and thought that opening the Star Gate would bring Saint Ludwig back to the battlefield. Naturally, the fleet he brought consisted of almost all the die-hard elements within the church's military, as well as a large number of die-hard elements from other departments. Kelman, a soldier with a background in the tribunal and a military career, had done many dirty deeds for the church. His thinking was mature enough to see through the church. He knew that religion was nothing more than a different form of governance. He was single-mindedly focused on climbing the ranks. The Pope had promised to recommend him as a cardinal of the Holy War if he completed this task well, giving him a chance to compete for the papacy in the future. But he had been working for the Left Path Church for too long. Even if he returned, he would never be promoted to bishop. So Kelman gritted his teeth and accepted the task. But the thought of sending his former colleagues, including some friends, to their death still pained him greatly. Of course, he couldn't resist offering his platitudes. These warships were saved up by the church's followers through hard work and frugality. I hope Co. Li Bin will cherish them, and not waste them. The implication was that what needed to be given away would be given, but lives were at stake. As for the warships, every one that could be saved was precious. Definitely. Li Bin had long since mastered the skill of speaking to one person as one speaks to another. He was secretly amused, but outwardly maintained a serious demeanor. May I ask what kind of configuration Commander Kelman brought this time? A total of 15 capital warships, 3 Lud Offensive class, 3 Lud Legion class, and 9 Lud Liberator class. All are equipped with reinforced bulkheads, explosion-proof airtight doors, heavy armor, and turret armor. The cruisers are also heavily armored, specifically designed to complement your company's warships. Li Bin nodded without speaking, but Lan Yuan couldn't help but slam her hand on the table and ask, the Liberator class is a miniature battleship, right? It's only slightly larger than a battlecruiser. So many liberators. Does the church really intend to invade the Dune realm? Chapter 1100. Tang Zhuofan crossed his arms, coldly watching Kelman, whose forehead was beaded with sweat. Lan Yuan pressed on, and, since you're going to purge, why not send the Prometheus suicide ship? Kelman pursed his lips, seeing that Li Bin didn't intend to speak, and said with difficulty, the Left Path Sect's suicide ships have never been lent out. Lying, Lan Yuan retorted. Left Path and Lud are interdependent. Without the support of the Lud Church, the Left Path Sect's production capacity simply can't support the consumption of suicide ships. I don't believe the Church would sit idly by and watch its fleet be lost in the attack on the Legion's stronghold due to insufficient fleet strength. After all, although the Liberator class is a miniature battleship, both its cost and construction time are significantly higher than the Prometheus suicide ship. If they're going to give it away, why not choose the cheaper and more effective option? Faced with the Legion's system defense firepower units, the Liberator class might not hold out much longer than the Prometheus suicide ship. Conversely, after engaging the firepower units, the suicide ships have the advantage of quickly destroying them. Kelman's back was soaked with sweat. He looked to Li Bin for help, only to see Li Bin leisurely handing Tang Zhuofan cigarettes. The Dragon Prince was puffing out clouds of smoke, sharp smoke arrows emanating from his nostrils. With his reptilian skin and horns, he truly looked like a humanoid dragon. He was handsome, but no one was helping him. Seeing this, he hesitated for a long time, then gritted his teeth and whispered, after all, they are all elites of the church. We don't want them to be given away for nothing. We hope they can contribute as much as possible to the church's cause. Li Bin chuckled inwardly, thinking there was probably more to it than that. They were indeed elite troops, but the church was unwilling to sacrifice them in vain, likely because of their sheer number and high proportion within the military. Rapid attrition would undoubtedly lower the overall quality of the church's military personnel. Therefore, they hoped for a slower death, allowing new recruits to take over. Furthermore, Kelman glanced at the three men and said slowly, "His Holiness the Pope said, the Universal Alliance has a surprise tactic for this battle, one that can take down firepower units." Lan Yuan's eyes widened in anger. Tang Juefan quietly placed his hands under the table, his defensive scales raised, ready to unleash bullet-like blades to slit the man's throat. Celia's secret has been exposed. Li Bin narrowed his eyes, carefully scrutinizing the seemingly guilty Kelman. After a full half-minute, he smiled again and asked, "You already know about Saint Ludwig's secret? Did the Pope tell you all of this?" Kelman, as if granted a reprieve, quickly nodded and blurted out, "Yes. His Holiness the Pope told me everything. Saint Ludwig informed the Pope through the Chosen One, who then relayed it to me. It seemed that Chosen One was Hao Hua." Li Bin wasn't surprised. Saint Ludwig knew most of his secrets, and these secrets had been meticulously explained to Hao Hua. It was only natural that Hao Hua would relay them to the Pope. The only thing that surprised him was that Kelman actually knew all this. This meant that the man before him wasn't some nobody tricked into doing favors by the Pope. He held a high position in the Pope's heart. Could he be the Pope's second carefully chosen successor after Hao Hua? Lacking sufficient intelligence, Li Bin couldn't immediately understand the situation, but that didn't prevent him from reassessing the commander. This time, under his direction, the Universal Alliance's attitude towards Kelman was much more enthusiastic. "Rest assured, this battle is crucial for me, for the company, and for all humanity. In every battle to come, we can only win, not lose. We need to cooperate wholeheartedly. Since you are an outstanding talent dispatched by the Pope, I will give you my complete trust. There are some things I need to clarify with you. After all, the subordinates are foolish and incompetent, unable to explain in detail, so they can only rely on divine intervention," Li Bin said. Kelman nodded, "Understood, understood." On June 21st, Star Calendar 220, the reorganized fleet, without concealment, rapidly approached the Dune Realm system. The vanguard of this fleet, led by the Dream Eater piloted by Wu Qingyu, quickly crushed the Legion patrol fleet entrenched in the hyperspace reflection, relying on over 20 cruisers and hundreds of destroyers to blockade hyperspace. Then came the massive core fleet's advance. At 11 p.m. on the 21st of the same month, 2 Legion Castella-class capital ships, accompanied by cruisers, entered hyperspace from the jump point. While these 2 capital ships were still rebooting, they were attacked by the Zonzi-class antimatter-guided torpedoes. With relative coordinate locking provided by destroyers and frigates, and precision guidance from the optical observation posts of the White Stone series ships, the antimatter-guided torpedoes, launched early from their cargo holds, began their slow descent towards their targets. The commander in charge of the Zonzi class was none other than Lin Yufeng. After leading his fleet to safety in Wahab on the southern front, he was immediately recalled and barely managed to catch up with the task force before Tang Juefan's fleet departed. Without even taking a break, he immediately followed Tang Juefan to the scene. It was he who, after witnessing the live-fire demonstration of the left pier self-destruct fleet on the southern front, devised the tactic of releasing torpedoes in advance and attacking immediately upon target appearance. The propulsion system of the salted meat torpedo consumes internal antimatter fuel. As long as the lead time is well controlled, even if the Zonzi-class torpedoes are far from the target, they can still inflict explosive damage. This was the first practical application of the lead time tactic. Both capital ships that fell into hyperspace were manned vessels. Their commanders, looking at the intelligence transmitted from the optical observation posts, were frantically scratching their heads in frustration. 7 Zonzi-class ships, each carrying 7 antimatter torpedoes, each with the destructive power equivalent to half a Phaeton-class fuel ship's self-destruction, totaling 49 torpedoes. The Legion had already experienced the power of these things during the attack on Nova City. Even a Castella battleship, even with its shields fully activated, would be certain death. Even if it survived the initial explosion, it would essentially be rendered inoperable, overloaded, and its turrets completely destroyed. "Stop! Destroyers, frigates, stop them!" the captain shouted hoarsely. Unfortunately, their transponders were restarting. Only a few destroyers and frigates that successfully restarted were able to desperately block the attack. The other ships were busy engaging the escorting White Stone ships. One torpedo after another was detonated, but the torpedo bombardment's vanguard drew ever closer, finally achieving the first kill with a deafening explosion. One Castella-class destroyer shattered instantly, while the other was too unlucky. The exploding Castella-class wreckage blocked most of the blast, leaving her only damaged by about 4 antimatter torpedoes, resulting in moderate damage. But then, Tang Juefan, piloting the Bardobator, charged resolutely into the still-burning battlefield. It was the tactical system, the Orion device. The antimatter bombs that followed exploded, The blast wave propelling the Fong Clan offensive class burst forward at breakneck speed, smashing through the burning Castella class wreckage, and shoving a pair of heat pulse cannons into the damaged Castella class's mouth. 2 minutes later, the damaged spaceship was cleanly and decisively torn apart in the middle by Tang Juefan, who had emptied his magazine. The powerful heat pulse cannon, without the aid of a secondary detonation, fired along the wound from the antimatter explosion, tearing the capital ship apart. Then, the anti-aircraft guns fired indiscriminately, sinking all the escape pods with fragmentation shells. This should be the fastest first kill record since the start of the large-scale operation. Li Bin glanced at the timer. A double kill in 44 minutes of the start of the battle. That kid Lin Yufeng has really taught me something. What's the situation with the zombie-class ships now? Behind him, Lin Yufeng nervously replied, reporting to the CO. 7 zombie-class ships. Currently undergoing loading for the Tiangong class and battlefield mothership, it will next be equipped with the Xiankou missile cargo hold. The civilian hull will only need 48 minutes to restart. Good, very spirited. Li Bin ordered Lan Yuan and Tang Juefan, Xingtian and Badrobarter, immediately jump into the physical universe and use your armor to hold the line, buying time for the Zhulong to restart. The battlecruiser needs 40 minutes to restart. Li Bin stretched his neck, opened his eyes, and looked at Celia in her battle dress in the Sky battle system. Good sister, in this battle, you are allowed to maintain full electronic warfare suppression. Quack! Good quack! Celia grinned, her 2 rows of teeth grinding excitedly in a sawtooth shape. Chapter 1101. The Dune Realm system is a very dim system centered on a black hole. Due to the influence of the black hole and the lack of stellar light, optical observation posts are almost useless beyond 1000 SU. However, it must be said that the Dune Realm celestial system does have a star, but it is a red dwarf, small and cold, pitifully small compared to the old Earth's sun. Furthermore, it is being attracted by the black hole and is slowly and steadily spiraling towards it, about to fall into it in a few million years. Therefore, at such close range, most of its already limited light is absorbed by the black hole, rendering it largely useless. Even detectors and transponders are affected by the black hole, resulting in reduced accuracy and power. In warfare here, the attacking side relies on a widespread deployment of reconnaissance ships to provide close-range detection, mapping celestial data, and the system's geography on the battlefield. The defending side relies on a surveillance system consisting of a dozen watchtowers, and the locals' thorough knowledge of the terrain. Therefore, when the 3 Liberator-class pocket battleships emerged from the planetary gravity well, they were captured by the watchtower within minutes, and the system's defense firepower units, the Star Hunter orbital cannons, the Sea Devourer missile arrays, and the Vanguard giant cannon arrays, all sounded their alarms. On these colossal firepower units, the massive fire modules, some tens of kilometers in size, slowly turned, powered by nuclear power plants and driven by enormous motors. Their cold, black muzzles carried a murderous desire to tear apart stars. Yes, the Hell Legion had 3 colonies in the Dune boundary system, each possessing a firepower unit. Although the system contained 11 planets, an asteroid belt orbiting a black hole, and the system formed by these celestial bodies was enormous, exceeding that of a typical galaxy and approaching a nebula, the system's defense system remained incredibly robust under the protection of these firepower units. Target locked, Luddite Church Liberator class, determined to be an attempt to use heavily armored capital ships to resist, and buy time for the follow-up fleet. The staff officer, whose head was modified to resemble a top hat, coldly analyzed the situation at the Fire Unit Command Center. Ridiculous. The person in charge scoffed. All fire units possess wide-area attack capabilities, let alone a ship directly confronting it. Even if there are ships above, below, left, and right, at the sublight speed of the fire units colliding with it, even an offensive-class ship would be forced to relocate. Even if its power grid restarts, it won't stop it. Sea Devourer missile array fire. Let the agile missiles teach the other fire units a lesson. Yes, Commander. The Sea Devourer missiles, each comparable in size to a capital ship, were slowly released from the fire unit, rapidly changing direction in the air and accelerating according to the direction locked by the watchtower. The galaxy is too large, unless the surfacing point happens to be directly in front of the fire unit and not far away. Celestial bodies landing on the edge of the galaxy can be avoided. This acceleration was incredible, tearing through the universe at an astonishing speed. As soon as the 3 Liberator-class ships restarted, the Sky battle system immediately mapped the impact points around the ships. Major damage warning. Major damage warning. The shipboard AI cried out hoarsely. Activate tactical system. Burst propulsion. The Liberator-class commander ordered sharply. 3 ships scatter. Each with its fleet, take cover. The 3 ships fled in 3 directions. An hour later, the Sea Devourer missiles exploded near the planet, creating a dazzling sea of fire, the blast waves causing the escort ships' shields to crackle and pop. The commander of the Sea Devourer missile array sent a message to the other fire unit commanders. Hold your fire for now. These 3 ships are mine. They're definitely bait, an attempt to lure us into wasting time and firepower on them. The enemy's main force will surely jump en masse in a few hours, using their numerical superiority in capital ships to create a wrecked defense at great cost. He sneered. At that point, we see the power of the Star Hunter orbital cannon. Its superior penetrating strikes will destroy all the enemy's hopes. The Human Alliance's offensive campaign has proven the Star Hunter orbital cannon's remarkable effectiveness against wreck piles. Hehehe, I second that, the Vanguard cannon commander chuckled. Good. I break the deadlock then. The commander of the Star Hunter orbiter cannon stroked his beard, his expression ferocious. Let Li Bin know that Nova City is difficult to attack, and Dune Realm is an impregnable fortress. Even with the Legion attacking the southern front single-handedly, burdened by the defenses of several star systems, Dune Realm remains invincible. No way. What kind of bullshit order is this, Commander-in-Chief? They're not falling for it at all. They're only firing Sea Devourer missiles. The Vanguard cannons and Star Hunter orbiter cannons aren't paying any attention. A lewd captain frowned. If they don't fire, how will they create an opportunity for the main force behind them? As if to answer this captain's concerns, metallic signals simultaneously appeared at multiple planetary gravity wells and jump points at the far reaches of the star system. A mass jump? A fleet-wide mass jump. More than 40 capital ships, from 6 directions, each sought out gravity wells and jump points, leaping in one after another. This was Li Bin's plan. From the very beginning, he hadn't concentrated his main force in one place. Trying to withstand 3 firepower units head-on wasn't Li Bin's plan, given his powerful weapons. This collective surprise attack greatly exceeded the Hell Legion's expectations. The 3 fire units immediately sprang into action, each aiming at targets near their firing range. Damn it! At the Hell Legion headquarters on the Bright Sentinel Star, first appearing in Chapter 912, in the Underground Operations Command Center of the Dune Realm Star System, only Ball, the top of the 72 clone Night Watch agents, remained, his brain still immersed in the trapezoidal amplification computing station. His emotions were in turmoil. The Universal Alliance is taking advantage of our insufficient number of main fleets to systematically eliminate the jumps covering the entire star system. They started their surprise attack. Find the flagship's coordinates immediately. The watchtower began mapping, quickly pinpointing the location of the Candle Dragon amidst the overwhelming number of powerful demonic cores. The Candle Dragon, as the Universal Alliance's command ship, was already renowned after Li Bin's conquests of the star system. Whether it was her small size, seemingly disproportionate to the Universal Alliance's reputation, or her legendary combat experience that had seen her fight almost every battle, her appearance was already widely known. Found it. On the edge of the southern metallic planet. The Vanguard cannon can hit it. Very close. Then what are we waiting for? Fire! Boom! The Vanguard cannon opened fire with ferocious force, a barrage of sublight-speed shells raining down. Due to the hasty firing and the planet's obstruction, about 2/3 of the shells were blocked by the planet. A massive mushroom cloud rose and shook across the planet's surface, and peaks hundreds of meters high collapsed in the cataclysmic explosion. As for the impact points, they were shrouded in dust and invisible. Even the mining station located on the planet's surface disintegrated in the earthquakes and crustal cracks caused by the explosion. The remaining 1/3 landed near the fleet. Because the distance was close enough, the previous liberators had emerged at the farthest point in the north, precisely to distract Li Bin and successfully divert 2 ships away. What bad luck! On the bridge of the Xingtian, Lan Yuan's face trembled violently from the blast wave of the Vanguard cannon's near explosion. Fortunately, due to the power outage, the neural links failed to report the damage. The entire ship shuddered from the powerful explosion, the metal groaned and deformed, and the armor was vaporized. Lan Yuan clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh, and shouted, "Just this little tremor, Xingtian, hold on for me." Chapter 1102. The Xingtian and Bardrobator deliberately jumped into the physical universe, with their hulls upright, their backs facing the center of the star system. Together with the surrounding core fleet's main ships, they formed an arc-shaped shield wall, blocking most of the blast wave for the Zhulong. Several Obsidian cruisers were destroyed instantly, their crews unable to escape. 6 other Obsidian cruisers were severely damaged and rendered useless. Li Bin gritted his teeth, feeling the Zhulong's tremors, silently counting down in his mind. Attacks on the enemy's stronghold, especially the Hell Legion, inevitably come at a price. He didn't know the current losses of the core fleet, but this single blast alone had likely cost millions of star coins. Not to mention, using their backs to withstand the firepower unit's attack meant that even with turret armor and heavy armor, most of these ships' gun emplacements and cannons were destroyed instantly. Ship repairs, compensation, plus cannon procurement, all that money. How many people died from that blast? Were any unlucky souls whose bridges were destroyed? Li Bin didn't know. He simply stared silently at the mechanical clock on the command console, clearing his mind, preparing to be in the best possible condition to welcome Celia's reconnection. Because Celia was a wet component, even after a network outage and restart, her onboard AI restarted faster than pure AI. She was currently cursing these abominations through gritted teeth, vowing to grind the scum to dust, while rapidly restarting the communication link. 30 minutes after the successful jump, that is, 2 minutes after being bombarded by the Vanguard's massive cannon, the neural link surged in, and Li Bin's mind was immersed in the powerful data arms of Celia. All electrical networks on the ship have been restored. Ordering all levels of compartments to restart the ship. I'm late, sorry. Not at all, just in time. Li Bin waved to the first mate, entrusting the bridge to him, and closed his eyes, examining the ship through Celia's perspective. The Candle Dragon is a special spaceship with a very low level of automation, many compartments relying on purely mechanical drives. This design greatly increases the demands on the crew. Celia cannot directly control the ship. Instead, she needs to issue orders to the compartment heads via loudspeakers and radio waves, who then execute the commands. Therefore, performing any elaborate or complex maneuvers on the Candle Dragon would be a tremendous test of the crew's skills. Unfortunately, as the flagship and the company's third CO flagship, the Candle Dragon has a large number of illiterate veteran sailors, who were the only ones who could operate the Candle Dragon from the very beginning. These sailors, previously lacking formal education, joined the ship solely out of loyalty. With the war, many died, some retired, and some were promoted. Today, nearly a quarter of these veteran sailors remain, forming the backbone of the entire ship. They sit in their respective compartments, and with just a shout, the entire compartment can move according to Li Bin's will. Inject 3 units of catalyst into the main thrusters, preload antimatter fuel into the left and right auxiliary thrusters, preheat the engines, get them moving. The chief engineer's arm slammed against the wall as the spacecraft lurched, his clothes torn, revealing his muscular, blistered forearms. He sported a white mustache, his rough hands clapping rhythmically, turning the engine room into his own orchestra. The actions of the operators at all levels gradually became orderly, following the captivating bass voice of the chief engineer. The alarms were forcibly shut down, damage control personnel risked being blown up to open the hatch for repairs, and next to them, a burly man, with an 88 centimeters arm circumference, capable of lifting spacecraft components on the space station, was frantically turning valves while vaping an e-cigarette, spinning the heavy valves like tops. As the power bay preheated, scalding steam rushed into every part of the spaceship, driving the mechanical structures to activity, gears whirring rapidly. Yes, the internal operating system of the Candle Dragon was a dual-powered system of steam and electricity. Some of the steam flowed in through the pipes, spewing out from the horns of the central chapel amidst a loud, high-pitched whistle. Crimson-robed cultists of the god of machines, holding hinged incense balls and wearing magnetic boots, moved forward rhythmically with the gentle sway of the spaceship, flanked by rows of alloy crabs clutching wire scepters. Praise the OM Messiah. A distorted, simulated human voice rang out, as humans and crabs harmoniously formed a grand procession. Clang! A giant incense ball, 3 meters in diameter, fell from its iron claws, swaying in the chapel, releasing a cascade of thick, pungent incense smoke. The mechanical Arc-class 4th orbit Laplace's twilight. Hidden beneath layers of protection, the massive wet component database of the Thirster's Metallica class was forcibly synchronized, its computing network merged, and countless virtual weapons were loaded. Around the retro-style skirt armor, instead of long swords and crossbows, were rockets, guns, mechanical arms, and lasers. Syria looked like a female space marine clad in power armor, gazing at the menacing and dangerous arsenal. Li Bin even hallucinated as the female version of Primarch Venus drawn by the Lu Xing master. This is what I look like with full power. Celia's projection arrogantly surveyed the stunned crowd on the bridge. Her breastplate bore 2 giant eagles, one a double-headed eagle emblem, the other a golden eagle spreading its wings and stepping on earth. Celia clashed her fists together, and the arsenal unfolded, like a spider spreading its legs. Drink. She drank softly and sweetly, and the ancient relay communicator, equipped with the human realm relay superwave transmitter, was taken over a dozen seconds later. The firewall woven by the human realm, and the dark watch was like a wall made of tin foil, easily crushed by an adult's finger. Then, using relay communicators, Celia directly injected hundreds of ancient viruses into every target outside the galaxy's whitelist. These viruses, navigating the vulnerabilities of the human realm's network, infiltrated with practiced ease, as if returning home. As Celia rapidly encoded, they received commands, began to replicate, infiltrate the network, and launched their attacks upon receiving specific signals. Only a few activated immediately. Ha ha ha. Bomb. Bomb them to death. Ball was almost singing with glee. This is called a triple-barreled firepower unit. So what if it's a global alliance? You don't have one either, you can only watch the Hell Legion fire. You think the Hell Legion, without a large army, is a pushover? That's too naive. Firewall crashed. Firepower units completely shut down. Ground defense arrays on strike. Automated factories automatically locked down. The Demon Core has been invaded. Our network is under attack. In an instant, the laws of nature were overturned. Ball, who had long since integrated into the Hell Legion's demon network and become a Demon Core's auxiliary strategist, suddenly lost his almost limitless computing power. The Demon Cores surrounding him seemed to have been abandoned by gods, who had isolated the celestial beings. His once-filled spirit was now empty. No words were needed, just experiencing this moment of utter despair, the intense pain and loneliness, was enough for him to understand. Ball screamed like a groin whose toe had been stepped on. We've been hacked. Who? Who? If he had a face, at this moment, he would be panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot and swollen. But now, trapped inside the ascending machinery, he couldn't even send out cybernetic expressions, let alone influence the combat command center. Out of ammunition? Kelman, aboard the Ludhurst-class Saint dodging the Star Hunter orbital cannon, stared in disbelief at the silent star system. Then he realized, Li Bin had made his move. Overwhelmed with elation, his lips trembled as he opened the fleet command channel and, following the rehearsed plan, roared, "The damned out-of-control AI has lost internet access." Chapter 1103. This must be the power of Saint Ludwig. Believers, we are on the right path. Since the founding of the Church of Ludwig, there has never been such a wonderful blessing. Cheer for yourselves. Celebrate yourselves. This is something even the leftist church couldn't do. Target fire unit, full speed ahead. The righteous cause is with me. Seeing the once mighty Hell Legion fall silent, all the Ludwig believers were bewildered. In this bewilderment, Kelman's provocation stirred up the fervor of holy war, which, like silt at the bottom of a pool, became turbid and clouded everyone's hearts. Awesome. Quack. Saint Ludwig, we love you. Wow, good. Long live Saint Ludwig. I'm so excited. I will definitely not let Saint Ludwig down. Such magnificent power, such invincible power, such righteous power. At the critical moment, in the midst of the great battle between humanity and the out-of-control AI, it arrived abruptly. What in this world, besides the power of Saint Lud, could tear apart the headquarters of the Hell Legion? How could humanity possibly stop it? Only Saint Lud, only Saint Lud. We are being watched by Saint Lud. An offensive-class captain ecstatically tore open his tough captain's uniform, oblivious to the blood-splattered wounds on his palms. He scratched his face, smearing blood all over his head and face. Enveloped in joy and happiness, he let out a climax-like roar. Flame driver activated. Take down the firepower units, offer my sacrifice to Saint Lud. Heat pulse cannon fire. The Lud cultists went berserk, lost in a frenzy, falling into a massive celebration, treating the battlefield as a stage, themselves and their enemies as actors and living sacrifices, fleeing for their lives before the Allied fleet could react. I'm running through the universe. I'm running on X-rays. I'm running on gamma rays. My goodness, I'm going to explode. Lan Yuan, who was initially furious, was stunned by the various nonsensical literary works, lengthy chants, and incomprehensible shouts on the channel. Damn it. She couldn't help but open her eyes. Old Deng, the leader of the human realm, was shocked by the extreme religious and emotional reactions following the Great Collapse. Are all the Luddites this insane? First Mate Starfall shrugged, expressionless. I don't know if they're insane or not. I only know we're closest to the Hell Legion's planet. Even if these idiots run fast, as long as we set off now, we can get there before them and cram the Star River Xenon cannons into the Vanguard giant cannons that's been bullying us. By the way, She paused, pointing to the Sky Battle System. Zhu Jin has already taken the Azure Dragon with his team to settle scores. That ship is carrying rift torpedoes from the reserve arsenal, as well as a large number of flash bombers. If he succeeds, you'll only be able to vent your anger on the wreckage. That kind of thing? No way. Lan Yuan immediately flared up, ordering the ship to start and give chase at full speed. She frantically threatened Zhu Jin in the channel, ordering him to change targets in the name of his teacher, but Zhu Jin ignored her. In these matters, whoever strikes first gets to keep it. On the other side, Long Zi Tangzhuafan, wiping the blood streaming from his forehead, bowed to Lan Yuan with a calm madness beneath his refined demeanor. The Fang clan and the Hell Legion have a blood feud. We're going to destroy the space station first. After saying that, the Bardro Bader began to throw antimatter bombs behind it. Propelled by the Orion device, the offensive-class bombs, driven by antimatter explosion waves, accelerated in stages, gradually leaving the Xingtian behind. Seeing these people leave her behind, Lan Yuan was filled with rage. Wu Qingyu, she suddenly shouted, pounding on the command platform. You take your fleet and go there at top speed. I remember you have Dragon Flame torpedoes and Death God torpedoes on your ships, right? After receiving confirmation, Lan Yuan, grasping at a straw, ordered, go now. Cruisers are even faster. Line up in one row and drop bombs on the same spot. Smash all the torpedoes in. Lan Yuan's words were firm and resolute. Take the target at all costs. No matter what, the Vanguard cannon must be mine. Aye, Captain. Wu Qingyu received the order, piloting the Dream Eater, leading the Obsidian Beta-class cruisers, immediately breaking away from the formation and speeding away. The southern front consisted of Li Bin's main force, the Central Hell Legion, and the Northern Allied forces, forming three distinct tiers. But at this moment, the Northern and Southern fleets activated simultaneously, vying to attack the center from both sides, like a sandwich being squeezed by hand. Those that overflowed were the Hell Legion ships mercilessly destroyed during the advance. The bridge of the Candle Dragon was filled with celebratory applause and cheers. The relief and exhilaration of finally releasing a breath held back for years was like the release of a bladder full of urine. A sublime and exhilarating experience amidst the clamor. Li Bin, leisurely propping his face up, watched Celia firing at full power in his mental space. How long can you hold out? 24 hours is the limit. After 24 hours, 1/7 of the wet components must be replaced, and for every hour extended, an additional 20 wet component tanks will be damaged. But during the activation of the 4th ritual track, I cannot support the replacement of wet component tanks. This is my first time activating at full power. The previous estimate was incorrect. Li Bin nodded, and then shook his head. 24 hours is enough for the main fleet to travel and destroy 3 fire units. I deployed Lan Yuan and Tang Zhuafan, as well as Zhu Jin's carrier group, to the main fleet. But the other ships are on the northern front. It will take the northern fleet 2 days to reach the battlefield, which means we have to directly attack 3 level 3 space stations and face the massive army of the Hell Legion. Li Bin tried to avoid the anxiety caused by the lack of time, calmly calculating, according to the analysis report, there are a total of 7 Hell Legion ships in the system, 1 Heliskaha-class Dreadnought, 1 Heliskies-class, 2 Castella-class, 3 Great Eagle-class, and countless cruisers. However, the Heli-class is of very high quality, and can be used as 2 additional capital ships. Li Bin rubbed his face in his mental space. Have all captains prepare for the loss of capital ships, and strictly implement abandoned ship evacuation procedures. At this moment, Celia watched Li Bin with affection, as he muttered various calculations in her arms. Only after Li Bin finished speaking did she smile and say, "That's not how it's calculated. In a few hours, I will be able to complete the instruction programming for the entire system's virus. Space stations and ships are destined not to be able to shut down their networks because their cores are not human. I have already seized control of the Demon Core. Just leave the instructions, complete the compilation, and then shut down the hacking deception Demon Cores, letting them think they achieved a phased victory in their counter-hacking and shut down the network. Once the battle begins, activate the virus again to temporarily paralyze them." Celia never called the AI core she, but insisted on calling them it. The white-haired, red-eyed armored beauty winked playfully. "I'm still working right now, just because I'm violently blocking the automated factory, ordering the factory to kill the slave workers inside, and self-destructing the communication devices to deactivate the self-destruct module. The Hell Legion has a lot of good stuff: cryogenic computing cores, unmanned warship replicators, soil nanomaterials, fully automated mantle drills, orbital fusion spotlights, plasma generators, catalytic cores, synchrotron cores, nanoforges. Time is limited, dear. Before the enemy fleet rushes back to reinforce, plunder quickly. After finishing work, I must enter energy-saving mode. 2/3 of the wet components need considerable time to rest and recover, and transfer memories. After all, invading so many beings at once is quite strenuous for me. The plan can't be too complex. I can only design the engagement and evacuation phases. Anything more would be too much of a brain drain. The rest is up to you. Wah, Celia is such a great being who could become my mother. Tears streamed down my face. Chapter 1104. 8 hours later, amidst the lamentations of the Luddites and the clapping of Tang Xuefan, Wu Qingyu finally lived up to expectations, leading the cruisers to the crippled vanguard cannon. Unfortunately, the company doesn't have the blueprints for this kind of megastructure. Looking at the colossal building, 40 kilometers in diameter, equivalent to a space station, Wu Qingyu lamented that once built, such military structures were impossible to dismantle, let alone tow away. Reluctantly, she ordered the launch of the death torpedoes to penetrate the armor. The Dragon Flame torpedoes followed. This star system firepower unit is designed for extremes. It has only one massive cannon, so large that its shells are the size of a capital ship, its firepower terrifyingly powerful. The green frame represents the fleet, and the warning marker indicates the expected impact point of a round of firepower unit artillery fire. However, it has no other gun emplacements. In fact, to achieve maximum range and firepower, its electrical grid system is enormous, supporting continuous firing of the firepower unit, but it lacks any protective measures other than armor. Well, not even a shield. Based on its original design, this thing existed to unleash a relentless barrage of long-range firepower from the moment enemy ships appeared, sinking or severely damaging enemy fleets, or forcing them to scatter, only to be easily torn apart by the defensive fleet stationed in the system. In other words, if she herself had been brought into close combat, it meant the defensive fleet had already collapsed, rendering the mere shield unnecessary. Unfortunately, Celia is an entity that cannot be assessed by conventional standards. In the realm of electronic warfare and hacking, where the Hell Legion excels, she temporarily paralyzed the entire system with a dimensional-lowering attack. Thus, under the horrified gazes of the captain, the firepower unit commander, and the space station's demonic core, a mere 30-odd torpedoes ripped a large hole into this meticulously crafted contraption, exposing its ammunition depot and fuel storage center. It was like being a prisoner whose flesh and fat had been ripped out, their internal organs spilling out in a torrent. Wu Qingyu, controlling the Dream Eater, activated the xenon laser cannon, unleashing a rapid 4-round volley aimed at the power grid. Utilizing the repulsive properties of xenon energy, she detonated the Vanguard cannon's battery pack, subsequently destroying the entire cannon. Take it down. Lan Yuan stretched out her hand, fingers spread, palm down, making the same gesture as Ling Jian, her excitement palpable. Tang Xuefan paused for a few seconds, then steered the ship around the room. We deal with the Star Hunter Orbiter Cannon. Coordinate with Commander Zhu Jin to avoid direct confrontation, and have them destroy the Sea Devourer missile units. Kelman covered his face. You guys should at least leave us some. Otherwise, how am I supposed to quell the rising desires of the cultists? Li Bin asked curiously, if we don't destroy these fire units now, they have already restarted by the time you arrive. What? You want to use the fleet to break through the fire unit blockade head-on? Li Bin's voice deepened, as if declaring, the fire units fire at sublight speed. Have you ever experienced being kicked at sublight speed? I admire the first person to face the Star Hunter Orbiter Cannon. That's a 3-kilometer-long Supralis sublight speed warhead. Eh? Can you keep controlling these out-of-control AIs? Kelman exclaimed in surprise. Li Bin was also shocked. You don't think I'm Saint Ludwig, do you? How could you have such a dream? So you're not good at it either, Kelman murmured, then clasped his hands together. Please destroy the fire units. Leave the boarding landing to us. Speaking of the landing operation, Kelman, whose morale had been low due to misjudging the situation, inexplicably regained his peak performance. After we looted, I have the veterans sink the space station, smashing it onto the planet's surface one by one. Lan Yuan, driving the Xingtian, was startled by the question. We only have a day or two, is that enough? Indeed. Kelman stroked his chin thoughtfully. Even with the hiring of the Left Path cult's destruction missionaries, experts in antimatter catalysis and self-destruction, the 3 space stations will still require at least 24 hours of setup. Could we ask the Universal Union for boarding support? Dong Lixiang's behemoth is already itching for a fight, but... Li Bin curled his lips, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. When it comes to beasts, it has to be the Left Path. The power grid system is physically connecting. Enemy hacking is weakening. Firewall reconstruction is in effect. Space station transponder contact has been obtained. At the Bright Sentinel Star Operations Command Center, amidst the cacophony of alarms, a large number of slave labor officers surged in, taking over command and dispatch from the Demon Corps. Thousands of slave labor hackers were forcibly connected to the network to fight Celia. Ball anxiously called upon the Demon Corps. Only after his subordinates visually confirmed that the Demon Corps was unharmed did Ball have time to look up at the sky. "It's all right," he repeatedly reassured himself. The Universal Alliance and the Church of Lud must prioritize eliminating the firepower units. This will buy us enough time to hold out until the virus is successfully eradicated. Once the space station and fleet are restored, everything will be fine. We can even wait for reinforcements to return and launch a counterattack. A mere few days, we can hold out. "It's all right, we are the invincible Hell Legion," he frantically shouted in the public channel. "Don't underestimate the Hell Legion, humanity. Victory will surely belong to the Legion." Although these fresh brains were merely a flash in the pan against the ancient human realm virus, quickly being roasted alive. But the true botnet's computational power attack did indeed inflict negligible damage on Celia. The relentless suicide attacks prevented Celia from discovering the human realm relic reserves and their exact locations within the Hell Legion, forcing her to regretfully announce her withdrawal. "I've given you the activation code. Activate it once when attacking the space station, and once when evacuating. The remaining viruses are unusable. They are all stealthy, long-term surveillance viruses. I need to rest. Thank you for your hard work, Mother Celia." Li Bin wiped away tears, paying the highest tribute to the machine's soul amidst the exploding Star Hunter orbital cannon being consumed by the heat pulse cannon and the Death God torpedoes, and amidst the fiery fireworks of the Sea Devourer missile array being detonated by the flash bombers blasting open of the ammunition depot. Turning back, he saw Bale's barking, which Celia had intercepted, on the public channel. "Victory belongs to the Legion?" Li Bin sneered. "You're utterly stupid." 8 hours later, when the Lud Church and the rest of the Universal Union's core fleet, having raced desperately, abandoning logistics ships and cumbersome vessels, arrived near the 3 space stations, they had no time to rebuild their fleets and face the Hell Legion's headquarters defensive fleet, which was rushing in from all directions, closely aligned with the space stations. On one side was the invading fleet spanning the galaxy, its formation loose and exhausted. On the other side were warships controlled by demonic cores and slave laborers, their fighting spirit high thanks to AI cores and relentless stimulant injections. Their network systems had been restored, and the human fleet's electronic warfare, lacking some strange boost, was steadily retreating. The pace of the war seemed to have returned to the pattern Ball was familiar with. But from the moment the Lud Church joined forces with Li Bin, and Li Bin planned to shift the blame to Lud's blessing, the equation for victory had already been written. In the Battle of the Dune Realm, humanity's chances of victory are 1000%. Li Bin feigned ignorance, pulling out a starter, his thumb brushing aside the protective shield, his thumb hovering over the large, red button. "Release all Scarab torpedoes, in a ratio of 3 for capital ships, 15 for space stations, and 30 for surface targets." Close-range firing. Chapter 1105. Close-range firing? Kelman was shocked again. The other side has 3 Level 3 space stations, plus a Scat-Hat-class dreadnought, 2 Skis-class battleships, and a large number of Hela-class ships. We run out of manpower. CO Li Bin, we can bluff, like threatening someone who doesn't know the truth with a gun without bullets. Let's buy time by deceiving them into negotiations, and then launch a surprise attack once the fleet is assembled. Li Bin interrupted. "Who says you can't kill someone without bullets? St. Lud's manpower has been used more than once." He pressed his thumb, and the virus, which had been self-replicating for 16 hours, took effect. In an instant, the newly reconstructed Legion network collapsed again. Bale's helpless screams came through the public channel. Li Bin even began to pity the guy. Brainwashed and modified by the Demon Corps, he saw himself as an evolved, superior species, originally harboring contempt for humans as mere interstellar apes and unconditional faith in the Demon Corps. Yet, he discovered that his faith had been easily shattered by the scornful naked ape. His brain, though cleansed, remained blindly trusting. Trust and pain battled within him, endless thoughts driving his left brain to attack his right. What was this? It was clearly an incompetent husband, a trusted wife being. By a blonde-haired man, watching the demonic core scream as it was bound, suffering unbearable pain yet powerless to help, and still clinging to love. Sigh, this is too tragic. Li Bin clapped his hands, mimicking the fierce Sea King, let me untie you. The hypnosis. Coolant injection complete. Sealing complete. In the torpedo launch bay, the busy engineers and marines watched as one massive torpedo after another was loaded and launched in an instant. Old One Eye, a cigarette dangling from his lips, the burning tobacco glowing in the air tremors caused by the torpedo launch, exhaled 2 wisps of smoke from his nostrils. Encased in the military power armor of the man's territory relics, he shouted, "Men, you're in luck. This time, we're following the ship that boarded the space station of the Hell Legion headquarters on the bright Sentinel star. There are no innocent civilians there, only enemies. Leave the clearing the way to the behemoths. We only have 2 tasks." Old One Eye switched his cigarette butt to the other, holding up a finger. First, fire on sight. Second, retrieve the man's territory relics for the company. He then spat the cigarette butt onto the deck and stomped it out, commonly known as French fries, treasure hunt. Go, go, go! The boarding sailors surged onto the torpedoes, having ample time to prepare, as the last to launch. Lin Yufeng, frustrated, controlled the dust-covered, battered fleet. He felt that his first time independently commanding a main fleet had turned out to be far from his expectations. He had initially thought he would need to rely on his creativity and command skills to make crucial decisions in a difficult situation, sacrificing heavily to achieve victory. However, reality far exceeded his expectations. Now, 7 zombie-class battleships were almost face-to-face with the Scathach-class dreadnought named HMS Cruelty and a Sketh-class battleship. The enemy's turrets were twitching, rising and falling, or spinning in place, firing haphazardly. It looked terrifying, but the zombie-class ships had already cleverly hidden behind the main propellers and under the hull of the 2 ships, faking cargo holds to reveal missiles that would make anyone with trypophobia dizzy. He glanced at the command channel again. All the commanders and captains were engrossed in revelry, not giving him any orders. So he sighed and waved to the captains who kept asking him questions. "What are you waiting for?" "Fire!" Missiles rained down like water, destroying the ship's armor and tearing apart its turrets. If either of these 2 ships had been in good condition, the entire zombie fleet might have been wiped out. But now, with 7 ships firing a third of their firepower, the 2 warships were completely disarmed. The 2 ships were like king crabs stripped of their shells, being rammed by the accompanying cruisers at close range with scarab torpedoes. Watching the behemoths moving lively amidst the burning compartments and molten metal, the bored Lin Yufeng even joined the private betting among his captains. "I bet today's commander staff meal that the behemoths will take down the demon cores of both ships in 40 minutes. "Huh? So fast?" One of the zombie-class captains was stunned. He had bet 3 hours. "Nonsense, look at this ship, completely defenseless, like a corpse," Lin Yufeng said, directing the fleet towards the space station. "Let's go attack the space station. Honestly, I envy Zhu Jin and Zuemeng. Their fleets and carrier-based aircraft are currently launching a fierce attack on those manned ships. At least manned ships have mechanical structures and can control their turrets to slowly turn and retaliate. After boarding, they can still encounter resistance. That's how soldiers are in war. They fear both an enemy that's too strong and an enemy that's not strong enough. If achievements come too easily, it can lead to disillusionment. Then what was the point of all the suffering I endured all these years?" Zhu Jin was actually even more bored than Lin Yufeng. He was the fleet commander. Bomber command wasn't his responsibility. While he could intervene, he simply wasn't cut out for it. His carrier fleet was positioned near another space station. A massive number of carrier-based aircraft took off, bombarding the Castella-class and O'Hara-class carriers relentlessly, each strike aimed at the turrets. The few manned carrier-based aircraft that the enemy managed to launch with minimal manpower and mechanical effort were like child's play against the onslaught of bombers from a fleet of dozens of carriers. The battle never even reached the Qilong. He sat there, legs crossed, cigarette dangling from his lips, awaiting the outcome. Then came Zuemeng from the carrier command post. Zhu Jin took out his cigarette. "What are you doing here if you're not commanding?" "Commanding my ass." Zuemeng reached into Zhu Jin's pocket, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a dejected puff. "The bombing offensive is over. The Scarab torpedoes have been launched. The boarding crews are lining up to reap the rewards." Zuemeng pointed to the Sky Exhibition System. "Look, the company has 2 Castella-class and 2 Great Eagle-class carriers. The crews are all ready-made. These ships in the encirclement have also been reserved by the captains. Once we successfully capture the ships, we immediately begin repairs. Once they're operational, we escape with the fleet. I be done for after I blow up the turrets." Zhu Jin, still holding his cigarette, paused. "Then let's bomb the space station?" But isn't this the target of the Luddite church? Zui Ming said, but his feet were already silently pointing outwards. Hey, many hands make light work, Zhu Jin chuckled. The words had barely left his lips when Zui Ming, her magnetic boots clattering, dashed outside. As for Tang Zhuofan, burdened by a blood feud, he didn't care who the target was. He was besieging the space station on Darkbringer Star alongside the Lud Church's fleet. This was the Hell Legion's central hub for supplying slave labor to the factories on Light Sentinel Star. It housed a large number of brainwashed slaves, Legion agents, and guards for newly looted slaves. In other words, this was where the Hell Legion's military, administrative, and reserve forces were most abundant. Not only could it satisfy the vengeful desires of the Fong clan's remnants, allowing them to act with impunity, but it wouldn't damage much of the company's property. Say goodbye to your faith, Long Zi said softly, directing the fleet to tear through the space station's armor while launching various torpedoes toward the planet. Sledgehammer torpedoes for shattering asteroids, Reaper torpedoes for destroying sturdy alloy ships, and even hastily packed antimatter fuel canisters. Chapter 1106. This is the Bright Sentinel Star Space Station, the headquarters space station of the Hell Legion. According to the latest intelligence, this is not a Level 3 space station, but a Level 4 interstellar fortress. Combined with the adjacent firepower units, shields, and fortress cannons, it was practically invincible. However, the Legion's proudly fortified defenses were breached effortlessly. The firepower units were destroyed, the fleet sank, and the fortress armor was ripped open by Dragonfire torpedoes and Tachyon spears. Even the space station's firepower modules were severed by the renowned Xingtian's Xenon Star Cannon, which fired 3 shots along the connection between the firepower modules and the space station, severing them completely. This fortress used an early space station structure from the human territory, triangular in shape, with 3 firepower modules located at the 3 apex points, resembling 3 expanding mushrooms. Now, these 3 enormous mushrooms floated in space, and people were flung out like trash from the fracture points by negative pressure, screaming silently in space. Yes, it's like when you're packing up trash, taking it out of the bin, and it gets accidentally torn, spilling out the garbage. This way, even if the virus's active period has passed, the space station has no means of resistance. Amidst Lan Yuan's satisfied laughter, the Scarab torpedo crashed into the 3 fault lines, the behemoth roaring as it plunged its claws into the bulkhead, advancing against the negative pressure. For the Legion! A clear, ethereal female voice rang out from the mouth of a cyborg, whose original appearance had been altered beyond recognition. For the Legion! Hundreds of battle-hardened elites chanted in unison. For evolution! The female voice rang out again. For evolution! The voices of hundreds of elites echoed once more. This is the front line of the space station's fault line. Everyone is clad in ultra-heavy power armor, wielding heavy lethal weapons prohibited on the space station, and behind them are even heavy laser cannons. Before the elite troops stood the tightly sealed, airtight doors, behind them lay the weakened laborers, the heavily guarded command center, and within it, the 3 demonic cores. The elite troops repeated themselves over and over. Normal soldiers, forced to repeat commands, would only exert themselves for a short time before their energy waned. But these were not ordinary soldiers. They had been brainwashed, so they never grew weary, their nerves remaining taut. To enter. Boom! The airtight doors offered no protection against a brutal assault. When a colossal beast, weighing tens of tons, inlaid with alloy armor, and capable only of movement in zero gravity, carrying hydrogen-oxygen thrusters, and using its massive alloy pincers to shield its face, rammed in. Its power was comparable to a 100-ton monster walking onto an overpass on a rainy night in a fanfiction. A thing worth millions, even a god couldn't stop it, let alone a blast-proof airtight door. The shouts were instantly drowned out by the grating sound of metal cracking and splintering. Heavy artillery opened fire immediately, shells shattering the alloy pincers, the blast waves instantly dislodging the behemoth's organs. But the sheer inertia of the simple hydrogen-oxygen propulsion system propelled the heavy object relentlessly, crushing everything in its path. What battle-hardened elites, what brainwashed slave laborers, what heavy weaponry, all of it was bullshit. Hundreds of gregarious squid surged out along the path cleared by the corpses, followed by roars from all directions. The sounds of other behemoths attacking from the sewers, the crippled electric grid, and the pipes. Giant pincers, alloy claws, and corrosive acid suddenly pierced through the bulkheads, severing the passageway from front to back, sweeping across the entire passageway like a whirlwind. Even with brainwashing and combat drugs that make the Marines fearless, their heavy weapons are nothing more than leeches compared to Dong Lixiang's supreme creation, which combines the academy, tachyon technology, and secondary hibernation pod technology. Suck all you want, I'm painless. The boarding action was a crushing victory. When the behemoth had breached the command center, killed everyone alive, and seized control of the demon core, Old One-Eye finally appeared with his men, frowning, stepping over a field of carnage. This is insane, Old One-Eye muttered under his breath. The passageways were a mess, the smears scattered and broken. Even Old One-Eye, accustomed to mountains of corpses and seas of blood, felt nauseous at the sight. But the brainwashed slaves who had come from other modules, armed with light weapons and even repair tools, arrived in small groups, seemingly unaffected by this living hell, simply rushing forward. Then they were shot dead. The database, intact. The supply depot, intact. The armory, intact. Old One-Eye was numb. Without the demon core's command and control, these brainwashed slaves had no autonomy whatsoever. They didn't even bother with basic material destruction or scorched earth. Like zombies, they barked and charged at the living. Old One-Eye swore that since joining the Universal Alliance, he had killed more people today than in the previous decade combined. Damn it! Running out of ammunition, Old One-Eye cursed. How many people are on the space station? That's no good. Summon the Torter warriors. Need help? A voice crackled through the channel. Actually, we don't need to summon those stupid vampires. Our people can kill them all. Old One-Eye shuddered. No, you all do your thing. Don't delay the captain's mission. The voice belonged to Dragon Prince's first mate, a Fang clan warrior with a handsome face, 4 spider legs, 4 arms, 8 legs, a lizard head, and weighing over 500 pounds. Well, the company doesn't have time to individually rescue each brainwashed slave worker. Time and resources don't allow it, and doing so would only increase counter-espionage risks. But if they were to blow them up along with the space station and give them a quick, painless massacre, then having the Fang clan handle it would mean they fight to the very last second before evacuation, using the most inhumane methods to slaughter every surviving member of the Legion. No normal person could bear that. The channel over there was directly blocked by the Dragon Prince. When asked, he was currently fighting a painful battle on the front lines, his shirt off revealing his body covered in scales. He simply elegantly wiped the blood from his face with a handkerchief, his hands stained with blood. A gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen. I won't let everyone watch this. It's disgusting. You know that? Old One-Eyed, who had been in high spirits because he had easily breached the Hell Legion's stronghold, a formidable obstacle for the Human Alliance, but a piece of cake for the Universal Alliance, and was therefore congratulating himself on making the most important choice of his life, had his good mood ruined by these guys. But soon, that ruined mood rebounded. Hush. He stood in the open, blood-soaked command center, looking at the list Shugapa had deciphered, his expression as light as if he'd just come off a production line from a breeding factory decades ago, being led by a veteran soldier to a brothel. 2 nanoforging furnaces, 1 catalytic core, 1 synchronous acceleration core, 1 unmanned warship replicator. This is it, right? Old One-Eye pointed to the unmanned warship replicator. The Legion relies on it to launch Hella ships at an absurd speed. Even if it's exploiting slave labor, the output is too fast. Shugapa, wearing a helmet, didn't want to be exposed to the filthy air. The CO will probably hand this thing over to the human coexistence faction. I wonder what they get in return. Whatever they get in return, it's a good thing. Old One-Eye danced in the blood and filth, his limbs twitching with excitement. Unbelievable. For a Special Forces veteran like him, Old One-Eye's dance was so ugly it resembled a maggot in a sea of excrement. Chapter 1107. Li Bin, seated on the captain's throne of the Candle Dragon, bit his lip, trying hard not to laugh too wildly. Thanks to the runaway AI's distrust of its slave workers, Li Bin easily seized the space station's spoils. Look at these treasures, unmanned warship replicators, capable of mass-producing various models of unmanned warships, perfectly suited for resisting raids and invasions, and also making outstanding contributions to planetary defense and security. This thing doesn't rely on a nanoforge. According to Old One-Eye's report, its operating mode is very strange. It reminded Li Bin of the key cutting he's seen in his past life. Those street stalls, usually run by old men or women, huddled behind wicker chairs with parasols, where the vendor would fumble through various key pieces in a metal box, finding one with a matching length, width, and shape. The original component is then placed on the machine, which traces its outline and cuts out the key teeth one to one. Amidst the hum of the motor and the squeaking of the metal being cut, the process is complete. The unmanned warship replicator works similarly, focusing on replication rather than production. It requires a large number of hull components of various models. The components can be large, but not small. Using a completely unregulated black box technology in the Perseus star system, the unmanned warship is scanned, and then an automated shipyard is activated to cut the components, absorbing materials to shape bulkheads, electrical grids, wiring, pipes, turrets, engine rooms, and so on. This process doesn't even require blueprints. If a second-hand spaceship is input, the resulting replica warship will even perfectly replicate wear and scratches, as well as any malfunctions. It's simply outrageous. This thing actually appeared in the Perseus star system? That's outrageous. Brother Jia, who had come with the fleet, even took off his glasses, staring wide-eyed at the information. CEO, are you kidding me? Why would I kid you? Li Bin bit his cheek until it ached, but his lips still involuntarily curled upwards. It's true, it's already being dismantled. By the way, our people searched the database. After the demon core was interfered with by the Celia virus, there wasn't time to delete the data, but there's no automated shipyard construction technology here. So we can't build the supporting equipment, we really can only give it to the coexistence faction in exchange for favors. But with this thing, we can at least get a large number of coexistence faction members to help us in the unification war. CO, that's too narrow-minded, too limited in vision. Brother Jia shook his head and clicked his tongue. It seems you still don't know how precious this thing is. It was invented and mass-produced for decades during the extended era, late human realm. It was banned by the human realm for a long time. The fact that it could be seen in the Perseus star system only proves that the predecessor of the Hell Legion was definitely a secret organization of the human realm. Brother Jia said seriously, once this thing fell into the hands of ambitious individuals, given the human realm's logistical capabilities at the time, they could quickly mass-produce unmanned warships by purchasing cheap, crudely made components and using them in numerous automated shipyards. This could even give sparsely populated areas the ability to challenge the star system government. For the sake of stability and rule, it was banned. Brother Jia said meaningfully, after all, industrial production requires a large labor force and the procurement of materials. Unless planned slowly over a century, it's difficult to hide it from the human realm. But with this thing, they could skip the stages of food, daily necessities, consumer goods, residential expansion, population and livelihood management, and intelligence control brought about by a large population, and directly mass-produce them. At this point, Brother Jia looked wistfully at the projection of the unmanned warship replica, his eyes glazed over. The blueprint for this thing surpasses even the solar system gold medal. Its chief designer and scientific team are humanity's truly invaluable assets. They absolutely cannot be separated from the solar system. The level of technology is so high that I only ever heard of it by name. I never even heard of the related technical routes. Haven't these kinds of things happened a lot? The corona splitter, the micro-wormhole technology with supersplitter valves, the incredible heat absorption and dissipation after the cryogenic computing engine startup. Which of these technical routes does Brother Jia know the specifics of? It can only be said that the bronze medal scientist truly deserves it. Even a gold medal scientist wouldn't be qualified to witness it. If these things were to be awarded prizes, they'd probably have to be given the gold medal for outstanding contribution to the galaxy, right? And even then, it would require awarding them prizes to gain public recognition. Remembering something, Brother Jia put on his glasses and said seriously to Li Bin, CO, giving this thing away was the right thing to do. The unmanned warship replicator can replicate warships, so it can replicate manned ships, but without enough automated shipyards, it can only replicate manned ships that the company has blueprints for. Not giving it away wouldn't actually benefit us much right now. It's not as good as a nanoforge. In the game, the unmanned warship replicator really can only be placed in ground defense arrays. Its effect is 1.5 times the ground defense capability, meaning a 50% reinforcement, increasing the size of the fleet stationed in the star system. Simply producing more manned ships isn't enough to invade others. Speaking of non-forges, I remember the Hell Legion has forges, right? 3 of them. How many have we gotten? 2. One is a perfect forge, and the other is a damaged one. The damaged one belongs to the Lloyd Alliance. According to intelligence, there's also a forge belonging to the Fong clan in the underground industrial hive on Bright Sentinel Star, Li Bin said smugly. Hiss. The company now has 6 forges? Yes, 3 perfect forges and 3 damaged forges. Li Bin's eyebrows danced with excitement. I plan to send the perfect forge back to the company, and keep the damaged one, transferring it with the core fleet. Brother Jia was taken aback. Huh? Why? Li Bin tapped his fingers on the armrest. I had enough of having to transport supplies from the Far East, with the transport fleet constantly on edge. Do you know how many transport ships the company has lost in the past few years? The answer is 3 Atlas-class ships and 18 Colossus-class ships. There were pirates, smugglers, the company's enemies, and even runaway AIs. I don't care about the loss of ships, they can be rebuilt. But the loss of those skilled crew members, proficient in flight, exploration, surveying, navigation, and ship maintenance, and the loss of warship reserves, that's unacceptable. Besides, the fact that components and supplies couldn't arrive in time, causing the core fleet, Lan Yuan, and Tang Zhuofan task force to miss their opportunities, is truly disgusting. To be honest, if I hadn't sent the Interstellar Empire a nanoforge, I might not have dared to launch this campaign. I fear the price of seizing the Dune realm would have been exhausted military strength, allowing Nova City to be captured, and the Interstellar Empire and Keljev to fall. Therefore, I need a nanoforge that can move with a fleet stationed in Nova City. It will produce components there, and sell them to other factions. When the fleet moves, the forge moves with it. The core fleet is one of the company's greatest deterrents. With this forge, ISA will no longer have to sail the Hoi for a period of time before having to cross star systems to return home for resupply. This purely military consideration was something Brother Jia hadn't anticipated. Chapter 1108. Besides the unmanned warship replicator and the forge, the space station also possesses a catalytic core and a synchrotron core. The catalytic core was already acquired by the Universal Alliance. Its ability is to significantly boost the efficiency of metallurgical operations by infiltrating several strange technologies in physics. However, it has stringent requirements for a vacuum operating environment and cannot be used on planets with atmospheres. That is, it can only be used on planets without atmospheres and on space stations, and coincidentally, the Light Sentinel space station is one such space station. In addition, Li Bin focused his attention on the synchrotron core. This thing is extremely rare. In the entire star system, only the Sinar power probably possesses it. As for the Overlord, it's about a 50-50th chance. The synchrotron core also requires a vacuum environment to operate. Its essence is a specialized nanoforge. Externally, it resembles a strange and ugly alloy heart slowly shrinking in a dormant state. Through preloaded firmware and basic nanotechnology clusters, it constructs itself into a synchrotron for industrial-scale antimatter production. In short, this thing, equipped with sufficient power, is a compact yet productive gas extraction station comparable to a large human-controlled gas extraction station built on a gas giant planet rich in volatiles. In other words, to be worthy of this synchronous acceleration core, Li Bin would need several gas extraction stations to filter the volatiles of ordinary gas giant planets to meet its antimatter production requirements. In short, this human-controlled creation is small, exquisite, and incredibly effective, deserving of a galactic-level gold award. With it, as long as there are enough gas extraction stations, Li Bin can self-sufficiently meet all the fleet's fuel needs while maintaining exports, competing with the Sindar power for the fuel market, and no longer needing to import fuel from the Empire, the demonic aviation, or the Overlord. It is an inseparable and beautiful creation. Alright, let me catch my breath. Li Bin took a deep breath. He no longer cared about plundering star coins. The star coins themselves were meaningless to the company and himself. Li Shu and Alyosha would handle the value of the Eden coins. Li Bin had long since completed the transformation from consumer to producer, even rising to the position of leader of a powerful force. If it weren't for the needs of foreign trade and war, he could even abolish the star coins. Currently, fuel, alloys, and the 3 essential components for construction are all in place. Even the last remaining weakness, fuel, has been addressed. With the ongoing modification of Tanfa's soil using nanomaterials, even the food problem has long been solved. The Universal Union possesses the resources to retreat into its own little world, oblivious to the changing seasons, establishing a closed-off regime, and watching the shifting stars with amusement. Li Bin slapped his face hard, suppressing his complacent thoughts, and continued, "Are there any others who have claimed the remains?" "Yes, Captain," the old one-eyed man's voice trembled, 2 orbital fusion spotlights. "We don't need these. Some powerful forces can buy them at high prices. But I don't quite understand the other one." "What's it called?" "A cryogenic computing engine, but it's not used. It's locked in a classified warehouse, along with the orbital fusion spotlights. Besides that, I also found out that there seems to be a superdiverter valve in the Bright Sentinel's underground warehouse." "Huh?" Li Bin covered his head. "Wait, you mean there's another superdiverter valve, and a cryogenic computing engine?" "Superdiverter valve." "Yes. I send more Marines right now, send Vulcan up there, and escort the cryogenic engine back. Once you finish handing over the reins, immediately gather all the Marines and smash all the behemoths down. Even if it means turning the entire planet upside down, you have to get the superdiverter valve out of there. Ironforge has been constantly upgrading its nuclear power plant and solar power generation. With this thing, Ironforge's industry can operate 24/7. Old One Eye, you have to work hard. This is crucial for the company. If handled properly, increasing production capacity by another 50% is not a dream. Yes. Old One Eye nodded emphatically, then suddenly worried, but is there enough time? What if the Hell Legion destroys the warehouse? There's enough time. At worst, I risk staying another day. Li Bin said fiercely, we must get our hands on this superdiverter valve. The superdiverter valve, when used within 10 light years of the corona diverter, can obtain almost limitless power from a star. Ironforge, a major industrial city of the Universal Union, has been continuously upgraded, but both its power supply and the supply from ordinary factories have become somewhat insufficient after the power of the 3 forges was fully activated. Now, all the problems are solved at once. The Hell Legion truly lives up to its reputation as a product of the Old Man's Legion's evolutionary mechanisms. Who knows how many lost star sectors they wiped out during the Great Collapse to plunder so many treasures? Right. They even had a backup armory. These are very likely items from that armory. These should have belonged to me long ago, but now, a wanderer returning home isn't such a bad thing. Li Bin finally relaxed his jaw, the aching muscles straining, and an uncontrollable, sunny smile appeared on his face, as radiant as the explosion of Prometheus's self-destructing ship. He looked at the data on the Legion's relics provided by the Academy, humming good luck softly. The cryogenic computing engine, a quantum computer that defies the second law of thermodynamics, not only doesn't generate heat during computation, but actually absorbs it. This cryogenic computing engine requires a planetary-scale heat-absorbing network composed of heat pipes and cooling fins to continuously supply heat to meet its energy needs for massive calculations. The hotter the planet's surface, the higher the engine's efficiency. This unparalleled computing power can greatly improve logistical and strategic planning capabilities. In layman's terms, it's an ultra-ultimate AI core computing power pool, meeting the computing power requirements of the AI core's operations. Frankly, this thing is incredibly bizarre. Its potential supercomputing power and the planetary-level high-temperature environment requiring extreme heat, according to human standards, are both terrifying. It even has the ability to alter a planet's climate within decades, and this is merely a side effect of its computational process. Li Bin had already acquired one, but it was located in Ironforge, periodically activated to cool the factory. Due to limited production capacity, a planetary-level heat absorption system couldn't be built. It was confined to Ironforge, periodically activated to absorb some heat, serving as a rapid cooling component, its computing power completely untapped. And remember the H800 used in St. Lud, the supercomputer commonly known as the analog engine? It also required planetary-level cooling components and immense computing power, necessitating a cold or extremely cold environment within the human realm. Perfectly, it's a perfect match for the low-temperature computing engine. In other words, once Li Bin obtained the low-temperature computing engine, he could choose a location to build planetary-level cooling and heat dissipation equipment, interweaving the two systems to begin liberating St. Lud. Then, with the low-temperature computing engine and the analog engine connected, they could achieve planetary temperature balance, using boundless computing power to drive the supercomputer, inputting parameters to simulate the future of the star system. And if an Omega core were crammed into it? Oh, my goodness, just thinking about it is irresistible. Hell Legion, thank you. Li Bin sincerely wiped away tears of gratitude. You guys are so kind. If only there were more forces like yours, accumulating so much wealth. That's why they say murder and arson bring wealth. This one raid is faster than 5 years of painstaking farming. Chapter 1109. The planet Sentinel of Light is almost entirely devoid of light. The star system's dim light is utterly devoid of any sense of brightness, especially considering the presence of a black hole within it that devours light. Furthermore, the planet is highly toxic. Its viscous, yellowish atmosphere moves with a nauseatingly slow, undulating motion, like pus squeezed from a pimple removed by the creator god of the universe. Just looking at it makes one feel as if they can smell the pungent, unbearable stench of rotten eggs emanating from Sentinel of Light. Highly corrosive rainstorms and winds mixed with chemical toxins take turns ruling this place. Once, only passionate and resilient warriors seeking to save the entire Perseus star system could live here. Now, those who remain are like expendable sap, appearing and falling in droves, brainwashed laborers who transform weariness and pain into pleasure. The local heavy ground defense arrays and planetary shields, manipulated by the Celia virus, have fallen into disarray. Not only have the shields shattered, but the heavy defense arrays have also opened fire indiscriminately. These things were once controlled by humans, but after the Demon Core usurped power, they were transformed into a mode controlled by the AI Core. Therefore, the landing process of the Scarab torpedo was very simple. The torpedo was launched, it melted through the atmosphere, and the meteor crashed to the ground, creating a crater, before the behemoths appeared and began their slaughter. But just as Old One-Eyed was seizing the space station with the help of the behemoths, the behemoth campaign on the ground encountered a problem. CO, all the behemoths are dead, Dong Lixiang, who was on board, reported very seriously. What happened? Li Bin immediately perked up. Neither the nanoforge nor the superdiverter valve were things Li Bin could not accept losing. He could turn a blind eye to the resources of the other planet, and the 2 space stations, but he was determined to get these 2. Dong Lixiang adjusted his glasses and said, the local atmospheric environment is terrible. The highly toxic atmosphere is causing far more damage to the behemoths than expected. These toxic gases corrode through the joints and gaps in the alloy armor, eventually invading the behemoth's flesh and organs. Besides, the atmosphere here is even less friendly to gregarious squid. To maintain their pervasiveness, the gregarious squid haven't modified their bodies, so they can't metabolize the toxins. Didn't your department conduct experiments before? Li Bin asked. We did it gradually. This round of surface-launched Scarab torpedoes carried behemoths that were specialized in the company's toxin-enhancing technology, but they still couldn't withstand it. Dong Lixiang stammered. After all, who would have thought that someone would actually colonize a highly toxic planet? In some ways, the environment here is even worse than a lava planet. Humans here must rely on protective suits to move around. The atmosphere even contains cyanide and various heavy metal dust. Good grief, is this some kind of interstellar meow territory? That's really something. Li Bin glanced at the atmospheric report and felt a chill run down his spine. The atmosphere of Bright Sentinel Star was so complex that interstellar humans didn't even need to breathe it. It contained toxins that could be absorbed through the skin, corrosive gases that could burn the skin in 3 seconds, and even more potent toxins that, when the skin was broken, could be transported throughout the body within seconds via blood-oxygen exchange, causing paralysis and irreversible nerve damage. Some of these highly toxic atmospheric components were even unrecorded by the Universal Alliance. Dark Night Watch, you're ruthless. Building a secret service agency on a black hole planet is one thing, but specifically on a highly toxic planet, perfect for the clandestine nature of intelligence agencies. I'm not surprised at all. Old Dong, think of something, Li Bin said, pursing his lips. This is very important to us. Upon hearing this, Dong Lixiang instantly straightened his spine, his entire demeanor changing. He bowed sharply and said in a very loud voice, Don't worry, CO. I will not let you down. Dong Lixiang was a man who deeply valued hierarchy, that is to say, the exercise of power over subordinates, as well as encouragement and attention from above, were like drugs, possessing an unparalleled allure for him. Under Li Bin's urging, Dong Lixiang racked his brains and, in just over 10 minutes, proposed a solution that reflected his biologist's almost ruthless composure. He directly contacted Lan Yuan. Amidst Lan Yuan's bewildered expression, I'm a frontline fleet commander, and you're a rear area biologist? We have no connection except for boarding a unit. What are you doing contacting me? Dong Lixiang explained his idea. 30 minutes later, the Xingtian completed its turn, its main gun, the Galaxy Xenon cannon, facing the Bright Sentinel Star, slowly opened fire. Dong Lixiang's plan still echoed in his ears. Since the atmosphere doesn't welcome behemoths, let's find a suitable place for them. The colonies on Bright Sentinel Star are all built underground. I consulted with archaeology professors at the academy. The shallow layers of any underground city are always residential areas and non-industrial/technical zones, precisely to prevent orbital bombardment. So, as long as the power and timing are adjusted correctly, we can use the Xingtian Star River Xenon cannon, like a laser scalpel, to precisely cut through the Earth's crust and expose the underground city. Then launch the Scarab torpedoes, drilling directly into the underground city, and emerging into the human atmosphere. Even if we cut losses, it'd only be in low-profit areas. If we cut too little, we send the company's fighter jets with missiles through the atmosphere for a second cut. Trust me, it'd work. Lan Yuan muttered to herself, You're insane, Lao Dong. To come up with a plan like this, your bottom line has been completely eroded by biological dissections. It's said that the most insane and unscrupulous part of Tachyon technology isn't the Tachyon army, but the Tachyon research team. Lan Yuan used to wonder how Tachyon technology, with its close ties to the human realm government, could have degenerated so much after a major collapse. Now, after talking with Dong Lixiang, she realized that in the eyes of these tireless scientists, everyone outside their immediate circle has no human rights. If it weren't for the human realm's control, Tachyon technology would probably be conducting massive and scrupulous human experiments across the entire galaxy. Starfall Phil's voice pulled Lan Yuan back to reality. Captain, the main gun has entered its designated firing range. Lan Yuan immediately activated the enhanced shipboard AI to modify the main gun's power output. Test. Following the geological testing plan provided by the biology department and the college's archaeology major, she began the process. Test firing, 1 round, rapid fire. As soon as she finished speaking, the Star River Xenon cannon unleashed a torrent of energy, easily piercing the atmosphere and landing on the ground. Unlike kinetic and explosive weapons, energy weapons don't cause earthquakes. Instead, they transmit high temperatures through the viscous atmosphere with a piercing buzzing sound, carving out a terrifyingly large magma zone on the ground. The test had 2 objectives. First, to test the planet's main geological hardness and resistance. Second, to test the hardness and resistance of the Hell Legion structures, preparing for the surgical dissection of the underground city. Thus, within 2 hours, not only the Xingtian, but also the Qinglong and Tiangong, all activated their energy weapons to conduct weapon tests on the surface. Ion cannons were unusable, but the tachyon light spears were a different story. Chapter 11:10. This practice of treating planets like oranges, like medical students cutting oranges to practice surgical anatomy and suturing techniques, quickly caught Kelman's attention. He initially wanted to say that this was far too cruel, but seeing the high casualty rate of his holy warriors and the desperate resistance of his brainwashed slaves, who refused to surrender, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Whatever, I won't fare much better off ending up with the sunken space station anyway. Tang Zhuofan, however, was much more excited. He rubbed his hands together and beckoned to his men. Hey! Our heat pulse cannons can be used too. Turn the ship around. I'm going to blast these damn planets to smithereens. From the bridge, a chaotic mess of men, came a chorus of anxious voices. Other captains and bridge crew were offering suggestions. Boss! I want to join too. Tang Zhuofan waved his hand. Everyone gets a turn. Everyone can shoot. Only torpedoes? What about your light machine gun? Damage control dismantled the light machine gun, set it up in the space station's dome-shaped city to blockade the streets, shoot them one by one. You bastard, you're pretty ruthless. Damage control, lend it to me? I have a PD laser cannon, I skewer some meat. Sure thing. When it comes to being inhuman, the Fong clan is indeed quite experienced. While Tang Zhuofan was wreaking havoc, Lan Yuan had already completed its preparations after 6 rounds of test firings. Bright Sentinel Star was now riddled with holes. Energy weapons had burned irregular patches of lava on the ground, the result of targeted testing. There were also crisscrossing lines, the result of cutting tests. There were even crooked dog heads, the result of several ships taking turns firing. The enormous dog heads, hundreds of kilometers in diameter, appeared small and rather cute from space, composed of dark red and black lines. First, under Lin Yufeng's leadership, the Zhongzi-class ships launched missiles in unison. The saturation missiles exploded at high altitude, layer by layer, using the blast waves and shockwaves to disperse the viscous yellow atmosphere near the target, exposing the surface and facilitating more precise targeting by detectors. Next, the company's other ships, surrounding the cleared area, launched missiles at high altitude, which exploded in midair, further expanding the clean zone. After completing this step, the Star River Xenon cannon descended from the sky, like God pouring sulfur and fire to punish the wicked Sodom. However, given the various crimes of the Hell Legion, Lan Yuan's actions at this moment could truly be called righteous. The distance of tens of thousands of kilometers was covered in an instant. A dazzling light, centered on the main cannon, was released in a cone shape. Without even shaking the bow, the surface rock of the entire underground city began to melt layer by layer. Most of it turned into magma, churning and rolling in all directions under the torrent of energy, like water being squeezed out of a basin by a stone. A small portion evaporated directly, contributing to the highly toxic atmosphere. How could natural rock compare to the armored warships, the culmination of human industry? Despite Lan Yuan's meticulous adjustments to the power and compression of the cone-shaped area, the scene was still terrifying. The high temperature and viscous, highly toxic air, viewed from space, appeared as nothing more than a red ring, like the fiery red lips left by a hot beauty called a battleship on the face of a lover called a planet. But for humans living on the surface, this lip print was a poisonous death sentence. After burning for less than 30 seconds, Lan Yuan stopped. We can't burn any longer. The magma will damage the underground city. If the xenon cannon hits the underground city, the entire city will be destroyed by the high temperature of the magma. Alright, let's switch. Zhu Jin took over the work. The Azure Dragon and Heavenly Palace released tachyon light spears, using the circular magma area as the center to excavate magma canals outwards, draining the magma from the pit. The whole process was executed effortlessly, like children doodling on a piece of paper, leaving Li Bin in awe. In the 3K era, melting a rock required complex processes and construction, but now, all it takes is humanity's space weapons to solve the problem quickly. The only concern is the firepower unit, the Star Hunter Orbiter Cannon, which truly possesses the ability to penetrate planets. That's assuming multiple shots are fired from the same location, but that's still terrifying. Alloy structure sighted, suspected to be armored, reported the optical observation post. As the administrative dungeon of the Legion headquarters, the target of this attack can be considered the headquarters. The dungeon's exterior naturally has structures to resist orbital bombardment and antimatter bombs. But simply peeling away the thick, loose rock layer is enough. Launch the reinforced Scarab torpedoes. Dong Lixiang excitedly ordered. Give it your all, the CEO is watching. The Scarab torpedoes, urgently reinforced by the ship's shipyard and damage control team, rained down from the sky. Following the fall of the Sword of Damocles, what followed was not grotesque but spiritually pure angels, but elegant, bloodthirsty vampires, ferocious and domineering alien behemoths. With immense inertia, the Scarab torpedoes pierced through the cooling magma like fingers piercing a chocolate ball, their reinforced head armor thinned by atmospheric friction and lava. With a violent impact, the reinforced external armor cracked open, revealing a spiraling, heat-melting laser-cutting machine within. The cutting machine relentlessly gnawed at the outer wall of the underground city, biting and refusing to let go, drilling deeper and deeper with each rotation and heating. Watching the images transmitted by the drone re-entering the atmosphere, Li Bin recalled the skin flies he'd seen in documentaries in his past life. These things did the same, burrowing slowly under the skin. Ugh, he shuddered. It's done. Ha ha. Dong Lixiang clapped his hands excitedly. This is the cohesion of the Universal Alliance. This is our exhilarating combination attack. Hell Legion, so what? Hell Legion, you can't stop us. This combination attack seemed a little too effective. In the underground command center of the bright Sentinel Star, Ball, who had been excited about the renewed tug-of-war and slow advance of the electronic warfare, collapsed when his hard work was suddenly destroyed again, just as he was about to gain the upper hand, with countless hackers dying on the spot. He wept bitterly, but alas, with only his brain remaining, he no longer had the capacity to shed tears. The out-of-control AIs suppressed his emotions, rendering him unable to even use artificial hormones to simulate the brain's stress relief response to crying. Negative emotions simply accumulated in his brain, nearly causing him to faint. But when the vital signs monitoring system detected the anomaly, it immediately injected stimulants, reviving him from his near-death experience. His once proud emotional control and mental boosting measures had now become shackles binding him. Even with his confidence in the out-of-control AI, Ball realized the truth. Faced with the combined fleet's electronic warfare, the Demon Core was utterly vulnerable. His ability to think freely was purely due to his carbon-based brain. But even if he didn't consume the electronic viruses himself, the devices maintaining his vital signs did. He tried to disconnect his pyramid-shaped alloy body from the dungeon system, only to discover with despair that he had lost control of this body. He didn't know when, but this body, possessing supercomputing power and powerful programming, had been devoured by the virus code. And he remained unharmed. He knew perfectly well why. The enemy wanted to extract all the Legion's secrets from his mind. But he couldn't even bring himself to commit suicide. If his body were still intact, at this moment, he could at least shoot his own brain. Completely brainwashed by the out-of-control AI, Ball, unusually, began to miss his own body.